Chapter 1 Reborn as a Useless Person? The school beauty gives me a foot massage. Inside a luxurious villa on Qingfeng Road in Kanglan City. Young Master Jiang, hurry up and take off your pants, a pleasant female voice rang in my ears. What, taking off your pants? As soon as Jiang Bei opened his eyes, he saw a girl in a light pink nurse's uniform standing in front of him. The girl wore a nurse's cap over her long, black hair, and her alluring figure below her snow-white neck stretched the nurse's uniform into a full curve, making her slender waist appear even more graceful. Su Zhixia, the school beauty of Kanglan No. 1 High School? How did she end up here? Jiang Bei was completely bewildered. It'll be easier to do physical therapy if I change into shorts, the girl said with a smile. Physical rehabilitation therapy? Jiang Bei looked down and realized that he was sitting in a wheelchair. Yes, I'm your personal nurse, in charge of your rehabilitation treatment, she explained, seeing Jiang Bei's puzzled expression. What kind of nonsense is this? Am I dreaming? He was betrayed by a traitor on the battlefield of the myriad races and was besieged and killed by many experts of the myriad races. How did he suddenly appear here? I glanced up at the calendar on the wall. September 5, 2035. Could this be a rebirth? That's right. He was reborn, returning to his senior year of high school. Memories of that year came flooding back. During the talent awakening ceremony in his senior year of high school, he awakened a once-in-a-century SSS-level talent, becoming a genius in everyone's eyes. It should be noted that all human geniuses who awakened SSS-level talents throughout history have invariably become high-ranking members of the human race. That's why he was targeted by the myriad races lurking in the school. They ambushed him and used a secret technique to directly steal his talent, thus ending his path in martial arts. His girlfriend, Lin Shuiyue, the school beauty of the third middle school, therefore chose to break up with him. The double blow left him devastated, but Su Zhixia's appearance gave him a new lease on life. Jiang Bei will never forget what she said to her that day. So what if you don't have martial arts talent? There's more than one path. As long as you don't give up, the path will never end. From then on, he turned to the study of biological genetics. After many hardships, he finally developed a biological mech with combat power comparable to a level 9 martial artist, which made him a human hero who killed countless enemies. Su Zhixia, who was unknown at the time, later awakened her SSS-level swordsmanship talent and became an unparalleled expert. Since you've given me a second chance at life. Damn it, those treacherous infiltrators of all races and those human traitors, I'm going to drag you all out and tear you to pieces. Jiang Bei revealed a fierce look in his eyes. You're injured, let me help you, Su Zhixia's words interrupted his thoughts. She bent down to support Jiang Bei's arm, and wrapped her other slender arm around his waist, carefully helping him get up from the wheelchair. Jiang Bei felt a faint fragrance wafting towards him, like that of a young girl. His legs were very weak, and as soon as he stood up, his body swayed and he leaned towards Su Zhixia, his head almost burying itself in the soft hollow of her neck. Be careful. Su Zhixia braced his tilting body, tightening her arms to hold him firmly in her embrace. She helped Jiang Bei to sit down on the massage bed next to her. Don't move, I'll help you take it off. She grabbed his pants with both hands and pulled them down inch by inch. Su Zhixia helped Jiang Bei change into a pair of loose shorts, and then had him lie down on the massage bed. She poured the medicine for repairing meridians into her palm and gently rubbed her hands together. The moment Jiang Bei's soft palms touched his legs, he felt a cool, smooth sensation. Hiss. Jiang Bei trembled slightly. Does it hurt a lot? Don't be afraid. Her slender yet strong fingers pressed incessantly along the meridians of Jiang Bei's calf, sometimes gently, sometimes with force. The cool yet silky feel is so comfortable. What kind of technique is this? I feel a warm sensation in the meridians of my legs, Jiang Bei said, closing his eyes. But as her fingertips moved upwards, a surge of heat unexpectedly rushed to her lower abdomen. Holy crap, this is awkward. Buzz. The phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated twice, and a voice text message was sent. Jiang Bei picked up her phone and saw that the message was from her girlfriend, Lin Shuiyue. Has it finally happened? He opened the voice message. Jiang Bei, I've thought about this for a long time, and there's something I want to tell you. Let's break up. Ding. Detected that the host was dumped by their first love. Binding to the system. System binding successful. Compensation is now provided because the host's SSS-level talent was stripped. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the strongest talent martial godbody and receiving 1,000 points. System, you finally arrived. The strongest talent? The divine body of martial god? At this moment, a warm current was flowing through his body, and the injured meridians were repaired in an instant. Not only that, the warm current was also constantly nourishing his body, making the meridians gradually become stronger. Jiang Bei was incredibly excited, and he quickly began to study the system screen in front of him. Name, Jiang Bei. Points, 1000. Martial arts level, quasi-martial artist. Talent, divine body of martial god. Chi and blood value, 120 plus. Mental strength, 60 plus. Martial arts skill, Vajra fist beginner plus. Martial arts skill, whirlwind spear technique beginner plus. Movement technique, swift step beginner plus. How do I use points in the system? And how do I earn them? Defeating or killing opponents, monsters, or other races will earn you points. These points can be used to improve your martial arts skills, health, and spirit. The system has added points to my martial arts skills. Byte. You have spent 900 points to upgrade Whirlwind Spear Technique, Vajra Fist, and Swift Step to the perfect level. Jiang Bei felt a sudden heat between his brows, and countless images flooded his mind in the school's training room. He gripped a spear and repeatedly thrust it into the bullseye in the open field. He practiced his boxing against the wind in a downpour in the villa's training room. These fragments kept converging in his mind, as if they were all his real experiences, allowing him to reach a state of perfection in his understanding of marksmanship, fist techniques, and body movements. Holy crap, the perfect state that others need to practice for years or even more than 10 years to reach, I achieved in just a moment. Martial arts are divided into 4 realms: beginner, proficient, master, and perfect. However, based on Jiang Bei's experience in his previous life, he knows that there is actually another realm, which is the extraordinary realm. Because very few people can reach this level, few people know about it. I wonder if the system has reached this level. The system continues to add points. Martial arts. Byte. Martial arts skills, Vajra Fist, Gale Spear Technique, and Swift Step have been upgraded to perfection. To upgrade them to the Transcendent Realm, the host must personally kill the Gale Demon Wolf King. Jiang Bei's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it could still be upgraded. The Gale Wolf King was a second-tier demonic beast, and he was no match for it now. Jiang Bei licked his dry lips. Lin Shuiwei, I really have to thank you for all of this. He picked up his phone and replied with a voice message. I respect your choice, but you have to remember, there's no going back in this world. He received a reply from Lin Shuiwei very quickly after sending the voice message. I, Lin Shuiwei, have never known what regret is. I also want you to remember one thing clearly: we are no longer from the same world. Oh, right, there's something I forgot to tell you. My new boyfriend's name is Zhang Yang, and he's already a mid-level first-tier martial artist. Finally, I wish you a speedy recovery, and please don't end up in a wheelchair. Chapter 2: Car Accident. The room was quiet, and Su Jixia clearly heard the text message notification. She was just about to say something to comfort Jiang Bei. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was her best friend, Meng Yao. As soon as the call connected, a hurried female voice came through the receiver. Xia, your brother has been in a car accident and is being taken to the First People's Hospital. You need to come quickly. Is my brother seriously injured? Su Jixia's eyes reddened instantly, and her voice trembled. He is currently unconscious and seriously injured. Su Jixia turned to look at Jiang Bei, her eyes red-rimmed. Her once bright eyes were now filled with panic as she said urgently, my brother is in an accident, and I have to go to the hospital right now. Before she could finish speaking, she didn't wait for Jiang Bei's reply and turned to run out the door. In her haste, she knocked over a small stool by the door, but she didn't even bother to turn back and help it up. Kanglan City First People's Hospital. Director Wang, how is my brother now? Su Jixia asked, her voice trembling. Director Wang had just come out of the emergency room, his white coat still stained with blood. He took off his mask and frowned slightly as he said, the situation is extremely dangerous. There are multiple fractures, and surgery is necessary immediately. You need to go and pay the 200,000 yuan surgery deposit first. If you wait another half hour, the risk will double. 200,000? Su Jixia staggered back 2 steps. She only had a little over 30,000 yuan in her bank account. Where could she possibly raise so much money in such a short time? Xia, don't worry, I have 20,000 yuan here, take it first. Meng Yao saw Su Jixia's expression and knew that she didn't have enough money, so she immediately gave her all her belongings. Director Wang, could you perform the surgery on my brother first? Su Zhisha's voice was choked with sobs, her face full of pleading. Don't worry, we'll definitely raise the money. We'll figure something out right now. We won't owe the hospital a single penny, Meng Yao pleaded from the side. Director Wang pushed up his glasses, looking helpless. Miss Su, this is the hospital's policy, and I have no authority to change it. You'd better hurry up and raise the money. Su Zhisha felt bitter. She took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, and then called her aunt. Xia, you know your uncle lost money in business and now the family is heavily in debt. I really can't help you. Su Zhisha contacted all her relatives and friends, and even with the 30,000 yuan in her account, she only managed to raise 80,000 yuan, which was still far from enough. 20 minutes had passed, and Su Zhisha paced back and forth in the corridor, clutching the payment slip, tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly a familiar voice came, making Su Zhisha's heart tighten. School beauty Su, what a coincidence to run into you here. A man in a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses appeared beside Su Zhisha at some point. Xin Jiaming, what are you doing here? I came to the hospital to visit a patient and happened to overhear you on the phone. Did your brother get into trouble? Why didn't you ask me for money? Don't you consider me a friend? He said, pulling out a bank card with a reproachful look on his face. Xin Jiaming is a student at No. 1 high school and a classmate of Su Zhisha. He has been pursuing Su Zhisha recently, but Su Zhisha has clearly rejected him. Xin Jiaming is a typical rich second generation, a notorious playboy. Relying on his family's wealth and power, he has done a lot of things like bullying men and women, so Su Zhisha dislikes him very much. Su Zhisha hesitated and did not reach out to take the bank card, knowing that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Xin Jiaming's eyes held a hint of amusement. What are you hesitating about? Afraid you won't be able to pay back the money? Seeing that Su Zhisha didn't say anything, he took another half step forward, lowered his voice, and made no attempt to hide his implication. Once you become my girlfriend, you naturally won't have to pay this money back. Su Zhisha's body stiffened instantly. Sure enough, she knew this money wouldn't be so easy to get. Pa! Shameless! Meng Yao, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and spat out a curse under her breath. Xin Jiaming ignored Meng Yao. Seeing that Su Zhisha did not refuse, he became even more demanding. Your brother is still a child. You, as his older sister, wouldn't be so heartless as to stand by and watch him die, would you? Xin Jiaming revealed a sinister smile. Xia cannot take his money. A few days ago, she drove a girl to jump off a building. The girl's mother went insane on the spot when she heard the news. Afraid that Su Zhisha would agree, Meng Yao quickly stepped forward and grabbed Su Zhisha's wrist, her eyes filled with urgency. Xia, I'll help you find a way. I'm sure we can borrow the money. Damn it, you bitch, why did you have to be so nosy? Xin Jiaming couldn't help but curse when Meng Yao kept trying to stop him. You scumbag, how could you happen to be at the hospital? I think this is most likely related to you. Meng Yao's unintentional remark completely enraged Xin Jiaming. I think you deserve a beating. Xin Jiaming slapped Meng Yao across the face. He hadn't expected his carefully laid plan to be exposed, and in his anger and embarrassment, he resorted to violence. What are you doing? Get out of here. I won't take a single penny from you. Su Zhisha rushed over to protect her best friend, her eyes filled with anger. Xin Jiaming sneered, let me tell you, if you don't take my money today, your brother can just wait to die. Believe it or not, with just one phone call, no hospital in Kanglan City will dare to perform surgery on your brother. You bastard. Seeing that the best time for surgery was about to be missed, and that someone was still causing trouble, Su Zhisha was so angry that she trembled all over. Suddenly, a cold male voice came from the end of the corridor, breaking the tense atmosphere. You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you own all the hospitals in Kanglan City? Immediately afterwards, a tall and handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked up to Su Zhisha, his gaze sweeping over Xin Jiaming with disdain. Jiang Bei, it's you? Your leg injury. She was a little surprised to see Jiang Bei. Go pay the surgery fee first, don't delay the treatment. Jiang Bei smiled slightly and put the bank card in his hand into Su Zhisha's hand. Su Zhisha had no time to spare. If she delayed any longer, her younger brother would be in danger. So she had no choice but to accept Jiang Bei's money. Thank you, I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. She glanced gratefully at Jiang Bei, then turned and ran towards the hospital payment counter. Although she had only just met Jiang Bei, her woman's intuition told her that Jiang Bei was different from Shen Jiaming. Seeing Su Zhixia turn and leave, Shen Jiaming's suppressed anger finally erupted. He meticulously planned to win over Su Zhixia. First, he had someone run over her brother with a car, then used this opportunity to get close to her and lend her money. If she couldn't repay the money, Su Zhixia would be at his mercy. But he didn't expect Jiang Bei to appear out of nowhere. When he saw that Jiang Bei was dressed plainly and his cultivation level was only that of a quasi-martial artist, he immediately felt relieved. He usually bullies men and women and does all sorts of bad things. He always targets ordinary people who have no power or influence because he is afraid of offending someone he can't afford to offend, which would bring disaster upon himself. Shen Jiaming's eyes were full of disdain as he sneered, "Trying to steal my woman? Don't you know your own limitations?" He pointed at Jiang Bei, his tone hardening. "You, a mere quasi-martial artist, dare to challenge me? Today I'll show you the difference between us. The lowest level of martial arts is the first rank, and each rank is further divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. A quasi-martial artist is someone who has just entered the field and has not yet reached the first rank. The difference in strength between the two is still quite significant." Seeing the two on the verge of exchanging blows, Meng Yao couldn't help but feel worried for Jiang Bei. This handsome young man seemed like a nice guy, but his strength was a bit lacking. She knew Shen Jiaming's strength. He was ranked in the top 10 at number 1 high school, a solid first-level beginner martial artist, and his fist and movement techniques were both mastered. Let alone dealing with a quasi-martial artist, even a regular first-tier beginner martial artist wouldn't be a match for him. After all, there are very few martial artists at the first tier who can master both fist techniques and movement techniques. Furthermore, Shen Jiaming is a ruthless and vicious person. Several students from number 1 middle school have been injured by him, and now no one in the school dares to challenge him. Jiang Bei is probably going to have a tough time. If things get too bad, I'll go help him. I don't believe 2 people can't beat 1. Meng Yao made up her mind. Mind your own business, go to hell. Shen Jiaming finally couldn't hold back and made the first move. Chapter 3. Brother, this must be a misunderstanding. Shen Jiaming threw a punch at Jiang Bei. His fist technique was extremely fierce. He rarely encountered an opponent when sparring with others, so he did not take Jiang Bei seriously at all. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, even if you're a quasi-martial artist, I can beat you half to death with just 1 punch. Jiang Bei stared at the incoming fist without even lifting his eyelids, but the anger in his heart was spreading silently. He hated these scum of humanity the most. This bespectacled guy looks refined, but he acts so despicably. If we don't teach this scoundrel a lesson now, he'll become a scourge to humanity sooner or later. In my past life, I suffered a lot because I was too kind-hearted, but I won't do that in this life. Jiang Bei sneered and used the swift wind step at its perfect level. With a sway of his body, he easily dodged the punch coming at him. Then, he spun around and appeared behind Shen Jiaming like a ghost. His right fist suddenly slammed out, and a gust of wind made his clothes rustle. Jiang Bei's movements were too fast. Shen Jiaming had no time to react and felt as if his back had been hit hard by an iron hammer. Puff! Shen Jiaming coughed up a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How could a quasi-martial artist move so fast? He felt his heart pounding violently, and even his breathing became rapid. His eyes looked at the other person with disbelief. Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation level? He had fought opponents at the quasi-martial artist level before, but the strength displayed by the person in front of him was far beyond that of a quasi-martial artist. As Jiang Bei drew closer, Shen Jiaming's pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously took half a step back, forcing out a smile that looked more like a grimace. Wait a minute. Brother, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Brother? You dare call yourself that? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Bei unleashed a sweeping kick. Boom! Shen Jiaming felt a tremendous force strike him, and he was sent flying backward uncontrollably, his back slamming hard against the wall. Snap! Shen Jiaming could clearly feel that several of his ribs were broken. It's a misunderstanding. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. He lay on the ground, trembling with fear. Misunderstand? Without hesitation, Jiang Bei raised his foot and stomped hard on Shen Jiaming's shin. Snap! Shen Jiaming's calf immediately took on a bizarre angle, and he fainted on the spot without even letting out a scream. Holy crap! Meng Yao, who was watching the commotion from the sidelines, was startled. That's really ruthless. Is he really a quasi-martial artist? Why is his movement so fast and his punches so fierce? How could Xinjiaming, a beginner-level first-tier martial artist, be defeated so easily? A series of questions filled Meng Yao's mind. All of this was beyond her comprehension. At that moment, a crowd gathered in the hospital lobby to watch the spectacle. That was ruthless. The one on the ground is probably ruined. This young man is very fast. How old is he? He looks like a high school student. The onlookers were chattering amongst themselves, while a middle-aged man in the crowd was carefully scrutinizing Zhang Bei. As the headmaster of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Kanglan City and a fourth-level advanced martial artist, Xiao Taizhan could see very clearly that Zhang Bei's fist techniques and body movements had already reached a perfect state. For someone who is only at the quasi-martial artist level, the idea of cultivating martial arts to the point of perfection is all too clear to him. Genius, an absolute genius. Of all the students he had ever seen, even among second-tier martial artists, only a handful had mastered all their martial arts techniques to perfection. If such a genius could be recruited into their martial arts school, the school's reputation would surely surpass that of their old rival, the Dragon Soaring Martial Arts School. Xiao Taizhan thought to himself, I must find an opportunity to get to know this genius young man. I just don't know if he has joined the martial arts school yet. At this moment, Zhang Bei was completely unaware that a fourth-level advanced martial artist in the crowd was eyeing him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for severely injuring your opponent Xinjiaming. You have gained 500 system points. Zhang Bei was in high spirits after getting his points. He glanced at the system screen and saw that he had a total of 600 points left. Movement techniques, fist techniques, and spear techniques cannot be improved for the time being. The only things that can be improved now are health and spirit. Increasing your chi and blood can raise your martial arts level. Once your chi and blood reach 200, you can directly break through to the first stage. Mental strength is even more difficult to improve because cultivation methods for mental strength are extremely rare. The system allocated all my points to spirit. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have consumed 600 points, increasing your mental strength to 200 points. Zhang Bei felt that his senses had become much sharper, and he could clearly see the surrounding situation even with his eyes closed. The wonders of mental power should extend beyond these. He'll study them slowly later. Also, he still hasn't figured out what exactly the martial god's divine body talent is. Su Zhixia rushed back as soon as he finished paying the surgery fee. He knew that Xinjiaming was a narrow-minded person and would definitely not let Zhang Bei off easily. Zhang Bei's injuries are severe. He can barely stand. What if he gets hurt again while doing this for her? Not good. Seeing a group of people gathered together, chattering and discussing, she knew something was wrong. Something must have happened. Make way. Su Zhixia quickly squeezed into the crowd. Zhang Bei, are you alright? The sight before her eyes caused Su Zhixia's pupils to shrink sharply, and she involuntarily stopped in her tracks. Xinjiaming lay motionless on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. Xinjiaming's clothes were tattered, and blood was still hanging from the corner of his mouth. His calf was at an odd angle, clearly indicating that he had suffered a serious injury. What's going on? She asked, a little confused. Meng Yao, what happened? Who beat Xinjiaming up like this? Su Zhixia grabbed Meng Yao, who was in a daze, and asked. Who else could it be but Zhang Bei? Meng Yao finally recovered. Xia, when did you meet such an amazing and handsome guy? Could you introduce me to him? Meng Yao asked with admiration. Taken from Zhang Bei? Impossible. Others may not know, but she does. Just an hour ago, she checked Zhang Bei's injuries. He was so badly injured that he could barely walk, let alone fight. How could someone recover so quickly? That's nonsense. Did he take some kind of forbidden drug to temporarily boost his combat power in order to help me? This kind of banned drug has serious side effects. It might prevent one from ever improving their cultivation level again in this lifetime. We've only just met, why is he treating me like this? Zhang Bei, your injury, why? Su Zhixia's tears fell down her cheeks. Why are you crying? My injury is all healed. Zhang Bei looked completely bewildered. All better? How is that possible? I'll explain this in more detail when I have time. Zhang Bei said vaguely. Yes, Xinjiaming is a narrow-minded person. He will definitely retaliate against you. I heard that his cousin Zhang Yang has already reached the intermediate level of the first rank. You have to be careful. Su Zhixia was not dwelling on Zhang Bei's injuries, but was reminding him with concern. Zhang Yan? Lin Shuyue's new boyfriend? It can't be such a coincidence. Jiang Bei thought for a moment, but didn't pay much attention. It's okay, don't worry. Everyone, disperse, there's nothing to see here, Jiang Bei frowned as he saw the crowd growing larger. He bent down and grabbed one of Shen Jiaming's legs, walking towards the elevator. His body dragged on the floor, scraping against the tiles and leaving a trail of blood. You're lucky you survived. If this happened in the wild, it would have killed you. A few hours later. Hiss. It hurts. Where am I? Why does it feel so eerie? In a daze, Shen Jiaming saw the words more glowing, which made him shudder. Fuck you, you damn Jiang Bei. Shen Jiaming gritted his teeth in anger. He subconsciously reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and as the screen lit up, his finger swiped rapidly through the contacts, quickly stopping at the number labeled Zhang Yang. Shen Jiaming, cousin, I've been beaten up. Can you come pick me up? Zhang Yang, who did this? Where are you? I'm coming right now. Shen Jiaming, I'm in the morgue of the first hospital. Zhang Yang. Chapter 4 Underground Boxing Matches. Outside the operating room, Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia sat on chairs in the corridor. My parents died when my younger brother was very young, and I raised him. I can't lose him, she said hoarsely, her shoulders trembling slightly. Don't worry, your brother will be fine. Jiang Bei patted Su Zhixia's head and sighed inwardly. The peerless sword genius who was admired by everyone in the previous life seemed so helpless at this moment. Click. The red light indicating in surgery went out, and a doctor in a white coat pushed open the door and walked out of the operating room. Su Zhixia and Jiang Bei hurriedly went to greet them. Miss Su, the surgery was a success, and the patient has passed the critical period. Call. Su Zhixia finally felt relieved. Thank you, doctor, for saving my brother's life. She said this, then turned to look at Jiang Bei. I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you. It's fine. If I can't pay back the money, you'll have to help me with physical rehabilitation therapy every day from now on. Your injuries are all healed, why are you still doing rehabilitation treatment? Su Zhixia's fair neck turned bright red. The following day, at Kanglan City No. 3 High School. As soon as Jiang Bei entered the school, he ran into Lin Shuyue. Jiang Bei, your injury healed so quickly? Lin Shuyue asked in surprise. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Bei sneered inwardly, not intending to say anything more to Lin Shuyue. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard a strange, sarcastic voice. What? Are the two of them catching up? A tall boy with short, light brown hair walked over from a distance, followed by a blonde-haired boy wearing a trendy hoodie and ripped jeans. Zhang Yang, don't misunderstand, I just happened to run into him and said hello. I have nothing to do with him anymore, Lin Shuyue quickly explained. Jiang Bei, Lin Shuyue is my girlfriend now. You should stay away from her from now on. Zhang Yang said arrogantly, with a smug look on his face. He had long coveted Lin Shuyue, but he felt jealous and resentful because she was always with Jiang Bei. This time, Lin Shuyue's father lost money in business and needed the Zhang family's help. Coincidentally, Jiang Bei was still recovering from serious injuries, so he took the opportunity to get what he wanted. Furthermore, he learned yesterday that the person who injured his cousin Shen Jiaming was Jiang Bei, and he wondered why Jiang Bei's injury healed so quickly. Therefore, he deliberately came to test him today. What you two have to do with me, Jiang Bei said, too lazy to pay attention to the two of them, and wanted to leave. Trying to leave? Zhang Yang's eyes flashed, and he quickly gave a wink to the blonde-haired guy beside him. You think you can just let this go after injuring my cousin? Today, we must settle both old and new scores. Stop. Suddenly, the blonde-haired boy walked over and blocked Jiang Bei's way. Jiang Bei, I heard your talent was taken away? Oh my, it's really a blessing from heaven. You used to bully me all the time. Now you're getting your comeuppance. Who are you? A good dog doesn't block the way. Jiang Bei knew very well that this person had come to test his strength. Jiang Bei, how dare you be so arrogant? I'm telling you, I'm here today to challenge you. The blonde-haired guy stuck out his thumb and pointed to the ground, his face full of disdain. Challenge me? There's an unwritten rule in high school: if two people have a grudge, one can issue a challenge, and if the other doesn't dare to accept, they'll be ridiculed by the entire school. At that moment, many students passing by heard Xiao Huangmao challenge Jiang Bei, and a group of onlookers immediately gathered around. Shameless. The other person's injury hasn't even healed yet. Does Jiang Bei dare to accept the challenge? What's there to be afraid of? Both of them are quasi-martial artists, it's not certain who will lose. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Jiang Bei appeared disdainful on the surface, but was secretly delighted, knowing he was about to earn more points. Jiang Bei, stop pretending. Just tell me if you dare or not, right? If you don't dare, then later. Before the blonde-haired guy could finish speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his face. I'll grant your wish. Ah. The blonde-haired boy's face swelled up instantly, and he grimaced in pain. He looked down and spat out 2 front teeth mixed with blood and foam. Ouch, my teeth. When he opened his mouth, his front teeth were missing, and his speech became distorted. You dare to ambush me. His voice was indistinct and tinged with sobs. Jiang Bei glared at him, startling him so much that he quickly hid behind Zhang Yang, his voice trembling. Big brother, protect me. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponent and gaining 300 points. Jiang Bei was secretly delighted some idiot had come to give him points first thing in the morning. Ha, what a piece of trash, daring to challenge someone like that. This is so embarrassing. The surrounding laughter made Zhang Yang's face turn black. He never expected that Jiang Bei would lose his talent and be recovering from serious injuries, yet the little blonde hair was powerless to fight back. What a useless piece of trash, he cursed inwardly. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, and a plan immediately came to mind. He wanted to completely resolve the troublesome situation in Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei, do you dare to play a big game with me? Sure, how would you like to play? Jiang Bei is currently short of points, otherwise he really wouldn't bother with this idiot. Zhang Yang sneered, do you dare to fight me? The kind where you're responsible for your own death or injury. This Sunday night at 8 p.m., at the boxing gym on the basement floor of the Golden Dragon Hotel, do you dare to come? The basement level of the Jinlong Hotel. Jiang Bei felt this place was strangely familiar. He thought back carefully and suddenly remembered that there was indeed an underground boxing arena in his previous life. The chaos of the myriad races that broke out in Kanglan City later seemed to be related to this underground boxing arena. He remembered that after the military quelled the unrest, they discovered that the underground boxing gym was a hideout for all races. Damn it, could this Zhang Yang be connected to the myriad races? Otherwise, how would he know people from the underground boxing gym? This is a good opportunity to investigate. Okay, I promise you. Jiang Bei replied without hesitation. After saying that, he ignored Zhang Yang and the blonde-haired boy and turned to leave. Their conversation had already attracted the attention of many onlookers. Now, seeing Jiang Bei readily accept the challenge, the crowd stirred. These two are really going too far. This is an underground boxing match where anyone is responsible for their own injuries or deaths, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Sunday evening, the basement of the Golden Dragon Hotel. Shall we go check it out? We absolutely have to go. This kind of excitement is rare, let's spread the word quickly. The onlookers became increasingly excited as they talked, with many pulling out their phones to call their friends and family, clearly regarding this unexpected boxing match as the most anticipated event of the weekend. Boss, aren't there underground boxing matches every day? Why do we have to wait until Sunday? Xiao Huang wished Zhang Yang could avenge him immediately. What's the rush? Can't you even wait 2 days? He gave a sinister smile. On Sunday. I'll prepare a surprise for him. Jiang Bei returned to the classroom, his mind replaying the information about the underground boxing gym. He felt that Zhang Yang was up to something. As I was deep in thought, a familiar voice came from the side. Xiao Bei, what did you say to Zhang Yang and the others just now? I see a lot of people gathered outside. Jiang Bei looked up and saw Chen Tianhao approaching. Chen Tianhao was his childhood friend, straightforward and always eager to find out more. Jiang Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his voice to ask, Tianhao, have you heard of the underground boxing tournament on the basement floor of the Golden Dragon Hotel? Of course I know. Chen Tianhao immediately perked up. I even went to join the fun last week. Why are you suddenly asking this? Are there matches every day over there? It happens almost every night, and every show is packed. Every day? If there are matches every day, why did Zhang Yang specifically schedule it for Sunday? This is no coincidence. Jiang Bei is almost certain that Zhang Yang must have some connection with the myriad races. He simply couldn't determine whether the other party was being used without realizing it, or had already become a pawn of all races. There is definitely something wrong on Sunday. Chapter 5, Bet on Me to Win, Don't Say I Didn't Give You a Chance. As evening falls, streetlights illuminate the streets, insects swarm around their glow, neon lights flicker in the alleys, and night envelopes the city. Inside the living room of a home in Zhongbei. He just added all 300 points to his mental strength, and now his mental strength has reached 270 points. At this moment, with his eyes closed, the surrounding environment appeared clearly in his mind, as clear as a 360-degree image. After the skill point allocation, he discovered a new ability. His mental power could not only control objects to fly, but also directly attack the enemy's mind. At that moment, an invisible hand picked up the teapot on the table, tilted the spout, and poured the fragrant tea into the cup. Then, the teacup automatically floated up and steadily flew into Zhongbei's hands. Zhongbei was in a great mood after taking a sip of tea. He walked to the window, wanting to open it to let in some fresh air, when a small bird flew by in the distance. With a thought, Zhongbei unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy. The bird in flight suddenly froze, plummeting straight toward the ground. Just as it was about to hit the ground, an invisible hand caught the falling bird and gently placed it on the ground. After a long time, the little bird, as if it had drunk too much, stood up unsteadily, flapped its wings and tried to take off. After several attempts, it finally flew wobbly to a big tree. Zhongbei nodded in satisfaction. The powerful mental strength was a top-tier killing move. It can not only control throwing knives, poison needles and other hidden weapons as easily as using one's own arm, but also allow the blades to break through physical distance limitations and accurately lock the throat and pierce the chest. It can even transform into an invisible blade, silently invading the enemy's consciousness, disturbing their mind, and causing them to briefly fall into a state of mental confusion and loss of control over their limbs. This ability to launch long-range attacks in psychological warfare is simply an excellent means of killing, robbing, and defeating the enemy. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 7:40. Time to go out. Zhongbei went to the bathroom, dressed up in front of the mirror, and soon he transformed from a handsome young man into a middle-aged man with a full beard. He then changed into a dusty old jacket, then put on a pair of faded work pants, and slipped on frayed leather shoes. He looked at himself closely in the mirror and thought, damn, I don't even recognize myself anymore. The basement level of Jinlong Hotel in Kanglan City. The stadium, converted from an underground parking lot, was filled with the smell of tobacco and alcohol, creating a stifling and oppressive atmosphere. The dim lights barely illuminated a boxing ring in the middle of the arena. The seats around us were now full, and the rude shouts were deafening. Beat him to a pulp. I bet 5,000 yuan, the guy in red pants on the left wins. Hurry up and place your bets, the next match is about to start. In a corner of the stadium, a middle-aged man wearing a gray jacket and with a full beard was looking around. That's right, this middle-aged man is Zhongbei in disguise. His purpose in coming here was to learn about the situation beforehand and see if he could discover any clues about the myriad races. Are you alone, sir? Would you like me to have a drink with you? A woman with long, wavy brown hair and a pretty face appeared beside Zhongbei at some point. Her eyes were glazed with intoxication, her figure was stunning, and a patch of snow-white skin beneath her neck was particularly striking. Give this lady a beer. Zhongbei waved towards the bar. He pointed to the empty seat next to him, indicating that the woman could sit down. My name is Xiao Taohong. Uncle, is this your first time here? She took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and skillfully exhaled a series of smoke rings. The boxers here are divided into two levels, quasi-martial artists and first-level martial artists. The match on stage right now is a contest between near martial artists. Uncle, which contestant do you think is the best? I'll place a bet for you. A bunny girl waitress approached from a distance carrying a tray. Sir, here is your beer. When Zhongbei turned his head and his gaze swept across the bunny girl's face, he froze. Su Jixia? What's she doing here as a waitress? Zhongbei was slightly taken aback, but Xiao Taohong immediately saw through his act. Uncle, you're drooling. Don't scare the young lady. Su Jixia awkwardly put down her beer and turned to leave. Xiao Taohong picked up her beer, tilted her head back and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. When she put down the glass, she gently licked the foam off her red lips with the tip of her tongue. That alluring expression was enough to move few men. Uncle, am I not pretty? It looks good. Zhongbei replied to Xiao Taohong, but secretly he was making plans in his mind. This place is too dangerous, I have to warn her. Uncle, do you want to place a bet? Seeing that Zhongbei was distracted, Xiao Taohong asked the question she cared about most. Ahem. I don't like gambling, Jiang Bei said, adjusting his mood. Don't like gambling? Then what are you doing here? Xiao Taohong looked Jiang Bei up and down again with curiosity. I like to take the field myself. You wouldn't understand the thrill of taking down my opponent. Jiang Bei smiled. Uncle, are you serious? The competitions here are all about taking responsibility for your own injuries and deaths. She was somewhat surprised. When Jiang Bei arrived at the bar, he didn't find anything unusual, but he suddenly realized something. Weren't the contestants on stage walking points? If he goes up and takes down a few people, he'll make a fortune. Can the audience take on the challenge? Of course, I can arrange it for you. Xiao Taohong winked at Jiang Bei. The match on stage has ended, and the victor has stepped down to rest. A group of bunny girls are dancing energetically in the boxing ring to cheer on the team. Uncle, are you sure you want to go on stage and take on the challenge? After Jiang Bei nodded in confirmation, she waved to a nearby waiter and whispered a few words in his ear. The waiter turned and left, glancing at Jiang Bei as he went. Soon after, the bunny girls who had been cheering in the boxing ring left the stage, and the host came on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next match will be a spectator at the quasi-martial artist level challenging our champion today, Zhang Qing, the Crimson Tiger. Please welcome this audience member to the stage. Uncle, you asked me to make these arrangements, so don't blame me if you get hurt later. Little Peach Blossom gave him a charming smile, pointed to the arena, and indicated that he could go up. Jiang Bei leaned down gently and whispered in Xiao Taohong's ear, remember, bet on me to win. Don't say I didn't warn you. The confidence in his expression gave Xiao Taohong a jolt. For some reason, even though she didn't think much of the middle-aged man in front of her, she inexplicably bet 50,000 yuan. At this moment, Zhang Qing, the Crimson Tiger, and Jiang Bei had already stepped onto the arena. Zhang Qing had a well-proportioned figure, wore red athletic shorts, was shirtless, and had a tiger tattooed on his back. The host held a blood and qi testing device and gently pressed the switch on Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei's blood and qi value was immediately displayed on the large screen above the arena. The challenger, an audience member, has 120 health points and is at the quasi-martial artist level. The defending champion, Zhang Qing, has 195 qi and blood, and is at the quasi-martial artist level. Test complete. Both players are at the quasi-martial artist level. Please place your bets as soon as possible. The match will begin immediately. After saying this, the host signaled for both sides to prepare. Is this uncle any good? Although he is a quasi-martial artist, his health points are only 120. I'm definitely betting on Crimson Tiger. He's young, has real combat experience, and high health. Yeah, only a fool would bet on this old man. He looks like an ogo. At this moment, the audience below the stage placed their bets one after another, but surprisingly not many people bet on Jiang Bei to win. The odds for Jiang Bei have risen to 1:5. Xiao Taohong also regretted it a little. Am I crazy? I actually bet 50,000 yuan on uncle to win? The competition begins, the host shouted, and the entire venue erupted in cheers. Red Flame Tiger, kill this old man. We need to win money. Chapter 6 Mutation. Uncle, I won't hold back, Zhang Qing said with a strange laugh. As he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from his entire body. Kill him. Go. Take him down. An excited cheer immediately erupted from the audience. Bang. Before Zhang Qing could even see what was happening, he felt a hard kick to his stomach, causing his body to involuntarily bend into an arc. Then, he was struck directly in the face by an iron knee. Zhang Qing instantly lost consciousness and fell backward onto the ring, unconscious. The audience fell silent, everyone completely bewildered. They had no idea what had happened. How is that possible? Quick, get me the video recording. I want to see what happened. The host had just stepped off the stage when he realized the competition was over, and he immediately wanted to watch the replay. Zhang Qing lost? How is that possible? Damn it, what a piece of trash. My money. Don't talk, look at the big screen. The large screen above the ring started playing the recording of the match, in slow motion. Holy crap, that was a really hard kick. That iron knee attack was the most lethal. It's over, I've lost all my money. Ahaha, uncle won. I bet right and I'm rich. Xiao Taohong stared blankly at the uncle on the stage, her heart filled with joy and surprise. 50,000 yuan turned into 250,000 yuan in such a short time? I never would have guessed this uncle was my lucky charm. Uncle, let me treat you well tonight. Xiao Taohong waved to Jiang Bei with great charm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponent and gaining 300 points. The opponent's level is too low, and the points are a bit low. Jiang Bei is very dissatisfied. He turned to the host and asked, are there any opponents of a higher level? First tier would be best. What, you want to take on a challenge beyond your level? The host also became interested. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called for help. A moment later, a tall, burly man with short hair and a scar on his left cheek walked out of the players' lounge. Nickname, Blood Butcher, a mid-level first-tier martial artist, how about it? Do you dare to accept the challenge? The host asked, pointing at the burly man. Sure. Jiang Bei agreed without hesitation. The large screen above the arena flickered again. The defending champion, a spectator, has 120 health points and is at the quasi-martial artist level. Challenger Bloodslaughter, with 730 HP, is at the intermediate level of Tier 1. Holy crap, is this guy crazy? His health and mana are so much lower, how dare he accept the challenge? That's Blood Butcher, uncle's finished this time. Ha, even though I bet on you to win money earlier, I'm not optimistic about you this time. Please place your bets as soon as possible, the match is about to start. Xiao Taohong was also struggling internally, wondering whether to bet on the old man to win. Others might not know, but as a semi-insider at this underground boxing gym, she was very familiar with Blood Butcher's strength. He has won all 21 matches since his debut, severely injuring his opponents 10 times and killing them twice. His cruel methods and tyrannical personality earned him the nickname Blood Butcher. She gritted her teeth and took out 250,000 yuan, saying, Uncle, I'll trust you one more time. We're going to win anyway, so it doesn't matter if we lose this time. She herself couldn't explain why she bet on the old man to win when she knew Blood Butcher's strength. Maybe it was just a gambler's intuition. The match begins. At the host's command, the entire audience fell silent. Xuetu glanced at Jiang Bei with disdain and beckoned to him. Don't say I'm bullying you, I'll let you attack first. Feeling the oppressive aura and powerful energy emanating from the other party, Jiang Bei couldn't help but take it seriously. This is the strongest opponent he has ever faced. Jiang Bei decided to use this opponent to test his limits. Jiang Bei wanted to test the difference in strength between himself and a mid-level first-tier martial artist. He rushed forward and unleashed the Vajra fist technique at its peak. A loud bang filled the air. The force of that punch seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth. Boom! Their fists collided, and Blood Butcher did not dodge, but chose to meet the attack head-on. Jiang Bei was so shocked that he took a few steps back and almost lost his footing, while Xuetu only took 2 steps back and regained his balance. Clearly, Jiang Bei's strength is somewhat inferior to that of Xuetu. Shaking his arm, which was numb from the shock, Jiang Bei felt a surge of excitement. This was the kind of opponent he needed to take seriously. Since he was outmatched in strength, Jiang Bei decided to use his agility to win. He immediately adjusted his tactics, unleashing the perfected swift wind step, and began to launch a fierce attack on Xuetu. Trying to win with your agility? Your agility is indeed fast, but unfortunately it can't break through my defense. With a roar, Blood Butcher's body sprouted thick armor, a testament to his earth elemental talent, armor of the earth. Although Jiang Bei's Vajra fist had reached perfection, the difference in his chi and blood made it impossible for him to unleash its full power. This resulted in insufficient attack power. His fists struck Blood Butcher's armor and were bounced back, unable to break through the opponent's defense. Ha ha ha, uncle's done for. If we can't even break through their defenses, what's the point of fighting? Thank goodness, this time I bet on Blood Butcher to win. Little Peach Blossom was also dispirited at this moment. The difference in strength between Uncle and Blood Butcher is too great. How can we win? Uncle, you can't lose. I'm counting on you to make my fortune. Jiang Bei now knew his weakness, insufficient attack power. This weakness wasn't apparent when dealing with newbies, but it became glaringly obvious when facing an opponent like Xuetu. Let's try our trump card then, Jiang Bei thought to himself. His almost tangible spiritual power surged forth, directly passing through the earth armor and entering Blood Butcher's spiritual world. Ah! Blood Butcher suddenly clutched his head and screamed in agony. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes rolled back, and blood was flowing from his ears. In an instant, Blood Butcher's earth armor shattered inch by inch, and his spirit was severely damaged, making it impossible for him to maintain his innate skill. What kind of tricks are you using? Blood Butcher asked Zhang Bei, clutching his head in pain. This is my talent. Zhang Bei didn't tell the truth because there are very few human martial artists who can use mental attacks. He had only seen one in his previous life. Therefore, as a trump card, he did not intend to let anyone know about it easily. I've already broken through your innate armor. Use whatever other tricks you have up your sleeve, or you'll miss your chance. Don't be so arrogant, you forced me to do this, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Blood Butcher's eyes were bloodshot, he was obviously out of control. Blood Butcher's body suddenly underwent a mutation. His limbs became abnormally thick, and his palms and soles grew nails like steel hooks. His muscles bulged all over his body, and black mist faintly rose from the surface of his skin. A sinister aura emanated from Blood Butcher, sending chills down one's spine. Zhang Bei's pupils trembled violently. This was the aura of all races. There was something wrong with this Blood Butcher. He couldn't be allowed to fully unleash this power. Sure enough, this underground boxing gym is the hideout of all races. As Xuetu's aura grew stronger, Zhang Bei realized that he was powerless to stop him. What should we do? If this continues, something terrible is going to happen here today. Chapter 7: The Big Fish. The black aura surrounding Blood Butcher grew thicker and thicker, and it seemed he was about to unleash an even more terrifying power. How dare you? You want to ruin my plans? A deep, sinister voice suddenly echoed in Blood Butcher's mind. Blood Butcher's body stiffened, his pupils shrank, and his face showed a mixture of respect and fear. My lord, I lost my temper. The black aura around him began to slowly dissipate, his limbs returned to normal, and the terrifying power that had once made people tremble disappeared without a trace. Have the auras of all races vanished? Zhang Bei's heart skipped a beat. Just a moment ago, the hairs on his body stood on end. His powerful mental strength made his perception far beyond that of ordinary people. That was a threat of death. This is what it feels like to be locked onto by the powerful myriad races in your past life. Although he didn't know why Blood Butcher suddenly stopped his mutation, he got the answer he wanted. Zhang Bei was trembling all over, not from fear but from excitement. He was certain that the underground boxing gym was connected to all races, and that a big fish was hiding there. I don't want to kill anyone today, so you'd better admit defeat. Blood Butcher said impatiently and irritably, looking somewhat tired. Zhang Bei took a half step back, pretending to be frightened, but taking advantage of Xuetu's relaxation, he secretly released a powerful mental force to attack Xuetu's consciousness. Ah! Blood Butcher let out a scream, his head feeling like it had been hit with a hammer, and he fell into a brief state of confusion. Seeing his chance, Zhang Bei quickly closed in and punched Blood Butcher squarely in the Adam's apple. Click! Blood Butcher's neck and spine were dislocated by the blow, and he felt dizzy. Plop! His tall body collapsed onto the ring, convulsed, and then lay motionless. Holy crap, the uncle won again. How is this possible? Blood Butcher is a mid-level first-tier martial artist. That piece of trash, Blood Butcher, made me lose money. A commotion erupted in the crowd. Those who had won shouted with excitement, while those who had lost hung their heads in dejection. They were completely unaware that they had just brushed past death. Uncle, you're amazing. You're my lucky charm. Little Peach Blossom was incredibly excited, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhang Bei. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the enemy Blood Butcher and gaining 800 points. We can't alert them any further, Zhang Bei suddenly said, pointing at the host. Looks like you don't have any real experts here. Forget it, let's not fight today. After saying that, he jumped off the stage and disappeared into the noisy crowd. Late at night, Su Zhixia was walking alone on a quiet path home. A night breeze blew by, and she instinctively hugged her arms tightly. Beautiful lady, aren't you lonely? Want me to keep you company? A figure immediately blocked her way. Su Zhixia was startled by the sudden situation, but when she saw the person's face clearly, her tense expression instantly relaxed, and she immediately revealed a sweet smile. Zhang Bei? You scared me to death. She patted her chest lightly, her tone tinged with a hint of coquettishness. What are you doing here? Playing tricks. I saw you at the underground boxing ring of the Golden Dragon Hotel today. Why are you working in a place like that? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable weight. You saw me? Su Zhixia's smile was a little stiff. I want to pay you back as soon as possible. My brother needs a lot of money for his rehabilitation treatment, and you can earn more money there. Zhang Bei felt a pang of pity when he saw her like this. That kind of place isn't suitable for you. But I can't always owe you that. Jiang Bei thought for a moment and said, you can come and cook for me after school, and the wages will be deducted from the money you owe me. Physical rehabilitation therapy is also part of the job. My leg isn't fully healed yet, so you have to take full responsibility for it. You're lying. Her eyes held a hint of reproach, yet also a touch of embarrassment. Your leg is already healed, so there's no need for me to take responsibility. It's really not better yet. Jiang Bei pretended to be stupid and deliberately moved his right leg. Boss, how will my wages be calculated? You can't deduct my wages just because it's to pay off a debt. How could she not understand that Jiang Bei was clearly afraid she wouldn't accept his help, which was why he went through such a roundabout way? Let's go, I'll take you home. After Jiang Bei took Su Zhixia home, he immediately rushed back to his own home and went straight into his cultivation room as soon as he entered. After today's battle with Blood Butcher, Jiang Bei realized the importance of health points and urgently needed to improve his strength. Name, Jiang Bei. Points, 1,100. Martial arts level, quasi-martial artist. Chi and blood value, 120 plus. The system has given me some points. My health and mana are now maxed out. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have consumed 1,100 points, increasing your health to 390 points. Jiang Bei felt an itch all over his bones, and crackling sounds rang out all around him. Then, his blood and chi began to surge, and his aura continued to rise. Congratulations, host, your martial arts level has been upgraded to Tier 1, Beginner. A chi and blood value below 200 points indicates the quasi-martial artist realm, while 200-500 points indicates the initial stage of the first rank. Jiang Bei got up and stretched his limbs, feeling that every cell in his body was incredibly active. He unleashed the swift wind step, a movement technique at its peak, increasing his speed by at least 15% with a casual flick of his wrist. He unleashed the Vajra fist, the wind whistling through the air, its power also greatly amplified. Sure enough, with the increase in chi and blood, the power of martial arts techniques became even greater. Jiang Bei nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the cultivation room. The next day, in the city lord's mansion of Kanglin City, Lin Wanqing, the daughter of the city lord Lin Tiannan, was sitting on the sofa chatting on her phone. Wu Qianshan, Wanqing, today is my birthday, you absolutely have to come. Lin Wanqing, of course, you're my best friend. Wu Qianshan, my birthday party was held at the Golden Dragon Hotel. Lin Wanqing, okay, no problem. Lin Wanqing put down her phone, went into the dressing room, picked out a dress that she rarely wore, and changed into a pair of pink leather shoes. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her tall figure and delicate features exuded youthful vitality. It was getting dark outside. She secretly slipped out of the city lord's mansion, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Golden Dragon Hotel. The basement level of the Golden Dragon Hotel. Excited shouts mingled with energetic music, neon lights flashed incessantly, and the air was thick with the smells of smoke, alcohol, and hormones. Jiang Bei, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. Zhang Yang provocatively waved his fist. What, you think I'm afraid of you? I don't understand how someone like you, who has no talent in martial arts, can compete with me. Lin Shuyue looked at Jiang Bei with disdain and said, Zhang Yang has higher aptitude than you and is richer than you. He eats nourishing medicines for chi and blood like snacks every day, and he has even awakened the A-level talent Titan power. What will you use to win? Zhang Yang recently broke through to the intermediate level of the first tier, with a health value of 500, while you were only a quasi-martial artist with a health value of 120 a few days ago. Even if you use tricks, you are no match for him. The blonde-haired guy also came over and spat at Jiang Bei. Boss, beat him up hard, don't hold back. Chen Tianhao and several classmates who had come to cheer for Jiang Bei immediately became unhappy. Jiang Bei, kill him in a minute. Not far from the stage, Xiao Taohan looked at Jiang Bei on the stage and always felt a sense of familiarity. Strange, it's clearly the first time I've met him, but I have a feeling of familiarity with him. Could it be a woman's intuition? The match begins. At the host's signal, cheers erupted in the stadium. Boom! The moment the battle began, Zhang Yang immediately unleashed his martial skill, Savage Charge. He was incredibly fast, leaving only a blur in his wake. Extreme speed can unleash unparalleled power with just one strike. Jiang Bei could be smashed to pieces. Chapter 8: Sacrificing the Blood Puppet. Zhang Yang's attack was so fast that the audience below the stage didn't even have time to react. However, Jiang Bei saw it all clearly. His aura suddenly erupted, and he instantly used the swift wind step. Although Zhang Yang's level is only intermediate first rank, his movement technique is only at the proficient level, while Zhang Bei's movement technique has long since reached the perfect level. You're not quite there yet when it comes to speed. Just as Zhang Yang was about to succeed, Zhang Bei suddenly disappeared. He looked around for Zhang Bei's figure. Watch out, there's someone behind you, the blonde-haired guy warned from below the stage. It's too late. Zhang Yang felt a large hand grab his head. Boom! A tremendous force slammed his head hard onto the arena floor, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Zhang Yang felt his vision go black and immediately fainted. Holy crap, that's it? This is so bad, the time they spent playing was less than the time they spent bragging. The audience below the stage burst into laughter and insults. Big brother, you still call me a good-for-nothing, but you're not much better than me. The blonde-haired guy had mixed feelings at the moment. Impossible. Wasn't Jiang Bei crippled? How could it become so strong? Lin Shuyue couldn't believe what she was seeing. Is he lying to me? He wasn't injured at all? Lin Shuyue was completely baffled and even began to doubt her own judgment, wondering, did I make the wrong choice? No, I can't be wrong. Lin Shuyue was starting to question the meaning of life. A taxi stopped in front of the Jinlong Hotel. Lin Wanqing got out of the taxi and walked into the hotel lobby. Are you Ms. Lin Wanqing? The hotel waiter greeted her respectfully. Lin Wanqing nodded gently. Miss Wu Chanxian is waiting for you. Please come with me. The waiter led Lin Wanqing to the underground boxing arena on the first basement floor. Looking at the crowded and chaotic competition venue, Lin Wanqing frowned. Where is Chanxian? She turned around and found that the waiter had disappeared. She sensed something was wrong and tried to turn around and leave, but it was too late. The doors to the underground arena had been closed the moment she entered. Miss Lin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A tall, burly man with a bandage around his neck appeared at the door. This man was none other than Blood Butcher. You know me? Who are you? Even a fool could see that something was wrong at this point. Who doesn't know the precious daughter of City Lord Lin? Blood Butcher sneered. Since you know me, how dare you be so insolent? Aren't you afraid my father will chop off your head? Lin Wanqing took 2 steps back, trying to appear calm. Ha ha ha. Miss Lin, you're the one we've been looking for. City Lord Lin is indeed very powerful, but guess why we're arresting you? Blood Butcher revealed a ferocious smile. You think you can use me against my father? You're dreaming. I'd rather die than let you have your way. Lin Wanqing looked furious, her body trembling slightly. Good, what a loving father and daughter. Once you've been refined into a blood puppet, I'll let you and your father have a heartfelt embrace. The power of the blood puppet's self-destruction is enough to pulverize City Lord Lin, a 7th-level martial artist. Ha ha ha. How about it, do you like it? Blood Butcher laughed hysterically. You're crazy. Lin Wanqing couldn't even imagine what was going to happen next. Miss Lin, don't be afraid. Everyone here will die for you. Their blood is the best nourishment for refining the blood puppet. After he finished speaking, he suddenly began to convulse, and streams of black energy emerged from his body. Metallic scales grew on his body, and he transformed into a ferocious and terrifying monster. The arena was in complete chaos as 3 humanoid monsters covered in scales emerged from the rest area. They kill anyone they see, their sharp claws easily tearing people to pieces. In just a short time, several people were seriously injured and collapsed on the ground. The blood flowing from the injured person quickly seeped into the floor and disappeared as soon as it touched it. Where did this monster come from? Run! A monster is killing people. Damn it, who closed the door? The mutated monster was shrouded in black mist, and its ferocious face was terrifying to behold. Everyone must die. Offer your blood. Miss Lin, be a good girl and don't resist. The more you struggle, the more painful it will be. Ha! The monster shrouded in black mist walked step by step toward Lin Wanqing. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air came first, and a flash of cold light, like a falling meteor, pierced through Blood Butcher's chest without any hindrance. It was a long spear. The spear sent Blood Butcher's body flying backward with a muffled thud, pinning him to the iron gate. A figure flashed by, and Zhang Bei raised his knife and brought it down, causing Shuetu's head to roll and blood to splatter. Impossible! Who are you? Blood Butcher's head, which had rolled to the ground, stared wide-eyed at Zhang Bei in disbelief. Your gun even has a... Are you that old man? Before he could finish a sentence, the black blood gushing from the severed neck blocked his throat. His horrified eyes gradually lost their luster, and his last breath dissipated completely into the air as the blood froth solidified. He raised his hand, drew his spear, and swung his arms in a wide arc, slamming it down on the gate with a deafening crash. The entire gate was shaken off its frame by the force and slammed heavily onto the ground some distance away. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the enemy mutant. You have earned 1,000 points. Ding! Source energy detected within the mutant's body. Martial God Divine Body talent activated. With your Martial God Body, you can cultivate martial arts techniques of all attributes. Martial God's Divine Body Heavenly Gate Aperture Activation Completion Rate, 2%. The Martial God's Divine Body is finally responding? It hadn't reacted at all after I obtained this talent. It turns out it needed to be activated. Zhang Bei was very excited. What was the system source energy? Source energy is a high-dimensional energy in the universe, and many powerful races can enhance their strength by absorbing source energy. The Martial God's Divine Body can absorb primal energy from the universe to open 8 hidden acupoints within the human body: Heavenly Gate Acupoint, Spring Acupoint, Reincarnation Acupoint, Breaking Army Acupoint, Barrier Acupoint, Illusionary Light Acupoint, Thunder Sound Acupoint, and Return to Tranquility Acupoint. He knew about the 8 great acupoints. It was a legendary and domineering physical technique. With all 8 acupoints activated, one's combat power was comparable to that of a god. Does energy source exist on Earth? I've never heard of it before. Energy does not exist on Earth. It exists only in higher dimensional universes. Currently, the host can only obtain energy from the bodies of beings from higher dimensions. It turns out that the Martial God's Divine Body requires high-dimensional energy to activate. No wonder all races can become so powerful their bodies can absorb source energy for cultivation. The gate is open. Run! The crowd surged outwards. But when they reached the door, they were all bounced back by an invisible force. What's going on? Why can't we get out? Holy crap, this place is sealed off by an array. We're doomed, we're dead. Zhang Bei, you have to protect me. Lin Shuiyue was terrified and grabbed Zhang Bei's arm tightly. Chapter 9 King Level. Zhang Bei didn't even glance at her, but raised his hand to shake off her arm and turned to Chen Tianhao and a group of students from number 3 middle school, saying, "Don't run around, stay behind me." The blonde-haired boy was also in the crowd, carrying Zhang Yang, who had been severely injured. Zhang Bei stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Yang's head. Did you know what was going to happen here today? How would I know? Zhang Yang's voice trembled with fear. Then why did you insist on arranging the competition here, and why did it have to be today? Zhang Bei stared fiercely into Zhang Yang's eyes, his gaze filled with malice. I didn't know it was one of the myriad races. I only met it a few days ago. Zhang Yang was terrified. If he were accused of colluding with the myriad races, he would be finished. He told me to bring more friends today, and said that if I had any enemies, I could bring them over today, and he would take care of them for me. Who knew he was going to kill everyone? Zhang Yang was still a little shaken. I'll spare your life for now, and settle accounts with you later after I've investigated the matter. Zhang Bei ignored Zhang Yang and turned to look at the 3 monsters charging towards them. The 3 monsters were very fast and had a clear target. 2 of them rushed towards Zhang Bei, while the other rushed towards Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was also a first-level martial artist. She did not panic when she saw the monster rushing towards her. With a flick of her wrist, a long sword appeared in her hand. With a single swing of his sword, he clashed with the monster's claws that were attacking from the air, and sparks flew as the sword and claws collided. Hold on, I'll come help you after I kill these 2 monsters, Zhang Bei said to Lin Wanqing. He fought 2 against 1 without hesitation, showing no mercy when dealing with all races. Zhang Bei unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, and one of the monsters was briefly thrown into chaos by the attack. He seized the fleeting opportunity, his feet thrusting forward with tremendous force, his body shooting out like an arrow, his spear moving with lightning speed, aiming straight for the monster's throat. Before the monster could recover, it was struck in a vital spot. The spear tip pierced the back of its head, and blood gushed out instantly. Zhang Bei flicked his wrist, and the corpse collapsed. Lin Wanqing, standing to the side, was secretly astonished such a movement technique at the great perfection realm. Judging from the speed at which he drew his gun, his accuracy and marksmanship were also at the highest level. This young man was about the same age as her, so how come he had mastered 2 martial arts techniques? Just as she was in shock, Zhang Bei killed another monster using the same method. He had been using mental attacks continuously, and his head was starting to feel throbbing. I can't use my mental power today, otherwise I might suffer mental damage and end up as an idiot. Jiang Bei calmed himself down a bit and then joined forces with Lin Wanqing to deal with the last monster. Soon, the last monster was also defeated. Lin Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. We're safe now. Don't let your guard down, it's not over yet, Jiang Bei reminded him with a serious expression. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing 3 mutants and gaining 3,000 points. Martial God's Divine Body Heavenly Gate Aperture Activation Completion Rate, 8%. A sinister and hoarse voice suddenly rang out. What a bunch of useless trash, having to personally handle such a trivial matter. The earth trembled, and a huge magic circle appeared, with a humanoid monster shrouded in black mist appearing in the center of the circle. The big fish has finally appeared, Jiang Bei said, a strange smile spreading across his face. The monster looked somewhat similar to Blood Butcher, but it was much taller, standing over 3 meters tall. It was like an iron tower, and its shadow alone was enough to envelop the two of them. Its scales were as black as ink, it had 2 thick and powerful legs, 2 curved black horns protruding from its forehead, and a pair of scarlet vertical pupils that gleamed with a bloodthirsty light in the dim light. The monster that appeared before them left everyone speechless. Its powerful aura made it impossible to look directly at it, and everyone trembled involuntarily. This is a king-level being of all races. His combat strength is stronger than that of an ordinary human 7th-level advanced martial artist. Jiang Bei had killed countless king-level beings in the battlefield of myriad races in his previous life, so he was very clear about the strength of the guy in front of him. What? You're saying this guy is equivalent to a high-level 7th-tier martial artist? Then we're doomed. The entire Kanglan city only has the city lord as a 7th-level advanced martial artist. Who can stop this guy? Jiang Bei, you must have a way to protect me, right? Lin Shuiyue was so frightened that she was shaking like a leaf. He was already cursing Zhang Yang to the core in his heart. Why did he have to come to this godforsaken place? Now look what happened, he's lost his life. Big brother, did you pee? I feel a wet patch on my back, the blonde-haired guy asked, trembling. Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you ashamed? You peed more than I did, it was like a river flowing upstream. The monster lightly stomped its foot, and the crimson array beneath its feet began to activate. You will all die here, you lowly humans. Just as everyone was about to be swallowed by the great formation, the monster suddenly looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void, and a middle-aged man in his 30s dressed in military uniform stepped out of the rift and stood there in mid-air. They've got some nerve, daring to run wild on human territory. He was dressed in a dark green military uniform, the fabric of which was crisp and neat. A gold star on his epaulets stood out conspicuously in the dim environment. He exuded a chilling aura, as if a single glance could suppress the bloodshed before him. Where did this bigwig from the military come from? Holy crap, we're saved. Can he defeat this monster? Nonsense, are you stupid? This is a genuine major general, at least an 8th-level martial artist. So young and already an 8th-level martial artist? The man standing in mid-air ignored the commotion below, simply raising his hand and grabbing at the air, saying, "This place is too small, let's find another spot." The king-level being and the man disappeared together. Stop watching and run. What if another monster comes out? The crowd surged out of the underground arena and left in no time. Why aren't you leaving yet? Jiang Bei asked Lin Wanqing. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for your help today, something terrible would have happened in Kanglan City, Lin Wanqing said, her face filled with lingering fear and gratitude. Jiang Bei, was that Major General you sent? Looking at his appearance, he looks somewhat like you. Could he be your father? Lin Shuiyue didn't leave, she wanted to confirm her judgment. Jiang Bei ignored him completely and turned to take Lin Wanqing's hand. It's so late, let me take you home. No need, I can go back by myself. Lin Wanqing was a little embarrassed as Jiang Bei held her hand, and she stammered as she spoke. What if there are still countless other races lurking in the city? They're after you. All right, then I'll leave it to you. The two held hands and disappeared together from Lin Shuiyue's sight. Smack. Lin Shuiyue was staring at Jiang Bei's back when she suddenly received a hard slap across the face. What are you doing, you little blondie? How dare you hit me? Lin Shuiyue looked incredulous. I'm beating you up, you shameless bastard. What, you want to rekindle your old flame with him? Zhang Yang, who was on the back of the blonde-haired guy, suddenly spoke up. Slap! Slap! The blonde-haired boy slapped Lin Shuyue's face several times with both hands. I'm telling you, you better stay away from him from now on. Zhang Yang shouted angrily. Zhang Yang, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Chapter 10 Activation of the Martial God's Divine Body. After Jiang Bei escorted Lin Wanqing safely back to the city lord's mansion, he immediately returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw a man in military uniform sitting in the restaurant eating. Your girlfriend is a good cook. This dish suits my taste. As he spoke, he picked up another piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Jiang Bei looked around but couldn't find Su Zhixia. Stop looking, I told her to go back first. You've got good taste, kid. When did you hook up with her? Big brother, don't talk nonsense. She just came to help me cook. Jiang Yu, the youngest major general in the history of the military, an 8th level intermediate martial artist, with spatial talent, and Jiang Bei's older brother. They wiped out those 7th tier king level myriad races? Jiang Yu nodded gently. Thanks to your information, a disaster was averted this time. If that guy succeeds, Kanglan City will probably be stained with blood. I have already reported this matter to the military. You have been rewarded with 2,000 military merits for providing the information. I'll send you an internal military network account later, and you can choose the weapons and techniques you need yourself. He then pointed to a helmet on the table. This is a consciousness link helmet. You can use this to directly receive whatever cultivation technique you select. The military has always been judged by its military achievements. At present, the various races have not yet officially invaded, only some small-scale battles have broken out. Therefore, killing a 7th tier member of the myriad races is already considered a great achievement. Brother, let's save our military merits for now. We'll talk about it once I've decided what I want. I want to see the corpse of that 7th tier myriad race first. What's so interesting about a corpse? Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, and a spatial rift appeared in front of Jiang Bei. The body is inside, go see for yourself. Jiang Bei actually wanted to see if he could absorb the source energy within that 7th tier king level myriad races. Inside the crack was a temporary storage space created by Jiang Yu using his spatial talent, and the corpse of the 7th order myriad race lay quietly on the ground. The corpse was covered in wounds, one of the monster's arms was missing, and there was a large hole in its chest from which bright red liquid was still seeping out. Jiang Bei reached out and touched the monster's enormous head, and a strange energy emanated from it. The 7th tier races have been dead for some time, and most of their source energy has dissipated. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the remaining source energy within your body. Tianmen Acupoint activation complete 100%. Host's combat power permanently increased by 200%. Activating the Heavenly Gate Acupoint during combat temporarily increases your combat power by 500%. The duration depends on the amount of source energy stored within the acupoint. Jiang Bei felt a wave of dizziness, as if a shackle in his head had been unlocked. A surge of immense energy rushed out like a torrent, my whole body felt slightly hot, and my heart was pounding wildly. This was the first time he had ever experienced this feeling. His body was being transformed by this power, and every cell seemed to be undergoing a mutation, filling his body with power. Sure enough, there was still residual source energy in the body of the 7th tier myriad race. Jiang Bei was overjoyed, and his strength increased rapidly once again. After Jiang Bei exited the storage space, he discovered that his elder brother had disappeared. Has my older brother left? Never mind him. I need to go to the secret realm outside the city as soon as possible in the next few days to kill a Gale Wolf and raise my skill level to the transcendent realm. Before setting off, we need to prepare a few things, a handy long spear and a hidden weapon that can be activated by mental energy. Mental attacks are now a major weapon in Jiang Bei. If paired with a lightweight weapon powered by mental energy, it would be a trump card whether facing the enemy head-on or launching a sneak attack from behind. The next morning, Jiang Bei went to the largest weapon shop in the city. As soon as he entered, a middle-aged man in the shop greeted him warmly. Boss, do you have any long spears? Young man, this way please. Our shop has all kinds of weapons. There are spears over there. You can pick one that suits your needs. Jiang Bei followed the boss's directions and came directly to a weapons rack, where he was greeted by guns of varying lengths and styles. Some of the gunheads are as sharp as blades, while others have fine anti-slip patterns wrapped around the shafts, making them clearly well-crafted and effective weapons for combat. Yes, the weapons from this company are of very good quality. His gaze swept across the area, finally settling on a well-proportioned C-grade alloy spear. He reached out and gripped the shaft. A perfectly warm, smooth feel enveloped him, clearly indicating the use of a special alloy forging process. The weight of the spear is just right. It's not too light, which would make the force feel weak and prevent you from exerting your full strength, nor is it too heavy, which would put too much strain on your arms and make it impossible to even perform basic spear flourishes. Zhang Bei was satisfied. He slightly tightened his wrist and flicked it. With a soft hum, the gun vibrated, and the tip left a trail of afterimages in the air. How much is this gun, boss? Young man, you have excellent taste. This gun is called Gale, and it comes with a wind attribute bonus, which will make your drawing speed even faster. Every gun in our shop is handcrafted by a master craftsman. Gale? The spear technique I practice is the Gale spear technique. It sounds like a good match. Just tell me the price. Zhang Bei interrupted the boss before he could finish speaking. This gun costs 50,000 yuan. Pack it up for me, I want it. Zhang Bei readily agreed and asked the shopkeeper to pack it up without even haggling over the price. Then Zhang Bei purchased a throwing knife made of B-grade alloy. Driven by his mental power, the throwing knife gracefully circled twice in the air. Just as he was about to ask about the price, he heard someone speaking at the door. Boss, I want this gun you're holding. A young man with a pointed face pointed at the Gale gun that Zhang Bei had just chosen. Sorry, this gun has already been sold, the shopkeeper replied without looking up. The young man looked around and saw that Zhang Bei was the only customer in the store at the moment, so he walked over directly. Kid, I've got my eye on this gun. I just went back to get the money. Go pick another one, the young man said, looking displeased. Just because you like something doesn't mean it's yours. Zhang Bei toyed with the throwing knife in his hand, not even glancing at the young man. When the boss says it's sold, he naturally recognizes me as the buyer. If you were short of money and missed out, you should blame yourself for being slow, not for coming here to cause trouble. Running wild? I bet you don't know who I am. Today, you either give me this gun, or... Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Bei suddenly raised his hand, and the throwing knife in his hand pointed at the young man. So what, are you going to forcibly take it? Zhang Bei's voice deepened, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet exuding a chilling sense of oppression. The young man's gaze was fixed on the gleaming throwing knife. Kid, you're only at the beginner level of the first rank. Who gave you the audacity to be so arrogant? Before the words were even finished, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out. The throwing knife shot straight at his face without warning, but the young man reacted quickly and easily caught it with just 2 fingers. A first-tier advanced martial artist? The aura that the young man instantly unleashed proved his strength. Monkey 3, you should know very well what the consequences are of causing trouble here. The shop owner, seeing the two about to fight in the store, immediately spoke up to stop them. His gaze swept over the young man. I've said it before, the store's rule is that first come, first served. Now that the item has already been given to someone else, isn't it rather unseemly to argue about it now? Monkey 3's face was ashen, seemingly wary of his boss. He hesitated for a moment, then threw the throwing knife in his hand to the ground, snorted coldly, and turned to walk out the door. Kid, I'll remember you. The voice only came after the person had gone far away. Seeing that he had left, Zhang Bei's tone returned to calm. Boss, include this throwing knife in the price. Hey buddy, that guy was Monkey 3, a notorious thug on this street. Be careful if you offend him. Thank you for reminding me, boss, Zhang Bei said without paying any attention. After swiping his card to pay, he took the life phone and turned to leave. Chapter 11 Demon Wolf Forest. Zhang Bei returned home and went straight into the cultivation room. The newly acquired Rift Spear requires getting used to its feel, and the B-grade alloy throwing knife requires even more practice to master. He focused intently on manipulating the throwing knife, practicing its various trajectories. However, just a few minutes later, a feeling of dizziness and headache suddenly struck, a clear sign of excessive mental exertion. It seems my mental strength is still far from enough, Zhang Bei muttered to himself, waving his hand casually. A semi-transparent system screen appeared before my eyes. Points, 4,000. Chi and blood value, 390 plus. Mental strength, 270 plus. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. Keep 2,000 points in reserve, and use them to upgrade your martial arts level after completing the Gale Wolf quest. He decided to invest the remaining 2,000 points into his mental strength. The reason for this choice is that his chi and blood value has just broken through to the first level of the first stage. If it were to soar to the intermediate level again in just 2 days, it would attract too much attention. Moreover, he has successfully activated that heavenly gate aperture, and his body's basic attributes such as strength, speed, and endurance have already doubled. On the surface, he is only at the initial stage of the first tier, but his actual combat power is no less than that of an advanced stage first tier martial artist. If he were to face a life or death crisis, he could burn his source energy to briefly activate the heavenly gate aperture, unleashing a terrifying 500% of his combat power. In this situation, blindly increasing your chi and blood value is far less worthwhile than investing in your hidden trump card mental strength which others cannot see. Add all points to spirit. With a thought, the numbers in the scoreboard decreased rapidly, while the value next to mental strength began to fluctuate wildly. A cool yet powerful force surged into his mind, instantly replenishing his previously depleted mental energy and causing it to solidify and expand. Congratulations, host! Your mental strength has increased to 750 plus. Jiang Bei opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. 750 points of mental energy, condensed into a substantial form. With a slight thought, the B-grade throwing knife instantly transformed into an almost invisible streak of cold light, its speed of cutting through the air more than twice as fast as before. It was even easier to control, and an unprecedented sense of freedom welled up in his heart. The following day, outside Kanglan City, at the Border Entry and Exit Administration Office. The seemingly endless concrete city wall stands tall, tightly protecting Kanglan City. Below the city wall are 3 border crossings side by side. Border guards in standard military uniforms stand solemnly in pairs on both sides of the crossings, their sharp eyes scanning the flow of people in and out. Jiang Bei walked from a distance, carrying a slightly worn travel bag and holding a windbreaker gun. As soon as he stepped into the inspection area, a guard who looked like a squad leader stepped forward, raised his hand to stop him, and said in a businesslike manner, "ID card, reason for leaving the city." Jiang Bei pulled out an ID card from his pocket and handed it over. "Go to the Demon Wolf Forest for hunting," he replied succinctly. The guard took the ID card and pressed it onto a square machine next to him. The machine flashed with light and emitted a soft beep, indicating that the verification was successful. The guard was shocked to find that the identity information was at the highest level of confidentiality, and couldn't help but take a few more glances at Jiang Bei. After completing all this, the guard handed back the ID card and stepped aside to make way. Jiang Bei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the documents his older brother had obtained, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave the city gate today, as high school students are not allowed to leave the city without permission. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, he was completely unaware that in the crowded throng not far away, the shifty-eyed Monkey 3 was staring intently at him. Monkey 3 turned to a fat man with a fierce face and dark skin next to him and whispered, "Brother Black, that's the kid. He stole the Rift Wind Spear from me. I just heard him say he's going to the Demon Wolf Forest." Monkey 3 grinned, revealing a sinister smirk. "How about we go and check it out?" "Damn it, you even dared to steal my brother's stuff?" Blackie's eyes flashed with ferocity as he gruffly said, "Today we'll chop him up and feed him to the wolves." He waved his hand sharply, and 2 more burly men immediately approached. The 4 exchanged glances, then discreetly squeezed through the crowd, quickly walked out of the Kanglan City gate, and quietly followed Jiang Bei. The entrance to the Demon Wolf Forest is like a pitch-black rift forcibly torn open in the void. As a long-existing wilderness secret realm, it has been explored by countless people and has become a known area suitable for low-level martial artists to practice in. Jiang Bei walked cautiously through the forest, the towering trees blocking out the sun, making the whole forest appear particularly eerie. Before coming, he carefully studied the strategy guide for the secret realm. The Gale Wolf is the highest level monster in the secret realm, and they usually appear deep in the forest. Therefore, he did not intend to waste time on the outskirts of the forest. He released his mental energy to explore the surroundings while using his movement technique to speed up his journey. 20 minutes later, Jiang Bei discovered a fight taking place in an open area ahead. He stopped and stood on a large tree to watch. In the open space, several wolf corpses lay scattered on the ground, and 7 or 8 first-tier shadow wolves were attacking 2 men. Both men are around 1.8 meters tall, with strong, muscular builds and broad shoulders, which makes their t-shirts look great. Their facial features are also very similar, with stern faces and high noses, making them look like twin brothers. They were both injured to varying degrees. Although the 2 had killed several demon wolves, the remaining wolves not only did not retreat, but were enraged and became even more ferocious. Jiang Bei had just arrived when the 2 men, who were being attacked by a pack of wolves, spotted him. "Hey buddy, give me a hand. Kill these wolves, and all the loot they drop is yours." One of the men, panting heavily, hurriedly asked for help after repelling an attack from a wolves. Jiang Bei stood on a tree branch, his gaze calmly sweeping over the battlefield below, his mental energy subtly circulating and covering the two people below. Jiang Bei let out a soft exclamation, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Under his mental perception, the twin brothers, who appeared to be in a sorry state and struggling to hold on, actually possessed a level of vitality far exceeding what they were displaying. Both of them are advanced first-tier martial artists? After Jiang Bei's mental strength was enhanced again, he could clearly sense the strength of the opponent's chi and blood. Two high-level first-tier martial artists, even if they had to put in some effort, could never have ended up in such a perilous situation when dealing with 7 or 8 low-level first-tier shadow wolves. It's obvious they're acting. Jiang Bei sneered inwardly. They were really good at acting. Since you like to play games, I'll play along with you. Okay, hang in there. Before he finished speaking, he leaped down from the tree, deliberately controlling his movements and strength to around the level of a beginner first-tier wolf, and pounced on the wolf pack. Chapter 12: Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Bei's arrival greatly reduced the pressure on the two brothers, and in no time the three of them worked together to kill 2 shadow wolves. Seeing that things were not going well, the remaining few wolves stopped fighting, growled, turned around, and darted into the depths of the dense forest, disappearing from sight. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the shadow wolf. You have earned 200 points. Jiang Bei was surprised to find that there were points rewards, although they weren't much. Every little bit helps. Young man, thank you so much. Yes, if it weren't for your timely intervention, we brothers would probably be done for today, the 2 men said, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. My name is Zhao Gang, young man. What's your name? One of the men said, then pointed to another. This is my brother, Zhao Meng. My name is Lin Bei. So it's brother Lin Bei. We really owe you a lot today. Did brother Lin Bei come to the Demon Wolf Forest alone for training? Are they trying to trick me into revealing information? Jiang Bei thought to himself. This is my first time in the Demon Wolf Forest. I'm hoping to get some monster materials to exchange for some money, Jiang Bei said with a slightly expectant smile. We've been to the outer edge of the Demon Wolf Forest many times, and there is nothing of value here, Zhao Gang said. Since brother Lin Bei is alone, why don't we join forces and venture further in? I know there is a precious demon wolf flower deep in that forest. If I could get my hands on one, I'd be rich, Zhao Meng added. Jiang Bei knew about the demon wolf flower. It usually grew near the caves of the Gale Demon Wolf. Is it really worth that much? Jiang Bei's face lit up with longing. Then let's join forces and make a fortune together. All right. The Zhao brothers exchanged a smile. Then let's set off. Not long after the 3 left, 2 furtive figures emerged from their hiding place and appeared in the open space. Brother Hey, your plan is brilliant. You've killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Monkey 3 said with a beaming smile, flatteringly. We've gotten the treasure and gotten our revenge at the same time. Blackie snorted smugly, his face contorted with smugness. Let that ignorant fool be the bait to lure away the Gale Wolf King, and we can easily pick the demon wolf flower. Humph, dare to steal our brother's stuff? I'll make him pay. Blackie became more and more smug as he spoke. I've been eyeing the demon wolf flower for a long time, but unfortunately I've never been able to defeat the mid-stage second-tier wolf king guarding it. This time, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That kid's strength is at most at the early stage of the first tier. If he runs into a second-tier wolf king, he's doomed. Monkey 3 said sinisterly. Once the commotion over there stops, we'll go and retrieve his wind-splitting spear, hee. Brother Hey, is that Gale Wolf King really that powerful? Ordinary mid-level second-tier demonic beasts are no match for you, Monkey 3 asked curiously. That beast is different. It has the wind attribute enhancement, making it incredibly fast. I fought it twice and didn't gain any advantage. Unless I risk my life against it, it's not worth it for a single demon wolf flower. He pointed to his head and said smugly, you have to use this more when you're doing things. Ah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Monkey 3 quickly gave a thumbs up in flattery. 2 hours later, outside a cave deep in the forest. Brother Lin Bei, look, that's the cave of the Gale Wolf. Zhao Gang pointed to a cave entrance not far away that was emitting a foul stench and whispered, later, my brother and I will lure the demon wolf away from the cave, and you can take the opportunity to go in and pick the demon wolf flower. Jiang Bei looked at the cave, a strange feeling creeping into his heart. He quietly released his spiritual energy to probe inside. Ha! Why are there two demonic wolves in the cave? Jiang Bei was startled. He instantly understood, if the two said they would lure one away, then he was probably just bait. The two must have other helpers. He planned to wait until he took the other demon wolf away, then use the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind tactic. Jiang Bei sneered inwardly, but he was more curious about what the other party had to back up their plan. What if they managed to lure out both demon wolves? Wouldn't they be doomed? If they're trying to trick me, then they can't blame me for being ruthless. Thinking of this, Jiang Bei said, "You must be careful. I went into the cave as soon as I saw the demon wolf being lured away." The two brothers nodded and quietly walked towards the cave entrance. Zhao Gang carefully took out a finger-thick, dark red incense stick from his backpack and quickly lit it. A strange aroma, tinged with a faint fishy smell, immediately wafted through the air. "Brother, is this thing reliable? What if the Wolf King also charges out?" "Don't worry. Blackie said this incense is specially made and only attracts female wolves. That Wolf King is very cunning. He will definitely stay in the cave to prevent us from being lured away from the mountain." A gentle breeze carried the eerie fragrance swiftly into the dark cave. Soon after, there was a reaction in the cave. A demonic wolf, smelling the fragrance in the air, slowly walked out of the cave. "They're here." Zhao Meng suddenly took the crossbow bolt from his back, raised his hand and shot it at the demon wolf that had just walked out of the cave. Then the two of them turned around and tried to run away for their lives. Before the two had run a few steps, they heard a roar coming from the cave behind them. A much larger demonic wolf suddenly darted out of the cave, surrounded by azure energy. The crossbow bolt that had been fired collided with the energy and was instantly thrown off course, its destination unknown. Holy crap! How did the Wolf King come out? Zhao Gang was so scared that his voice changed. The two dared not linger any longer and used every ounce of strength to run backward as fast as they could. The Wolf King roared to the sky, and together with the mother wolf beside him, they transformed into two streaks of azure hurricane, chasing after the two brothers at an unprecedented speed. Jiang Bei chuckled inwardly. "Trying to play games with me? I'll just add fuel to the fire." It was he who had just delivered a powerful mental shock to the Wolf King's consciousness, causing the Wolf King to erupt in fury and chase after him recklessly. Now, Jiang Bei, who had been observing from the shadows, emerged from his hiding place like a ghost and rushed into the wolf's den without hesitation. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw a strange plant growing in a crevice in the rock. Its petals were jet black, and its center was a deep blue. Demon wolf flower. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Bei strode forward, reached out and plucked the demon wolf flower, quickly placing it into a pre-prepared wooden box and sealing it. The whole process took only 2 or 3 breaths. After succeeding, he quickly withdrew from the cave and immediately climbed a large, leafy tree nearby, concealing his presence to wait and watch the show. A dozen seconds later, 2 figures emerged from the dense forest at an extremely fast speed and rushed into the cave without hesitation. A dozen seconds later, the 2 men rushed out of the cave again, their faces filled with rage. "Damn it! Where's the demon wolf flower? Brother, hey! Did Zhao Gang and Zhao Meng lure both wolves away?" Chapter 13, An Eye for an Eye. Jiang Bei, hiding in a big tree, recognized Monkey 3 at the cave entrance at a glance. It turned out to be him. These 4 people were actually in cahoots. At this moment, Blackie and Monkey 3, who were outside the cave, no longer had time to be angry, because they had already seen that 2 Gale wolves had returned in the distance. The 2 wolves each carried the corpses of the Zhao brothers, Zhao Gang and Zhao Meng, in their mouths. These were their spoils of war and their dinner. Holy crap, Zhao Gang and Zhao Meng are both dead. Brother, hey, what do we do? Monkey 3 was so frightened by the sight of his companions being killed that his legs went weak and his voice was trembling with fear. Don't panic. These 2 beasts aren't going that fast with someone in their mouths. Blackie's eyes flashed with ferocity, but he still maintained a sliver of composure. We can't fight head on, let's split up. I'll lure the Wolf King away, you lead the mother wolf in circles. Whether we survive or not is up to fate. Blackie reached into his backpack, pulled out a round object, and threw it at the Wolf King that was chasing after him from a distance. Boom! With a loud bang and sparks flying everywhere, the round object exploded above the Wolf King's head, and instantly a ball of fire enveloped the Wolf King's huge body. The explosion did not cause much damage to the Gale Wolf King. All the shrapnel was shredded by the wind blades surrounding the Wolf King. Run! Blackie ran headlong into the woods without looking back. Seeing this, Monkey 3 didn't dare to delay and ran wildly in the opposite direction from Blackie. The Wolf King let out a low growl, seemingly telling the mother wolf to split up and pursue them. The two wolves dropped their prey and chased after Blackie and Monkey 3, respectively. Damn it, this wolf is practically a demon, it even knows to shed its burdens, Monkey 3 cursed as he ran. Jiang Bei, hidden among the tree canopy, could see everything clearly, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Running separately? That suits me perfectly. His gaze instantly locked onto the direction where Blackie and the Wolf King had disappeared. Almost without hesitation, he silently slid down from the tree and sped towards the depths of the dense forest. His goal was crystal clear: to fight fire with fire. Once Blackie and Wolf King were both badly injured, he would reap the benefits. The mid-tier second-level Gale Wolf King was his system quest target, and that cunning fat black man must have a lot of good stuff in his backpack. As for Monkey 3 and that mother wolf, let them play hide and seek for a while. After dealing with the Wolf King, it's not too late to clean up those small fry. From deep within the dense forest, Blackie's angry curses echoed, "You beast! If you chase me again, I'll kill you." "Oh whoa!" His response was a ferocious howl from the Wolf King, followed by a massive wind blade that arrived in an instant. Wherever the wind blades passed, trees as thick as two people could hug were easily shredded into countless wood chips and fragments, and the huge roar startled birds and beasts within 100 meters to flee in a frenzy. Blackie narrowly avoided the fatal blow, the wind blade grazing his back and tearing a large hole in his backpack with a hissing sound. He had just stood up when the Gale Wolf King pounced on him, its claws raised high, ready to slam down on his head. Oh shit! Blackie tried to dodge, but it was too late. In desperation, he suddenly raised his arms to block, colliding with the attacking claws. Bang! With a muffled thud, Blackie was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a tree. He coughed up a mouthful of blood with a loud whoosh. Seeing that he had severely injured his opponent with a single blow, the Wolf King's eyes gleamed even more fiercely, and he quickly charged toward Blackie, ready to tear him to pieces. Blackie was covered in blood. He had just gotten up from the ground when he saw the Wolf King rushing towards him again. "Damn it, you beast, you're asking for it." With a wave of his hand, Blackie sent a gleaming dagger stabbing straight at the Wolf King. The Wolf King had already rushed in front of the black man when he was caught off guard and stabbed in the left eye with a dagger. Blackie grabbed the Wolf King's head and stabbed the dagger deeper. The Wolf King roared in pain and slapped Blackie several meters away with one claw, sending him crashing to the ground. "Damn it, this beast is really troublesome." Blackie spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes flashing with extreme madness. He staggered to his feet, reaching into his pocket with his right hand. He pulled out a glass syringe filled with a pale blue liquid, a gene serum he had purchased at great expense. Once used, it would unleash a strike far exceeding his own cultivation level. This gene-enhancing drug can instantly stimulate human potential, but its side effect is that it can quickly leave the user in a state of weakness. Furthermore, if the drug is used in excess, it can also affect future cultivation. But to save his life, he had no choice but to use it. Blackie raised his hand and inserted the needle into his chest, the pale blue liquid instantly being injected into his body. Buzz! Blackie felt a wave of dizziness and headache. Then, the blood vessels on his skin bulged, his eyes turned blood red, and his aura continued to rise. Ghost Slayer! With a roar, he raised his longsword high and swung it down fiercely at the demon wolf. A blood-red blade of light tore through the air and slashed towards the Gale Demon Wolf King. "Oh whoa!" The Wolf King seemed to sense a deadly threat and tried to dodge the incoming blade of light. But it was too slow and was struck by the crimson blade, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on its massive body. Blood gushed out, and the Wolf King's massive body crashed to the ground, leaving only the strength to twitch, its blood-red eyes filled with resentment. Ha ha ha! Blackie knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his body trembling violently. This was a side effect of the gene serum. He would enter a period of weakness after the attack. "You beast! I've wanted to kill you for a long time." He struggled to his feet, dragging his exhausted body, raised his long knife, and walked step by step toward the dying Wolf King, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just as his knife was about to fall, laugh! A lightning-fast, icy spear light suddenly appeared from behind him without warning. Put! The wind-splittering spear pierced Blackie's back with unparalleled precision, instantly penetrating his heart. The spear tip emerged from his chest, staining the area crimson with blood. Blackie's face showed disbelief. He lowered his head with difficulty, looking at the blood-stained spear tip protruding from his chest. "Damn it, who ambushed me?" Blackie slowly turned his head and saw a young face staring coldly at him. "It's you!" Jiang Bei raised his hand and pulled out the gale spear that had pierced Blackie. Blackie fell to the ground with a thud and died moments later. Jiang Bei remained expressionless, not even glancing at He Ji's corpse. He walked directly to the Wolf King, who was barely clinging to life. The Wolf King seemed to want to struggle, but it didn't even have the strength to lift its paws, and could only let out a weak whimper. Jiang Bei raised his gun and brought it down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the mid-tier level 2 enemy, Blackie. Reward, 2,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the second-tier mid-level demonic beast Gale Wolf King and completing the system mission. Rewards, 2,000 points, activating a new martial arts realm, Transcendent Realm. The system has allocated points to all my martial arts skills, elevating them to the Transcendent Realm. Countless unfamiliar battle memories surged forth like a tide. They were not other people's experiences, but rather instincts honed through countless trials and tribulations, instantly awakened within another version of myself. He seemed to have traversed in an instant the path of enlightenment that others would take decades of painstaking effort to complete. Extraordinary means transcending the mundane and touching the true meaning of martial arts. Congratulations, host, for consuming 3,000 points and upgrading all your martial arts to the Transcendent Realm. Chapter 14 Instant Kill. The Transcendent Realm is a legendary realm. In his previous life, Jiang Bei had only seen a handful of peerless geniuses who could unleash martial arts techniques imbued with extraordinary artistic conception. At this moment, he could not suppress his curiosity and was eager to experience the wonders of it firsthand. Jiang Bei, wielding the Rift Wind Spear, began practicing the Gale Spear technique. If an outsider were present, they might mistakenly think that this was just a novice with solid basic skills practicing, because the gun techniques he was using looked simple and unpretentious, without any earth-shattering power. However, Jiang Bei was deeply shocked. He could clearly sense that with each thrust of his spear, he could control the wind elemental force wherever the spearhead touched. With a thought, the wind follows it can be fast or slow, and can even condense sharp wind blades, imperceptible to the naked eye, within the range of the attack, silently striking the enemy. This is a perfect fusion of wind attribute power and the invisible intent of the spear. Extraordinary, truly living up to its reputation. Jiang Bei exclaimed inwardly. Once you enter this realm, you've been completely transformed, no longer relying on ordinary skills. He then practiced the Vajra Fist and the Swift Wind Step. The Vajra Fist technique also underwent a qualitative change, with its powerful fist intent able to penetrate the body and injure people from a distance within the range of its moves, making it impossible to defend against. With the wind element added to his power, Swift Step's movements become increasingly unpredictable and elusive, making him difficult to catch. This miraculous effect, far exceeding expectations, brought Jiang Bei great joy. After the initial surprise, Jiang Bei began cleaning up the battlefield. He walked to He Ji's body, squatted down, and started groping around. Blackie's backpack was slashed open by wind blades during the battle with the Wolf King, and its contents fell to the ground in disarray. He examined them carefully and found they were nothing more than common healing medicines, nothing of value. He quickly put them into his backpack, feeling somewhat disappointed. Unwilling to give up, he began to search Blackie's corpse again. What is this? He found a black bone fragment in the black man's pocket, with strange runes carved on it. These runes look so familiar, are they the script of all races? He was startled. Could this black guy have some connection with the myriad races? Otherwise, how could he have this thing? It seems his death was not unjust at all. After a moment's thought, he put the black bone fragment into his backpack, secretly thinking that he must investigate Brother He's background when he got back. Jiang Bei got up and walked to the corpse of the Gale Wolf King. He drew a grade B alloy throwing knife from his waist and skillfully sliced open the Wolf King's head, extracting a fist-sized, sky-blue crystal core. This is an excellent material for refining wind attribute artifacts, and Jiang Bei would naturally not let it go. In his previous life, he devoted almost all his energy to weapon crafting and biological genetics, so he was naturally extremely familiar with weapon crafting materials. After putting away the crystal core, he swiftly chopped off 4 wolf claws, which were top-grade materials for forging weapons. After doing all this, Jiang Bei quickly left the place he was going to deal with his last enemy, Ho-san. In the dense forest, Monkey 3 was already at his last gasp. He leaned against a large tree, breathing heavily, his face covered in sweat and blood. Roar! The mother wolf opposite let out a low growl, her blood-red eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. Monkey 3's eyes were filled with despair. He could even smell the foul, hot breath exhaled from the mother wolf's mouth. He subconsciously reached into his pocket and pulled out a syringe, the gene serum he and Blackie had bought together. The condition for using this medicine is that one must reach the second-tier martial artist level, otherwise, using it may result in lifelong disability or even instant death. He is currently a first-level advanced martial artist and will soon break through to the second level. This was originally a life-saving measure prepared in advance. Damn it, you beast, if you don't want me to live, then let's die together. With that, he was about to stab the needle into his body. At the same time, the demon wolf also conjured a wind blade, intending to kill Monkey 3. Just at this critical moment, a clear shout came from behind. "You beast! Stop hurting people!" Before the words were even finished, 4 figures darted out from the woods. Whoosh! 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 The 4 of them simultaneously raised their weapons and slashed at the Gale wolf's waist, abdomen, neck, and other vital areas. Forced to abandon its attack by the sudden appearance of several people, the wolf angrily swung its claws to block their assault. When Monkey 3 saw that help had arrived, his hope for survival was rekindled, and he quickly put the syringe back into his pocket. "Are you from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy?" Monkey 3 recognized the 4 people at a glance. The 4 people in front of me were dressed in matching white tracksuits with the words Yakuza embroidered on their chests. One of the 4, a resolute-looking youth, said urgently, "Let's talk later, let's subdue this demonic wolf first. Set up the formation." The boy roared, and the 4 of them quickly separated, surrounding the demon wolf from 4 directions. At the same time, each of them took out a rectangular token and poured their own blood and energy into it. In an instant, all 4 tokens shattered simultaneously, bursting forth with blinding white light, instantly forming a 4-sided barrier that trapped the demon wolf within. The demonic wolf roared and slammed its claws down on the barrier. Boom! The barrier rippled, deflecting the wolf's attack. "Run! This formation won't hold it for long," the boy shouted at Monkey 3 and his companions before turning and running away. Seeing that the demon wolf was trapped, Monkey 3 turned around and ran wildly in the direction the boy had just fled without saying a word. "Damn, I'm out of danger." In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared into the forest, leaving only the demonic wolf trapped in the formation, frantically attacking the surrounding barrier. 5 minutes later, as the demonic wolf slammed down with its claw, the surrounding barrier collapsed with a deafening roar. The demon wolf roared in the direction the group had fled, about to continue its pursuit, when suddenly its beastly instincts alerted it to danger. The wolf suddenly turned around, its neck fur standing on end, assuming an attack posture, and let out a whimpering howl towards the forest. "You beast, you reacted pretty quickly." Jiang Bei slowly walked out of the woods. Facing the formidable demonic wolf, Jiang Bei remained calm and composed, casually raising the wind-splitting spear in his hand. Instantly, an invisible, chilling killing intent spread like a tide. The beast's instincts made it feel a deadly threat. An uncontrollable fear flashed in its scarlet pupils, and it involuntarily crawled back 2 steps, letting out a fearful whimper. At that very moment it retreated. A blur flashed by, incredibly fast, and Jiang Bei appeared before the demon wolf. Put! The wind-splitting spear pierced through the demon wolf's body, and with a single arm's effort, he lifted the massive demon wolf high into the air. Jiang Bei's shoulders slumped slightly as he easily hoisted the spear carrying the wolf carcass onto his shoulder. He turned and walked straight in the direction where Hosan and the others had fled, without the slightest hesitation. Sold out instantly. A guaranteed instant kill. From approaching to killing, and then carrying the corpse away, the whole process was smooth and effortless, yet precise and ruthless to the extreme. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Tier 2, beginner monster Swiftwind Wolf, earning 1500 points. Chapter 15. We meet again. In a clearing in the forest, Monkey 3 and the 4 members of the Extreme Martial Arts School were sitting on the ground, panting heavily. "They shouldn't be chasing us, right?" The youngest-looking boy among the 4, with a somewhat student-like air, asked with lingering fear as he wiped his sweat. "They've run this far already, and the demonic wolf is trapped by the formation, so it definitely won't chase after us." Another burly young man chimed in. "My 4 brothers, thank you so much for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I, Monkey 3, would definitely be dead here today." He cupped his hands in thanks to the group, his face full of gratitude. "You're welcome." The resolute-faced young man who had just commanded the battle waved his hand. "We came to the demon wolf forest for practical combat training, so it's only right that we lend a hand in this kind of situation." "What are your surnames, young men?" Monkey 3 asked. My name is Chin Hu, the resolute-looking young man introduced himself. My name is Sun Mang, and I go to the same school as Brother Hu, the burly boy said with a smile. He pointed to the cold-looking young man in black next to him and said, his name is Chen Feng, and the beautiful woman next to him is Su Shaowan. Brother, you've come all this way to the depths of the demon wolf forest all by yourself, you've got some nerve. Monkey 3 quickly smiled apologetically, I just wanted to get some monster materials to exchange for some money so I could make a living. I never expected to almost lose my life. Chin Hu smiled and said, we're just looking out for each other. We'll rest for a bit and then continue our journey. We must leave before dark. The curator is still waiting for us outside the secret realm. Chin Hu and his group were getting up to leave the open space where they were temporarily resting. Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps came from the dense forest behind them. The four of them immediately became alert and turned to look, fearing that the demonic wolf had come after them again. A tall, handsome young man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes slowly emerged from the shadows of the woods. He carried an alloy spear on his shoulder, with a huge carcass of a gale wolf impaled on the end of the spear. It's that demonic wolf from before. Su Shaowan exclaimed in disbelief. Sun Mang's jaw dropped. He killed that second-tier demonic wolf all by himself? Even the most composed Chin Hu and the most aloof Chen Feng underwent a dramatic change in expression, their eyes filled with shock. The four of them could barely hold back the ferocious beast for a moment when they joined forces, and it had to flee in a sorry state. Yet this person killed it all by himself and dragged it back like prey so easily. Just as Chin Hu and his three companions were deeply shocked by the imposing young man carrying the wolf carcass, Monkey 3's heart was already churning with turmoil. It's him! How did he find this place? Did he find out something? Damn, Zhao Gang and Zhao Meng are both dead, there's no way to prove anything now, what's there to be afraid of? Monkey 3 made up his mind that if they were after him, he would deny everything to the death. But after so many years in the underworld, he knew all too well that the more panicked he was, the faster he would die. He lowered his head, no longer looking at Zhang Bei, and blended into the crowd, trying to minimize his presence. Zhang Bei ignored the four shocked people and walked directly to Monkey 3. Damn it, they're really after me, Monkey 3 cursed inwardly. What are you going to do? Monkey 3 asked, trying to appear calm as he looked up. Zhang Bei didn't say anything, and casually threw the black bone fragment he got from Brother He in front of Monkey 3. Monkey 3's pupils suddenly contracted. He was all too familiar with this thing, it belonged to Brother Black. Before he could even recover from the shock of this first piece of evidence. Bang! A heavy, muffled thud. Zhang Bei threw the huge wolf carcass on his shoulder to the ground, and then took out 4 huge wolf paws from his backpack and casually tossed them in front of Monkey 3. This is... Chin Hu gasped. Monkey 3 glanced at the black bone fragments on the ground, then at the 4 terrifying claws belonging to the Gale Wolf King, and raised his head with a stiff gaze. Blackie is dead? The Wolf King is dead too? Impossible. How could someone like you, a beginner level 1, possibly kill a mid-level level 2 black guy and the Wolf King? Monkey 3's voice became shrill and distorted. He couldn't believe it was true, but the facts were undeniable. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, pointing at the evidence on the ground, his whole body trembling. Silence. The shock on the faces of Chin Hu, Sun Mang, Chen Feng, and Su Shaowan reached its peak, even turning into horror. They originally thought that this mysterious young man was simply powerful enough to single-handedly kill the demonic wolf that had caused them to flee in disarray. How is that possible? He even killed the Wolf King? They knew about the demon Wolf King. The curator had specifically instructed them not to go near the depths of the forest because there was a mid-stage tier 2 demon Wolf King there. Just as the four of them were still in shock, Zhang Bei suddenly spoke slowly. Answer me 2 questions now, or you can choose to die. What do you want to know? Monkey 3's voice trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Bei pointed to the black bone fragments on the ground and asked, what are these things? Where did they come from? I can tell you. But you have to promise not to kill me. Monkey 3 knew this might be his only chance to live. I can spare your life this time, but I can't guarantee it will be the same next time we meet. Zhang Bei readily agreed to Ho San's terms. We're just small-time thugs in Kanglan City, occasionally doing things like murder and robbery. That thing was obtained by Brother He from somewhere, and he treasures it very much. But I heard him vaguely mention once when he was drunk that it was related to a secret realm called the Bone Maze, something like a token or a key. I really don't know the specifics. The Bone Maze? Zhang Bei seemed to have a vague recollection of it, but couldn't quite place it. He looked at Monkey 3, who was almost scared to death, remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly said indifferently, "Get lost." "Yes. Yes. I'll leave right now. I'll leave right now." Monkey 3 felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet, turned around, and ran wildly out of the forest, wishing his parents had 2 more legs. Just as Monkey 3 had run nearly 50 meters and was about to disappear into the woods, Jiang Bei suddenly seemed to remember something and calmly called out in that direction, "Hey!" Monkey 3, who was in a state of extreme ecstasy, turned around almost instinctively when he heard the sound. Laugh. A throwing knife pierced his throat with perfect accuracy. Monkey 3's frantic running suddenly froze. He covered his throat with his hand, but could not stop the gushing blood. "You broke your promise." Monkey 3 wanted to say, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. "I told you I wouldn't kill you this time." "Who told you to turn around?" "We've met again." As soon as he finished speaking, Monkey 3 collapsed to the ground, filled with endless regret. The open space was deathly silent. The 4 people in front of them were frightened by Jiang Bei's ruthless killing. After all, they were just teenagers and had never seen such a bloody scene before. If killing powerful demonic beasts shocked them, then killing a living person so casually instilled in these inexperienced individuals an instinctive fear of Jiang Bei. Ding! Enemy Monkey 3 defeated, gaining 1,000 points. Chapter 16 shocked Xiao Taizhan. Outside the entrance to the Demon Wolf Forest secret realm, a middle-aged man was resting against a large tree. This man was none other than Xiao Taizhan, the headmaster of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Kanglan City. Every so often, he would bring a few of his contracted students to this Demon Wolf Forest for training. Because only martial artists below the 3rd rank are allowed to enter this secret realm, his 4th rank strength meant he had no choice but to wait obediently at the entrance. To prevent the students from getting injured in the secret realm, he specially prepared a life-saving formation for them, so that they could escape unscathed if they encountered danger. "It's getting dark, why haven't these people come out yet?" Xiao Taizhan muttered anxiously, constantly looking towards the entrance of the secret realm. Suddenly, a ripple appeared at the entrance to the secret realm, and a figure emerged from within. "Ha! Isn't this the boy I ran into at the hospital? I can't believe we've bumped into each other again today." Xiao Taizhan was overjoyed. He had only received a phone call at the hospital that day, and when he turned around, the young man was gone. He felt regretful for a long time, realizing that he had missed a good opportunity to recruit talented people. "Young man, we seem to have a special connection." Xiao Taizhan smiled as he walked over and greeted Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei was about to leave when he heard someone call out, so he stopped and looked at the unfamiliar middle-aged man, a little puzzled. "Who are you? Do we know each other? I saw you take action at the first hospital that day. I was just watching the commotion from the crowd. Your fist techniques and footwork are really impressive." Xiao Taizhan smiled and took out a business card to hand over. "My name is Xiao Taizhan, the head of the Jidao Martial Arts Academy." "Oh, it's Director Xiao. Is there something you need?" Jiang Bei asked politely. "Then I'll get straight to the point," Xiao Taizhan said without beating around the bush. "I see you're quite skilled. Are you interested in joining our martial arts school? We guarantee you'll be satisfied with the pay." Xiao Taizhan thought to himself, this kid's performance in the hospital was truly amazing. To be able to master martial arts to perfection as a quasi-martial artist, he is definitely a genius among geniuses. But given his young age and limited cultivation, offering him the treatment of a core student should be enough to entice him. As for the true discipled position, which receives a great deal of resource allocation, it should still be reserved for those 3rd-tier geniuses who have already shown their talent. Jiang Bei shook his head without even thinking. "Thank you for your kindness, Director, but I'm used to being on my own and have no intention of joining any organization." "Don't rush to refuse," Xiao Taizhan quickly said. "Joining the martial arts school will greatly benefit your cultivation. The school will provide a large part of the cultivation resources you need, and I can make the decision to give you the treatment of a core disciple. Don't worry, you don't need to sign a contract of servitude. You are free. You just need to represent the martial arts school at the National Youth Martial Arts Exchange Conference once a year. If you get a good ranking, there will be extra rewards. Our headmaster is none other than the renowned 8th-level martial venerable, Thunder Venerable Yushan. Outstanding students have the opportunity to receive his personal instruction." "Yushan?" Jiang Bei's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name. He remembered hearing about this person in his previous life. Not only was he strong, but he was also upright and possessed a very powerful and unique secret weapon technique. But only the core student benefits? In his previous life, he had dealt with many martial arts schools and was very familiar with their internal hierarchy. Jiang Bei smiled to himself. This treatment is indeed astronomical for outsiders, but considering his potential and future value, it's too little. Seeing that Jiang Bei hesitated and didn't refuse outright, Xiao Taizhan was secretly pleased. He didn't urge him but waited by the side. Jiang Bei thought for a moment and then said, "Director Xiao, thank you for thinking so highly of me. But I need to think about this matter. Can I give you an answer in a few days?" "Sure, of course." After exchanging contact information, Jiang Bei nodded to Xiao Taizhan, "Then I'll be going now. Take care." Xiao Taizhan smiled as he watched Jiang Bei leave, feeling quite pleased with himself. He had a feeling that if they could recruit this kid, their martial arts school's reputation would definitely surpass their old rival, Longting Martial Arts School. 5 minutes later, the entrance to the secret realm shook again, and 4 students from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy walked out. Xiao Taizhan immediately looked up and saw that the 4 students from his martial arts school were all dejected, with their eyes darting around, looking like they had just been through a nightmare. "What happened? Did you encounter a pack of wolves? Didn't I tell you not to go too deep?" Xiao Taizhan hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Curator." Sun Meng's voice was still trembling slightly. "They weren't wolves, they were humanoid beasts." "You brat, explain yourself clearly, what kind of humanoid beast?" Immediately, the 4 of them recounted their experiences of the day, one after another. "You're saying a boy with only a first-level martial arts skill level killed a second-level mid-level wolf king all by himself? They also killed a mid-stage second-tier martial artist and a high-stage first-tier martial artist." The image of that calmly departing figure flashed through his mind instantly. Jiang Bei. Could it be, that ridiculously strong boy they were talking about, is he him? That's not right. The other day at the hospital, his level was only quasi-martial artist. Could it be that he just advanced? Is he this strong right after advancing? Thinking back to how he had just confidently offered the condition of core student to recruit people, Xiao Tieshan's face instantly burned with embarrassment. "Genius, no, this is a prodigy." Xiao Taizhan couldn't help but mutter to himself, his face a mixture of shock and regret. "I'm really getting a bit senile. If I had known he was this skilled, I should have given him the treatment of a true disciple right away." Xiao Taizhan quickly took out his phone and dialed Jiang Bei's number. "Hey, Xiao Jiang, did I just tell you about the core disciple treatment? I misspoke. I meant to give you the highest level of true disciple treatment." "Oh? You still need to think about it? Okay, I'll wait for your news." Fortunately, he had left his contact information. Xiao Taizhan was still a little shaken after hanging up the phone. This director Xiao is really something, he's already lost his composure so quickly? Jiang Bei had just hung up the phone when he received a message from Su Zhixia. "Su Zhixia, what time are you coming back? The food's almost cold." "Jiang Bei, don't wait for me, eat first. I won't be back for a while." After the message was sent, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, a new message popped up. "Su Zhixia, who's waiting for you?" Rolls eyes. Jiang Bei laughed out loud, pressed the voice button, and said in a deliberately drawn-out tone. "Oh okay, I'll be right back, eat your vegetables." He deliberately added a subtle pause and emphasis to the words "eat vegetables." This time, the response came even slower, taking a full minute. "Su Zhixia, how annoying." Hearing this accusation, which was not only lacking in deterrence but also sounded more like a coquettish complaint, Jiang Bei was in a good mood. He put away his phone and his steps became lighter. It seems that the joy of eating at home is greater than I imagined. Chapter 17 Thunder Explosion Gun Fragment. As night deepened, the aroma of food filled the dining room of Jiang Bei's family home. Jiang Beixin put down her chopsticks and said, "This dish you made is so delicious." Sitting across from her, Su Zhixia smiled slightly and said softly as she cleared the dishes, "Be careful not to get too fat." Suddenly, she noticed Jiang Bei's backpack lying on the floor. "Why is there blood all over your backpack? Do you want me to clean it for you?" Jiang Bei took the backpack and handed it to Su Zhixia. "What are all these? They're quite heavy." Su Zhixia took the backpack and quickly unzipped the chain. She pulled out 4 incredibly sharp wolf claws. "Are these the claws of a Gale wolf? Why did you buy this? To forge a weapon?" Su Zhixia was somewhat surprised. The Gale Wolf was a second-tier demonic beast, and its materials were not cheap. What is this? She pulled out another crystal core, about the size of a fist and entirely sky blue. This is a second-tier wind-type demon core? How did you get it? Jiang Bei looked at her and found her rather cute. There's a wooden box inside, it's a gift for you. A gift for me? Su Zhixia rummaged in her bag and pulled out a wooden box. As soon as she opened the lid, a strange fragrance instantly filled the air. Inside the wooden box was a strange flower with black petals and a deep blue stamen. Demon wolf flower? Textbooks clearly state that this spiritual herb only grows near the lair of the Gale Wolf King, which is guarded by the Wolf King and is extremely difficult to harvest. She suddenly looked up at Jiang Bei. What have you been doing? Jiang Bei said casually, it's nothing. I just took a stroll around the secret realm and saw this flower. It was quite pretty, so I thought you might like it and picked it. Who would have thought that a Wolf King would appear out of there and insist on fighting me to the death? I had no choice but to kill it as well. He pointed to the demon core and wolf claws on the table. These are from that Wolf King. You make it sound so easy. I'd think you were buying groceries at the market. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me, Jiang Bei said, shrugging indifferently. Su Zhixia picked up her empty backpack and went into the bathroom to clean up the bloodstains, but suddenly froze on the spot. The bloodstains on the backpack had a unique smell. It was indeed the distinctive scent of demonic beast blood. Could it be that what he said was true? Did he really kill a second-tier Wolf King all by himself? Is he even human? Late at night, Jiang Bei sat at his computer desk in his study and opened his browser to access the military's website. After entering the account and password provided by Jiang Yu, the screen flashed and redirected to the Great Xia Military Merit Points Exchange System. Name, Jiang Bei, permissions, temporary account, points, 2000. As expected of a military website, access is strictly restricted. Apart from the points redemption area, all other sections are grayed out and cannot be clicked. He clicked into the exchange area, and a dazzling array of goods appeared before his eyes: gene serums, alloy weapons, secret manuals. Jiang Bei was overwhelmed by the sheer variety. He directly entered the keywords secret manual and gun technique into the search bar. The page refreshed, and the list was instantly reduced to only a dozen or so items. His gaze swept quickly across the list, and all the manuals required more than 100,000 points to redeem. Damn it, these 2,000 points aren't enough to get anything good. Jiang Bei cursed the military for being so stingy. He scrolled down the page with his mouse. This cheat code only costs 2,000 points? Thunder Explosion Gun. Grade, A. Category, Gun Techniques Manual. Points, 2,000. Description: a fragment of a lightning-based spear technique manual originating from a large ruin, emphasizing extreme speed and instantaneous bursts of power. I wondered why it was so cheap. It turned out to be an incomplete version. Jiang Bei thought for a moment, wondering if the system could complete the remaining manual. Since you can't get anything good with 2,000 points anyway, you might as well give it a try. Without much hesitation, he clicked Confirm Redemption. A notification popped up on the screen: 2,000 points deducted. Please put on the receiving helmet and prepare to receive telepathic transmission. Jiang Bei immediately sat up straight and put on the telepathic transmission receiving helmet left by Jiang Yu. A moment later, a blue light shone on the helmet, and a mental wave surged into his mind. Countless explanations and dynamic demonstrations of the Thunderblast gun are etched deep in his memory. Transmission complete. All the secrets of the first move of the Thunderblast gun have been mastered. Jiang Bei understood that mastering the method and truly mastering it were two different things. Without years of arduous practice, it was impossible to unleash its true power. However, he was different from others. With a thought, a transparent light screen immediately appeared before his eyes. Sure enough, a new line of information appeared in his skill bar. Secret Manual, Thunder Explosion Gun First Form Beginner Level Plus. The system will give me some points. Congratulations, host, you have consumed 2,000 points and mastered the Thunder Explosion Gun to the first level. System, add more points. The subsequent cultivation techniques are missing. If you need to deduce them through the system, you will need to spend 10,000 points. 10,000 points? Jiang Bei was speechless for a moment, his head buzzing. Forget it, he thought, one shouldn't be too greedy. I'd better test the power of the first move of the secret manual and see if it's worth the 10,000 points. Jiang Bei walked out of the study and came to the basement of the villa. This used to be Jiang Yu's private training room. Later, when Jiang Yu went to the army, this place was used by him. The training room is about 100 square meters. Along the wall is a row of equipment racks, which hold basic strength training equipment such as dumbbells and barbell plates, as well as various weapons. In the center of the room stood a humanoid alloy target covered in impact marks, next to which was a numerical display screen. This was an instrument for testing instantaneous explosive power. He walked to the weapon rack and took down a bright silver long spear forged from D-grade alloy. "I'll use you to test it out." Zhang Bei weighed the long spear in his hand and walked to the alloy target. He took a deep breath and unleashed the first move of the thunder explosion gun. Crack! Sizzle! A violet blue arc of electricity erupted instantly, like countless tiny electric snakes, coiling around his right arm and surging wildly towards the gun. The D-grade alloy spear began to tremble slightly, and highly compressed lightning energy frantically gathered at the spear tip. A sharp, piercing noise, like 1,000 birds singing in unison, echoed in the basement. Boom! A highly condensed bolt of lightning struck the chest of the heavy alloy target. The numbers on the display screen jumped wildly, 10,589 kilograms. Holy crap, this number has already exceeded the limit that a second-tier martial artist can achieve. Is this first move already this powerful? Looks like I can't skimp on those 10,000 points. Snap! A strange sound came from the D-grade alloy spear in his hand, and Zhang Bei quickly looked down. Several cracks appeared at the junction of the tip and shaft of the D-grade alloy spear. What domineering power! Zhang Bei looked at the nearly destroyed spear and then at the astonishing numbers on the screen. Instead of feeling sorry for it, his eyes blazed with an even more intense light. If even D-grade alloy can't withstand it, I wonder if my C-grade Gale gun can. He developed an unprecedentedly strong desire for the subsequent cultivation techniques that required 10,000 points to deduce. Chapter 18, Encountering an Acquaintance. Inside the teaching building of Kanglan No. 3 High School, the morning sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting dappled shadows on the corridor. As soon as Zhang Bei entered the classroom, he went straight to the last row of seats by the window. He had just put down his backpack when a figure slunk over him, looking like a wilted eggplant. Chen Tianhao slumped into the empty chair in front of Zhang Bei, his body weakly resting on the edge of Zhang Bei's desk, letting out a long sigh. Seeing his friend's expression, he joked, "What happened to you? Did you lose your wallet?" Chen Tianhao looked up with a bitter face. "Don't even mention it. It's almost graduation exam time, and my dad secretly enrolled me in a martial arts intensive course at a martial arts gym behind my back." As he spoke, he scratched his head in frustration. "My life is so miserable. I have to attend classes all day, and after school I have to be dragged to the martial arts gym for extra training. How can I be happy?" Zhang Bei leaned back in his chair, his face revealing undisguised schadenfreude. "If you ask me, Uncle did the right thing. Don't worry, as your good brother, I'll help keep an eye on you. If you dare skip class and sneak off to an internet cafe," he deliberately dragged out his words, with a mischievous grin, "you'll be getting a double beating when you get home." Damn it! Are we still brothers? Chen Tianhao sat up abruptly, his eyes wide. He stretched out his arm, hooked it around Zhang Bei's neck, and shook him hard. "No way, you have to come with me. We'll share the hardships." Zhang Bei was shaken so badly he swayed, but he laughed and broke free, spreading his hands with a helpless expression. "I didn't pay any money, and I don't even know which way the martial arts school's door faces, so why should I go in? That's easy." Chen Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he leaned closer to say, "I'll just tell the coach that you also want to sign up, and I'll bring you here specifically to experience it. They'd be more than happy to have potential customers delivered to their door." Sigh. Zhang Bei was truly speechless this time, muttering under his breath, "There are always treacherous subjects trying to harm me." "It's settled then." Chen Tianhao, afraid he might change his mind, slammed his hand on Zhang Bei's table, making a soft thud. "Wait for me at the school gate after school, we'll go together. It's the one near your house, the Extreme Martial Arts Gym." Upon hearing this name, Zhang Bei's helpless expression faltered slightly, and then a playful smile appeared on his lips. "Extreme Martial Arts School?" he repeated softly. Zhang Bei took out his phone and sent a message to Su Zhixia. "Zhang Bei, I'm going to the martial arts gym with my friends after school, do you want to come along? Zhang Bei, let's go out for barbecue together tonight." Su Zhixia, huh? Is it that famous Yakuza martial arts school? Su Zhixia, I haven't been there yet. Zhang Bei, let's meet at the martial arts gym after school. After school, at the Yakuza martial arts school. As Jiang Bei and Chen Tianhao entered the spacious, bright, and modern hall of the martial arts school, a young man dressed in fashionable training clothes with his hair styled in a deliberately messy way walked towards them. "Hey, isn't this Tianhao? Long time no see. What, you're here to train too?" The boy greeted him warmly, but his gaze as he looked Chen Tianhao up and down carried a hint of unintentional contempt. Chen Tianhao was clearly surprised to run into him here. "Li Kai? Yeah, my family enrolled me in a class. What a coincidence that you're here too." Before he could finish speaking, Li Kai interrupted him with a hint of smugness, saying, "I'm different from you, I'm an annual member here." He puffed out his chest. "Today I'm here to participate in the internal assessment of outstanding trainees." Internal assessment? Chen Tianhao was taken aback. "That's right," Li Kai said, raising his chin slightly and raising his voice a few decibels. "As long as you pass the assessment, you can get a formal training contract from the martial arts school, and you won't have to worry about training resources and guidance from renowned teachers in the future. How about it, Tianhao? Want to come and take a look? It's a rare opportunity." "Who is this brother?" Li Kai suddenly asked, pointing to Jiang Bei. "This is my good brother, Jiang Bei." Li Kai carefully examined Jiang Bei, noticing his ordinary school uniform and his mere first-level cultivation, and gave a perfunctory nod. "Oh, hello." Jiang Bei immediately realized that Chen Tianhao and Li Kai did not have a harmonious relationship, and might even have had a past conflict. Li Kai was clearly using this opportunity to belittle Chen Tianhao and elevate himself. He remained calm and replied simply, "Hello." Li Kai considered Jiang Bei an insignificant nobody and paid him no attention. He looked at Chen Tianhao again and laughed. "Tianhao, I'm not trying to criticize you, but if you're not talented, you need to work even harder. You're almost graduating from high school, and you're still only at the first level. All right, let's talk later. The assessment is about to start, I'm going now." With that, he turned and walked away arrogantly. Chen Tianhao gave him the middle finger as he watched his retreating figure. Damn, still such a show-off. It's infuriating. The martial arts gym was packed today. Many students who usually like to slack off came to watch the excitement because of the assessment. A stern-faced coach clapped his hands. "Those participating in the assessment, line up and proceed in order. The first item is a punching power test. The first one is Li Kai." Li Kai seemed surprised to be the first to go. He quickly stepped out of line and stood in front of the punching power testing machine. He took a deep breath, exerted his waist power, and threw out a powerful straight punch. Bang! With a dull thud, the numbers on the display screen jumped wildly, finally settling at 1,469 kilograms. Wow! A mid-stage first-tier cultivator can unleash this much power? Impressive! It seems Li Kai is very well prepared this time. His strength is definitely top-notch among his peers. A murmur of surprise and discussion arose from the surrounding trainees. The coach also glanced at Li Kai again, and unusually, affirmed, "Not bad." Li Kai withdrew his fist, flicked his wrist, and couldn't help but show his smugness on his face, but he pretended to be modest, saying, "I wasn't in good form today and didn't perform to my full potential." But his beaming appearance made it clear to everyone that he was showing off. The scores of the next few people in the test mostly hovered around 1,300 kilograms, with the best being no more than 1,380 kilograms, which further highlighted the prowess of Li Kai's punch. Next was a sparring simulation. Li Kai chose his best leg techniques and faced a sparring partner. His kicks were fierce and relentless, and several high-difficulty consecutive kicks drew cheers from the audience. Wow, that's awesome. Mastering the rending wind kick is no easy feat. He's definitely going to be number one in this assessment. The C-level contract is definitely in the bag. The envy and praise from those around him greatly satisfied Li Kai's vanity. He squeezed through the crowd and walked up to Jiang Bei and Chen Tianhao, saying, "See? This is the difference between us. Don't be discouraged. Come often in the future. When I'm in a good mood, I can give you some pointers. Coach Li Kai is calling you. The coach is urging me to sign the contract, so I'll have to talk to you guys later." Li Kai turned around and walked away triumphantly. Damn it, I'm so angry. That guy's such a show-off. Chen Tianhao gritted his teeth in anger. Chapter 19: The Shocked Curator. Jiang Bei, I'm not late, am I? A clear and melodious female voice rang out, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Jiang Bei turned his head and saw Su Zhixia walking in through the door with a bright smile on her face. Today, she wore a high ponytail, making her look particularly refreshing and energetic. The timing is perfect. A smile unconsciously crept onto Jiang Bei's lips. Who is this beautiful lady? Chen Tianhao's eyes widened instantly, and he secretly nudged Jiang Bei with his elbow, his eyes blazing with gossip. This is my friend, Chen Tianhao, Jiang Bei introduced naturally, then turned to Chen Tianhao. This is Su Zhixia. Hello? Su Zhixia smiled and greeted Chen Tianhao in a natural and generous manner. Hello? I'm Chen Tianhao, my good buddy from Jiang Bei. Isn't class time yet? Why don't we just wander around for a bit? Jiang Bei said. Just as Jiang Bei, Chen Tianhao, and Su Zhixia were casually touring the martial arts school's training facilities, the school's door was pushed open, and 3 men and 1 woman walked in. Just then, Li Kai came out after signing the contract and immediately saw the 4 people who came in. His face instantly broke into a smile that was 10 times more enthusiastic than when he received the contract, and he almost ran to greet them. Brother Tiger, Brother Mang, Brother Foam, Sister Xiaowan, you're here at the martial arts gym today too? Li Kai's voice was clearly ingratiating. You big brothers are back from the secret realm area? You must have had a huge haul this time. The group that entered consisted of Qin Hu, Sun Mang, and 2 others, the 4-person group from the Demon Wolf Forest. Qin Hu, who was in the lead, nodded casually and explained, yes, the gym has arranged for us to be teaching assistants today, to provide practical sparring for the new students. Upon hearing this, Li Kai's eyes lit up immediately. Brother Tiger, what a coincidence! I just passed the test and got the contract for the martial arts gym. Could I also become a teaching assistant to gain some experience? That way, I can learn more from the senior members. He said he was studying, but in his heart he was thinking that he could show off in front of Chen Tianhao again. Qin Hu and the others exchanged glances. Alright, then you can come along. Just follow instructions later. Hey! Okay. Thank you, Brother Tiger. Thank you, everyone. Li Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed and followed the 4 men into the coach's rest area. The 3 from Jiang Bei strolled around and came to a weapons rack. Su Zhixia glanced around, then on a whim, stepped forward and took a training longsword from the shelf. With a slight flick of her wrist, she executed 2 fluid sword flourishes. Although the power was insufficient, the posture was extremely pleasing to the eye. I didn't realize you knew swordsmanship? Jiang Bei could tell that the swordplay he was doing had some basic skill. I practice it for fun. I don't have any talent for martial arts, so it can only be a hobby. She sighed, gently placed the longsword back on the weapon rack, and looked somewhat disappointed. Looking at her somewhat dejected profile, Jiang Bei felt a gentle touch on his heart. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, in the days leading up to graduation, Su Zhixia awakened an SSS-level swordsmanship talent, becoming a dark horse at Kanglan No. 1 Middle School that year. Jiang Bei suddenly said, it seems you really want to learn martial arts. How about this? He took a training rifle from the weapon rack, then turned to Su Zhixia and said, call me Teacher Jiang Bei, and I'll teach you a few moves. Then show me how you practice first. If you do well, I'll become your apprentice. Su Zhixia was amused. Then you'd better watch carefully. Jiang Bei walked to a deserted training area and casually began practicing the basic moves of the Gale Spear technique. Just then, 2 girls walked by. One of the short-haired girl's eyes lit up slightly when she saw Jiang Bei. Hey, look at that boy, is he new? He's quite handsome, and he looks so cool practicing his shooting. As she spoke, she took out her phone, turned on the recording function, and started recording a video. Another girl with a ponytail glanced at him and said, he's quite handsome, but his marksmanship looks so-so, like he's just a beginner. Oh, who cares if he's good at training or not, as long as he's handsome, that's enough. Are you having a crush? You can't even walk past a handsome guy? The short-haired girl said with a grin, and casually shared the 10-second video she had just recorded to their Extreme Martial Arts School student chat group. Spoiling the handsome guy, spotted a cool young man practicing shooting. Does anyone recognize him? Is he a newbie? This group mostly consists of young students from the martial arts school who love to share their experiences at the school. As soon as the video was posted, it immediately attracted several girls to join the discussion. Summer Snow, wow. Which district's new recruit is this? He's really good looking. Starry eyes. Exclusive pampering of a handsome guy at Summer Snow. This is the Kanglan City branch. The Song of the Fifth Ring Road. To be honest, his marksmanship looks so-so. Not eating cilantro, oh dear, you guys have such high standards. That guy might just be here for the experience. As long as he's handsome, that's enough. Kendo newbie, +1. Mainly because of her great presence. She looks so focused when practicing her spear technique. The group chat was buzzing with a short video of gun practice in Zhongbei. However, no one expected that a veteran member who had been lurking in the group for years, Yushan, the head of the Jidao Martial Arts Academy, would also see the video. Shanghai, the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Yushan had just finished dealing with some business when he habitually glanced at his phone and happened to click on this video. He initially glanced at it casually, but after his gaze lingered on Zhongbei's seemingly ordinary gunplay for only 3 seconds, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he abruptly sat up straight in his chair. This is? He stared intently at every subtle movement of Zhongbei on the screen. Each of those spear techniques seemed ordinary, but they contained some indescribable power. Effortless mastery, understated brilliance. This is the kind of performance one can only achieve when their marksmanship has reached the extraordinary level. As an 8th level martial artist, his martial arts skills had not reached the extraordinary level. The reason he could see it was because he had been instructed by a 10th level super strongman in the past. He must have experienced the same state of mind from some super strong expert, there's no mistaking it. A storm raged in Yushan's heart. How could such a young fellow have mastered marksmanship to the transcendent level? How is that possible? He immediately rewound the video progress bar to the beginning and watched it repeatedly. The more he watched, the more alarmed he became, and the more certain he was of his judgment. He immediately sent the video to Xiao Taizhan, along with a message. Yushan, Lao Xiao, is the boy in the video a member of your museum? A short while later, Xiao Taizhan replied to the message. Xiao Taizhan, curator, where did you get this video? His name is Zhongbei, he's not one of our members. Xiao Taizhan, I wanted to invite him to join the martial arts school, offering him the benefits of a true disciple, but he's still considering it. Yushan, find him immediately and tell him I'll go to Kanglan City to see him in person tomorrow. Xiao Taizhan, shocked, he may be a genius, but surely the curator doesn't need to personally intervene? Yushan, you don't understand. Yushan ignored Xiao Taizhan and immediately made a call to his secretary, book me a plane ticket to Kanglan City, the earliest flight. Chapter 20. Are you here to attend class? Inside the training room of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. A coach was earnestly explaining his insights into martial arts training, while a dozen or so students listened attentively, including Zhongbei, Su Zhixia, and Chen Tianhao. After a long while, the coach put down his book and said, "All right, that concludes today's theory lesson. Now, let's move on to practical sparring." The coach waved, signaling the assistant coaches to come in. Xinhu, Sun Meng, Chen Feng, Su Xiaowan, and a smug Li Kai strode into the classroom. These are today's teaching assistants, responsible for guiding you in practical exercises, the coach introduced to the students below. Hello everyone, I'm Li Kai, and one of today's teaching assistants. Would any of you like to come up and practice with me first? He was a little excited about being a teaching assistant for the first time and was the first to speak. Xinhu glanced at Li Kai and thought to himself, impulsive. His gaze swept over the crowd below the stage, and he was about to say something when his eyes were suddenly drawn to a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes in the crowd. How could he be here? Xinhu thought he was seeing things and had mistaken someone for someone else, so he quickly rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again. His unusual behavior immediately attracted everyone's attention. Sun Meng, Chen Feng, and Su Xiaowan followed his gaze. When they saw the calm-looking boy sitting in the back row, the three of them gasped almost simultaneously, their faces showing shock. Zhongbei? The four of them looked at each other, all somewhat bewildered. Was this expert here to listen to a lecture? Xinhu nervously walked over, wanting to say something, but he wasn't familiar with Zhongbei and didn't know what to say for a moment. They just stood there awkwardly. Chen Tianhao, standing next to him, looked on with curiosity, thinking that Xinhu wanted to invite Zhongbei to spar. The teaching assistant wants to have a few moves with you, what are you standing there for? No, that's not what I meant. Xinhu cursed Chen Tianhao inwardly, don't get me into trouble. This bizarre scene silenced the entire training room. These teaching assistants seemed both respectful and a little scared. What's going on? Li Kai's smug smile froze completely. He knew his four classmates very well. They were always surrounded by people, whether at school or in the martial arts gym. When had they ever been so nervous around others? The 4 members of the Demon Wolf Forest, whom he had desperately tried to curry favor with and whom he regarded as his backers, were now behaving so humbly? The huge contrast left him completely dumbfounded. Chen Tianhao and Su Zhixia were also stunned. They looked at Zhang Bei, who was unusually calm, and then at the 4 respectful people in front of them. Their curiosity reached its peak. Just then, the door to the training room was suddenly pushed open again. Curator Xiao Taizhan strode in. Ignoring the others, Xiao Taizhan walked directly to Zhang Bei with a smile and said, "Brother Jiang, why didn't you greet me when you arrived?" "I just came to visit a friend and didn't dare to disturb Director Zhao's work," Zhang Bei explained with a smile. "How did you know I was here?" Zhang Bei then asked with some curiosity. "Chief Instructor Yushan called from Shanghai. He saw the video of you practicing shooting. That's how I found out you were here." Xiao Tieshan's booming voice echoed in the quiet training room. "The headmaster himself said that your marksmanship has reached the transcendent level." He stared intently at Zhang Bei. "The head curator said he wants to see you. He'll be coming to Kanglan City tomorrow." Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this series of bombshell news. Who is the headmaster? He's an 8th level martial arts master, a figure who ranks highly throughout China. Why would he personally come to meet a 1st level student? What the heck is extraordinary marksmanship? I've never even heard of it. Every word exploded in their minds like thunder. The amount of information was overwhelming. "Come on, let's go sit in my office." Xiao Taizhan happily pulled Zhang Bei out of the cultivation room. "Brother Tiger, what's the background of this Zhang Bei guy?" Li Kai asked Qin Hu in a low voice. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Anyway, you can't afford to offend them," Qin Hu said sternly. Li Kai glanced at Chen Tianhao beside him. "Hey bro, it's been so long. I'll treat you guys to dinner later, you have to come." "I'd say your face-changing speed is as fast as Sichuan opera." Chen Tianhao felt very pleased, but he didn't give him a friendly look on the surface. Inside the curator's office, the atmosphere was completely different from the hustle and bustle outside, quiet and solemn. Xiao Taizhan personally brought a steaming cup of tea and handed it to Zhang Bei, who was sitting on the sofa. "Brother Jiang, try this. It's Yunwu tea that an old friend specially brought for me. You can't get this anywhere else." "Thank you, Director Xiao." Zhang Bei accepted the gift with both hands and thanked him politely. Xiao Taizhan sat down on the sofa opposite him and couldn't help but sigh. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. The excitement the head curator had on the phone was something I've rarely seen in the decades I've known him. Zhang Bei gently blew on the steam from the tea, his tone remaining calm. "Director Xiao, you flatter me. I just enjoy practicing shooting." "Ha, what a fine young man who loves practicing shooting." Xiao Taizhan laughed heartily. He admired this kind of talented yet humble young man. "Brother Jiang, we're destined to meet, so I'll be frank with you about some things." Zhang Bei looked up at him, adopting a listening posture. Every year, major martial arts schools across the country hold an elite competition for their internal students. Xiao Taizhan leaned forward slightly. On the surface, it's about exchanging ideas and making progress together, but in reality, the most important purpose is to showcase our teaching abilities and the top students we've trained, build our reputation, and attract more students and investment. This is related to the reputation and real interests of every martial arts school. He sighed softly and continued, "To be honest, our Jidao Martial Arts Academy ranks among the top in the country in terms of overall strength, but we have an old rival Longting Martial Arts Academy that has always been one step ahead of us. Their headmaster, Situlong, and headmaster Yushan had some grudges in their early years. On the surface, they are old friends, but in reality, they are at odds and are fighting fiercely. In recent years, in the annual elite competition, our Jidao Martial Arts Academy has always been just one step short, and we have been suppressed by Longting Martial Arts Academy. They've taken away a lot of our promising students, and some sponsorships and resources have also been tilted towards them." After each competition, Coach Yushan would be depressed for several days, feeling frustrated and embarrassed. He looked intently at Zhang Bei, his tone becoming incredibly sincere. "Therefore, Brother Jiang, our Extreme Martial Arts Academy urgently needs a genius like you to restore our prestige." Zhang Bei nodded. "Whether or not to join the Biaoji Martial Arts School, I will give you an answer after I meet with Headmaster Yushan tomorrow. Then tomorrow, when the head curator arrives, we'll discuss it in detail. I believe the terms he offers will absolutely demonstrate our utmost sincerity." "Okay." Zhang Bei stood up. "Then I'll take my leave now." Chapter 21 Flying Thunder God. The next day, at the Yakuza martial arts school, in the director's office, a man around 50 years old with sharp eyes was sitting on the sofa, opposite a young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, who was Jiang Bei. Young friend from Jiang Bei, Yushan said, handing a contract to Jiang Bei. This is a direct disciple contract, the highest level contract in our Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I wonder if you are satisfied with it. If there are any other conditions, we can discuss them. Jiang Bei nodded in response to Yushan's expectant gaze. Since it's the highest level contract, I'm naturally satisfied. I can represent the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in the upcoming competitions. But I have one more condition. I've heard that you, the curator, possess a secret technique that you don't pass on to outsiders, the Flying Thunder God. A glint flashed in Yushan's eyes, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Oh? How did you know, young friend Jiang? Are you interested in this secret technique? I am very interested in controlling hidden weapons. If you, the curator, can agree to teach me this secret technique, then I have no other conditions. Yushan did not answer immediately. After pondering for a moment, he said, since you are interested, there is no harm in telling you. This Flying Thunder mystic technique, although it is a method for controlling hidden weapons, has a threshold for cultivation. Only those with lightning attribute talent can cultivate it. The core of this secret technique lies in the application of one's own lightning attribute. The more proficient one is in using the lightning attribute, the greater the help it will be in cultivating this secret technique. When the Flying Thunder God technique is mastered to a high level, it can even traverse space, making its trajectory unpredictable and impossible to defend against. You can also add explosive lightning power to the hidden weapons, greatly increasing their attack power. However, this is only the first level of requirements. Successfully mastering the first level only allows you to control one hidden weapon. If you want to control multiple hidden weapons simultaneously, you must reach the second level. The second level of cultivation requires strong mental strength as support. As you should know, in the cultivation methods of our human race, the cultivation of mental strength is extremely rare. Oh? How did the curator reach the second level of cultivation? Jiang Bei asked curiously. To be honest, that's the truth. Yushan gave a wry smile. Although I am quite proficient in lightning attribute talent, I have no talent in mental power. Over the years, I have been searching everywhere for secret techniques to cultivate mental power, but I have not found them yet. My arduous cultivation over the past 10 years has only reached the first level of mastery. It is a great regret of mine that I cannot grasp the true mysteries of this secret technique. Yushan sighed softly. I see that your marksmanship is swift and fierce, which means you have a wind attribute talent. I'm afraid you can't master my secret technique. Before Yushan could finish speaking, Jiang Bei calmly extended his right hand, and blue arcs of electricity erupted from his palm. What? Yushan's composure vanished instantly. He jumped up from the sofa, his face filled with disbelief. You have dual attribute talents? Wind and thunder? Dual attribute talents are 1 in 10,000. He was able to cultivate the wind attribute to an extremely high level at such a young age, so he must not have any attainments in the lightning attribute, Yushan thought to himself. I wonder how well you have mastered your lightning attribute talent. I'd like to see if you're qualified to cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique. Okay. Jiang Bei stood up, and the two quickly arrived at a private, high-level training room. Jiang Bei picked up an alloy spear from the weapon rack and looked at Yushan. My lightning attribute makes me used to using it like this. After saying that, his eyes narrowed and he activated the Thunder Explosion Spear technique. The highly concentrated blue lightning distorted the surrounding air, and violent thunder instantly gathered at the tip of the spear. Jiang Bei thrust out his spear, aiming at a golden force measuring device in the room. Sizzle boom. The alloy testing device, which was capable of withstanding impacts of tens of tons, was blasted by this single shot and began to tremble violently. Yushan stared in disbelief at the number, 10,745 kilograms, on the display screen. This is simply a monster. Yushan was completely bewildered, not knowing what was going on in his mind. He had run a martial arts school for many years and taken in countless students, but he had never seen anyone achieve such incredible stats at the beginner level of the first tier. Not only that, but he has also cultivated both the wind and lightning attributes to such a high level. He is truly a cultivation genius that is 1 in 1,000 years. The more amazing Jiang Bei's martial arts talent was, the happier Yushan became. Good. 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 Yushan subconsciously said good 3 times in a row. That's enough. If you cultivate the Flying Thunder God, reaching the first level won't be a problem. Jiang Bei smiled and said, then, could the curator teach me this technique now? No problem. Since you meet the requirements for cultivation, I am happy to see this secret technique flourish. I'll demonstrate it to you first, and then I'll tell you the cultivation method and formula. Over the next few tens of minutes, Yushan told Jiang Bei all the cultivation methods and precautions without reservation. Jiang Bei carefully memorized all the information and then quietly opened the system panel. A new skill prompt appeared on the panel. New skill discovered, Throwing Thunder God Technique Beginner Level Plus. The system will give me some points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the first level of Flying Thunder God Technique by consuming 2,000 points. He instantly grasped all the secrets, techniques, and key points of the first level of Flying Thunder God Technique, as if he had practiced them countless times, and they were deeply imprinted in his soul and physical instincts. Jiang Bei was immersed in the massive flow of information instantly poured into him by the system, carefully experiencing every detail of this exquisite secret technique. To outsiders, he appeared to be in a daze. Seeing this, Yushan assumed that he was momentarily overwhelmed by the profound content and found it difficult to understand, so he offered words of comfort. Young friend Jiang, don't be impatient. This technique is exquisite, and it's normal for it to be obscure and difficult to understand. It took me 3 months to comprehend this secret technique, and another 3 months to practice it. It took me a total of 6 months to barely get the hang of it. Let me demonstrate it for you again. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Bei flipped his wrist and produced a throwing knife from who knows where. Yushan was slightly taken aback, not understanding what Jiang Bei was going to do. However, the next second, the expression on Yushan's face froze instantly. Suddenly, the throwing knife in Jiang Bei's hand emitted a blinding flash of lightning. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the knife vanished into thin air. 50 meters away, a burst of lightning suddenly exploded on a target. The target was blasted to pieces. Yushan stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable and illogical thing in the world. Half a year to get started? He had spent half a year diligently studying and mastering the secret technique, but the other party had mastered it completely in just a few tens of minutes, which somewhat overturned his understanding. I'm sorry, Director Yu, I broke the target. However, your Flying Thunder God technique doesn't seem too difficult to learn. What the hell? It's supposed to be easy to learn? It took me half a year to even get the basics right. Yushan was taken aback by Jiang Bei's words. Chapter 22: The Dragon Soaring Martial Arts School's Trump Card. After the initial shock, Yushan was suddenly overjoyed he had struck gold. Young friend Jiang, I have imparted the secret technique to you without reservation. Can we sign the contract now? Of course, Jiang Bei was very satisfied. This secret technique was practically tailor-made for him. He was probably the only one in all of China who could cultivate spiritual power. The two returned to the curator's office, and Jiang Bei signed his name without hesitation on the contract that symbolized the highest level of treatment. Great. We're family now. Yushan picked up the contract, in high spirits, and patted Jiang Bei's shoulder hard. Young friend Jiang, the National Martial Arts Youth Exchange Competition will be held in Shanghai in a week. Please make arrangements in advance so as not to interfere with your school affairs. Don't worry, Master, I'll make the arrangements, Jiang Bei said calmly, but with an undeniable confidence. I will do my utmost to help the Extreme Martial Arts Academy make a name for itself. The two then discussed some details for a while before Jiang Bei took his leave and left the martial arts school. After seeing Jiang Bei off, Yushan sat back in his office chair, looking at the contract with an uncontrollable grin, growing increasingly smug. This time, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would surely avenge their previous defeat in the competition. Longting Martial Arts School, you've been arrogant for so long, let's see if you can still be arrogant this time. Buzzing. The phone on the table vibrated a few times. Yushan happily took it out and glanced at it. It was someone chatting in the group chat called Martial Arts Association Members Group. This place is filled with the heads of various martial arts schools or well-known coaches. It's usually quite quiet, but it only gets lively before major competitions or when there's any big news. He opened the group chat and scrolled up a few messages. Longting Situlong at all members, long time no see. This year's competition will again require the assistance of Longting Martial Arts School. Longting Situlong, I just led the students in their final pre-competition test, and the results were only slightly better than last year. These young people train hard and are very ambitious, but they just don't know how to restrain themselves. They insist on being competitive, and I can't stop them from doing so. Picking nose. The heads of several small martial arts schools immediately lined up to show their support. Tiger Martial Arts Academy coach Zhang, Master Situ is too modest. Everyone knows that Longting is the favorite to win the championship every year. This year it looks like it's a foregone conclusion again. Fengxing Martial Arts Academy Headmaster Li, congratulations, Headmaster Situ. Longting is truly brimming with talent, we are all envious. This year, Longting will surely dominate again. Upon seeing this, Yushan curled his lip and muttered under his breath, old man, he's setting things up ahead of time again. At that moment, another message popped up. It was from Situlong, who specifically tagged Yushan. Longting Situlong at Jidao Yushan Laiyue, how are your preparations going this year? Don't let it be like last year, where several of you were eliminated in the first round. That would be so embarrassing. Longting Situlong, do you need me to send 2 coaches over to give you some guidance? We're old friends, don't be shy. Grinning face. The sarcasm and sense of superiority in those words were almost overflowing from the screen. In previous years, if Yushan had seen such news, even if he didn't refute it immediately, he would have felt extremely frustrated. But at this moment, looking at this message, he showed no anger on his face, but instead revealed a mysterious smile, and his fingers slowly tapped on the screen. Jidao Yushan at Longtang Situlong, thank you for your concern, Director Situ. This year, Jidao will just follow the usual procedures and make normal preparations. Jidao Yushan, no need for guidance. We can't afford the experts from Longting. Let's see who's the best in the competition. Clasped hands. The other curators in the group were a bit surprised by Yushan's reply, as it wasn't like Yushan's usual style. This response lacked the exasperation and frustration of previous years when a sore spot was touched. Instead, it exuded a strange composure and confidence. On the other end of the screen, inside the Longting Martial Arts Academy, Situlong frowned slightly as he read Yushan's reply. This old guy, his reaction is a bit off. Knowing his temper, even if he didn't get angry, he should have at least given me a sarcastic retort. So calm? Is this some kind of competition to see who's truly capable? Something unusual must be going on. Situlong was filled with doubt and unease. Could it be that this old bastard Yushan really had a stroke of luck this year and unearthed some incredible talent? In recent years, he has spared no expense in searching for geniuses all over the country. With great difficulty, he has finally managed to surpass the Extreme Martial Arts School, making the Dragon Sword Martial Arts School famous and its business more and more prosperous. This is a critical time, and we must not allow the Yakuza any chance to turn things around, otherwise all our previous investments and efforts may be in vain. A sense of unease swept over me. What am I worrying about? I have an ace up my sleeve. Wang Xiao, a second-tier advanced player, was his trump card, which he had poached at great expense. He not only awakened the rare giant bear body, but also mastered his most treasured martial art, the fiery mountain-splitting blade, in just 3 months, which can be described as amazing talent. His actual strength has already exceeded 7,000 kilograms, far surpassing the limit of an ordinary second-tier martial artist. With him on the team, Longting Martial Arts Academy's victory this time is almost a foregone conclusion. That old fox Yushan is probably afraid of losing face, so he's deliberately putting on a show and trying to bluff his way in. Situlong pondered to himself, what decent talents can the Extreme Martial Arts Academy find? At most, they're just beginners at the second tier. What kind of trouble can they possibly cause? Although he was confident in his own abilities, Situlong was inherently suspicious. He hesitated for a moment, then decided he couldn't let his guard down. He quickly found a number without a name in the contacts, composed a text message, and sent it. Check if the martial arts school has recently signed any new members or shown any unusual activity. Pay close attention to the list of participants scheduled for upcoming competitions, the sooner the better. After sending the message, Situlong felt slightly relieved and pretended to be nonchalant. Yushan, no matter what tricks you play, they are all in vain in the face of absolute strength. Shortly after, Situlong received a reply text message, which was brief. I've reviewed the contract records for the past few months, and there haven't been any exceptionally talented individuals joining. The students' abilities are on par with previous years, so please rest assured, Master Situ. The sender was an informant planted by Situlong within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He was unaware that Zhang Bei had just signed the highest contract, and the news had not yet spread. Upon seeing this reply, Situlong's last remaining doubts finally dissipated, and a contemptuous smile returned to his face. He was just bluffing after all. I almost fell for this old guy's act. I really want to see Yu Shan's ugly face when Wang Xiao crushes the participants from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in the competition. Chapter 23 Wang Xiao's Secret. At 10 p.m., Situ Long finished his work and walked out of his office, preparing to go home. As he passed by the training hall, he was surprised to find that Wang Xiao's private training room was still brightly lit. Ha! Still training so late? Situ Long was slightly surprised and subconsciously walked over quietly. The training room door wasn't completely closed, leaving a crack. As he approached, he heard a suppressed gasp from inside. 8,700 kilograms. My God! This is already the power of a third-tier martial artist, isn't it? Brother Xiao is too strong. This is simply inhuman. Situ Long's heart stirred, and he gently pushed open the door. Inside the training room, Wang Xiao, shirtless and holding an alloy longsword, stood in front of a force-measuring robot. Meanwhile, several core students who were also selected for the competition were gathered around the screen, their eyes wide with shock and admiration. One of the students, with sharp eyes, was the first to spot Situ Long at the door and immediately greeted him respectfully, "Director Situ. Are you still here so late?" The other trainees turned around immediately upon hearing the voice and greeted him. "Curator! Look! Brother Zhao's fiery mountain-splitting blade has broken through to the great perfection level." Situ Long's gaze immediately fell on the display screen, 8,786 kilograms. Even though Situ Long was prepared and knew that Wang Xiao was exceptionally talented, his pupils still contracted slightly when he saw the value with his own eyes, and his heart was stirred up. Although he was shocked, Situ Long showed an approving smile. He strode over and laughed loudly. Good. Good. Wang Xiao, let's see who can compete with you in this competition. Don't worry, Master. The championship is already in my pocket. I just hope that the so-called geniuses from other martial arts schools can be a little more resilient, so that I don't win in too much of a boring way. Ha ha. Good. That's the kind of domineering spirit we should have. The championship of my Dragon Soaring Martial Arts Academy will be won with overwhelming force. It's late, everyone should go back and rest early to prepare for the battle. Situ Long waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. After bowing respectfully, the trainees left the training room and went home. Soon, only Wang Xiao remained in the cultivation room. He slowly raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and carefully examined it. It was a strong and powerful hand belonging to a young human, yet at this moment, an extremely thin, smoky black aura seeped from beneath the skin and swirled around the fingers. This black aura was eerie, chilling, and filled with an aura of destruction. The human body is ultimately too fragile. The eerie black energy in his hand slowly receded and disappeared back into his body, as if it had never existed. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Bei lay on his large bed in his bedroom, a semi-transparent system light screen appearing before his eyes. Name, Jiang Bei. Points, 1,700. Martial Arts Level, First Tier, Beginner. Martial Gods Divine Body Spring Aperture Activation Completion Rate 3%. Chi and Blood Value, 390+. Mental Strength, 750+. The competition is about to begin. 390 points of health is a bit low. Looking at the remaining 1,700 points, Jiang Bei feels it's time to improve his cultivation. The system added the remaining 1,700 points to the Chi and Blood value. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have consumed 1,700 points, and your health has increased to 815 points. In an instant, a surge of powerful and pure energy erupted from his body, instantly flowing to every part of his body. Jiang Bei's body trembled slightly, his muscle fibers seemingly torn and reassembled by an invisible force, becoming even more resilient and compact. His meridians widened and strengthened under the surge of energy. Jiang Bei gently clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within him that far surpassed anything he had ever experienced before. Ding! Congratulations, host, your martial arts level has been upgraded to the intermediate level of the first tier. Seeing the score displayed as 0 on the system panel, Jiang Bei helplessly waved his hand to dispel the light barrier. It seems I need to find a way to get some points. The second level of Flying Thunder God technique and the moves after Thunder Explosion Gun all require a lot of points. I'll go to that weapon shop tomorrow to order a set of hidden weapons, just in time to use them when I reach the second level of the Flying Thunder God technique. The next morning, Jiang Bei arrived at the weapon shop and saw the owner busy behind the counter from afar. Hello, boss, Jiang Bei greeted. Do you have any ready-made, complete sets of concealed weapons here? The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, "Complete sets of concealed weapons are complex to make and expensive, and they are generally not in stock. If you need them, we can only make them by customization. Let me take a look first." "No problem, the blueprints are all on the computer," the boss said, handing a tablet to Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei carefully browsed and compared the various options on his tablet, and finally settled on a set of hidden weapons called the Cloud-Piercing Shuttle. This set of concealed weapons consists of 36 blades of different shapes, each blade extremely sharp at both ends. When they are tightly joined together, they form a spindle-shaped weapon. When used separately, they can also be transformed into 36 sharp blades. Jiang Bei nodded. "This is the one." After paying the deposit, he walked around the store again and was unintentionally attracted by a long sword. The sword has a simple and elegant design, and the scabbard is dark blue with natural cloud-like patterns on it. Jiang Bei's fingers brushed across the cold blade, but the image of Su Zhixia gracefully wielding her sword, tinged with a hint of regret, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. "Young man, you have a good eye. This flowing cloud sword is forged from a rare piece of ice-patterned steel. Don't let its ancient appearance fool you. Its sharpness and toughness are top-notch among a great alloys." Based on her memories from her previous life, her swordsmanship talent should awaken soon, and this sword suits her well. "I want this sword." He carefully put away the voucher for the custom-made cloud-piercing shuttle, then took the flowing cloud sword and walked out of the shop. In the evening, at her home in Jiangbei, Su Zhixia was tidying up the dishes. "The braised pork ribs tasted good today." I saw that you seemed to really like it last time, so I made a little extra," Su Zhixia replied softly. She turned her head and inadvertently noticed an antique-looking longsword on the sofa. "When did you buy a sword?" "I bought something at the weapons shop this morning, and the owner insisted on a buy-one-get-one free offer and forced it on me." He stood up, walked over, and casually drew the sword. "Look at this, it's all flimsy and looks good, but it's useless. I'm practicing shooting. What would I need this thing for? Take it if you like. Anyway, it'll just collect dust if I keep it, and it's a hassle to clean it. How can this be? This sword looks very valuable, I can't accept it." Su Zhixia quickly declined. "It's not valuable at all. Just consider it a bonus for being such a great nanny, a reward for cooking to my liking." The reason in his teasing tone made Su Zhixia blush slightly. Holding the sword, she didn't know whether to accept it or put it down. "Wow, where do you get welfare like this? Why not?" Jiang Bei found it amusing to see her at a loss. "How about, you give me a shoulder massage? Consider this advance payment for the sword?" He was very close, his breath almost brushing against her ear. Su Zhixia, clutching her sword, took 2 steps back, her face flushing red instantly. "No, who wants to massage your shoulders?" After saying that, she hugged the sword and hurriedly ran into the kitchen, but a sweet smile couldn't help but quietly appear on her lips. Chapter 24: Fighting for a Parking Space. 1 week later, at Shanghai Railway Station. The group from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy walked out of the platform with the crowd. Xiao Taizhan walked at the front, followed by Jiang Bei, Qin Hu, Sun Mang, and the 4 members of the Demon Wolf Forest Group. For this competition, the Kanglin Martial Arts School recommended Jiang Bei as their participant, while Qin Hu, Sun Mang, and 3 others came along to broaden their horizons. "Is this the Magic City?" Looking at the tall buildings all around and the clean and tidy streets, Sun Mang was in a great mood. "Big cities are just different," Qin Hu exclaimed. "Have some backbone, will you? Stop acting like you've never seen the world before," Xiao Taizhan said with a slight smile. A minivan slowly drove up from a distance and stopped in front of them. "Director Xiao, it's been a long time. I'm Xiao Zhang, do you still remember me?" "Of course I remember, you're Director Yu's driver." "The hotel has been arranged, everyone please get on the bus quickly," the driver said, opening the car door to signal everyone to get on. The vehicle quickly started and disappeared at the end of the street. Vehicles drive into the underground parking lot of the Starry Hotel in downtown Shanghai. "Is this hotel doing so well?" Xiao Zhang had already circled around the hotel but still couldn't find a parking space. "Brother Zhang, over there. There's a car that just left." Sun Mang, with his sharp eyes, pointed to a parking space that had just become available to the side and shouted. Xiao Zhang immediately shifted into reverse, adjusted the direction, and prepared to parallel park. Just then, a black Mercedes suddenly sped out from behind, swerved sharply, and tried to forcibly take over the parking space. "Damn, trying to steal my parking spot?" Xiao Zhang cursed, instinctively lightly pressing the accelerator to try and block the space. Bang! With a muffled thud, the two cars inevitably collided. "How do you drive?" Xiao Zhang rolled down the window and shouted angrily. "Damn it! Are your eyes in your ass? How dare you hit our car?" The Mercedes driver started cursing as soon as the car door opened, before he even got out. At the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Jin Hu and the others immediately got out of the car. Sun Mang, with the most explosive temper, immediately retorted, "Bullshit. You guys are the ones trying to steal the parking space." The Mercedes driver recognized Xiao Zhang as soon as he got out of the car. "Who do we have here?" "It's just some scum from the Yakuza martial arts school." "Who the hell are you calling scum?" Jin Hu clenched his fist instantly. At that moment, the back door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and Wang Xiao and two other students from Longting Martial Arts School stepped out with cold faces. The driver immediately pointed at Xiao Zhang and the group of people on the other side and said to Wang Xiao, "Brother Xiao. They're from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. They hit our car and still dare to act so arrogantly." Wang Xiao put his hands in his pockets, glanced at the group, and guessed what they were up to. "You're here to participate in the National Martial Arts Tournament, right?" "TCH." The men behind Wang Xiao curled their lip in disdain and mocked, "Brother Xiao, are all our opponents this kind of trash? Where did the Extreme Martial Arts School find all these scoundrels? It's getting worse every year." The Mercedes driver became even more arrogant after hearing his companions say this. "Young man, watch your manners." Xiao Tieshan's face was gloomy, and the aura of a fourth-level martial artist emanated from him. "You're the coach, right? How come all the trainees are cowards and they need the coach to hold them up?" the Mercedes driver mocked sarcastically. Before he finished speaking, a figure flashed through the crowd, and Zhang Bei appeared in front of the Mercedes driver. Slap. A hard slap landed squarely on the driver's face, and his cheek visibly swelled up, leaving a clear handprint. You dared to hit someone?" The driver was a little dazed from being slapped. He hadn't even seen how he was hit. "If you keep talking so foully, you're not just talking anymore," Zhang Bei said calmly. "What are you doing? What are you all doing? Fighting is prohibited on hotel grounds." Several hotel security guards heard the commotion and quickly ran over. The members of Longting Martial Arts School, their faces filled with anger, wanted to step forward, but Wang Xiao stopped them with a raised hand. He gave Zhang Bei a deep look, a hint of interest on his face. "Let's go." Wang Xiao got into the Mercedes first, and then the others followed suit. The car started and quickly left the underground parking lot. The atmosphere inside the Mercedes was oppressive. "Brother Xiao, why didn't you teach that kid a lesson?" "It's so embarrassing to just leave like that," several team members said indignantly. "With their coach around, if a fight breaks out, we'll be the ones who suffer." "Don't worry, we'll run into them during the competition, and I'll teach them a lesson then." Wang Xiao revealed a playful expression. Inside the parking lot, the security guards, seeing that the situation had calmed down, all turned and left. "Director Xiao, those people were from Longting Martial Arts School, and the guy driving is Sid Tulong's driver," Xiao Zhang explained. "So they're from the Longting Martial Arts Academy. Do you know the one leading them?" Xiao Taizhan had a deep impression of Wang Xiao because he could tell at a glance that Wang Xiao was already a second-level advanced martial artist. "I've never seen him before, he might be a new student," Xiao Zhang said uncertainly. "I didn't expect that Longting Martial Arts Academy would have a second-level advanced student." Xiao Taizhan frowned, feeling somewhat worried. That person seemed to be no ordinary person. "Brother, thanks for earlier. That guy had such a foul mouth." Xiao Zhang looked at Zhang Bei gratefully. "It's nothing, that kid just deserved a beating," Zhang Bei said calmly. "All right, grab your luggage, check in first, then we'll go to headquarters for a meeting," Xiao Taizhan instructed the group to get their luggage from the car. Jin Hu, Sun Mang, and the other three, carrying their luggage, exchanged glances, all thinking to themselves that Zhang Bei had probably met his match, this time a high-level second-tier martial artist. Headquarters of the Shanghai Extreme Martial Arts Academy. In the spacious conference room, more than a dozen people from branches across the country sat on both sides of the conference table, with Chief Curator Yushan standing at the head of the table to personally preside over the meeting. "I have some bad news to announce today," Yushan said solemnly, glancing at everyone present. In previous years, each martial arts school had 3 spots in the competition. However, due to the large number of schools that registered for this competition, the Martial Arts Association decided that each school would only be allocated 2 spots this time. "What's going on? So one student can't participate in the competition?" Isn't the Martial Arts Association messing things up? The quiet meeting room immediately erupted into chaos, with discontented murmurs rising instantly. Director Yu, there are only 2 spots left out of the 3. Whose spot should we cancel? A branch director couldn't help but ask. Originally, the 3 students selected to represent our Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters in this competition were Jiang Bei from Kanglan City, Ling Qingyue from Shanghai, and Wang Qingshan from Guangning City. Now, after repeated consideration by headquarters, it has been decided to retain Jiang Bei and Ling Qingyue's eligibility to participate in the competition. On what grounds? As soon as Yushan finished speaking, Wang Qingshan suddenly stood up, his face full of dissatisfaction. Chapter 25 Competition Spots. Director Yu, why are you canceling my spot? Wang Qingshan said angrily. Yes, doesn't T. Qingshan, with his early stage of the 2nd tier, deserve a spot? Wang Qingshan's companion next to him also spoke up for him. Don't get agitated. Your spot was cancelled due to the regulations of the Martial Arts Association. We've discussed it and will give you some compensation. A middle-aged man sitting next to the curator quickly spoke up to smooth things over and try to ease the tension. Compensation? Wang Qingshan interrupted him, turning to look at Yushan. Director Yu, you should at least give a reason for canceling my spot, right? I just want to know what I did wrong. Senior Ling Qingyue is at the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, and her strength is greater than mine. I have nothing to say. But he paused, glancing at Jiang Bei, who remained silent to the side, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing Wang Qingshan looking over, Jiang Bei wasn't too surprised and casually interrupted, so you mean you want my spot? Yes, if you're so capable, let's have a fight. Do you dare? If you lose, you give up your spot. Seeing Jiang Bei's directness, he simply stopped holding back and spoke his mind. Okay. Jiang Bei smiled slightly and held up one finger. What do you mean? Wang Qingshan didn't understand. If you can still stand after taking one of my moves, I'll give you the spot. A soft murmur suddenly filled the conference room. One move? Has he gone mad? Wang Qingshan is at the early stage of the 2nd tier. Who dares to say they can take down a 2nd tier opponent in one move? This kid from Kanglan is way too arrogant. Many other branch directors showed disdain, feeling that Jiang Bei was too arrogant. What? Xin Hu and the others couldn't believe their ears. They looked at each other but didn't dare to say anything. Although Xiao Taizhan had absolute confidence in Jiang Bei's strength and had even witnessed his amazing talent firsthand, the idea of him killing Wang Qingshan in one move still left him in disbelief. Even the usually aloof Ling Qingyue has developed a strong interest in Jiang Bei. Ha, Wang Qingshan laughed in exasperation. I've seen people who show off, but I've never seen anyone show off like you. Jiang Bei, you said it yourself. Let's go somewhere else. I want to see what tricks you're up to. Wang Qingshan got up and prepared to go to the outer hall. There's no need for that. Going to the lobby would just waste everyone's time. Let's begin now. The words had barely left his lips when a powerful, almost tangible, spiritual force surged wildly into Wang Qingshan's sea of consciousness. Ah! Wang Qingshan clutched his head and screamed in agony. His eyes rolled back and he fell straight backward. His companion reacted quickly and caught him. What's going on? Everyone in the conference room was completely bewildered. They would never have imagined that Jiang Bei's mental strength was now as high as 750, and that an ordinary 2nd-level beginner martial artist could not withstand his full force attack. The effectiveness of mental attacks varies depending on the opponent's level. If the opponent is more than one level above you, the effect of a mental attack will be negligible. In other words, if Jiang Bei were to use a mental attack on a high-level 2nd-tier opponent, the impact on the opponent would be very limited. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponent Wang Qingshan and gaining 1500 points. Oh? You can get points for this? Jiang Bei suddenly felt that he was more agreeable to Wang Qingshan. Quickly, get Wang Qingshan to the infirmary. What exactly did you do? Why did Qingshan suddenly faint? Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Bei explained, "Don't be nervous, he'll wake up soon." Sure enough, after a short while, Wang Qingshan slowly woke up. "Qingshan, how are you?" his companion asked with concern. "My head hurts so much. It felt like I was hit hard with a hammer just now." Upon hearing Wang Qingshan's words, everyone in the conference room gasped and turned to look at Jiang Bei. They all believed that this was some kind of talent awakened in Jiang Bei, but no one could have imagined that it was a mental attack. Only Yushan looked thoughtful, as if he had thought of something, his eyes showing excitement, but he immediately shook his head, as if he thought it was unlikely. Director Yu, let's not waste any more time, let's continue the meeting, Jiang Bei said, turning to Yushan. Wait. Wang Qingshan suddenly spoke up. What? Still not convinced? Jiang Bei was a little unhappy. No, I accept the loss. Since I lost, there's nothing more to say. I just want to ask. No comment. Jiang Bei knew what he wanted to ask, but he didn't intend to explain. Wang Qingshan was taken aback, but he didn't say anything and silently sat back down in his seat. Since everyone has no further questions, let's continue the meeting, Yushan said, his gaze sweeping across the room. The rules for this competition have been announced by the Wushu Association. The competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a martial arts test, and the top 10 students will advance to the next round of the competition. The second stage is a practical test, which takes place in a small secret realm provided by the Martial Arts Association. Participants will kill monsters to obtain crystal cores, and the one with the most crystal cores will be the champion of this competition. The prize for the competition is the ability to choose any S-grade alloy weapon and a cash prize of 10 million. Wow, S-class alloy equipment. That's very rare. A 10 million yuan prize isn't bad. The Martial Arts Association's reward was very generous, and even Jiang Bei's eyes lit up. Although he was not short of money, 10 million was not a small amount for him, especially the S-grade alloy weapon, which was exactly what he wanted. Alright, if everyone has no further questions, let's adjourn the meeting here for today. I wish the 2 students representing the Extreme Martial Arts Academy the best of luck in the competition. Back in his room at the Starry Hotel, Jiang Bei eagerly turned on the system light screen. Name, Jiang Bei. Points, 1,500. Martial Arts Level, Intermediate First Tier. Martial Gods Divine Body Spring Aperture Activation Completion Rate 3%. Chi and Blood Value, 815 plus. Mental Strength, 750 plus. Jiang Bei didn't expect to have an unexpected gain today, receiving another 1,500 points. He calculated that if he added them all to his Chi and Blood Value, his martial arts level would be able to break through to the advanced first tier. The system added 1,500 points to my health and mana. Congratulations, host, you have consumed 1,500 points, increasing your health to 1190. In an instant, a surge of scalding and boundless energy seemed to erupt from the deepest part of his body out of nowhere. This energy surged unstoppably into every part of the body, from the limbs to the internal organs. Jiang Bei's body trembled slightly uncontrollably. He felt his muscles, meridians, and even bones undergoing subtle changes under the influence of this energy. Muscles become stronger, meridians expand, and bones become more resilient. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the advanced level of Tier 1. Chapter 26 The Bet. The following day, a grand and impressive competition venue in Shanghai was already packed to capacity early in the morning. Pleasant music played in the arena, numerous staff members were busy in the spacious area, and the audience in the surrounding stands was enthusiastic. At each end of the playing field, there is a super large electronic screen, which clearly displays the scene on the field. Inside the VIP room of the competition venue, several martial arts school directors had already arrived. Olju, I heard you sent a mid-level first-tier martial artist to this competition? I'm saying, are you guys going to close down? Situlong said with a smile on his face, seemingly joking. Bullshit. It's your dragon soaring that's going to fail. What's wrong with a mid-level first-tier martial artist? Yushan retorted irritably. Situlong scoffed, I'm ashamed for you. Look at these students participating in the competition, the lowest level is at the beginner level of the second tier. Disgraceful? You're so confident, why don't you take a bet with me? Yushan took a sip of tea and looked at Situlong with a smile. He wasn't confident about betting on other things, but this first match was a martial arts contest, and Jiang Bei's martial arts were at the transcendent realm, so how could he possibly lose? Therefore, he wanted to take the opportunity to trick Situlong. What are we betting on? Let's bet on the first match. Whoever performs better, the wager is an S-level secret manual. Are you in? The other curators gasped in astonishment. S-level manuals are mostly held by the military and top universities, and there are very few available nationwide, making them extremely precious. Olju, are you crazy? Situlong was somewhat surprised. He didn't know why Yushan dared to play such a big game. What, you don't dare? If you don't dare, then shut your mouth, Yushan glanced at him disdainfully. The two curators are truly generous, offering an S-rank secret manual right off the bat. An elderly man with a full head of white hair looked at the two with a smile. Principal Yuan, we're just small fry. When it comes to wealth, your Shanghai martial arts family is much more well off. Situlong replied with a smile, clearly not daring to neglect the old man. Are you here today to select talents for the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy? Yushan asked respectfully, not daring to be negligent. Principal Yuan did not answer directly, but instead asked, Director, you seems to be very confident. I'm sure the students you train will be extraordinary. Yushan smiled slightly. Principal Yuan, you have excellent judgment. Unlike that old geezer Situlong, he's just a frog in a well. At this moment, the site is in its final preparation stage, and staff are gradually leaving. A young man with short hair, wearing a jacket with the slogan National Youth Martial Arts Competition printed on it, is holding a mobile phone and is live streaming. Fans, I'm Zhang Dada. I've been invited by the organizers to give you a live broadcast of the entire competition today. As a top streamer with tens of millions of viewers, Zhang Dada's livestream is incredibly popular, with the barrage of comments scrolling by at lightning speed, and gifs from fans appearing on the screen from time to time. Zhang Dada, is the competition about to start? I think Longting Martial Arts Academy is the favorite to win the championship again this time. That's not necessarily true. There seem to be a lot more martial arts schools participating this year than in previous years. Maybe a dark horse will emerge. Suddenly, the announcer's voice came over the stadium's loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The match is about to begin. Some new viewers may not be familiar with the rules, so let me first explain the competition rules to everyone. The first competition mainly tests the martial arts skills of all the participants. This year, our Martial Arts Association has introduced the most advanced intelligent robot. Contestants can use their preferred martial arts skills to fight against the robot. Hitting the robot's vital points will generate points, and the intelligent robot will give a comprehensive score based on the number of hits and the intensity of the blows. Alright, that concludes the rules introduction. Now, let's begin the competition. First contestant, please come up and challenge the intelligent robot. Is it really that amazing? Robots have intelligence now? Yes, this is the first time I've seen this. Amidst the clamor of discussion, the first contestant stepped into the open space in the center of the venue. A buzzing sound of motors rang out, and a crack appeared in the ground in the center of the arena. A tall robot stood on a lifting platform and rose up from below the ground. The robot, which is about 2 meters tall, is made entirely of matte alloy with precise joints, and is full of the beauty of the fusion of power and technology. The match begins. The host announced loudly that the robot suddenly stretched all its joints, its eyes flashed red, and it assumed a defensive posture. The intelligent robot is currently set to a primary defensive mode, mainly for testing and evaluating the contestants' martial arts skills. It has a sturdy alloy body, so you don't need to worry about damaging it. With your current attack methods, you are not capable of harming it. The first to take the stage was a young man of medium build named Zhang Yu, from Yunshan Martial Arts School. He was a second-level beginner martial artist, and his weapon was a machete. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen such an intelligent robot. Zhang Yu flicked his wrist, causing the long sword in his hand to tremble. Hey Big Oaf, let me play with you for a bit. Zhang Yu charged toward the intelligent robot with her knife, raising her arm high and delivering a precise and ruthless slash to the robot's head. The robot, with its bare hands, easily blocked Zhang Yu's slashing blade, its movements as swift as any second-tier martial artist. Slashing the arm won't earn you points, only hitting vital organs like the body or head will count as valid damage, the commentator explained earnestly to the audience. Soon, the match time was up, and Zhang Yu hadn't managed to hit the robot's vital points even once its defense was impenetrable. Zhang Yu, your score is only the base score of 10 points, and your martial arts level rating is proficient. At this moment, Zhang Yu's score was displayed on the large screens on both sides of the martial arts hall. This robot is pretty powerful. Even master-level martial arts techniques can't hurt its vitals. The intelligent robot is pretty cool. It would be even cooler if it turned on attack mode. Inside Zhang Dada's livestream, netizens kept sending various comments and bullet screen messages. After the first match ended, more and more people took turns to fight the robot. Those whose martial arts skills were below the Great Master level were unable to damage the robot's vital points. Only a few students whose martial arts skills had reached the Great Master level managed to hit the vital points a few times, and their scores hovered between 200 and 300. The next student to take the stage is Ling Qingyue, a martial artist from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. A girl dressed in a martial arts school competition uniform stood opposite the intelligent robot, holding a long sword that gleamed coldly. "Olju, this little girl has good potential, it's a pity she's in your martial arts school." Situ Long was still being sarcastic, his expression a forced smile that made him look like he wanted to punch someone. Snort! Yushan snorted coldly, ignoring Situ Long, his eyes fixed on the girl in the arena. The girl brandished her longsword and engaged the robot in battle. My god, the robot's defense can't keep up with her speed. The commentator's exclamation drew the attention of the entire audience. Chapter 27: Extraordinary Martial Arts. With a gasp from the commentator, all eyes turned to Ling Qingyue in the arena. At this moment, she held a long sword, her movements as graceful as a whirlwind as she relentlessly attacked the intelligent robot. Each time she drew her sword, she merely flicked her wrist, instantly unleashing several bursts of cold energy. The intelligent robot was now riddled with flaws, easily struck in vital areas, and sparks flew from its body. The audience gasped in surprise. What a fast sword! So many people couldn't do anything to the robot. This young man's swordsmanship is exceptionally strong. Has his martial arts skill already broken through to the great perfection realm? That's right, this martial arts skill has clearly reached its peak. Soon, the match ended, and the score was displayed on the big screen. Ling Qingyue, score 1735, martial arts level rating, perfect. A roar erupted throughout the arena. This was the highest score to date. In the VIP room, Principal Yuan nodded slightly in praise. "Olju, you've taught your apprentice quite well." "Principal, you flatter me." It's Qingyue's own hard work that made her stand out. Yushan couldn't suppress a smile. He glanced at Situ Long out of the corner of his eye, wanting to see the other's embarrassed expression, but unexpectedly saw that the other's expression did not change much, but instead showed a hint of disdain. That old bastard, he won't give up until he's completely convinced of the truth. He's still trying to play dumb with me, Yushan cursed inwardly. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the arena blared again, announcing, the next to perform is Wang Xiao from Longting Martial Arts School. Wang Xiao, dressed in the training uniform of Longting Martial Arts School, strode to the center of the field. He was not carrying any weapons, clearly intending to fight the intelligent robot with his fists. The match began, and Wang Xiao's movements were even faster than Ling Qingyue's earlier. He launched a fierce attack on the intelligent robot with both fists. The field echoed with a series of muffled thuds as the robot's defenses failed to withstand Wang Xiao's fierce attacks, and it was forced to retreat steadily. Although Wang Xiao's punch was powerful and heavy, it couldn't leave the slightest mark on the intelligent robot. This alloy robot was truly tough. When the competition time was up, Wang Xiao's score was displayed on the big screen. Wang Xiao, score 2435, martial arts level rating, perfect realm. Holy crap, another perfect realm? Why did he get a higher score than that girl? Are you stupid? He's definitely stronger. In the VIP room, Situ Long nodded slightly, a smug look on his face. Olju, now you know the difference, right? Although both of them are at the perfect realm, Wang Xiao's power is much stronger. If Wang Xiao is so strong, why didn't he dare to bet with me earlier? Yushan picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and continued, are you that afraid of losing? Olju, if that's how you put it, then I'll bet you right now. Do you dare to accept? Situ Long wasn't annoyed. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and smiled, looking quite interested. Pa! You old bastard, you're shameless. Why didn't you wait until the competition was over before betting with me? Yushan pretended to be angry, slamming his hand on the table and cursing. Do you dare to bet? Situ Long tapped Yushan with his chin, his tone contemptuous. You said it yourself, fine, I'll bet with you. Yushan agreed readily, his gaze frank. Ah, I knew you wouldn't dare. Situ Long turned around smugly, but realized halfway through his sentence and immediately turned back. You agreed? Situ Long was a bit dumbfounded. He had only wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Yushan, but he didn't expect Yushan to actually agree. Olju, are you running a fever? Don't say I didn't give you a chance, think about it again. Wang Xiao's score is currently ahead of Ling Qingyue's. Yushan ignored Situ Long, instead turning to the others in the room and spreading his hands with a smile. Did you all see that? They chickened out as soon as it got serious. This action made Situ Long's face flush red. You really don't know what's good for you. Since you're so reckless, then let's gamble, with everyone as witnesses. Great. Yushan was overjoyed. You just wait, you little rascal. The game continued, and everyone took to the field one after another, until only Jiang Bei remained as the last person. The next team to be tested is Jiang Bei from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Bei, holding his wind-splitting spear, slowly walked into the arena. Advanced Tier 1? Am I seeing things? Is there no one left at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Why did they send up a first-level advanced fighter? Maybe they're here to broaden their horizons. When they saw that the last person to take the stage was a first-level advanced martial artist with the lowest level in the entire arena, no one had much hope. At the Shanghai Martial Arts University, in the president's office, a young girl is watching a live stream on her phone. On the phone screen, Jiang Bei brandished his spear, and countless spear shadows flew through the air, piercing towards the intelligent robot. From a distance, it appears that every shot hits the robot's vitals, but upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that the gun tips did not actually touch the robot's body. Ha! This person's marksmanship is so strange, the girl muttered to herself. The girl turned to look at the old man dozing on the sofa. Grandpa, come and take a look. This person's marksmanship seems a bit strange. The old man was sleeping soundly when the girl woke him up, and he complained a little, Nini, let Grandpa sleep a little longer. The girl walked over, sat down next to the old man, and held out her phone to him. Grandpa, take a look, what's going on here? The old man yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and glanced at his phone screen. The old man uttered a puzzled sound. The next second, he sat up abruptly, snatched the phone from the girl's hand, and stared intently at the screen. This is a marksmanship technique at the transcendent level? Nini, where did you get this video? Grandpa, this is a live broadcast of the National Martial Arts Competition, not a video. National Martial Arts Tournament? The old man seemed to have thought of something and immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Principal Li, hey, Lao Yuan, are you at that martial arts competition venue? Principal Yuan, yes, what's wrong? Principal Li, what's wrong? Didn't you see the boy with the gun on the field? Principal Li, he used extraordinary martial arts techniques. Principal Yuan, what? At this moment, Jiang Bei's match has ended, and the score is displayed on the big screen. Jiang Bei, score, 8,423. Martial arts skill level assessment, unable to be identified. Everyone's jaws dropped. 8,423 points? How is that possible? Is the robot, is it broken? Someone shouted first. It must be a glitch. How could it possibly have over 10,000 points? There must be a system error. Inside the VIP room, all the curators stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. Situlong was initially shocked, but then, as if grasping at a straw, he pointed at the screen and roared, "What the hell? This is clearly a robot malfunction. This result doesn't count." A malfunction? Situlong, if you can't accept defeat, just say so. The authorities will make their judgment. At that moment, Principal Yuan had just finished his call and was staring at the calm-looking boy in the room. Extraordinary martial arts? This trip was definitely worthwhile. He had lived for decades, and this was the first time he had ever seen someone display extraordinary martial arts. If his senior hadn't called to remind him, he really wouldn't have noticed. Yuan Tian, the vice principal of Shanghai Martial Arts University, is an 8th-level advanced expert. The old man who just called is Li Chun, the principal of Shanghai Martial Arts University, a 9th-level expert. Chapter 28: The Secret Realm opens. Please wait a moment, we will send staff to verify immediately. We will find out soon whether there is a problem with the intelligent robot. Seeing the chaos in the room, the host quickly spoke up. Soon, several staff members walked into the field and began testing. One of them took a laptop, connected a data cable to the robot, and then started the testing program. A few seconds later, a message popped up on the screen: "System has no abnormalities, data is valid." The technicians exchanged ideas and, in order to ensure the sensors inside the robot were intact, they decided to disassemble the robot to inspect it. Soon, the metal alloy armor on the front of the intelligent robot was removed. Holy crap, how come the shock-absorbing coating inside this alloy armor has so many scratches? Several staff members exclaimed in surprise. This is a brand new intelligent robot, there couldn't possibly be any scratches inside, a staff member said with a puzzled look. Check the robot's work log for today to see if there are any abnormalities. Soon, the laptop displayed the robot's complete work log, and the group focused on reviewing the self-check records after the last high-intensity confrontation. My God, look at this. A technician pointed to a line of data in the log. The data showed the damage had just occurred. This indicates that the player who last fought against the robot was the one who caused these internal injuries. After receiving the final test results from the technical team, the host announced on the spot, after repeated verification, the internal damage to the intelligent robot perfectly matches the timing of the attack by contestant Zhang Bei. The damage was caused by extremely high penetrating force. The test result effective. When the host announced the results, everyone was shocked, and an eerie silence fell over the players' lounge. Eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the results on the screen. Ling Qingyue's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she subconsciously looked at the silent boy beside her. His attack could actually penetrate the robot's alloy armor and cause direct damage to its interior? What kind of martial art is this? If this were used to attack a person or a monster, wouldn't it tear their internal organs to shreds? The more Ling Qingyue thought about it, the more she felt that Zhang Bei was strange. First, he inexplicably killed Wang Qingshan, who was at the beginner level of the second tier, at the martial arts school headquarters, and then he just showed an attack method that she could not understand. Strange, monster, right? Someone murmured to themselves, but it voiced the thoughts of everyone. Wang Xiao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, also opened them. Unlike the others, he did not show shock on his face. Instead, he revealed a hint of excitement. He licked his dry lips, his eyes full of anticipation, and chuckled softly. This is interesting. Inside the VIP room, Situlong was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. The result was valid? Did that mean he had lost? A surge of hot blood rushed to his head, his brain buzzing. That was an S-level secret manual, his most treasured possession. And he had just lost it all to that old geezer Yushan? Thinking of Yushan's smug face, he wished he could slap himself a few times. Damn it, how did we end up losing like this? Ha ha ha, a hearty laugh rang out. Director Situ, you look terrible. Are you feeling unwell? Yushan asked with a gloating expression. Yushan, don't be so smug. Situlong's face turned ashen with anger. I'm just concerned about you, old Situ. Yushan leisurely took a sip of tea. I'll send someone to retrieve that S-rank manual later. You won't go back on your word, will you? Humph, it's just a secret manual, I wouldn't stoop to cheating. Situlong said through gritted teeth. Good, that's good. Yushan smiled broadly, in a great mood. Principal Yuan suddenly spoke up. Director Yu, your student, is truly extraordinary. You must introduce such a genius to this old man. This undisguised attempt to recruit him made Situlong's face even more unpleasant, given that he had just lost the secret manual. The first match has ended, and the top 10 list has been announced. The announcer's voice came over the loudspeaker. The first match has ended, and the rankings are as follows. First place, Jidao Martial Arts School, Zhang Bei, score 8423. Second place, Longting Martial Arts School, Wang Xiao, score 2435. Third place, Extreme Martial Arts School, Ling Qingyue, score 1735. Please take a short break. The second match will begin in 10 minutes. Please get ready. The location for this competition is the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. The competition will be based on killing monsters to earn points, and the player with the most points will be the champion of this competition. Note that in addition to killing monsters to gain points, you can also obtain half of the opponent's points by defeating other opponents. Please collect a smart electronic bracelet and a space teleportation stone from each participant. The bracelet will record your score, and the space teleportation stone will be used to leave the secret realm after completing the mission. After the host finished explaining the competition rules, he stopped talking, and the room fell into a brief silence. Soon, staff members quickly entered the rest area and distributed electronic wristbands and disposable teleportation stones to each participant. 10 minutes passed quickly. Principal Yuan slowly walked to the window of the VIP lounge. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, he could clearly see the view outside. It's time for this old man to get some exercise. Principal Yuan slowly raised his right hand and casually gestured towards the open space in the center of the field below. Buzz. With a low hum, a golden crack about 1 meter long appeared in the arena. In the blink of an eye, the crack rapidly expanded, and violent spatial energy overflowed from it, making it almost impossible for the spectators in the stands to open their eyes. Principal Yuan's gaze sharpened, he clenched his fist, and shouted in a deep voice, "Concentrate." The previously restless spatial rift instantly stabilized, transforming into a golden light gate 3 meters high and about 2 meters wide. The entrance to the secret realm is open, you may enter now. Principal Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. His voice was not loud, but it clearly carried to every corner. His main task here today was to open a temporary entrance to the secret realm at the invitation of the Martial Arts Association. But he never expected to discover a genius like Zhang Bei. He was determined to recruit this student to Shanghai Martial Arts University. Principal Yuan secretly made up his mind. In the center of the arena below, 10 contestants quickly entered the portal and disappeared into the open space. The Dragon Abyss Secret Realm is a third-tier secret realm under the jurisdiction of the Demon City. It is teeming with monsters and fraught with danger. At this moment, the 10 contestants have been randomly teleported to the outer perimeter of the Dragon Abyss Secret Realm. The entire secret realm is situated in a huge canyon, with steep mountain walls all around, barren of any vegetation. The valley floor is filled with an eerie vitality, and various strange plants grow in the dense primeval forest, constantly exuding an aura of unknown danger. Chapter 29: The Power of Flying Thunder God. Zhang Bei walked slowly along a path in the woods, carefully observing his surroundings while using his mental energy to explore. His current mental perception range was about several hundred meters. He quickly sensed that there were several first-tier demonic beasts and one second-tier demonic beast nearby. Isn't this a third-tier secret realm? Why are the monsters so low level? Zhang Bei thought for a moment and then realized that this must be the outer area of the secret realm. Zhang Bei decided to kill the second-tier demon beast first. As for the other first-tier beasts, they were not of much value, so it would be better to save time and head straight for the core area. 300 meters ahead, a giant ape with its entire body in black was perched on a large tree, its eyes fixed on the direction of Zhang Bei. The monster had a strong intuition, and it immediately detected Zhang Bei's presence. Oh! This beast is quite vigilant. Zhang Bei held his spear and pointed it at the giant ape in the tree. His blood and chi surged, and he exuded murderous intent, deliberately provoking the giant ape. Roar! The giant ape opened its blood-red maw and roared, its sharp fangs gleaming coldly. It leaped down from the tree and charged forward. Zhang Bei narrowed his eyes, flicked his spear, and unleashed a powerful azure dragon emerging from the sea attack to meet the charging giant ape. The giant ape reacted swiftly and fiercely, actually reaching out to grab Zhang Bei's thrusting spear. Unfortunately, before the spear arrived, the giant ape's heart had already been shattered into pieces by the invisible wind blades formed by the spear intent released by Zhang Bei. The giant ape let out a miserable cry, blood and foam gushing from its mouth and nose, before collapsing to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the Tier 2, beginner-level monster, the Black Ape. You have gained 1,000 system points. Zhang Bei was excited. He was determined to kill as many monsters as possible in the secret realm. He was looking forward to breaking 10,000 points, as he hadn't yet learned the second move of the Thunder Explosion Spear. Beep beep beep. The electronic bracelet on his wrist also reacted at this moment. Zhang Bei raised his hand and looked at it. The points that were originally displayed as 0 points had now become 10 points. Behind a large tree a few hundred meters away, Ling Qingyue stared blankly as Zhang Bei cleanly and decisively killed the giant ape in one move, and smiled bitterly to herself. Honestly, she had no problem dealing with second-tier demonic beasts, but she definitely couldn't kill them in one move. This proved that her supposedly rich practical experience was nothing compared to Zhang Bei's. Suddenly, Zhang Bei turned around and glanced in her direction, which startled her so much that she quickly hid behind a big tree. No way, they found me already? Ling Qingyue's heart pounded, and she was instinctively afraid of Zhang Bei. What's there to be afraid of? Ling Qingyue quickly reassured herself. How could they possibly find me from this distance? Besides, even if they did find me, it wouldn't matter. I haven't earned any points yet, so I'm not afraid they'll steal them. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, but her body, leaning against the tree, remained tense. She listened carefully to the sounds in the distance, not daring to move an inch. Zhang Bei discovered Ling Qingyue hiding behind a tree immediately after killing the giant ape, but he didn't intend to pay her any attention. Killing monsters and gaining points was his most important task at the moment. Everything else was a waste of time. Zhang Bei put away his spear, and with a few leaps, his figure disappeared into the woods. Ling Qingyue, who had been hiding behind a big tree, slowly emerged from behind the tree after Zhang Bei had gone far away. A look of doubt appeared on her face. He didn't even care about first-tier demonic beasts? Was he going to go deep into the secret realm to kill third-tier demonic beasts? Inside the arena, the scores of all participants were displayed on a large screen. Look, Jiang Bei's score has changed. He's only been inside for a short time, and he's already killed a demon beast? 10 points, that's the score for killing a tier 2 low-level monster. No way, killing a second-tier cultivator is as easy as killing a dog? Soon, a video recording appeared on the big screen, showing Jiang Bei killing the second-tier giant ape. Judging from the shooting angle, it was a video recorded by the electronic bracelet's recording function. Since the secret realm is an independent space, it is not possible to broadcast the competition live at the moment. The only way to provide feedback on the player's activities is through videos recorded by smart bracelets. So easy? That giant ape monster fell down with just one shot? Look, Wang Zhao's points have moved too. It's 20 points. Those are the points awarded for killing a mid-tier second-level demonic beast. Before long, the scores on the big screen began to change, and battle videos were continuously transmitted back, eliciting waves of excitement from the audience. Jiang Bei was moving quickly through the forest. He killed any monsters he encountered along the way, but ignored those that were too far away. There were also some reckless monsters that deliberately chased after him to offer themselves up for death, so Jiang Bei unceremoniously collected their points. Half an hour later, Jiang Bei encountered a high-level second-tier venomous python, the highest-level monster he had encountered since entering the secret realm. The venomous python was also excited to see Jiang Bei. Its pair of emerald green eyes gleamed with a ghostly light as it rushed towards Jiang Bei. When the venomous python saw Jiang Bei, it was as if it had seen a delicious meal delivered to its door. Its pair of emerald green vertical pupils stared straight at Jiang Bei. Its thick body was coiled on a big tree, and it opened its mouth to spew out a cloud of foul-smelling green poisonous mist. Jiang Bei's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated, avoiding the attack of the poisonous fog. This is a bit troublesome. The poisonous fog has a wide attack range, and Jiang Bei cannot get close for the time being. He did not want to use hidden weapons easily, especially in this dangerous secret realm. He must ensure that his mental energy is always at its peak to deal with unknown risks. Well then, I might as well test the power of the Flying Thunder Mystic technique. I've never used it in battle since I learned it. Jiang Bei flicked his wrist, and an alloy throwing knife appeared silently in his hand, instantly channeling a surge of pure lightning power into it. Buzz! The throwing knife trembled slightly, and a blinding blue light suddenly burst forth from its surface. Violet lightning crackled around it, as if it were a bolt of lightning bound by heaven. Jiang Bei locked onto the venomous python's head, which was hidden behind the poisonous mist, and suddenly flicked his wrist. Sizzle! The throwing knife vanished into the air, then reappeared and struck the venomous python directly in the head. Boom! The python's head exploded into pieces, and its body, which was over 10 feet long, rolled around. A tree as thick as a person was cut in half by the python's rolling body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the tier 2 high-level monster, the poisonous python. You have gained 2,500 points. Holy crap, this isn't some kind of hidden weapon, it's clearly a rocket launcher. Jiang Bei was very satisfied with the Flying Thunder God technique, and he was even more looking forward to what changes would occur after entering the second level. If you could control dozens of these powerful hidden weapons, it would be like firing rockets in rapid succession. Just thinking about it is exciting. Jiang Bei reaffirmed that mental strength was definitely his strongest trump card at present, irreplaceable whether it was for sensing danger or attacking and killing enemies. Jiang Bei put away the Rift Wind Spear and continued striding deeper into the secret realm. Chapter 30 Mutated Monsters. In the arena, a video of Jiang Bei using the Flying Thunder Mystic technique to kill the venomous python is playing on the big screen. Holy crap, what kind of martial art is that? It looks like a bomb was thrown. Is that venomous python a high-level second-tier demonic beast? I discovered that he kills monsters in one move. VIP room. Olju, isn't that your Flying Thunder Mystic technique? You really went all out, handing it over to that kid? Situ Long asked incredulously. That Flying Thunder God technique was something he had coveted back then, and this old guy Yushan actually passed it on to a young student? Director you truly teach your students everything you know. Without several months of personal guidance, it would be impossible to cultivate the Flying Thunder God technique to the first level. Principal Yuan exclaimed in amazement. Yushan smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. In his heart, he thought, look at how ignorant you all are. If you knew that he had mastered the Flying Thunder Mystic technique to the first level in just a few tens of minutes, you would be scared to death. In the secret forest, Jiang Bei was still advancing rapidly. Having advanced more than 10 kilometers, they should be approaching the core area of the secret realm. Jiang Bei slowed down and released his mental energy to explore the surroundings. This situation is a bit strange. How come there are no traces of monsters anywhere in the depths of the secret realm? Something was wrong. Jiang Bei instantly became alert, but secretly he was also a little excited. He had a premonition that there might be a high-level demon beast here. He cautiously advanced a few hundred meters more and finally spotted a giant bear-like monster with brown fur lying under a large tree ahead. We've encountered a mid-tier third-order monster. As Jiang Bei discovered the giant bear, the bear, which had been dozing, suddenly opened its eyes and looked in his direction. It smelled the scent of humans. The giant bear sprang to its feet, raised its head and roared, its crimson maw emitting a foul stench. The giant bear slapped down a tree as thick as a person, then grabbed the trunk with its massive paw and hurled it towards Jiang Bei. Holy crap, even high-level monsters can use weapons? Jiang Bei didn't dare to be careless and moved to the side to dodge the giant bear's attack. But just as he regained his footing, the giant bear's claws were already upon him. Jiang Bei dared not be careless and swept his spear horizontally to meet the giant bear's claws head-on. Boom! Dust billowed up, and Jiang Bei's arms went numb from the shock. He staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. The giant bear's throwing of the tree was merely a feint, intended to provoke Jiang Bei into reacting first. Its true objective was to attack the second landing point. High IQ. They even know how to use tactics, Jiang Bei thought to himself in surprise. He narrowed his eyes, his expression somewhat solemn. It seemed that this mid-level third-tier demonic beast would require a bit more effort. The giant bear also sensed that this human opponent was not easy to deal with. It stood up high with its huge body and slammed its two front paws into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Jiang Bei suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He quickly retreated, only to see countless sharp spikes suddenly emerge from the ground around him and attack him. Good heavens, this giant bear actually knows Earth-type attack skills. Jiang Bei quickly used his extraordinary wind step to dodge left and right, and his spear kept blocking the incoming spikes, barely managing to avoid this attack. Just as he dodged the last attack and before he could regain his footing, the giant bear's claws struck again. Jiang Bei was prepared this time. He had anticipated that the giant bear would resort to a sneak attack again. With a flick of his spear, countless bolts of lightning immediately gathered, compressing and condensing at the tip of the spear to form a blinding flash of light. This is the first time the Thunderblast gun has been used against an enemy, and Jiang Bei wants to see just how powerful it really is. The giant bear paw and Jiang Bei's spear collided in mid-air with a deafening roar, and the violent energy sent fallen leaves flying everywhere. The terrifying lightning gathered at the tip of the spear easily pierced through the giant bear's claws and went straight into its throat, sending blood and bits of flesh flying everywhere. The third-tier intermediate-level giant bear crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Tier 3 intermediate giant bear king. You have gained 3,000 points. At the same time, the electronic bracelet on my wrist reacted and added 100 points directly. Jiang Bei's face showed a hint of excitement. The Thunder Explosion Spear did not disappoint him. If he hadn't used this move, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through the giant bear's defense. Indeed, real combat is the sole criterion for testing truth. Now, Jiang Bei has a clear understanding of his two strongest secret techniques. In terms of direct attack power, the Thunderblast gun is unmatched and is suitable for dealing with opponents with high defense and relatively slow movement. While the Flying Thunder God's attack power is slightly weaker, its speed is superior, making it more suitable for dealing with highly agile but weakly defensive monsters. The combination of the two is perfect. After several real-world battles, he now has a clearer understanding of his own abilities. After glancing at the giant bear's carcass, Jiang Bei didn't linger and continued forward with his spear in hand. In the training ground, everyone was stunned, as the big screen was showing the battle between Jiang Bei and the giant bear. Damn, is this kid out of his mind? He actually dared to go to the core area of the secret realm? Look at that giant bear, it already knows how to use tactics at the mid-level of the third tier? It's not just tactics, it even knows Earth-based skills? It's over, it's over. This monster's intelligence is comparable to that of humans. The audience whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with excitement. Many of them had never seen such a battle before, and this was truly an eye-opener for them. The discussion in the VIP room was also quite lively at that moment. Director Yu, did you also teach this move that my young friend Jiang Bei used? Principal Yuan was very excited at this moment, and he couldn't wait to recruit Jiang Bei into his ranks. Yes, what kind of secret technique is this? Several other curators also raised questions. Yushan smiled wryly to himself and quickly waved his hand, replying, "To be honest, this is the first time I've seen Jiang Bei use this move. I didn't teach it to him. TCH, just tell the truth." Situ Long said untimely. Deep within the secret realm, Jiang Bei continued forward for a while, when a dangerous aura emanating from a short distance made him tense once again. Ahead stood a tiger with wings on its back, its body shrouded in a faint black aura, and a thick, horn-like object on its head. He had seen countless demonic beasts in his previous life, but he had never seen a flying tiger with horns on its head before. Could it be a mutation? Furthermore, why does this flying tiger possess an aura of countless races? Jiang Bei was puzzled. He quietly took a few steps back, turned around, and left the area. Then, Jiang Bei continued exploring, but slowly he discovered a problem. The monsters in the central area had all mutated, and a faint black aura swirled around them. Could it be that all races exist within this secret realm? Jiang Bei's heart tightened, his brows furrowed slightly, and he fell into deep thought. Chapter 31 Upgrade. In the training ground, a map of the secret realm is displayed on the huge screen on the left, with 10 red dots representing the positions of 10 participants, while the large screen on the right displays the current ranking of points. Jiang Bei, 210 points. Wang Xiao, 170 points. Ling Qingyue, 120 points. Look! 2 red dots have entered the core area. One is Jiang Bei, and the other is Wang Xiao. These two are currently the highest scorers. Will the two of them meet and have a major battle? In the core area of the secret realm, Wang Xiao was walking through the forest. Strangely, none of the mutated monsters he encountered attacked him. At this moment, a faint black aura was emanating from his entire body, and the aura he exuded was exactly the same as that of those mutated demonic beasts. Soon after, Wang Xiao arrived at the entrance to a cave in the deepest part of the secret realm. This was the lair of the only Tier 3 high-level demonic beast in the secret realm, the Blood Jade Spider. Seemingly sensing someone's arrival, the Blood Jade Spider slowly crawled a few times, poked its head out, and looked out of the cave with a pair of eyes that glowed with an eerie green light. Wang Xiao was not flustered when he saw the Blood Jade Spider, which was also covered in black energy, emerge. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement and nodded in satisfaction. It seems the mutation is complete. He muttered something to himself, then turned and walked towards a small stream not far away, the only water source in the secret realm. Wang Xiao began searching along the stream, and soon he found familiar markings. This is the place. They moved the marked stone aside and continued digging deeper. Soon, a bone-emitting black smoke was unearthed. It was a finger bone of an unknown creature, covered with strange patterns, and swirling with wisps of black mist, making it look particularly sinister and eerie. It won't be long before all the monsters in this secret realm mutate, and then humanity will lose this third-tier secret realm. Wang Xiao revealed a strange and sinister smile. At this moment, Jiang Bei had already left the core area of the secret realm and was hiding in a dense tree. A system light screen was floating in front of him. He had gained a lot of points after entering the secret realm, and he was now planning to improve his strength before entering the core area. The numerous mutated third-tier monsters in the core area made him feel that his current strength was somewhat insufficient. Name, Jiang Bei. Points, 16,050. Martial Arts Level, High Level Tier 1. Martial Gods Divine Body Spring Aperture Activation Completion Rate 3%. Chi and Blood Value, 1190+. Mental Strength, 750+. Spear Technique Manual, Thunder Explosion Spear First Form. Hidden Weapon Manual, Flying Thunder God Technique First Form. It's safer to upgrade both manuals first, and then use the remaining points to upgrade Chi and Blood and Spirit. Having made his plans, Jiang Bei had a sudden thought, and the system upgraded my Thunderstorm Gun Manual. Ding! Incomplete Thunderstorm Gun Manual detected. Would you like to spend 10,000 points to deduce the second level? Deduction. The system is currently performing a simulation. Jiang Bei's consciousness was pulled into a void by a force, and a long spear made of countless electric arcs floated in front of him. He saw another version of himself, grabbed the spear in front of him and began to practice. With each move, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. This was a combination of intention and momentum. As the drill ended, countless arenas converged on the tip of the spear, forming compressed electric light. At this moment, the ball of light began to rotate rapidly, and a trace of wind attribute was actually merging with the lightning. Soon the lightning began to spiral, a perfect fusion of wind and thunder. In an instant, his understanding of the Thunder Blast gun technique reached an incredible level, and he mastered the second move of the Thunder Blast gun. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 10,000 points to learn the second move of the Thunder Explosion gun. Watching his points rapidly dwindle, Zhang Bei felt a pang of regret. He sighed softly and looked back at the light screen. The system continues to add points to the Flying Thunder Mystic Manual. Ding! System notification, the host's mental energy is insufficient. More than 1,000 points of mental energy are required to cultivate the second level of this secret technique. Holy crap, does the second level of Flying Thunder God require such a high level of mental strength? No wonder Yushan could only stay at the first level. There was probably no one else in the entire China who could cultivate this secret technique except for himself. The system has increased my mental strength to 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 1050 points to increase your mental strength to 1,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 2,000 points to upgrade the Flying Thunder Mystic technique to the second level. Zhang Bei felt that his own spiritual power was attracting and assimilating with the power of thunder, and finally slowly began to merge. If the first level is the initial mastery of thunder, then the second level is the beginning of resonating with it. The second layer represents a qualitative leap in both power and control precision. The remaining points are just enough to raise my health to 2,000, which will allow me to enter the ranks of second-tier martial artists. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 3,000 points to increase your health and mana to 2,000 points. Zhang Bei felt an unparalleled power surge through his body, and terrifying energy within him suddenly flowed to his limbs and bones, impacting his meridians and making his breathing somewhat rapid. Zhang Bei's heart raced, his eyes lit up with surprise, and he looked up into the distance, where he could now clearly see the insects flapping their wings hundreds of meters away. The enhanced senses allowed Zhang Bei to experience a completely different world. Ding! Congratulations, host, your martial arts level has been upgraded to the beginner level of the second tier. Having used up all his points, Zhang Bei's strength was comprehensively enhanced. He got up and jumped down from the tree, preparing to go to the core area again to find out the reason for the monster's mutation. Not long after they started walking, Zhang Bei saw two men and a woman fighting a mid-level third-tier demonic beast not far ahead. The demonic beast was the horned flying tiger that he had seen not long ago. At this moment, Ling Qingyue and her two companions were finding it very difficult to fight the flying tiger beast. After all, they were only at the intermediate level of the second tier. Taking advantage of its aerial advantage, Flying Tiger easily dodged their combined attack with a flap of its wings. Then, it swooped down, its huge tiger claws tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and charged straight at Ling Qingyue. Watch out, a man next to him shouted a warning. Ling Qingyue's pretty face turned pale. The terrifying pressure made her panic. She raised her long sword in her hand, trying to block the powerful blow, but the two forces were not even on the same level. The tiger's claws were about to shatter her longsword and severely injure her. At the critical moment, a deafening thunderclap ripped through the air. Its speed far surpassed that of a flying tiger's dive. The next instant, a flying knife crackling with lightning struck the outstretched forepaw of the flying tiger with perfect accuracy. Boom! Flying Tiger let out a furious roar, its entire front paw instantly exploded into a bloody mess, and its massive body lost its balance, tumbling and crashing to the side in a sorry state. Ling Qingyue, who had survived the ordeal, stood frozen in place, his chest heaving violently. He turned to look at the distance not far away. There stood a tall, handsome young man with striking eyebrows and bright eyes. Zhang Bei, it's you? Ling Qingyue was utterly shocked. How could he have so easily neutralized the attack from that demonic beast? Chapter 32 Space Lockdown. The flying tiger beast was injured by Zhang Bei Flying Thunder God's attack. It roared and the black aura around its body churned violently. Its body suddenly grew larger, and fine scales grew on its limbs and wings. Be careful, these are not ordinary demonic beasts. They carry the aura of all races, Zhang Bei said, his brows furrowing slightly. The three were taken aback and retreated. How could there be myriad races in this secret realm? Ling Qingyue looked at Zhang Bei with a nervous expression and a look of surprise and uncertainty in her eyes. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics either. Let me deal with this monster first. Before the three could react, Zhang Bei, spear in hand, charged towards the monster not far away. Roar! Flying Tiger flapped its wings and soared high into the air, its gaping maw opening wide, gathering a surge of violent energy within. Instantly, the surrounding air began to tremble, energy gathered more and more, and the ball of light grew larger and larger, reaching an intensity strong enough to instantly kill Jiang Bei. Suddenly, the energy orb, poised to unleash its power, hurtled towards Jiang Bei like a meteor. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Jiang Bei dared not be careless and quickly dodged at full speed using his swift wind step. Boom! The enormous energy struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Amidst the rising dust, a figure leaped high into the air and charged towards the demonic beast in mid-air. Perfect timing to test the power of the Thunder Blast Gun's second form on you. He let out a low shout, and his blood and chi erupted. His spear trembled, and blinding arcs of electricity instantly wrapped around the spear. Jiang Bei thrust out his spear, the lightning at the tip of the spear highly compressed, concentrating all the destructive force into a single point, and the lightning even formed a spiral that was spinning at high speed. Flying Tiger seemed to sense the terrifying power of this move. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. With a roar, many more scales grew rapidly on its claws, and it took Jiang Bei's spear head-on. Boom! The Flying Tiger's claws were blasted into dust, and the spear pierced through the monster's chest. Its massive body swayed precariously, its wings flapped a few times, and it soon crashed heavily to the ground from mid-air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a Tier 3 intermediate mutant Flying Tiger. You have gained 3,000 points. Ling Xingyue and her two companions stared dumbfounded at Jiang Bei, then looked at the enormous tiger carcass on the ground, and swallowed hard. One move, just one move, and he instantly killed a mid-level mutated monster of the 3rd tier? Just how terrifying is Jiang Bei's strength? Is he really a 2nd-tier martial artist like them? Jiang Bei ignored the three of them, thinking to himself, I must get to the core area as soon as possible and find out what caused the monsters to mutate. The strength of the mutated monster is beyond your ability to handle. You should leave here immediately. After saying that, without waiting for the three to respond, Jiang Bei flashed and sped towards the central area of the secret realm. The three stared blankly as Jiang Bei disappeared into the depths of the woods, feeling a sense of unreality. In the core area of the secret realm, Jiang Bei released his spiritual power, carefully probing his surroundings. His purpose was clear: to avoid the demonic beasts and find out the possible presence of the myriad races. Suddenly, his mental energy sensed a familiar figure standing quietly in the open space in front of him. It's Wang Xiao. What chilled Jiang Bei even more was that he clearly saw a mutated monster walk past Wang Xiao without attacking him. I've been waiting for you for ages, why did it take you so long? Just as Jiang Bei was filled with surprise and doubt, Wang Xiao turned in his direction and revealed a strange smile. Aren't you curious about why all the monsters in this secret realm have turned into this state? Jiang Bei stepped out of the woods and stood opposite Wang Xiao. He held his spear horizontally, the tip pointing out, and said coldly, Tell me, was it you who was behind this? Wang Xiao spread his hands, a smile that was almost one of pity on his face. I just planted a few seeds here. Look how well they're growing. He pointed around and continued, These adorable beasts are the lucky ones who were the first to feel the blessings of our race. You're insane. Jiang Bei said coldly. When all living beings in the secret realm are bathed in the glory of our race, this place will naturally become our paradise. As for you humans, this will be your burial ground. Wang Xiao opened his arms as if embracing the entire secret realm. The secret realm is just the beginning. It is a waste for the human race to occupy so many resource-rich lands. Jiang Bei, you have good talent. Perhaps I can help you achieve true evolution. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Bei's eyes. I have no interest in being a monster. What a pity, then you shall become nourishment for this secret realm. Wang Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Bei in a flash, and slammed his right fist towards Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei sheathed his spear and threw a punch with his right hand. Boom! Their fists collided in mid-air, and both men took a few steps back. Jiang Bei was 2 levels lower than his opponent, but his strength was comparable to his opponent's. This was the effect of his martial god body talent opening the heavenly gate. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Xiao's eyes. You leveled up? Heh, is an upgrade something to make a fuss about? Jiang Bei said dismissively. What a prodigy of the human race. Then I will not let you leave alive. I will show you the true power of my race. After saying this, Wang Xiao's whole body suddenly trembled violently, his blood and qi surged, and wisps of black qi swirled around his body. Layers of shimmering golden scales grew on his face, limbs, and other parts of his body. Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability, Jiang Bei said, thrusting his spear forward before the other party could make a move. Wang Xiao, wielding a long sword, fought Jiang Bei. Each collision between the two figures produced a violent sonic boom. The aftershocks of their battle startled the birds in the surrounding forest, causing them to scatter in all directions. In the training ground, a video of the battle between Jiang Bei and Wang Xiao was playing on the big screen. What happened? How did Wang Xiao turn into a monster? Did he use some kind of talent? The audience was completely bewildered. Most of them had never seen the myriad races before. The atmosphere inside the VIP room instantly became tense. Old dog Situ, how dare you invite all races to participate in the competition? Yushan slammed his fist on the table, glaring angrily at Situ Long, whose face had turned deathly pale. I swear. I really didn't know he was from one of the myriad races. Situ Long was sweating profusely. He was terrified. If he were found guilty of colluding with all races, he would be doomed. The most urgent task is to immediately stop the match and enter the secret realm to rescue the people. Principal Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared from the spot and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm in an instant. However, the entrance to the space passage, which should have been operating stably, was now sealed off by an invisible barrier. Spatial seal? Principal Yuan frowned and pressed his palm against the barrier, attempting to forcibly tear it apart. However, the barrier only rippled, and it was still impossible to pass through. The being that set up the seal is probably no less powerful than me. Principal Yuan sighed and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 33 Fierce Battle. Are we just supposed to watch like this? Yushan was extremely anxious. A genius like Jiang Bei is the future hope of the human race, and must not be lost in the secret realm. Forcibly breaking this seal might trigger spatial turbulence, endangering everyone in the secret realm, Principal Yuan said, shaking his head helplessly. The group of VIPs had no choice but to retreat to the VIP room and focus all their attention on the screen. At this moment, the battle within the secret realm had reached its climax. After being partially transformed, Wang Xiao displayed formidable strength. His swordplay was fierce and powerful, clearly demonstrating that his strength had the upper hand. However, Jiang Bei used his extraordinary agility to dodge and maneuver, and his marksmanship was unpredictable. For a time, it was difficult to determine which of the two was superior. Wang Xiao grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. His strength, now partially mutated, was approaching the mid-level of the third tier, yet he still couldn't defeat Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei was the most prodigious human genius he had ever seen. In just a few exchanges, Jiang Bei had already demonstrated skills of two different attributes. Jiang Bei, you must die here today. Wang Xiao roared and unleashed his secret sword technique. A powerful fiery sword aura instantly slashed out, carrying a wave of heat as it slashed diagonally towards Jiang Bei. Flames and lightning collided in mid-air. Jiang Bei's second thunder explosion spear technique was powerful, easily crushing Wang Xiao's attack and striking Wang Xiao's left rib directly. Ah! Wang Xiao let out a miserable scream as his left rib was blown to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. What kind of move is that? Wang Xiao looked at his wounds with immense fear. This was the first time the golden scales under his ribs had been so easily destroyed. This is a unique talent he possesses as a member of the royal family among all races. Although he is not yet in his complete form, it is still not something that a mere second-tier beginner martial artist can shake. Besides, he was a whole level higher than his opponent at that moment, so how could he have been seriously injured? What's wrong? Are you scared? Didn't you say I was going to die here? Jiang Bei couldn't help but mock Wang Xiao when he saw his surprised and uncertain expression. Don't let me down, I haven't had enough fun yet. Since awakening his martial god body talent, Jiang Bei has never used his full strength in battle. This time, he finally encountered a worthy opponent, and he wanted to test his limits. Hurry up and use whatever tricks you have, or you might not have another chance. Jiang Bei looked at Wang Xiao with a provocative gaze. The VIP room of the martial arts arena. Jiang Bei actually gained the upper hand? The opponent is a royal family among all races, and those golden scales are a unique symbol of royalty. Principal Yuan said, pointing to the big screen. What? You mean Wang Xiao is actually a member of the royal family among all races? Situ Long asked in astonishment. Although he had never met royalty, he had heard of them. Royalty was extremely rare among all races, yet they were able to maintain a stable ruling position, which demonstrated their power. "This kid keeps surprising us," Yushan exclaimed excitedly. "Jiang Bei can't be said to have a sure win yet. The royal family hasn't been completely corrupted yet." Principal Yuan suddenly poured cold water on the excited museum directors. "Look, the royal family is starting to mutate again." Before Principal Yuan could finish speaking, all the curators exclaimed in unison. Inside the secret realm, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Wang Xiao glared at Jiang Bei, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace, his entire body trembling violently. "Jiang Bei, I'll show you the true power of royalty." To be so thoroughly humiliated by a mere human youth as a noble member of the royal family is a disgrace to his clan. Before he finished speaking, a thick, inky black aura suddenly erupted from Wang Xiao's body and shot into the sky. In an instant, the sky above the secret realm was shrouded in this eerie and sinister black cloud, and the air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, making even breathing difficult. At this moment, all the corrupted demonic beasts in the secret realm, regardless of their rank, seemed to feel the supreme pressure, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling all over, and uttering terrified cries. In the outer area of the secret realm, a few contestants who had managed to reunite were also terrified by the dark clouds that blotted out the sky in the distance. What is that? Why did it suddenly get dark? I feel like I can't breathe. What's going on over there? Jiang Bei, he is still in that direction. I hope nothing bad has happened to him. Ling Qingyue clenched her hands, staring at the eerie dark cloud, her eyes filled with worry. Below the dark clouds, Wang Xiao stood in midair. At this moment, he no longer resembled a human and had become a monster covered in golden scales, staring at Jiang Bei with a ferocious expression. "Human, this is the last blessing. Kneel down and submit to me, and I will spare your life." His voice became low and buzzing, no longer a human voice. "You talk too much nonsense." Jiang Bei interrupted him, but instead of being afraid, he was excited by the opponent's strength. This was the kind of opponent he longed for. Royal family? In his previous life, it was a royal expert who dealt him the fatal blow. Now it's time to collect some interest. Jiang Bei flicked his wrist, and an alloy throwing knife appeared in his hand, infused with an invisible force of lightning. Laugh. The throwing knife pierced through space, instantly striking Wang Zhao's chest, but only blasted off some scales, causing no fatal damage. "It's no use. You can't hurt me right now." Wang Xiao was high above, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Jiang Bei and threw a punch. The speed was so fast that no one had time to react. Bang! Jiang Bei crossed his arms to block, but he was still sent flying backward and crashed hard into a large tree that required two people to hug. "Now, do you understand the difference between us? This kid, is he really only at the first level?" Yushan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. This spear intent, this movement technique, he has clearly touched the threshold of transcendent. How old is he? No wonder this brat from all races was willing to expose his identity to kill him. Another powerful figure murmured, "Such a prodigy, if he grows up, will surely be a major threat to all races." Inside the VIP room, the initially somber atmosphere gradually gave way to extreme shock and barely suppressed excitement. They watched as Jiang Bei, despite being outnumbered, fought the terrifying Wang Xiao to a standstill, even occasionally gaining the upper hand. What was originally a catastrophic crisis has now become Jiang Bei's one-man show. A prodigy. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. Principal Yuan couldn't help but stroke his beard in amazement, his eyes filled with anticipation. If he can overcome this tribulation, this child's future is limitless. Now, these great figures who stand at the pinnacle of humanity have become bystanders in this earth-shattering battle, their hearts tugged by the every move of a young boy. All eyes were fixed on the tall figure on the screen, fiercely battling the golden monster. Chapter 34 Royal Family? You're just running a market? Such powerful strength, Jiang Bei had to admit that Wang Xiao was incredibly strong at this moment. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and pointed his spear at Wang Xiao, saying, "This level of skill isn't enough to kill me." Still being stubborn even when death is imminent. Wang Xiao stopped mid-sentence, a strong sense of crisis welling up within him. What's going on? Why am I feeling scared? The heavenly gate opened. The earth began to tremble, and fine cracks appeared in the ground around Jiang Bei. The howling wind blew the leaves flying everywhere, as if the end of the world had come. Jiang Bei was enveloped in a red light, his muscles bulged, veins popped out on his forehead, and his aura was constantly rising. In an instant, the aura he released doubled, causing Wang Xiao to gasp and unconsciously take 2 steps back. How could this be? This imposing aura actually made him feel instinctively wary? However, this is only the beginning, not the end. The momentum was still rising and soon reached twice as strong. Wang Zhao's eyes turned to horror. He couldn't understand why such terrifying power was hidden in the body of a mere human. No, impossible. His aura was 3 times stronger than before, and Wang Zhao's head was buzzing, as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. The golden scales on his body trembled slightly, giving him the illusion that his opponent could pierce through his royal family's unique golden scales with a single, casual strike. 4 times, 5 times. Jiang Bei's momentum was now 5 times stronger than before. Wang Xiao was stunned, his body trembling involuntarily. At this moment, all he wanted was to escape as quickly as possible. If you play like this, who's the monster between us? Wang Xiao had begun to doubt himself. This was the first time Jiang Bei had used his martial god divine body talent. Faced with such a powerful myriad races, he had no choice but to use his last trump card. As expected of the strongest body refining talent, just opening one acupoint has increased his combat power 5-fold. He now feels like he could kill the damn Bird King clan with a single shot. What? Not so awesome anymore? Jiang Bei glanced at Wang Xiao with disdain. Without saying a word, Wang Xiao suddenly produced a white finger bone in his hand. He drew a line in the starry sky in front of him, and a spatial rift appeared out of thin air. He was about to enter the rift to escape. Damn it, you're running a market. Jiang Bei secretly encouraged his opponent. We've finally unleashed our ultimate move, it'll take hundreds of rounds, don't back down. Wang Xiao only wanted to escape as quickly as possible and didn't want to look at Jiang Bei again. He turned around and disappeared into the crevice. Jiang Bei's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already next to the crack, swinging his spear. He used the thunder explosion spear technique as a staff technique. Wang Zhao's body had already entered halfway into the crevice when the spear struck his lower body directly. Boom! It was like a block of tofu being cut in half. Wang Zhao's upper body fell into the crack, while his lower body was smashed into a pulp. A scream of agony rang out. Jiang Bei, you just wait. A roar came from the crack, and then the crack disappeared into thin air. Damn it, he ran so fast. Jiang Bei stomped his feet in anger. If the other party had been brave enough to fight him for even one round, he could have killed this royal in an instant. But the other side chickened out, turning around and running away without even making a move, leaving Jiang Bei with no options. Pah! Royal family, what a coward! Jiang Bei cursed. Outside the secret realm, inside the martial arts training ground. My god! What did I just see? That aura was terrifying. It almost destroyed the secret realm. Awesome! Jiang Bei is awesome. Idol! That's amazing! A commotion erupted in the crowd inside the training ground, with shouts and screams nearly lifting the roof off the entire training ground. Countless spectators were so excited that their faces turned red, and they waved their fists and shouted. Xinhu, Sun Mang, Chen Feng, and Su Xiaowan were completely petrified. They knew Jiang Bei was strong, but what the hell was this? The 8 Gates formation? They couldn't understand it. After a long pause, Sun Mang stammered, Brother Tiger, was the monster we encountered in the forest last time, was it this monster? Xinhu nodded heavily, but couldn't utter a single word. VIP room. Holy crap! Jiang Bei's kid can mutate too? Yushan suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes wide open, and pointed at the big screen. As an 8th level martial venerable, he had seen all sorts of storms, but this scene before him completely overturned his understanding. That soaring, powerful energy truly shocked him. Principal Yuan was also utterly shocked. No, this isn't a mutation. This might be some kind of talent. And an extremely rare and incredibly powerful physical talent at that. To be able to instantly increase combat power several times over? What kind of monstrous talent is this? This is truly a god-level talent. The future of our human race is bright. That member of the royal family didn't even dare to take a single blow, and instead tore through space to escape? How old is Jiang Bei? If he grows up, what will happen? They stared blankly at the young man who had frightened the royal family into a hasty retreat with just his imposing presence. The center of the secret realm. If you run away, your little darling will die in your place. Jiang Bei knew that this state couldn't be maintained for long, as it would consume the source energy in his body. He seized the opportunity to unleash his full mental power and began searching for mutated monsters in the vicinity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a mid-tier tier 3 monster. You have earned 3,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a tier 3 high-level monster. You have gained 3,500 points. That mutated blood jade spider, the king of the secret realm, only wanted to come out and watch the excitement, but was inexplicably killed by a single spear thrust. Ha, that was awesome. Jiang Bei was in high spirits as he looked at the tens of thousands of points on the system screen. After this battle, he gained a clearer understanding of his own strength and the potential of the martial god's divine body. Jiang Bei was just about to go find a few more monsters to kill when suddenly a huge teleportation portal appeared in the sky above the secret realm. Could it be that they've returned again? He pointed his spear at the portal, ready for battle. The portal rippled, and several figures emerged. Leading them was Principal Yuan, followed by Yushan, Situlong, and others. Young friend Jiang, are you alright? Principal Yuan was the first to come over and take Jiang Bei's hand, showing concern for his junior. Jiang Bei didn't recognize the old man at all and stared at him blankly. This is Principal Yuan of our Shanghai Martial Arts University, Yushan quickly explained upon seeing Jiang Bei's expression. Young friend Jiang, I heard you're graduating soon. Would you be willing to come to our Shanghai Martial Arts University? Principal Yuan asked with a smile. This old man couldn't wait to poach people the moment he met them. Yushan gave a wry smile. Situlong also came over, looking apologetic. Young friend Jiang, it was indeed my oversight in this matter. I never expected that Wang Xiao was actually a spy of the myriad races, and it almost caused a great disaster. Chapter 35. The tournament ends. The alien space where all races reside. A patrol of guards from all races happened to pass by and saw Wang Xiao lying on the ground, half dead, with only half of his body remaining. Isn't this Prince Jia Yan? How did he get so badly injured? Quickly, carry His Highness inside. 3 days later. Jia Yan slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and only when he saw the familiar scene did he feel relieved. I escaped back? That was close. I almost died in the secret realm. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Why is that human kid so strong? Although he managed to escape this time, he was seriously injured and needed to consume a lot of his energy to heal. His main purpose in infiltrating the human race this time was to complete the royal family's trial mission and destroy a human third-tier secret realm. He was almost there. All he had to do was kill Jiang Bei and then drive the mutated monsters to infect the remaining monsters. The secret realm would be completely contaminated in 24 hours at most. Jiang Bei, you just wait, you'll pay the price. In the training ground, the audience in the stands were still in shock. Ladies and gentlemen, there were some unexpected events during the competition, but it's all over now. The host's voice rang out, and everyone immediately fell silent. The results are now announced. The first place winner of this competition is Jiang Bei from the Extreme Martial Arts School. A thunderous applause erupted in the training ground. Everyone was convinced of the result. It was no joke that a martial artist at the early stage of the second tier could frighten a royal family into fleeing without a fight. Who else could do that? Congratulations, Director Yu. You've truly nurtured a promising talent. The reputation of the Jido Martial Arts Academy has greatly increased after this competition. I will need Director Yu's continued support in the future. Several museum directors who usually had a good relationship with Yushan offered their congratulations, as they were truly impressed by Jiang Bei's performance. Who wouldn't want to befriend such a prodigious genius? Perhaps in 10 years, Jiang Bei will become a great figure among the human race. If we don't take this opportunity to build a relationship now, it will be too late later. Yushan was radiant with joy, his smile stretched almost to his ears, impossible to suppress. Ha ha ha. You flatter me, everyone. Although he spoke modestly, his hearty laughter and the undisguised pride between his brows made it clear to everyone how happy and carefree he was. This time they really hit the jackpot. Look at that old codger Situlong's face now, it's worse than if he'd swallowed a fly. Next to the VIP room, in a separate room, Principal Yuan and Jiang Bei sat facing each other. Young friend Jiang, our Shanghai Martial Arts University ranks among the top 3 universities in the country every year. There are hundreds of thousands of high school graduates every year, but only a few hundred can be admitted to Shanghai Martial Arts University. Principal Yuan's face was serious. Your performance today qualifies you for direct admission to Shanghai Wuhan University without taking the entrance exam. Thank you for your high regard, Principal Yuan, but I haven't considered those things yet. Zhang Bei replied earnestly. Young friend, there are some things you may not be aware of yet. By entering the Shanghai Martial Arts University, you will have the opportunity to obtain various advanced martial arts techniques, secret manuals, and resources needed for cultivation. You can't get these things at ordinary universities, and our Shanghai Martial Arts University has the strongest faculty in the country. Our Principal Li is a 9th level expert. If you are fortunate enough to become his disciple, your future will be limitless. Oh? A 9th tier expert? Zhang Bei was genuinely shocked. This was top-tier combat power even among humans. Principal Yuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, Young friend Jiang, to be honest, Principal Li has already watched your competition video. He could tell at a glance that your martial arts skills have reached the extraordinary realm. Principal Li noticed? Zhang Bei's heart stirred. As expected of a 9th level martial artist, his insight was beyond that of ordinary people. Principal Yuan nodded slightly. If you are willing to join my Shanghai Martial Arts University in advance, I think Principal Li would be very willing to take you as a disciple and personally teach you. Zhang Bei pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, I can't agree to that yet. Oh? Principal Yuan was a little surprised and frowned slightly. Could it be that even the conditions offered by Shanghai Martial Arts University could not satisfy him? If a friend of mine can also be admitted early, I wouldn't mind joining her, Zhang Bei explained. Principal Yuan immediately understood, then tell me about her situation, and I'll see if she's qualified. I can't say for sure right now, but I'll let you see her strength before the graduation exam, Zhang Bei thought, a slight smile appearing in his mind as he recalled Su Zhixia's unparalleled beauty after awakening her talent in her previous life. After a moment's thought, Principal Yuan said, Young friend Jiang, I'll wait for your news. Our Shanghai Martial Arts University is very sincere. As long as your friend's conditions aren't too bad, I can agree. Zhang Bei is an unparalleled genius. As long as he is willing to join their Magic City Martial Arts University, it wouldn't matter if he brought one other person with him. Young friend Jiang, I must also remind you that the royal family you severely injured will definitely come back to take revenge on you. You'd better not leave the city recently, since they are hiding in the shadows. As he spoke, Principal Yuan took out a jade pendant and handed it to Zhang Bei, saying, Principal Li asked me to give this to you. He said that if you crush it in a critical moment, it can save your life. Principal Li? Zhang Bei asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, this is the first time he's given this jade pendant to anyone other than his precious granddaughter, so you should cherish it. Zhang Bei took the jade pendant and carefully put it into his backpack. He had to keep the things given by the 9th level expert safe. After exchanging contact information with Principal Yuan, he left the room. After Zhang Bei left, Principal Yuan took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Mo Yan, where are you? A man's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Old man, get to the point. What are you doing? Principal Yuan frowned upon hearing the commotion on the other end of the phone. Don't even mention it. I ran into a level 6 gorilla, and it's chasing me and trying to bite me. Mo Yan's voice was broken, clearly from running at high speed. Go to Kanglan City. Kanglan City? What are we going there for? The competition has ended, and martial arts students from various places have returned to their respective cities one after another. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy achieved a great victory, and its reputation soared. Master Yu was in high spirits and booked the top-floor banquet hall of the most luxurious Xingyou International Hotel in Shanghai to hold a grand celebration banquet for Zhang Bei. Everyone drank and chatted happily until late at night before they dispersed. Inside the hotel room, Zhang Bei was chatting with Su Zhixia on his phone. Su Zhixia, there's something I want to tell you. Zhang Bei, why are you taking this so seriously? Could it be, you miss me? The message was sent, but the other end was stuck in a cycle of typing. It took quite a while before they replied. Su Zhixia, Pa. Stop being so vain. Su Zhixia, I've awakened my talent. Zhang Bei was overjoyed, thinking to himself, you've finally awakened, and his fingers flew across the screen. Zhang Bei, is it a talent related to physical rehabilitation therapy? For example, being able to double the massage pressure? Su Zhixia, Zhang Bei. Fuming with rage. Zhang Bei, I'm going back tomorrow. I'll test your talent then. Su Zhixia. Su Zhixia, Come with me to the forest park tomorrow. Jiang Bei, what are you going there for? Su Jixia, you'll know when you get there. The two chatted for a while, agreed on a time to meet the next day, and then went to rest. Chapter 36 Circus Performance. The following day, Jiang Bei, Xiao Taizhan, and their group took the morning train back to Kanglin City. You guys be careful, I'm going back to the martial arts school to check things out. Xiao Taizhan said goodbye to everyone and left first. Jiang Bei also took a taxi back home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that the house was clean and bright, and the glass was so clean that people could see their reflections. Jiang Bei secretly praised the girl, saying, "She's quite diligent." He put down his luggage, lay down on the sofa to rest for a while, and when it was almost time, he changed his clothes and went out. At 1 p.m., Jiang Bei took a taxi to the forest park in the city center, where he had arranged to meet Su Jixia. As soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Bei saw Su Jixia waving at him from not far away. "Jiang Bei, over here." Su Jixia greeted with a smile. "You're here so early?" Jiang Bei crossed the road and walked to the park entrance. "I just arrived a little while ago," Su Jixia said. She was dressed very beautifully today, wearing a light pink dress, white socks, and light pink leather shoes. The two walked side by side into the park gate. "Why did you suddenly bring me here?" Jiang Bei asked curiously. "There's a circus performance here today, and I want to see it." "Why do you suddenly want to see a circus?" "I loved it when I was little, but I haven't watched it even once since my parents passed away." Su Jixia's expression was somewhat complicated, as if she was recalling some past events. "Is it over there?" Jiang Bei pointed to the center of the park. There, a huge red and white striped tent was set up, from which came the occasional noisy voices and cheerful music. At the entrance of the tent, a clown in a tuxedo was on stilts, handing out balloons to the children entering. After buying the tickets, Jiang Bei and Su Jixia went into the tent together. The tent was spacious, with tiered seating all around. It was already mostly full, with many children excitedly looking around, holding popcorn in their hands. "Oh my, beautiful lady, your radiance makes my heart pound." The clown winked and interacted with a young girl, trying to liven up the atmosphere. "Jiang Bei, it's you?" The girl's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw Jiang Bei. "Lin Wanqing?" The girl was none other than the daughter of Lord Lin, whom Jiang Bei had saved at the underground boxing ring. "Wanqing, do you know each other?" a handsome young man dressed in expensive casual clothes and wearing a limited edition watch asked. Jiang Bei heard the voice and felt it was familiar. He turned around and saw that the speaker was Zhao Mingxian, who was from the same school as him. Jiang Bei wasn't familiar with him, but he knew that his family had some influence and that he usually acted arrogantly at school. Zhao Mingxian didn't even glance at Jiang Bei, his eyes were fixed on Su Jixia. "Hello beautiful, my name is Zhao Mingxian," he said, extending his hand to shake hands with Su Jixia, his eyes scanning her up and down. "Hello." Su Jixia replied politely without extending her hand. The performance was about to begin, and the four of them sat down in the empty seats nearby. The atmosphere in the circular performance arena was lively, as several glossy furred wind shadow leopards, guided by their trainers' commands, passed through the blazing fire rings in the center of the arena. Facing the scorching flames, each precise darting of the wind shadow leopard drew gasps of astonishment from the spectators in the stands. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Zhao Mingxian curled his lip in disdain. "This wind shadow leopard is trained all right, but it's far inferior to the third-tier shadow leopard I've encountered. That beast was incredibly fast, he caught our team completely off guard." Zhao Mingxuan's voice was quite loud, attracting the attention of several spectators around him, and Lin Wanqing couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhao Mingxian seemed oblivious, and instead became even more enthusiastic. The situation was critical. "But I remained calm under pressure, seized the opportunity, and pierced its throat with a single sword strike." He gestured as he spoke, as if he were some kind of unparalleled master. "A third-tier demonic beast? What a boast." Jiang Bei glanced at him but didn't bother to call him out. Shortly after the wind shadow leopard's performance ended, a giant rock bear with a somewhat honest and simple appearance walked steadily into the center of the arena. The animal trainer stood at a distance, and with a sudden burst of strength, hurled a massive, seemingly incredibly heavy iron ball at the giant rock bear. The iron ball came hurtling down with a whistling sound, but the seemingly clumsy giant rock bear easily caught it with its two paws. The enormous impact of the iron ball did not even make it shake. A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Zhao Mingxian looked around with a dismissive expression. "TCH. This bear isn't strong at all." A bunch of poor wretches who've never seen the world. Just as he was talking to himself in a self-righteous manner, in the highest corner of the audience, a man looked down at Su Jixia with a sinister look in his eyes. Su Jixia was watching the performance intently when suddenly a chill ran down her back. What's wrong? Jiang Bei keenly sensed that something was off about her. No. It's nothing, I just feel a little stuffy. Su Jixia shook her head, suppressing her unease. The giant bear's performance in the arena had ended, and the audience erupted in applause. Amidst the cheers, the man sitting high up in the audience suddenly had a red light in his eyes, and an invisible wave shot towards the giant rock bear in the arena. The giant rock bear's massive body stiffened abruptly, and its originally honest eyes were instantly filled with a violent, blood-red light. Roar! It let out a furious roar that shook the entire tent. The sudden turn of events stunned the audience and the animal trainer, who tried to calm them down with commands, but to no avail. The giant rock bear suddenly turned around, ignoring the animal trainer in front of it, its blood-red eyes fixed on Su Jixia in the audience. Bang! 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 The giant rock bear strode forward with heavy steps, like a runaway heavy tank, charging wildly towards the stands. The crowd screamed in terror, and chaos erupted instantly. Its target is Su Jixia. Jiang Bei snorted coldly and stood in front of Su Jixia as the giant rock bear charged towards him. This bear has gone mad. Run! Zhao Mingxian, who was standing nearby, was so frightened that he scrambled backward to avoid it. Jiang Bei immediately stood up and stood in front of Su Jixia and Lin Wanqing, saying, "You two be careful, I'll stop this beast." The scene was chaotic due to the giant bear's rampage. Under the cover of this chaos, the man above the audience moved. He was as fast as lightning and appeared directly next to Su Jixia, slashing at Su Jixia's neck without hesitation. Jiang Bei's spiritual power had been covering the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw someone attacking Su Jixia and was preparing to use Flying Thunder God to kill the opponent, but at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted from Su Jixia's body, an indescribable sharp sword intent, like a divine sword that had been dormant for many years suddenly being drawn from its sheath. Her pale pink dress moved and fluttered even without wind. Buzz! Unseen sword energies burst forth uncontrollably from her body. The man who launched the sneak attack had no time to react before he was engulfed by the violent and radiating invisible sword energies. No! A shrill scream rang out as sword energy swept past, filling the air with blood mist. In an instant, the man was cleaved into pieces by the sword energy. Zhao Mingxian, who had hidden in the distance, was so frightened by the scene that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, his crotch instantly becoming wet. The frivolous look in his eyes when he looked at Su Jixia was gone, replaced by fear. Chapter 37: Slaying the Clown. As the man was killed by the invisible sword energy, the running giant bear suddenly stopped, looked around in confusion, and turned to walk towards the beast tamer. This all happened so fast. From the bear's rage to the man's sneak attack and immediate death, only a few seconds had passed. The tent was now in complete chaos. Four men in black rushed to Lin Wanqing's side from the corner, saying apologetically, "Miss, are you all right?" Seeing Lin Wanqing gently shake her head, the group breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, let's leave here quickly." The four of them then nodded slightly to Jiang Bei and Su Jixia. The sneak attack happened so fast that they didn't have time to react, but thanks to Jiang Bei and Su Jixia's timely intervention. These four people are from the city lord's mansion. Ever since Lin Wanqing had her accident, they have been responsible for secretly protecting her safety. Just as everyone was about to leave the tent, a sinister voice suddenly rang out overhead. "The performance isn't over yet, everyone, so please don't rush off." Everyone was startled and looked up. A figure was hanging upside down on the top of the tent. It was the clown from before. The clown chuckled sinisterly and pointed at Su Jixia in the crowd. "Little girl, you have good talent, but unfortunately you can't control it yet. Why don't I teach you?" After saying that, he turned to look at Lin Wanqing. "I didn't expect there would be such an unexpected gain." Zhao Mingxian shakily got up from the ground, tugged at Lin Wanqing's arm, and whispered, "This has nothing to do with us, let's leave and not worry about them." Lin Wanqing flung Zhao Mingxian's hand away. "Do you really think you can still leave? Take a good look." Suddenly, more than a dozen men in black appeared around the tent, blocking all escape routes. "Please invite the two beautiful ladies back for tea." "There's no need to keep the others here," the clown ordered, and a dozen men in black swarmed forward. "Protect Miss." Four bodyguards instantly blocked her way. Lin Wanqing flipped her wrist and took out two longswords from her personal storage space, casually tossing one to Su Jixia. Jiang Bei stepped forward and shielded Su Jixia behind him, saying, "Don't be afraid, they're just a few small fry. After we take care of them, you can go first. I'll hold off the one on the roof." The clown on the roof was a real problem. He even felt a sense of danger. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. Jiang Bei raised his hand without hesitation and threw a flying knife, instantly killing the black-clad man who was charging at the front. Then, in a flash, he rushed into the crowd and killed 2 more men in black on the spot. A bunch of trash. Upon seeing this, the clown on the tent roof floated down and landed directly in front of Jiang Bei. His original target was only Su Jixia. His mission was to eliminate the newly promoted genius of the human race. However, he did not expect that Su Jixia had an accomplice by her side. A sinister smile appeared on the clown's face, which was covered in paint, and a chilling aura emanated from him as he pressed down on Jiang Bei. Third tier advanced? The security guards were taken aback. This was a tricky situation. All 4 of them were at the early stage of the 3rd tier, and they had no confidence in defeating their opponent. While the bodyguards were in shock, no one noticed that a man in the audience had been sitting there motionless the entire time. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt and a mask that covered half of his face, giving him a mysterious air. He was Mo Yen, who had come to the forest park with Jiang Bei. "Sai, I knew old Yuan wouldn't come looking for me. He even lied to me and said that coming to Kanglan City was just a vacation." Mo Yen scratched his head helplessly and muttered to himself, "This is only my first day here, and we've already run into trouble. Let's wait and see. If they really can't hold on, then I'll step in." It turned out that Principal Yuan had been worried about Jiang Bei ever since he left. Therefore, he immediately sent his most trusted disciple, Mo Yen, to secretly follow and protect Jiang Bei. Just as Mo Yen was secretly complaining, the clown let out a strange laugh, his body blurred and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Jiang Bei, and the dagger in his hand was aimed straight at Jiang Bei's throat. So fast. Jiang Bei unleashed his swift steps, dodging the fatal blow, and suddenly a long spear appeared in his hand, thrusting straight at the clown's face. "Ha! Not bad." The clown parried Jiang Bei's attack with his dagger, a contemptuous smile on his face. Suddenly, an extreme sense of crisis made his scalp tingle. The clown suddenly turned his head, and an extremely sharp sword aura was already in front of him. He was a little too slow to dodge, and a deep wound was cut into his left shoulder by the sword aura. "I'll help you." Su Jixia, holding a long sword, joined the battle from a distance and, together with Jiang Bei, stopped the clown. "Be careful, this guy is a master," Jiang Bei warned. The clown, now enraged after being ambushed, thought, "2 ignorant brats." He let out a strange laugh, his aura surged, and he attacked Jiang Bei once more. Seeing the clown attack again, Su Jixia focused all her attention on the long sword in her hand and slashed down in mid-air. Buzz! Another sword aura struck, slashing towards the clown in mid-air. Having learned his lesson once, the clown was prepared. With a strange twist of his body, he narrowly avoided the sword energy and charged directly at Su Jixia. "Your opponent is me." Jiang Bei activated his swift step to its maximum, instantly blocking the clown's path. Clang! The dagger and the spear clashed violently, sparks flying everywhere. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jixia slashed out with her long sword once more, a sharp sword aura aimed straight at the clown's head. Just as the clown was about to dodge, Jiang Bei blocked his retreat with a single shot. Caught in a pincer attack, the clown panicked. But he still narrowly escaped the attack from both of them. Just when he thought he was safe, the sharp sword energy suddenly turned in the air and slashed at his head again. At the same time, the Joker suddenly felt as if the gravity around him had increased countless times, making him move incredibly slowly. Jiang Bei, who was standing nearby, also sensed the change in gravity in the surrounding space. Seeing that the clown's movements had slowed down, but he could still dodge the sword energy, Jiang Bei suddenly released a mental force that seemed to be tangible and directly attacked the clown's sea of consciousness. The clown's level was far superior to Jiang Bei's. Under normal circumstances, his mental attack could only cause the clown to freeze for a moment, and it would have no effect at all. But now that the clown is trapped in the quagmire of Su Jixia's talent space, that momentary sluggishness has been magnified countless times. It was this double effect that prevented the Joker from dodging the sword energy that returned. Put! A red light flashed across the clown's neck, and his head fell to the ground with a thud. The spatial constraints around him disappeared, and before the clown could react, he saw his body crashing down from an eerie angle. His face was filled with horror and disbelief. "No. It's impossible," he uttered the last 3 words of his life. Seeing that she had succeeded in her attack, Su Jisha could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from forcibly using her innate skill to bind the clown was enormous. Chapter 38 Big Brother, why are your pants wet? Are you badly injured? Jiang Bei rushed to Su Jisha's side and helped her up immediately. I'm fine, I just suffered a backlash and some internal injuries. Su Jisha smiled slightly and wiped the blood from her mouth. Don't move yet, I'll take care of the remaining bastards, Jiang Bei said, then grabbed his spear and joined the battle. As soon as he rushed into the fray, he immediately locked onto a man in black who was entangled with a bodyguard, and with a flick of his spear, he thrust it directly at the man. The man in black felt a sneak attack from behind. Just as he was about to turn around to block, Jiang Bei's invisible spear intent pierced his throat with perfect accuracy. Ugh! The man in black screamed and collapsed. Jiang Bei drew his gun, turned around, and unleashed a sweeping blow at another charging man in black. Before the man in black could even parry, he was struck hard in the ribs. Puff! The man in black coughed up a mouthful of blood, flew backward, smashing through a row of seats, and never got up again. In just over 10 seconds, Jiang Bei killed 2 people, instantly reversing the situation. With the clown killed, the man in black had no desire to continue fighting. With the combined efforts of several people, the battle was quickly brought to a complete end. The tent was littered with corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Lin Wanqing wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked up to Jiang Bei and Su Jisha, saying sincerely, "Thank you. You saved me again, and thank you, Miss Su." Seeing that the danger had passed, Zhao Mingxian, who was standing to the side, reverted to his annoying demeanor. He forced himself to remain calm and stepped forward. Just now I was strategically observing the enemy situation. It's not like I haven't killed a few small fry before. Zhao Mingxian. Can you shut up? Who was it that was so scared that their legs went weak just now? Lin Wanqing truly despised the man in front of her from the bottom of her heart. She turned and led a few bodyguards out of the tent. Zhao Mingxian could only awkwardly follow behind, also leaving the tent. At this moment, a number of onlookers, unaware of what was going on, had gathered outside the tent. Big brother, why are your pants wet? Did you wet the bed? A little girl asked, pointing at Zhao Mingxuan's pants. Shame on you, Mom said bedwetting isn't good. Zhao Mingxuan's face turned green from what the little girl said. With so many people watching, he wished he could disappear into the ground. Lin Wanqing glanced at Jiang Bei in front of her, then at Zhao Mingxian, whose face was flushed red, and sighed helplessly. The difference between people is too great. Zhao Mingxian, relying on his family's power, idles away his days and only dares to pursue me because of his father's connections. In the audience seats inside the tent, Mo Yan watched Su Jisha's back from afar and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This little girl's innate sword intent is so pure, and she seems to have the ability to manipulate space, he muttered to himself, then tilted his head as if he had thought of something. Old Yuan, you should thank me properly for finding such a rare talent for the school. Before he finished speaking, he had already quietly disappeared from the spot. Outside the forest park, soldiers who had been alerted had already sealed off the area and were rigorously checking every suspicious person. In an inconspicuous black sedan parked across from the park, Mo Yan was on the phone with Principal Yuan. What did you say? You said that girl killed a high-level third-tier enemy with a single sword strike? And she even seems to have the ability to manipulate space? Principal Yuan's voice on the other end of the phone was full of surprise. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, but his mind was racing. Could this girl be the person Jiang Bei mentioned bringing along? Could there really be such a good deal as buy one get one free? Principal Yuan was immediately in a great mood, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. Mo Yan, keep a close eye on them and make sure nothing happens to them, Principal Yuan instructed cheerfully. Old man, are you really treating me like their full-time nanny? This job is tiring and troublesome, you need to pay me more. Hurry up and reimburse my travel expenses first. And the credits you promised me, you have to double them. Ha! You little brat, you dare to bargain with me? In my home in Jiangbei, in the Qingfeng Road Villa area. Jiang Bei took out a medicine bottle, opened the cap, poured out a small green pill, and handed it to Su Jisha, saying, "Take this medicine to replenish your qi and blood and treat internal injuries." Su Jisha took the pill and swallowed it, feeling a gentle medicinal power dissipate in her body, relieving the stinging sensation in her meridians. What exactly is your talent? I feel like you haven't fully mastered it yourself, Jiang Bei asked curiously. Su Jixia gently shook her head and said, "No one has ever awakened this talent before, and I don't understand it myself." She thought for a moment and continued, "I consulted all the materials about talent in the library, but to no avail. I used to think that this talent could only be used to control the sword energy in my body to kill enemies, but today I made a new discovery. Wherever the sword energy passes, I can actually affect the changes in space," Su Jixia said with some joy. "Do you know that guy named Zhao Mingxian today? He always looks at me strangely," Su Jixia suddenly said. In a luxuriously decorated villa in the western district of Kanglan City, Zhao Mingxian was on the phone with his friend Zhang Yang. "Are you very familiar with Jiang Bei?" Zhao Mingxian asked bluntly. "Brother Xian, why are you asking him?" Zhang Yang asked cautiously. "Ever since he was taught a lesson by Jiang Bei last time, he has been a little traumatized. Who cares whether he lives or dies? There's a girl named Su Jixia who's very close to him." "Do you know her?" "Su Jixia?" Zhang Yang was taken aback on the other end of the phone. "Brother Xian, you mean her? She's the school beauty of Kanglan No. 1 High School, and she goes to the same school as my cousin." "Brother Xian, you're interested in her? She's absolutely stunning. It's just, that kid from Jiangbei is a bit tough to mess with." "Humph, not easy to mess with? I just don't like that kid. The more like that, the more interesting he is. It will be more satisfying to get my hands on him." A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Mingxuan's eyes, as if he had imagined some wonderful scene, and his tone became excited. Zhang Yang chuckled twice in agreement. "By the way, just letting you in on a heads up, the elite training camp jointly organized by universities and the military in Jiangnan province is starting in a few days." "Elite training camp? I can get a recommendation spot. Could you keep an eye out for Su Jixia's details, where she usually goes, and what her habits are?" "You know what I mean, I'll take you in to broaden your horizons later." "Really? Thank you, Brother Xian. Don't worry. Leave Su Jixia's matter to me. I promise I'll get all the information you need. That kid from Jiangbei, isn't he good at fighting?" "This training camp has gathered the top elite geniuses in the entire Jiangnan province. There will be plenty of people who can take care of him. Brother Xian is wise. That kid isn't even worthy of carrying your shoes." Zhang Yang quickly flattered him. Zhao Mingxian smiled smugly and hung up the phone. "Once I get my hands on Su Jixia, I'll completely crush Jiangbei under my feet in the training camp. Let's see if he'll still be so arrogant." Chapter 39 City Lord Lin. The morning sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the white walls of the teaching building. Students carrying books walked along the tree-lined path, and the sounds of fighting and playing could be faintly heard in the distance. Jiang Bei walked through the school gate, crossed the playground, entered the teaching building, went into a classroom on the second floor, and sat down in the last row by the window. "Dear students, this afternoon our esteemed Lord Lin will be visiting our school to provide guidance, and he will also be announcing an important matter." Suddenly, the loudspeaker on the school playground blared out, playing the familiar and stern voice of the head of student affairs. The students in the classroom immediately began whispering among themselves, speculating about the city lord's intentions. Only Jiang Bei looked out the window, lost in thought. On the playground, Zhao Mingxian and Zhang Yang were chatting, surrounded by several of his lackeys. "Brother Xian, what do you think Lord Lin is doing at our school?" Zhang Yang asked curiously. "Is that even a question?" "Of course they're here because of Brother Xian's reputation," a lackey stepped forward and whispered. "You don't know, do you? The city lord's mansion is like Brother Xian's backyard. He can come and go as he pleases. The relationship between City Lord Lin and Brother Xian's family is exceptionally close." "Really? Brother Xian is awesome." The people next to him quickly chimed in with their praise. "Sai, keep a low profile," Zhao Mingxian said smugly, his mouth practically sticking out to the sky. He looked around mysteriously and whispered, "Remember what I told you yesterday, the spots for the training camp?" Zhang Yang slapped his thigh suddenly. "Brother Xian, this spot must be a piece of cake for you." "Absolutely. With Brother Xian's family's capabilities, plus their relationship with City Lord Lin, it's just a matter of a word, isn't it? This time, the spots, well, it's pretty much a done deal. Don't let this get out of the way, you guys need to keep a low profile." He said he wanted to keep a low profile, but in his heart, he wished the whole school knew. His underlings knew his temper very well, and soon a rumor spread throughout the school. "I heard that Lord Lin came to our school because of Zhao Mingxian." "Really? That can't be right. Why is it impossible? You know Zhao Mingxuan's family background. He seems to be quite familiar with the city lord's daughter. During the break, several girls huddled together in the corridor, whispering among themselves and occasionally casting envious glances in Zhao Mingxuan's direction. However, many students who knew Zhao Mingxian well disagreed. What are you pretending to be? The city lord's inspection is definitely on official business. You're just trying to make yourself look good. Exactly. He's made tons of boasts, but he's never delivered on any of them. They even have the nerve to say that spots in the elite training camp are a piece of cake. Pa! The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire school in just 10 minutes during the break between classes. At 1 p.m., Lord Lin's car drove into the 3rd high school of Kanglin City. The school held a warm welcome ceremony, and the school leaders stepped forward to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with Lord Lin. Lin Tiannan walked across the playground, looked at the neatly lined up students of number 3 middle school, smiled and nodded, and waved to them as a greeting. Everyone smiled and responded to Lord Lin, but Zhao Mingxian also waved back, which excited several of Zhao Mingxuan's lackeys in the crowd. Brother Xian, City Lord Lin is waving at you. Brother Xian is so popular. Lin Tiannan walked to the podium at the front of the playground, picked up the microphone and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Tiannan. You should all know me, so I won't go into too much detail about myself." A loud and authoritative voice rang out across the playground, and everyone below applauded enthusiastically. Lin Tiannan smiled and gestured for everyone to be quiet before continuing. I have 2 things to say today. The first is to announce some good news. This year, Jiangnan Province has cooperated with the military to hold a province-wide elite training camp. This training camp is mainly to let everyone experience combat-oriented teaching so that you can better adapt to complex secret realm environments in the future. In addition, we will select some talents for the military. If you perform well, you can receive training resources provided by the military. After you graduate from university, you can apply to join the military and serve the country. Students who want to participate can contact their homeroom teacher to register for the screening assessment. Those who meet the requirements can enter the training camp for a month of intensive training. In addition, each city has a pre-selected quota, which means that they are invited directly by the training camp without having to take a test. The reason I'm here today is to invite one of our students to directly enter the elite training camp. Lord Lin paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below the stage. Brother Xian, City Lord Lin is looking for you. Please respond quickly. Zhao Mingxian met Lin Tiannan's gaze, waved and called out, I'm here, Uncle Lin. Everyone on the playground turned to look at Zhao Mingxian, their faces filled with envy. Damn, does this kid really know the city lord? Of course, would you dare to say hello if you didn't know him? Brother Xian is awesome. The students on the playground immediately caused a small disturbance. However, Lin Tiannan acted as if he didn't see Zhao Mingxian at all, choosing to ignore him and instead focusing his gaze on Zhang Bei in the last row. Zhang Bei, City Lord Lin is looking for you. Chen Tianhao reminded him from the side. Why are you looking at me? Zhang Bei was also a little curious. Lin Tiannan looked at Zhang Bei and slowly said, after discussion, we have decided to give this internal spot to Zhang Bei. Boom. All the students on the playground looked on in surprise and turned to look at Zhang Bei. What happened? My head is spinning. Wasn't the internal spot already given to Zhao Mingxian? You believe Zhao Mingxuan's bragging? You actually believe what he says? Everyone looked at Zhao Mingxian with a strange gaze. At this moment, Zhao Mingxuan's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he wished he could just smash his head against a wall and die. He couldn't understand why the spot was given to Zhang Bei. Brother Xian, what's going on? Has Lord Lin made a mistake? Why should it be given to that kid from Jiangbei? What qualifications does he have? That's right, we're not convinced, there's something fishy going on. Zhao Mingxuan's lackeys were now standing up for their master, but the other students on the playground were watching them like they were clowns. Classmates, I'm sure you're wondering why this spot was given to a student from Jiangbei, Lin Tiannan suddenly said. The playground immediately fell silent as everyone waited curiously for the answer. Dear students, not long ago, our Kanglin City experienced a huge crisis. A 7th-level expert from one of the myriad races infiltrated our Kanglin City. Boom! A commotion broke out on the playground. What? Is that true? What does this have to do with Zhang Bei? You guys don't know anything, I was there at the time. Lin Tiannan waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then he continued, this crucial intelligence was first discovered by Jiang Bei, who reported it to the military immediately. It was precisely because of his vigilance and decisiveness that a potential disaster was averted. Not only that. In the subsequent operation, Jiang Bei disregarded his personal safety and personally participated in the battle, using his extraordinary strength to kill several spies from various races on the spot. The entire room erupted in uproar. Even several school leaders were shocked, their mouths agape. Chapter 40 Well deserved. That's right, we were all there at the time and witnessed Jiang Bei slaughtering countless races. That's right, but the military asked us to keep it a secret for now, so we haven't told everyone. Many students who were present at the time came forward to testify for Jiang Bei. Principal Zhang was shocked and turned to the dean of students beside him, Director Wang. Did you hear what they said? Jiang Bei classmate? Slaughtered countless races? A student under his jurisdiction, without his complete knowledge, participated in such an earth-shattering event? Fighting against the seventh order of myriad races? This is no ordinary student honor, it's an enormous achievement. If we seize this opportunity and work things out, the school's rating next year will definitely rise to a higher level. This way, the school can obtain more resources and cultivate more outstanding students. Yet, he, the head of the school, was completely unaware of such a great opportunity. Director Wang, are you aware of this matter? Principal Zhang's expression was not good as he turned to look at Director Wang beside him. Principal, I just found out too. Director Wang's heart skipped a beat. He nervously pushed up his glasses. He knew this principal's temper best and hated it the most when subordinates didn't report things. Last year, the head of the logistics department withheld a risk report on the aging of laboratory equipment, thinking he could save money and repair it slowly, which almost caused an accident. When Principal Zhang found out, he gave the man a severe beating and then transferred him to the archives, effectively sidelining him. He would never forget this lesson. Just as everyone was whispering and shocked, Lin Tiannan on the podium continued, this matter is a conspiracy by all races against me, Lin Tiannan. They want to kidnap my daughter to coerce me into submission. Thanks to my classmate Jiang Bei for saving my daughter in time, a disaster was averted. I would like to express my gratitude to Jiang Bei here, and on behalf of my daughter, I would also like to thank Jiang Bei for saving my life. The crowd stirred again, and even Zhao Mingxian was slightly taken aback. So that's how it is. No wonder Wanqing seemed to treat this kid differently. Zhao Mingxian gritted his teeth in anger, his jealousy and hatred towards Jiang Bei intensifying. Chen Tianhao explained to his classmates with a smug look on his face, as if it was he who saved the person, not Jiang Bei. I was there at the time. The daughter of City Lord Lin was so beautiful. If Jiang Bei hadn't intervened, she would have been captured by the myriad races. The situation was extremely dangerous at the time. Holy crap, this guy from Jiang Bei is a hero saving the damsel in distress. What, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then save one yourself. Lin Tiannan's eyes revealed sincerity. After everyone had finished their discussion, he continued. And another thing happened just yesterday. A group of human traitors who have been lurking in our Kanglan city for years and deserve to die have planned an attack. Their target is a human genius who has just awakened an SSS-level talent. SSS-level talent? A collective gasp rippled through the audience. All the students were stunned. A genius with SSS-level talent had been ambushed? Lin Tiannan's voice suddenly rose, filled with boundless anger. They dispatched a third-tier advanced expert and more than a dozen assassins with strength of second tier or above, just to completely strangle our human race's genius before he can grow up. It was Jiang Bei who stepped in again, joining forces with the guards of my city lord's mansion to kill the powerful enemy and resolve this crisis. After the silence, another uproar erupted like a tsunami. Slayed a powerful third-tier advanced enemy? When did Jiang Bei become so strong? Everyone looked at Jiang Bei with awe and reverence in their eyes. This matter involves some confidential information and should not be discussed here. Lin Tiannan paused for a moment, scanned the crowd, and continued, but today I want everyone to know what Jiang Bei has really done, and every honor he has received is well deserved. This is why we decided to give the pre-selected spot to Jiang Bei student. Does anyone else have any objections? Lin Tiannan's words were so informative that they shocked every student's understanding, and all eyes turned to Jiang Bei in the last row. Only now did they truly understand what a formidable person that seemingly unassuming young man really was. Suddenly, one of the classmates whispered, Zhao Mingxian really overdid it this time. The students around him looked at him with pity. At this moment, Zhao Mingxuan's face was pale. He felt like a clown who had been stripped naked and thrown into the crowd. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He didn't even dare to look at Lin Tianan or anyone else. He could only stare intently at the ground, his body trembling slightly. Those sycophants who fawned over him looked down awkwardly at the tips of their shoes, not one of them glancing at him again, let alone saying a word in his defense. Lin Tiannan's voice rang out again, "Zhang Bei, please come up on stage." Zhang Bei walked calmly and steadily through the crowd toward the stage. Someone started clapping, and soon thunderous applause erupted. "Zhang Bei, on behalf of the training camp, I invite you to join us," Lin Tiannan said, solemnly handing an invitation to Zhang Bei. "Thank you, Lord Lin," Zhang Bei said graciously, accepting the invitation. Lin Tiannan patted Zhang Bei on the shoulder and smiled encouragingly. "I look forward to you achieving great results in the training camp and bringing glory to the country." Principal Zhang then stepped onto the stage, saying, "Zhang Bei, you are the pride of our number 3 middle school. The school will fully support you." The applause from the audience grew even louder, and Chen Tianhao excitedly waved to Zhang Bei on the stage, genuinely happy for his friend. Everyone cheered, but Zhao Mingxian lowered his head and fled the playground silently, like a stray dog. The conference concluded amidst applause, and the students gradually dispersed. "Lord Lin, thank you," Zhang Bei said sincerely. "This is what you deserve. If you encounter any problems you can't solve in the future, you can contact me." Lin Tiannan left Zhang Bei with his contact information and then left the school. "Zhang Bei, you're amazing. You killed a 3rd-tier expert. How did you do that? Look out for us from now on." Several classmates who were on good terms with Zhang Bei gathered around. Inside a villa in the western district of Kanglin City, Zhao Mingxian grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it hard on the floor. "Damn Zhang Bei!" Zhao Mingxian cursed, his chest heaving violently. "How dare a piece of trash with no background make me lose face?" He clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling slightly. "Zhang Bei, you just wait, I'll make you wish you were dead," he said, taking out his phone and making a call. "Hey, brother Xiao." Chapter 41, Golden-Colored Stone. The next day, Zhang Bei received a call from the weapon shop owner, informing him that the custom-made hidden weapon, the Flowing Cloud Shuttle, had been completed. Zhang Bei had been looking forward to seeing how the 2nd level of Flying Thunder God would work with the Flowing Cloud Shuttle, so after school he went to the weapon shop and saw the owner sitting behind the counter as soon as he entered. "Boss, I've come to pick up the hidden weapon," Zhang Bei called out. "Oh, brother Jiang, you've arrived." The shopkeeper was very welcoming and immediately took out a foot-long brocade box from the cabinet and handed it to Zhang Bei. "I was afraid you'd be waiting anxiously, so I notified you as soon as it arrived yesterday. It's made of grade A alloy, so the quality is quite good," the boss said with a confident expression. Zhang Bei opened the brocade box and saw a gleaming, shuttle-shaped hidden weapon inside. With a thought, he tried to control it with his mental power. The cloud shuttle took flight, circled the weapon shop several times, and landed back in Zhang Bei's hands. "It feels pretty good to handle, and the weight is just right," Zhang Bei said with satisfaction as he put away the cloud shuttle. After leaving the weapon shop, he went to the extreme martial arts school and arranged to meet Su Zhixia there. She signed up for the elite training camp, and there would be a test in 3 days. Zhang Bei didn't need to take the test, so he agreed to help Su Zhixia with her training. As soon as he arrived at the extreme martial arts school, he found Su Zhixia waiting for him at the entrance. "Why don't you go in?" Zhang Bei stepped forward to greet him. "I just arrived too," Su Zhixia said with a smile. "Let's go in." The two pushed open the door and entered the extreme martial arts hall. As soon as they entered, they saw Qin Hu and Sun Mang. "Zhang Bei, the training room is ready for you." The two men rushed forward to greet Zhang Bei as he entered. Since their trip to Shanghai, the two have been completely in awe of Zhang Bei, who is now a big star at the martial arts school. Director Xiao said that you can use one of the training rooms inside the martial arts school at any time. Qin Hu led Zhang Bei and Su Zhixia into a luxurious training room. The meditation room is very spacious, about 200 square meters, and has all kinds of facilities. Zhang Bei walked to the weapon rack by the wall, took down a training longsword and handed it to Su Zhixia, saying, "Try your martial arts skills first." He then walked to the side, sat down cross-legged, and took out the flowing cloud shuttle. "This is my new hidden weapon. Let's practice with this." After saying that, he closed his eyes, and the flowing cloud shuttle rose into the air, instantly transforming into 36 sharp blades of different shapes that attacked Su Zhixia. Zhang Bei's mental energy can now easily cover the entire training room, so he doesn't need to use his eyes to observe at all, and can still control the flowing cloud shuttle as if it were his own arm. Taking advantage of the opportunity to help Su Jixia improve her martial arts skills, he also took the chance to practice controlling the flowing cloud shuttle. 36 blades gleamed coldly, relentlessly attacking Su Jixia, but she easily deflected them all. You've already mastered the basics of the flowing water sword technique? As soon as the two clashed, Jiang Bei felt a flowing sword intent that was all-pervasive and continuous, dissipating the power of the flying knife. I'm cultivating too slowly. It took me 3 days to even get to the basics of this sword technique, Su Jixia sighed. It takes others a month to get started, and you think 3 days is too slow? Jiang Bei thought to himself that if anyone else heard this, they would be furious. Are you confident about the test in 3 days? Jiang Bei asked. After I awakened my talent, my qi and blood increased significantly. I have now advanced from the first level to the second level. I should be able to be selected. She paused for a moment and then continued. The principal said that the selection of trainees for this training camp will mainly focus on their potential. What? You awakened a talent and went straight from Tier 1 beginner to Tier 2 beginner? Jiang Bei was dumbfounded. My goodness, you don't have a system too, do you? Although he knew that some people would experience a significant increase in their blood and qi after awakening powerful talents, he had never heard of anyone like Su Jixia. 2 hours later, the two finished their training and left the Yakudo martial arts school. Several days later, a military vehicle left Kanglan City and drove off into the distance. The vehicle carried more than a dozen students selected from Kanglan City to participate in this training camp, along with several soldiers responsible for escorting them. Where are we going? A student asked curiously. The Heavenly Demon Mountain Range, the driver replied with a smile. Is the training camp in the mountains? My God, are they sending us to fight monsters? All the students on the bus looked horrified. There's a new recruit training camp in the mountains, where the new recruit training is done every year, the driver added. Wow, are you training with soldiers? Don't be so infatuated. Several female trainees immediately burst into laughter upon hearing the word new recruit training camp. The commander said to let the flowers in the greenhouse experience life in the army, said a soldier in charge of escorting them. I know about the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range. The teacher mentioned it in class, Su Jixia whispered to Jiang Bei next to her. The Heavenly Demon Mountain Range is a massive mountain range spanning tens of thousands of miles. It is rich in resources and has many secret realms, but it is also home to countless powerful demonic beasts. That place can be described as the domain of monsters and a forbidden zone for humans generally. Only powerful humans dare to enter in search of treasure. Several hours later, the car drove into a mountainous area, surrounded by dense forests and strangely shaped rocks, which made the students on the bus extremely nervous. They kept glancing out the car window, as if afraid that a monster might suddenly appear, and they were ready to fight at any moment. You don't need to be so nervous. This is the outer area of the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range. Even if there are some demonic beasts here, they are all low-level ones, the driver reassured him. Roar! No sooner had the driver finished speaking than a roar from some unknown monster came from outside the car. The students on the bus immediately gave the driver a look that said, "Don't believe me." Jiang Bei quietly looked at the scenery outside the car, but in his mind he was recalling his memories of his past life. He remembered that there was a secret realm in the Tianya mountain range that produced a very special material. This material is called goldstone. It can not only perfectly fuse with S-grade alloys, greatly increasing their strength, but also perfectly conduct various types of innate power. Alloy weapons experience energy loss during energy conduction. For example, when Jiang Bei uses a C-grade Gale gun to perform the Thunderstorm gun, the skill's original power of 100 points is reduced to only 80% due to energy loss. The best alloy that humanity can currently create with its smelting technology is S-grade, which can unleash 95% of the skill's power. This strange or amplifies energy output, creating an astonishing amplification effect on martial arts techniques. A skill that originally had a power of 100 can have its power increased to 120 when unleashed through a weapon infused with gold-colored stones. Jiang Bei secretly decided that if he had the chance, he would definitely look for the golden stone. He won an S-class alloy weapon in a martial arts competition, which is why he hasn't been in a hurry to forge it. S-grade alloys are extremely rare and ridiculously expensive, which is why he didn't want to waste this great opportunity. Chapter 42 Military Camp. The car traveled through the mountains for several hours, and as darkness fell, a vast, empty valley gradually came into view in the distance. We're almost there, the military camp is just ahead, the driver said. The anxiety that had been building throughout the journey finally subsided, as everyone was certain that the military camp was safe. Just after the vehicle entered the military camp, a black sedan quietly appeared outside the camp. Mo Yan looked around in bewilderment. How did he end up in this godforsaken mountain valley? Was he supposed to sleep in the wild tonight? He took out his phone and called Principal Yuan, and the call was answered quickly. Old man, Jiang Bei, and that little girl went to participate in a training camp organized by the military. They have now entered the military camp in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. The military camp in the 10,000 Demon Mountains? No problem, I'll make a call and ask later. Principal Yuan hung up the phone and called back a few minutes later. I've already put in a good word. Qin Tian happens to be the highest ranking officer in this military camp. You can just go find him. Okay, I understand. Mo Yan hung up the phone and drove towards the military camp. Qin Tian is a graduate of Shanghai Martial Arts University and was once Principal Yuan's favorite student. After graduation, he joined the military and can be considered Mo Yan's senior. Mo Yan drove to the gate of the military camp. The guards had already been notified and, after verifying Mo Yan's identity, let him in. Soon, Mo Yan met Qin Tian in the office. Senior Qin, it's been a long time. Junior brother Mo Yan, what brings you here? Qin Tian asked with a smile, inviting Mo Yan to sit down. It's all the old man's fault, Mo Yan said with a dissatisfied look, picking up his teacup and taking a sip. There's a student in this training camp whose father wants to recruit to Shanghai Martial Arts University. He asked me to keep an eye on him secretly, partly because he's afraid something might happen to him, and partly because he's afraid other schools will poach him. Oh? Qin Tian immediately became curious. Who is this person that the former principal values so highly? Tell me quickly. His name is Jiang Bei. I've been secretly following that kid for a few days, and to be honest, I haven't seen anything particularly remarkable about him. Mo Yan paused for a moment before continuing. But the little girl next to him, Su Zhixia, has an incredibly strong talent for swordsmanship. I don't know what's so great about that kid from Jiang Bei, but the old man invited him to join the Shanghai Martial Arts University without taking the entrance exam. Guess what? They simply refused to agree. Puff. Qin Tian had just taken a sip of tea when he almost choked. He dares to disrespect Principal Yuan? This kid is interesting. However, when did our Shanghai Martial Arts University fall to this level, begging this kid to join us? Qin Tian was now very interested in Jiang Bei. Senior Qin, you don't know, but Kyoto Martial Arts University and Handu Martial Arts University have been producing a lot of talented people in the last 2 years, and they're now subtly surpassing us, Mo Yan sighed and continued. The old man values the school's reputation more than his own life. If it weren't for helping him find a genius who could hold his own, I wouldn't bother coming here to be this kid's bodyguard. I really don't see what's so great about this kid. What's the rush? Let him stay with me for a few more days, and that kid will immediately reveal his true colors. Qin Tian chuckled, looking completely unperturbed. Okay, then I'll stay a few more days. The spacious playground in the camp was brightly lit, and hundreds of students had gathered there, in twos and threes. These were all gifted students from various universities in Jiangnan province. A moment later, an officer in military uniform walked over and said, "Welcome to the military camp, students. In 10 minutes, we will conduct a preliminary test. Let me get to know you all first." Huh? Shouldn't we eat first? What time is it? Are we going to start the test as soon as we get here? Oh my god, I'm exhausted after a whole day of driving. Can't we do it tomorrow? The students immediately began whispering complaints across the playground. Stand still, everyone. This is a military camp. If anyone complains, everyone will run until dawn tonight. The officer's face was stern, and his stern shout immediately silenced the entire parade ground. Seeing that no one dared to complain, the officer nodded in satisfaction. Very good, follow me. The officers were also puzzled. The test was originally scheduled for tomorrow morning, but Commander Qin changed the decision at the last minute for some reason. If these students knew that all of this was because of Qin Tian's curiosity about Jiang Bei, they would definitely curse Jiang Bei to death. The officer led the way into a spacious hall, where hundreds of machines were densely packed together. He pointed to a machine in front of him and said, "These are the latest model of simulation training pods for the military, which can allow your consciousness to enter a virtual secret realm. The virtual space is 100% simulated, and the pain and trauma feedback are no different from the real world. Once you suffer a fatal blow, the protection program will force you to exit, that is, you are considered dead, which is the only difference. Similarly, your talent skill levels can also be used in the virtual space. I will explain how to operate the simulation chamber in a moment. Now, let me explain the test rules. Your goal after entering the secret realm is to reach the safe zone in the center of the secret realm alive. Completing the test will reward you with 1000 points. Failure will not earn you any points. You will learn about the uses of these points later. Oh, by the way, let me remind you that there are level 5 monsters in the secret realm, and the secret realm will shrink over time. If you keep hiding on the outer edge, you will be eliminated by the system. Okay, now I will explain how to operate the simulation chamber. The officer walked up to a simulator, pressed a red button on the side, and the simulator lid opened. The officer then pointed to each function key inside and explained it to everyone. Alright, everyone, please enter the simulation chamber according to your assigned numbers. You will have 10 minutes to familiarize yourselves with the basic operations. This was Jiang Bei's first time encountering this combat simulation pod. In his previous life, he had never been exposed to these simulation pods because he lacked martial arts talent. Jiang Bei opened the hatch, sat inside, and closed it. Following the instructor's explanation, he quickly began operating the simulator. It was very simple, and he mastered it in no time. 10 minutes later, everyone had mastered the basic operating methods. Alright, the test will now officially begin. Jiang Bei suddenly found himself in a primeval forest. Everyone's location is random, so there was no one around him at the moment. Jiang Bei immediately released his mental energy, wanting to test whether his mental energy could still be used in this simulated environment. That's amazing. The use of mental energy in this simulated environment was completely no different from that in the outside world. At this moment, Jiang Bei's mental energy had already covered an area several hundred meters ahead. Jiang Bei smiled. What a coincidence. He used his movement technique to quickly enter the forest. Deep in the forest, a figure was curiously looking around. She was also delighted to see Jiang Bei appear. How did you find me in Jiang Bei? Su Zhixia waved happily. Hey, the first thing I saw when I came in was you looking around blankly. Jiang Bei said with a wicked smile. Su Zhixia rolled her eyes. You're the one who's dense and stupid. Boom! Just as the two were about to discuss their next move, they were startled by a loud noise coming from ahead. Is chapter 43 coming too early? Upon hearing the loud noise, Jiang Bei immediately became alert. He shielded Su Zhixia behind him and released his spiritual power to investigate in that direction. A few hundred meters ahead, 3 people were running at high speed, but he did not sense the monster chasing him. Ha! Why are these 3 people running? You hide first, I'll go see what's going on. Jiang Bei instructed, and then rushed off alone in the direction of the incident. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with the 3 people. He hid in a big tree and clearly saw a level 5 3-headed demon wolf chasing the 3. The 3-headed demonic wolf was extremely fast, closing the distance in just a few breaths. The middle wolf opened its huge mouth, and a shockwave blasted the person in front of it into dust. The other 2 were so frightened that their legs went weak and they collapsed with a thud, only to be torn to pieces by the 3-headed demon wolf that caught up with them. Holy crap, there really is a 5th-tier demonic beast. Jiang Bei was so frightened that he held his breath and didn't dare to make a sound. Strange, why can't my spiritual power sense this 5th-tier demonic wolf? Jiang Bei secretly released his spiritual power again. The demonic beast was right in front of him, but he just couldn't sense it with his spiritual power. Damn, did they apply an invisibility layer? Jiang Bei fell into deep thought. Could it be that this monster was too far beyond his level to sense? The more Jiang Bei thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He decided to give it a try and opened the system panel with a wave of his hand. Name, Jiang Bei. Points, 17,000. Martial arts level, beginner, tier 2. Martial God's Divine Body Spring Aperture Activation Completion Rate 3%. Chi and blood value, 2,000 plus. Mental strength, 1,000 plus. The system has increased my mental strength by 500 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 2,100 points to increase your mental strength to 1,500. After upgrading his mental power, Jiang Bei released it again to probe the 3-headed demon wolf below. This time I can vaguely sense some very weak aura. It seems the problem really is due to the large level difference. Once we find the issue, things will be easier to fix. The system will continue to add points to my account. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 4,200 points to increase your mental strength to 2,500. This time, while exploring below, the outline of the 5th tier 3-headed demon wolf had vaguely appeared within the range of his mental perception. Jiang Bei frowned slightly. It was still not clear enough. He decided to add more points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 4,200 points to increase your mental strength to 3,500. This time, the 5th tier demon beast was as clear as a 4K movie under his powerful mental probing. At this moment, Jiang Bei's mental probing range was close to 2,000 meters. He's like a human radar now, able to detect even an ant within a 2,000-meter radius with perfect clarity. At this moment, the 3-headed demon wolf below had turned back to its territory, and Jiang Bei also quietly climbed down from the tree and returned to the place where Su Zhixia was hiding. What's going on up ahead? Su Zhixia asked nervously. The 3 people ahead of us encountered a 5th-tier demonic beast and were all killed. Jiang Bei shrugged, indicating his helplessness. It's okay, I'll scout ahead for you. If there are any monsters, don't worry about me, just run. Su Zhixia said seriously. It's better for one person to be eliminated than for both of them to be eliminated, she explained her tactical plan to Jiang Bei. You're a true tactical genius. Jiang Bei lightly tapped her forehead, then patted his chest and said, following me, how could I let you be eliminated? I'd be utterly useless then. Come on, follow me and I'll keep you safe. With that, Jiang Bei transformed into a mobile radar, quickly leading Su Zhixia forward. The safe zone from the outer perimeter to the center is about 10 kilometers long. The 2 of them traveled at full speed all the way, perfectly avoiding all the monsters, and arrived at the center safe zone in just 19 minutes. In the military command post, Qin Tian and Mo Yan were looking at the big screen. Senior Qin, quickly check where that kid Jiang Bei is? It's been more than 10 minutes. Don't rush, everyone is probably still wandering around on the outskirts right now, there's nothing to see. Qin Tian leisurely took a sip of tea. Really? It's been so long and they're still just wandering around on the outskirts? Mo Yan asked, somewhat incredulously. Qin Tian pointed smugly at the screen and said, do you know what the fastest record is for clearing this secret realm? How many? 1 hour and 28 minutes is the record left by the most talented recruit in our army. He was a 3rd-level advanced recruit during the test. These students would not be able to appear in the central area without 3 hours. Is this secret realm really that difficult? Junior, you don't know, there are many high-level monsters in this secret realm. It takes many people to cooperate to pass through the secret realm. If you are alone, you need to have an extremely strong sense of danger. The fastest way to reach the central area is to avoid high-level monsters. The new recruit who holds the record does so because he has a natural ability to sense things. The highest level of these kids is only the early stage of the 3rd rank. Even if they have perception abilities, they have no way of sensing a 5th-rank demon beast. So, before Qin Tian could finish speaking, a system notification sound suddenly rang out. Huh? What happened? The 2 of them looked at the screen at the same time. Several bright red characters appeared on the screen. Someone has reached the central safe zone in 19 minutes and 25 seconds. Holy crap, how much? 19 minutes and 25 seconds? Is the system malfunctioning? Qin Tian was so startled that he didn't even notice the water glass in his hand fall to the ground. Quick, pull up the video feed from the central security area, let me see who it is. Qin Tian shouted excitedly to the operator beside him. Sir, please don't get agitated, I'll be right there. The operator quickly switched the screen. However, after a series of actions, he said awkwardly, Sir, the surveillance video in the central area was not turned on just now. What? Why isn't it open? Qin Tian asked angrily, his face darkening. Sir, the cameras in the central area have always been set to turn on after 1 hour by default, the operator Nono replied. Who the hell set this up? He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized something was wrong and suddenly remembered that it was he who had set it to open after 1 hour. Senior, don't worry, it must be a system problem. Just turn on the camera and we'll know, Mo Yan comforted him from the side. Quickly, turn on the central area cameras, Qin Tian said, pointing to the screen. Sir, your authorization is required to change the settings. Qin Tian slapped his forehead and quickly entered the authorization code into the machine. The screen then displayed the image of the central region. However, the screen was completely empty, there wasn't a single person in it. See, it really is a system problem, Moen said. Qin Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it was impossible. How could someone pass through the secret realm in 19 minutes? That's too unscientific. Quickly, check if there's a problem with the system, Qin Tian instructed the operator. 10 minutes later, the operator replied, Sir, the system has not detected any problems. All data is normal. Qin Tian and Moen were both deeply puzzled. When Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia arrived at the central area, they found that there was no one in the huge open space. Jiang Bei, are we too early? Looks like we're a bit early. Jiang Bei scratched his head. Waiting here is rather boring. Why don't we go find some low-level demonic beasts? I need to gain some combat experience, Su Zhixia suddenly said. Alright, there are many tier 2 beginner-level demonic beasts along the way. I'll take you there. The two returned to the forest to search for second-tier monsters. Chapter 44 Test Results. Jiang Bei led Su Zhixia back into the dense forest. Along the way, the two avoided all high-level demonic beasts and only sought out and killed second-level demonic beasts. Laugh. Su Zhixia killed a level 2 shadow leopard with a single sword strike. She raised her hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. Killing more than a dozen level 2 demonic beasts in succession had taken a toll on her. Do you want to rest for a while? You've used up a lot of energy, Jiang Bei asked with concern. Su Zhixia shook her head gently. It's all right. This kind of opportunity is rare. I need to seize the time to improve my swordsmanship as soon as possible. Let's go then, there's another second-tier demon beast ahead. Jiang Bei led the way, and the two soon arrived at the territory of another second-tier demon beast. Jiang Bei suddenly let out a soft exclamation and turned to Su Zhixia, saying, There's a battle going on ahead. Let's check the situation first. In a clearing in the woods ahead, lay the corpse of a second-tier demonic wolf. The corpse was mangled, and the wolf's head was twisted and deformed, as if it had been smashed with an iron hammer, leaving its skull broken. Beside the wolf carcass, a muscular young man was fighting a level 3, low-level giant bear monster with his bare hands. The giant bear's massive paw slammed down on the boy with such force that the earth seemed to tremble. The boy, however, did not dodge, but instead raised his fist to meet the blow head-on. Boom! The giant bear's massive body was sent flying by the boy's punch, crashing into a large tree nearby. Roar! With a roar, the giant bear rose from the ground and charged at the boy. Its massive body, weighing over 1,000 pounds, moved at high speed, like a large, reckless truck. The boy charged forward again. His strong body looked tiny in front of the giant bear, but his strength was no less, and even surpassed that of the giant bear. Boom! With another muffled thud, the giant bear was sent flying. What terrifying power! Su Zhixia exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Jiang Bei had never seen such a fierce fighting style before, and couldn't help but become somewhat interested in the boy. The giant bear got up from the ground again. This time it was a little dazed from the impact and spun around in circles, seemingly disoriented. It took a while to recover. It didn't dare to attack again, but just growled at the boy from a distance, venting its anger. The boy raised his hand and grabbed, a giant axe suddenly appearing in his grasp. I don't have time to play with you anymore, keep chasing me. Before the boy could finish speaking, the giant bear seemed to understand, and turned and ran away, disappearing into the woods in no time. The boy grinned, and the giant axe in his hand vanished. Suddenly he turned to look at Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia and said, Have you two seen enough? Seeing that they had been discovered, Jiang Bei stopped hiding and the two of them came out from behind the tree. Don't misunderstand, we're only here for it, Su Zhixia said, pointing to the wolf carcass on the ground. Are you killing monsters to practice your martial arts? The boy asked, puzzled. Su Zhixia nodded slightly. Yes, this second-tier demon beast is just right for me to hone my swordsmanship. Well, I'm sorry then. This guy asked for it, so he can't blame me, the boy said with a helpless expression. Why aren't you two heading to the central area? Why are you still here killing monsters and practicing your skills? The young man asked with a hint of doubt. We can't waste time, Su Zhixia said with a slight smile. The boy misunderstood what he heard. He thought that Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia knew they couldn't reach the central area, so they might as well kill monsters to practice their skills, which would be a good way to make the most of their time. But he never imagined that these two had already fought several rounds in the woods. Then you two continue. I need to get to Chengdu as soon as possible to complete my mission, the boy said, ignoring Jiang Bei and Su Jixia, and turned to walk into the woods and disappear. Let's go, I remember there are a few second-tier demonic beasts not far ahead. Jiang Bei didn't pay much attention, he just thought the boy was quite interesting. The two continued searching for prey in the secret realm. Soon after, they encountered several groups of students traveling forward, and surprisingly, they discovered 2 more students at the beginner level of the 3rd tier. Jiang Bei and Su Jixia carefully avoided all battles and searched for suitable prey in the dense forest. After another hour or so, the two felt it was about time and returned to the central area. When they arrived again, the central safe zone was bustling with activity, this time with dozens of people. Among them was the boy who had fought the giant bear alone, whom they had encountered earlier. He showed a hint of surprise when he saw Jiang Bei and Su Jixia arrive. Surprisingly, these two also passed the test. They were really lucky. Those 2 beginner-level second-tier cultivators actually managed to pass the level. They're really lucky. Yes, our luck is simply incredible. There are so many high-level demonic beasts in this secret realm. Everyone looked at Jiang Bei and Su Jixia with an expression that said, "You really got lucky." Jiang Bei was just chatting leisurely with Su Jixia, not taking this group of people seriously at all. Secret Realm quest completed. Exiting the secret realm in 10 seconds. The system's voice suddenly sounded, and Jiang Bei's vision blurred and the scene disappeared. Everyone walked out of the combat simulation chamber one after another. The instructor stood in the open space in front of the hall, scanning the area. Only after everyone had left the simulation pod did he speak. You all performed well. Now I will announce the test results. The first student to arrive was Xiao Chen and his team of 8. The instructor paused for a moment, then continued. Their time was 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 18 seconds. Who is Xiao Chen? I know he is the number 1 genius at Jiangcheng number 3 high school. I heard that Xiao Chen has already reached the initial stage of the 3rd rank. Is Xiao Chen the highest ranking student in the training camp? That should be the highest, but it seems there are others who are also at the beginner level of the 3rd tier. I heard he is a martial artist with dual talents that only appears once in a century. The students in the hall started talking amongst themselves, and those who recognized Xiao Chen turned to look at him. Next to a simulation pod stood a handsome young man, Xiao Chen, basking in the envious glances of the crowd. Wow, I didn't expect him to have such a great presence, and he's such a handsome guy too. Many girls exclaimed. The instructor waved his hand. Everyone, quiet down. Everyone immediately shut their mouths, and the instructor continued. The second to arrive is Lin Weiyu and her team of 11 people, with a time of 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 31 seconds. Who is this? I know, she's the most beautiful and talented girl at Guanling number 1 high school. I heard he's also at the early stage of the 3rd tier. She's an ice queen, with ice-type talent. In the hall, a tall, slender-looking girl nodded to everyone. The third person to arrive was Qin Yong, who arrived alone, in 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 22 seconds. Holy crap, he can get through all by himself? That's too intense. Where is this expert from? He is a genius from the 7th high school in Linyuan City. I heard his talent is strength-based, and his strength is terrifying. Alright, I won't announce the names of the other students who passed. Everyone can go to the cafeteria for lunch, and then go back to their dorms to rest. After saying that, the instructor turned and left the hall. Chapter 45 SSS-level potential, 24 times gravity. Inside the military command center, Qin Tian and Mo Yan were looking at everyone's test results. Senior, look at Jiang Bei's grades, they're just so-so. Mo Yan said, pointing at the screen. I'm just wondering, what does the old man see in him? To call him a genius would be a stretch, but there are too many geniuses like him. Is it really necessary to treat him like a treasure? Qin Tian frowned, but still said, we should trust the old principal's judgment. He's never been wrong about people. I think the top 3 students in this test are all better than Jiang Bei, Mo Yan said, pointing to the names of Xiao Chen, Lin Weiyu, and Qin Yong on the screen. These 3 are indeed quite good, Qin Tian had to admit their excellence. Senior, do you have Jiang Bei's file? Check his past grades, Mo Yan reminded him. I've already checked, there's nothing special about him. Why don't you ask the old principal what's so special about Jiang Bei? Mo Yan sighed and said, I asked him several times, and the old man just said not to doubt Principal Li in his judgment. What? Principal Li has approved of him? Qin Tian swallowed hard. Principal Li was a ninth-level expert. How could someone like him have a wrong eye? He was just one step away from standing at the pinnacle of human combat power. The vision of the two former principals is certainly beyond our reach. Let's conduct other tests tomorrow. That's all we can do. The two were unaware of Jiang Bei's performance in the martial arts tournament, as the video of the competition was temporarily sealed due to its involvement with various races. The next morning, inside the military camp's comprehensive training hall, the instructors stood in the open space in front, with hundreds of trainees lined up neatly below. Students, yesterday's test was a test of your teamwork skills and battlefield danger perception abilities. When you actually go to the battlefield in the future, you will definitely understand the importance of these two abilities. The instructor glanced at everyone and continued, "Today I'm going to test your potential and combat skills. In a moment, you will enter the military's latest intelligent integrated training room, which will automatically set up a combat environment based on each person's potential, thus maximizing your potential. Xiao Chen, you were first in yesterday's test, so your team will be the first to take the test today," the instructor said, looking at Xiao Chen standing in the first row. Xiao Chen and the other 8 people stepped out of the formation and followed a soldier to the intelligent integrated training room. At the same time, the large screen above the hall lit up, displaying 8 different images simultaneously, which were the real-time scenes in the 8 training rooms. Welcome to the comprehensive training room. I am Xiao Jun, your intelligent assistant. We will now scan and analyze you. As soon as Xiao Chen entered the training room, an X-ray swept across his entire body. Potential analysis rating, the gravity in the training room will now be adjusted to 6 times. Xiao Chen immediately felt his movements become sluggish, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. At the same time, the environment in front of him changed to an arena, and a first-tier high-level demon beast slowly walked over from the opposite side. Who do you think you are, matching me with a tier 1 demonic beast? Xiao Chen immediately became motivated. In the hall, everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen's image. What does potential rating and 6 times gravity mean? Isn't it obvious? It's about setting up the corresponding gravity environment based on your potential. Holy crap, a high-level tier 1 demonic beast was dealt with so easily? At this moment, Xiao Chen had already killed the first-tier high-level demonic beast, and the system had assigned him a second-tier low-level demonic beast. After watching for a while, everyone finally understood. The rule was to challenge monsters of various levels in a gravity environment until you failed, and that would be your challenge score. Ultimately, Xiao Chen was defeated by a high-level 3rd-tier demonic beast in a 6 gravity environment. A short while later, Xiao Chen walked out of the gravity chamber, and everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. 6 times the gravity, and it can still kill a monster a level higher than itself, that's incredible. The instructor nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Chen's potential is indeed extraordinary, he's already very impressive. The instructor then explained, the potential test does not mean that Xiao Chen can actually defeat a monster of a higher level under 6 times gravity in actual combat. It is just a rating method of the system. Next, it's Lin Weiyu's turn to be tested. The instructor began calling out names again. Lin Weiyu followed the soldiers into the comprehensive training room. Soon her results were displayed on the screen. Potential rating A, 6 times gravity, challenge result, tier 3 beginner monster. Wow, Lin Weiyu is also very impressive, only slightly inferior to Xiao Chen. The third person to enter the comprehensive training room was naturally Qin Yong. His results were potential rating S, 12 times gravity, and challenged a mid-level monster of the 3rd tier. The results shocked everyone, and chaos erupted in the hall. Holy crap, its potential rating is S? Qin Yong is amazing. He can kill a monster even with 12 times the gravity, surpassing his own level. Everyone was amazed by Qin Yong's potential, except for the instructor, who was not particularly surprised, as he had seen many recruits with this kind of talent before. Now everyone, please take turns being tested. The students whose names were called entered the comprehensive training room one by one, but there was no more A-level ratings. After that, everyone's potential value was B-level with 3 times the gravity. Next test subject, Su Zhixia, the instructor called out to the few remaining people. Go for it. Jiang Bei made a fist gesture. Su Zhixia followed the soldier's guidance and entered the comprehensive training room. Soon, Su Zhixia's results were displayed on the big screen. Potential rating SSS-level, 24 times gravity, challenge monster results, advanced level 2. The hall was silent, everyone stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. What am I seeing? Am I seeing things? Damn, He can defeat a monster 2 minor realms higher than himself even with 24 times the gravity. She's not human, she's a goddess. There are monsters like that? Soon after, Sujisha came out, and everyone's eyes turned to her, even the instructors. Damn it, why is my head so foggy? The instructor slapped himself hard, forcing himself to calm down. Xiao Chen, Lin Weiyu, and Qin Yong stared blankly at Sujisha, their faces filled with disbelief. Qin Yong, in particular, felt a sense of unreality, because he had once thought that even the girl in front of him would not be able to reach the safe zone. I never expected this to be a dark horse. In the military command center, Missouri Yin pointed at Sujisha's grades on the big screen and shouted, "Senior, look. I told you this girl was something else." Qin Tian was leisurely sipping his tea when he saw Mo Yan's excited expression and couldn't help but say, "Junior, don't make such a fuss." Holy crap! Before Qin Tian could finish speaking, he saw on the big screen the potential rating of SSS and the results of the 24x gravity test. He was so shocked that he could barely speak. Chapter 46 100 times gravity. After a long while, Qin Tian finally came to his senses. The old headmaster has struck gold, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I understand now. So the old man's real target was this little girl. Jiang Bei was just a bonus. That makes sense. Mo Yan said with certainty, and conviction. The old principal is truly a master. He used a feint to the east while attacking in the west, a reverse operation. Qin Tian was now quite certain of Mo Yan's judgment. Just when the two mistakenly believed that Principal Yuan's real target was Su Jixia, the last student in the hall was finally about to take the test. Next test takers, Jiang Bei, please enter the comprehensive training room, the loudspeaker suddenly announced. I'm really looking forward to your results. Su Jixia also clenched her fist in encouragement. This scene infuriated Su Jixia's newest fans. How could my goddess be so gentle to that guy? Who is that kid? He dares to steal our goddess. He definitely needs to be taught a lesson. Jiang Bei entered the training room amidst a chorus of boos. Welcome to the comprehensive training room. I am Xiao Jun, your intelligent assistant. I will now scan and analyze you. The system paused for a long time after scanning, then suddenly announced, analysis values exceed the predetermined maximum range, error. Scanning again is required. Holy crap, did they break this? Jiang Bei was completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. After a long while, Xiao Jun said, because your stats exceed the highest level, SSS, you are temporarily being upgraded to F as the highest rating. Name, Jiang Bei potential test rating, F. This rating has no gravity setting and is currently displayed as level 0. What the heck? How come I'm level 0? The system database does not contain this rating information. Please wait while the system is calculating. At this moment, the hall was in chaos, with everyone pointing at the evaluation results displayed on the screen and snickering. What? F rank? How can someone have so little potential that there's no limit? 0 gravity, that's fucking hilarious. Haha, the number 1 genius of this training camp has been born. They're only last place. The instructor was also a bit confused. Wait a minute, he clearly remembered that the lowest rating was D. When did an F rating come out? In the military command center, Missouri Yin and Qin Tian stared blankly at the information of the person they most wanted to know on the big screen. No way, how come it's F rank? What the heck is F rank? Mo Yan asked Qin Tian, puzzled. I've never seen one either. I only know that the lowest level is D, I've never seen an F level before. What the heck is 0 gravity? Qin Tian continued to shake his head, indicating that he had never seen it before. Just as everyone was still in a daze, the system calculation finally ended. System, match you with 100 times gravity. Boom. An immense weight descended upon Jiang Bei, causing his bones to creak and groan. Holy crap, system, are you playing a little too far? Jiang Bei felt like his brain wasn't working at all. He can't even lift his leg now, let alone kill monsters. Hey system, did you make a mistake? Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body, and his Tianqiao acupoints were faintly opened. Is this automatic defense? He tried to close the acupoints, but found that under 100 times the gravity, he could not actively shut down the activation of the heavenly acupoints. System, quickly get me a tier 2, low-level demonic beast. Zhang Bei just wants to finish the test as soon as possible, because once the Tianqiao acupoint is opened, it will consume the source energy in his body. This is his trump card for survival. How could he waste it on a test? Soon, Zhang Bei, struggling against the immense gravity, defeated the second-tier low-level demonic beast with great difficulty. System, I can't take it anymore, turn off gravity. Suddenly, all the pressure on Zhang Bei was removed, and the feeling of ease made him feel incredibly comfortable. Zhang Bei almost got crushed into a meat patty. High technology is so unreliable. He mentally cursed the AI. He didn't want to stay there for even a minute, so he quickly pushed open the door and walked out of the training room toward his seat. If you're not F rank, zero gravity is one thing, but how come you almost died fighting a low-level second-tier monster? I'm fucking speechless. How could such a loser be worthy of my goddess? How did someone like that get into the training camp? I guess they got in through connections. A burst of laughter immediately filled the hall, and even the instructors looked at Zhang Bei with a strange expression. Alright, the test is over. You're all free to do whatever you want this afternoon, the instructor suddenly announced to everyone. Free time? That's great. Everyone will be given a smart bracelet in a moment, which contains 1,000 guaranteed points. From now on, all your training, resources, and martial arts skills will be obtained through points. This afternoon, we'll begin the third phase, the points competition, the instructor added. What? Wasn't it supposed to be free time? How did it turn into a points-based battle again? Freedom of movement means that you can steal points from anyone at any time, in any place, and by any means. Defeating an opponent once will earn you 50% of their points. As for the items you can redeem with your points, they will definitely not disappoint you. You can check them on your smart bracelet. Before the instructor finished speaking, several soldiers carried a large box into the hall, which was full of smart bracelets. Everyone line up, everyone gets one. The soldiers began distributing wristbands to each trainee in order. After receiving the bracelets, Zhang Bei and Su Zhixia left the hall. What's the deal with your F rank? Su Zhixia asked curiously. The system said there was no matching level in the database, so it temporarily assigned me an F level, Zhang Bei said angrily. Su Zhixia's curiosity grew stronger, and she asked, then why were you matched with zero gravity? The system said it had never seen potential like mine before, and it needed to calculate it first, so it temporarily displayed zero gravity. There's such a thing? Su Zhixia laughed so hard she almost fell over. Don't laugh, that damn system later calculated it to be 100 times, it almost made me shit my pants, I don't know how it calculated it, Zhang Bei said, getting angrier the more he thought about it. How much? 100 times? Su Zhixia was stunned. You killed a low-level second-tier demon beast while enduring 100 times the gravity? She recognized every word Zhang Bei said, but it didn't sound like human speech when put together. High technology is unreliable, no. Wait, high technology is still somewhat useful, Zhang Bei suddenly had a bad idea pop into his head. I'll take you to collect points this afternoon. Zhang Bei suddenly became excited because he had thought of a good way to get points. No, I can't always hide behind you. Let's split up this afternoon. TCH. Don't regret it when someone else steals your points. Chapter 47 The battle for points begins. Inside the military canteen. Let's team up, there's strength in numbers. The short-haired boy said to the group of people at the table as he took a bite of his steamed bun. His words immediately received a response from his companions. Teaming is necessary, but it can't be done haphazardly. Teams need to complement each other's strengths. We are all average students, so we can't compete head-on. We need to come up with some strategies. Yeah, how about we specifically ambush those squads that have just been in battle? The students, in twos and threes, were discussing tactics while eating. Xin Yong was sitting alone at a table, eating his meal heartily, when Lin Weiyu walked over with a swaying gait, carrying a tray, and plopped down opposite him. Xin Yong looked up and asked curiously, "Is something the matter?" Lin Weiyu set down the plates and looked at him calmly. "I'd like to invite you to join my team for the points competition this afternoon." Xin Yong took a bite of beef and mumbled, "I prefer to act alone, you've probably miscalculated." Li Weiyu chuckled softly, "I can tell, you were alone during the secret realm test." She paused for a moment, then continued confidently, "But this time you have to team up with me." "Oh? I have to team up with you?" Xin Yong looked at her confident expression and suddenly became a little curious. Seeing this, Lin Weiyu revealed a smug expression and continued, the military really went all out this time. There's even an S-level secret manual among the prizes. An S-level secret manual? Qin Yong's eyes lit up immediately. That manual is perfectly suited for strength-based martial artists, but obtaining it alone is probably impossible. Lin Weiyu gave a knowing look. As expected, Qin Yong did not refuse this time. He thought for a moment and said, I have a condition. If you can do it, I will agree. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia's location not far away. You invite Su Zhixia, and the three of us will team up. I guarantee you won't run out of points. Invite her? Lin Weiyu looked at Qin Yong suspiciously. Suddenly, she leaned closer and whispered, You've taken a liking to him? No, I'm just curious about her, that's all. Qin Yong explained. Stop pretending with me, it all started with curiosity, he said, looking at Qin Yong as if he were a scumbag. Men are all the same. You wait, I'll give it a try, she said, standing up and walking towards Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia. Not far away, Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia were eating and chatting. Are you really not going to team up with me this afternoon? I want to hone my combat skills. I can't always hide behind you when something happens. I need to become stronger quickly so I can protect you. Protect me? Jiang Bei suddenly remembered the scene in his previous life where Su Zhixia shielded him from a fatal attack, a memory he still couldn't forget. I won't let this happen again, Jiang Bei murmured. Su Zhixia tilted her head, looking at him with a puzzled expression, and asked, What are you daydreaming about? Jiang Bei quickly snapped out of his reverie, Then you'd better find some teammates, or you'll be eliminated very soon. Lin Weiyu had just walked over when she heard Jiang Bei's words and immediately said, Oh, what a coincidence. I'm here to invite her to join our team. After saying that, she sat down in the seat next to Su Zhixia, smiled at the two of them, and continued, How about it? Think about it. Lin Weiyu didn't expect things to go so smoothly, just in time for Su Zhixia to be looking for teammates. She glanced at Jiang Bei, secretly sneering. This kid really is a good-for-nothing. He's incompetent, so he's in a hurry to push her into other people's teams. At least he has some self-awareness. Su Zhixia looked at Lin Weiyu and asked, Is it just the two of us teaming up? There's one more. As she spoke, she pointed to Qin Yong, who was diligently eating his meal not far away. Su Zhixia had a good impression of Qin Yong, so she looked at Jiang Bei with an inquiring gaze. That kid has some skill. The three of you forming a team should be able to grab a lot of points. Then it's settled, Lin Weiyu thought with delight. At this moment, she had already defined Jiang Bei as a gigolo in her mind. Alright, I won't disturb your meal any longer. With that, Lin Weiyu happily picked up her tray and left. At 1 p.m., the battle for points officially began. The entire military camp was quiet, and everyone was hiding in their dormitory rooms. Only Jiang Bei wandered out of the dormitory building. He currently has a total of 2,000 points on his electronic bracelet, 1,000 of which were won in the Secret Realm test and the other 1,000 were distributed this time. Jiang Bei went directly to the morning training hall and entered the intelligent integrated training room. Welcome to the comprehensive training room. You have 2 hours of free use. After that, you will be charged 10 points per hour, a mechanical voice announced. System, I want to customize the gravity activation conditions and gravity multiplier. At this moment, countless eyes in the shadows saw Jiang Bei's movements. That good-for-nothing went to the training building. He's really asking for trouble. Should we go and mess with him? I think it's a good idea, he has 2,000 points, after all. In a dormitory room, two students hatched a wicked plan. Let's wait a bit longer, and when things get lively, we'll slip out in the chaos. Half an hour later, the peace in the military camp was broken, and gradually, the sounds of arguing and fighting came from all directions. Two furtive figures were searching around the training building. There seems to be someone in the integrated training room. Is that good-for-nothing kid training in there? Isn't it a bit too late to start working hard now? Let's go take a look. The two quietly arrived at the training room door, gently pushed it open, and peeked inside. Sure enough, they found Jiang Bei sitting cross-legged on the floor, meditating. The two exchanged a smile, swaggered into the training room, and said loudly, Jiang Bei, you're really bold. You think you're safe hiding here? The other person said dismissively, didn't you understand the rules? You can grab points anytime, anywhere. Are you going to obediently hand over your points, or are you going to let us help you out? Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Bei suddenly opened his eyes, and then said in the gentlest voice what sent chills down their spines, "System, activate 10x gravity." Grass. Before they could even speak, they felt an immense pressure descend from the sky, and instantly they both knelt down, their palms on the ground, their bodies trembling violently. They held on for only a second before being forced to the ground by gravity, their heads pressed tightly against the earth. A searing pain, as if their muscles were being torn apart, surged through their bodies. Their bodies instinctively resisted this terrifying force, and at that moment, even breathing became a luxury. Jiang Bei stood up, patted off non-existent dust from his pants, the movement so light it was as if gravity had no effect on him whatsoever. He walked up to the two of them, reached out and scanned their electronic wristbands with his own. Beep. 500 points have been credited to your account. Beep. 500 points have been credited to your account. Without shedding a drop of blood, 1,000 points were credited to my account. What a perfect plan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponent and gaining 10 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating your opponent and gaining 10 points. Ha! Why do these two people only have such a small number of points? This puzzled Jiang Bei greatly. The new player protection period has ended. You can only earn points normally by defeating opponents who have a strong desire to kill you. Chapter 48. Jiang Bei got scammed. Jiang Bei tied the two people up with a rope, then released the 10 times gravity and threw them into a corner of the training room like he was carrying chicks. He chuckled and said to the two of them, "You two should behave yourselves and not make a sound. There is no gravity in this area, so just stay here." Jiang Bei, you're really shameless. That's right, if you don't have the strength, you resort to underhanded tricks. The two were very indignant, feeling that they had been tricked. Jiang Bei frowned, his face darkening. The two men snorted in anger, but seeing Jiang Bei's unfriendly expression, they dared not say anything more. Jiang Bei ignored the two and continued meditating. A short while later, 3 more people entered the training building. They had followed the 2 people who had come in earlier. I clearly saw 2 guys sneaking into the training building just now. Strange, where did those 2 hide? Look, there seems to be someone in the training room. The 3 entered the training room and did not come out, contributing 1,500 points. More than a dozen people were already trapped in the corner of the comprehensive training room. As expected, the system only gave Jiang Bei 10 points for each person he defeated, which made him feel bored. Jiang Bei was very dissatisfied with this result. After more than an hour, he had only earned a mere 8,000 points, and the system points were negligible. It seemed he needed to take the initiative. He walked up to a student who was tied up and reached into his pocket to take out his phone. "What are you doing?" The student looked at Jiang Bei with suspicion. Jiang Bei ignored him and said to the group of people, "You all lie down, I want to take a picture." Upon hearing that photos were being taken, everyone understood what Jiang Bei was planning, and they quickly turned their heads away, afraid of having their faces photographed. Goodness, if someone saw this, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Soon, a photo of more than a dozen people lying unconscious on the ground was posted in the student group, along with a caption. "Family members, who understands this? I gained 100 million points for nothing." Then he took a picture of the points displayed on the smart bracelet and sent it to the group chat. The student group immediately erupted in chaos. Holy crap, what's going on? 100 million points? Isn't this the multi-purpose training room? Why have so many people fainted? Could this be a trap? What's there to be afraid of? Anyone want to team up and go check it out? Jiang Bei looked at the messages in the group and was very satisfied with everyone's response. He knew that more people would be sending points soon. All of you, lie still. Don't move. Don't make a sound. This group of people were very cooperative. That's human nature. It's painful to have your points stolen, but it's much more comfortable if others have theirs stolen too. Sure enough, not long after the message was sent out, a team of skeptics came to investigate. The training room door was pushed open, and 7 or 8 people walked in together. They looked at each other and exchanged glances at the corpses scattered all over the floor. Someone actually fainted? This is most likely a trap set by someone else. So what if it's a trap? There are so many of us, what are we afraid of? Let's go over and take a look. The group had only taken a few steps when a corpse on the ground spoke, activating 10 times the gravity. In an instant, the group of people moved in unison and knelt down in unison. Holy crap, who's so shameless as to do this? In an instant, they realized that no matter how many people there were, it wouldn't make a difference, this was a group attack. Soon, several people were also tied up, turning into corpses, and Jiang Bei's points instantly reached 16,000. Are all of you so poor? Does everyone only have this many points? Why isn't there a single big fish? 2 hours have passed, and the corpses on the ground have filled half of the training room. Jiang Bei's points have reached 28,000. Still not enough, we need to keep stimulating them. Jiang Bei posted another picture of 28,000 points in the group. Everyone was drooling over the photo. In a dormitory room, Xiao Chen was also looking at his phone. Brother Xiao, someone saw Jiang Bei enter the training building, but our people went in to gather information and haven't come out since. Brother Xiao, why are you looking for Jiang Bei? How many points could a piece of trash like him possibly have? His teammates asked curiously. Xiao Chen didn't explain. He had accepted Zhao Mingxuan's money and promised to teach Jiang Bei a lesson at the training camp. He couldn't tell his teammates that either. Xiao Chen suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go check out the training building too." The 28,000 points were also a great temptation for him. His team had more than 10 people, and although they had managed to grab a lot of points, there weren't many left for each person after the points were distributed among them. Several hours have passed, and he only has a little over 10,000 points. In another open space in the military camp, Qin Yong, Lin Weiyu, and Su Zhixia were also looking at their phones. Qin Yong frowned slightly and said, "Who do you think is fishing here?" Lin Weiyu looked up at him and said, "What, you want to give it a try?" This person dared to post his points, so he must have been prepared. Su Zhixia didn't speak, but she vaguely guessed who it was. "We can wait for him to come out at the entrance of the training building. If he is alone, the three of us can take him down. If they outnumber us, we'll play it by ear," Lin Weiyu suddenly said. "Let's go take a look." Qin Yong agreed with Lin Weiyu's idea. At this moment, Jiang Bei had successfully attracted most people to gather towards the training building. Military Command Center. Mo Yan and Qin Tian were watching the screen as a large number of students converged on the teaching building. Jiang Bei's points have exceeded 30,000, and he's currently ranked first. He used the pressure in the gravity chamber to knock people down, and then took the opportunity to steal points. "That's a bit unethical," Mo Yan said with a look of disdain. "It's a bit shameless, but it doesn't violate the rules." Qin Tian didn't seem to care. But how come he isn't affected by 10 times the gravity? Mo Yan was very curious. The intelligent training room can be set with screening criteria, such as preventing gravity from acting on a particular person, or setting a certain area to be gravity-free, Qin Tian explained. "Senior, could you turn off gravity?" Mo Yan suddenly had a mischievous idea. "This way we can see his true strength." Qin Tian grinned mischievously. "Junior, you're really going to get him killed." Outside the training building, Xiao Chen led his 10 teammates cautiously to the entrance. There must be an ambush in Brother Chen's training room. Should we leave a few people outside? No need, he said, pushing open the door and entering the training room. As soon as they entered, Jiang Bei activated 10 times the gravity, and the 9 people except Xiao Chen were immediately forced to the ground. "Jiang Bei, you are so despicable." Although Xiao Chen was not overpowered, he lost his ability to move. Jiang Bei quickly tied everyone up, then swiped their points. The numbers on their smart bracelets jumped rapidly, eventually stopping at 72,150 points. "Hey, it seems you guys have been robbing quite a few people." Jiang Bei was overjoyed. Finally, a ruthless attack had come. Just as he was feeling smug, suddenly, "The integrated training room is undergoing maintenance and will be temporarily out of service," an announcement rang out. After a slight buzzing sound, the heavy pressure that had enveloped the entire training room vanished without a trace. Jiang Bei felt a sense of lightness throughout his body, and at the same time, the dozens of students on the ground who had been tormented by gravity for half a day also felt as if the mountain on their bodies had been lifted away. Everyone turned to look at Jiang Bei, a cold glint in their eyes. Chapter 49 Reunion. The deathly silence lasted for less than a second. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger, and they all turned to look at Jiang Bei in the center of the arena. Gravity has disappeared? Damn it! That bastard's gravity trap is gone. Quickly, help me untie the ropes. Our chance has come. Let's reclaim our points. Someone shouted first, and dozens of trainees struggled to their feet. Although their hands and feet were still bound, their spirits were higher than ever before. Everyone, I'll be going now, Jiang Bei said, and left without looking back as he sensed the situation was turning bad. It didn't matter anymore, he had wanted to leave anyway. The training room was already overcrowded, and he couldn't continue playing the game. Upon leaving the training room, he immediately activated his mental energy and instantly sensed the situation around the training building. Jiang Bei chuckled inwardly, I knew there would be someone lying in ambush outside. Just you wait. He quickly went up to the second floor, opened a window, jumped out, and disappeared in a few leaps. Not long after Jiang Bei left, some people broke free of their ropes, and soon everyone who had been tied up regained their freedom. We absolutely cannot let that Jiang Bei brat get away with this. At this moment, everyone was united in their hatred of the enemy, and they tacitly reached a consensus to seek revenge on Jiang Bei. But when they rushed out of the training building like madmen to search for Jiang Bei, they found that Jiang Bei had vanished without a trace, and they couldn't find any trace of him even after searching the entire military camp. On the military camp's parade ground, a dozen people were surrounding Xiao Chen, the atmosphere heavy. Brother Chen, where do you think this kid could be hiding? Yes, the military camp is only so big. We've searched everywhere we could. That kid is too cunning. Xiao Chen sneered, took out his phone and said, since we can't find him, let's mobilize more people. I want to see how long he can hide. He opened the student chat group and sent a reward message. Fellow students, Jiang Bei is shameless and despicable. He exploited loopholes in the rules in the comprehensive training room, cheated dozens of students, and stole tens of thousands of points. A reward is now offered. Anyone who provides information on Jiang Bei's whereabouts will be rewarded with 2,000 points upon verification of the information. The group chat exploded shortly after the message was sent. What? You're saying Jiang Bei tricked dozens of students? Tens of thousands of points? Are you kidding me? Jiang Bei? Is that the guy with F-level potential? Holy crap! Really? No wonder Xiao Chen and the others are acting like madmen. A 2,000-point reward. That's a generous offer. What are you all still chatting about? Hurry up and go find Jiang Bei's whereabouts. At this moment, hundreds of students sprang into action, searching everywhere for Jiang Bei's whereabouts, as the 2,000 points were a great temptation for them. In an open space in the military camp, Qin Yong, Lin Weiyu, and Su Zhixia also saw this group message. Jiang Bei set a trap in the training building and cheated people out of tens of thousands of points? Lin Weiyu looked at Su Zhixia with a strange expression. Although Jiang Bei's combat strength is a bit lacking, he's still smart enough. No wonder he was able to dodge many high-level monsters and complete the secret realm mission at the second-level beginner stage, Qin Yong remarked. Our cooperation ends here, Su Zhixia suddenly said, then decisively left without looking back. Watching the girl's departing figure, Qin Yong was slightly stunned and momentarily lost in thought. Stop looking, she went to Jiang Bei, Lin Weiyu said, looking at Qin Yong who was in a daze. Qin Yong cracked his thick neck, his eyes full of curiosity. So many people chasing one person, it must be very interesting. Let's go and see what's going on. At the top of a watchtower in the military camp, Jiang Bei sat leisurely in the shadows, looking down at the crowd searching for him. So many people are looking for me. These people are really going all out for 2,000 points. Suddenly, footsteps came from the stairs. Jiang Bei frowned slightly but did not turn around. He just continued to look down. The person who walked up the stairs was Su Zhixia, who sat down next to Jiang Bei. How did you know I was here? Jiang Bei asked with a smile. I was just guessing, I didn't expect you to actually be here. Since I can find this place, those people down here won't have to wait long to find it either, Su Zhixia said, tilting her head as she looked at Jiang Bei. We'll deal with them right here, Jiang Bei yawned. Before he finished speaking, a series of noisy footsteps came from below the tower. Look! There are people on the tower. It should be Jiang Bei. Send the signal quickly. Surround this area. Charge! Grab him! Before long, a dozen people gathered at the foot of the tower, and then came the sound of chaotic footsteps from the stairs. Jiang Bei is here. The first student to come up immediately spotted Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia. Seeing the dozen or so students swarming in, Jiang Bei turned to Su Zhixia and said, You can stay here and watch, I'm going to stretch my muscles. He was about to get up after saying that when Su Zhixia stopped him, I want to practice my swordsmanship, leave it to me. Su Zhixia silently got up and took a step forward, blocking the stairwell between Jiang Bei and the north side. Clang! A crisp sword sound rang out, and the long sword in her hand was suddenly drawn. Get out of my way. A burly boy at the front roared and brandished his long knife, pointing it at Su Jixia. Buzz. Su Jixia's longsword trembled slightly as a silver sword aura struck the iron railing next to the boy with pinpoint accuracy. The guardrail, as thick as an arm, was chopped off. The burly boy was so frightened that he stopped abruptly, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He had no doubt that if that sword had struck him just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Those who don't want to get hurt, step back. Su Jixia's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable resolve. The students who followed were also stunned by the incredibly sharp sword strike, but someone immediately shouted, "She's all alone. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Bei has tens of thousands of points on him. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? Let's all attack together." It turns out that these people didn't care about the 2,000-point bounty at all. What they wanted were the tens of thousands of points Zhang Bei possessed. More than a dozen students, brandishing various weapons, charged towards Su Jixia. Then don't blame me. Su Jixia suddenly trembled slightly, and an incomparably powerful sword intent surged out from her body. Her long hair flew in the air, her clothes fluttered, and sword energy radiated from her body. Just as the dozen or so students rushing towards them were about to be injured by the sword energy, Zhang Bei suddenly made his move. A surge of spiritual power, almost tangible, erupted forth, and instantly, the dozen or so students clutched their heads and collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling violently. The sharp sword aura around Su Jixia gradually faded, and he turned to look at Zhang Bei with a puzzled expression. Your moves are too lethal. These people are blinded by desire, and things could get really bad. Zhang Bei walked over and swiped his electronic wristband on each of the dozen or so people, and immediately a series of notifications of points being credited to their accounts rang out. My points have exceeded 100,000. Suddenly, the military camp's loudspeaker announced, the points competition will end in 60 minutes. Please do your best to secure your final ranking. Chapter 50 Harvest. At this moment, a message popped up on everyone's electronic wristband, indicating that the points competition would end in 60 minutes. Let's go, let's get out of here first. With such a commotion, there must be a lot of people rushing this way. The two descended the watchtower one after the other, and their figures quickly disappeared from sight. Not long after Zhang Bei left, Xiao Chen arrived with a group of people. As soon as he climbed the watchtower, he saw more than a dozen students lying haphazardly on the ground. Quickly, save them. Xiao Chen rushed forward and woke the group up. What exactly happened? Where is Zhang Bei? Xiao Chen asked impatiently as soon as his classmates woke up. We were knocked unconscious by Su Jixia. That girl is too strong. Her sword aura was terrifying. We were all stunned. What incredible luck did Zhang Bei have? Why is Goddess Su helping him so much? Xiao Chen glanced at his bracelet. 8 minutes had already passed. He hurriedly said, time is running out. We must catch Zhang Bei before it ends and reclaim the points. Over the next 50 minutes, Xiao Chen mobilized almost all available manpower to search the military camp inside and out. They searched every row of barracks, kicked open every warehouse, and even checked the gaps between the vehicle chassis and the goods in the warehouses. Several times, they almost reached the warehouse area where Zhang Bei and Su Jixia were hiding, but Zhang Bei's powerful mental strength acted as an invisible barrier, always able to predict their search route and focus in advance. As time passed, Xiao Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. He felt he had immense strength but nowhere to use it. Time slipped away second by second in this futile rush. When the whistle signaling the end of the points competition blew in the military camp, Xiao Chen abruptly stopped, slamming his fist into the wall beside him with a loud thud. His chest heaved violently, his eyes filled with resentment. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a military warehouse that had already been searched but whose hidden secrets no one had noticed. It's finally over. Zhang Bei lazily stood up from a large cargo container, dusted off non-existent dust, and casually greeted Su Jixia. Let's go back. They quickly left the warehouse and headed towards the dormitory building. In front of the dormitory building, Xiao Chen stood with his arms crossed, looking coldly at Zhang Bei. Behind him was a group of students whose points had been stolen by Zhang Bei. Are you all blocking the dormitory entrance for some kind of event? Zhang Bei asked, feigning curiosity. Zhang Bei. Stop pretending to be stupid. Xiao Chen pointed at Zhang Bei's nose and cursed. You hid behind a woman all afternoon, stole so many of our points, and now you want to act like nothing happened? That's right. You good for nothing who only knows how to hide behind women. Hand over your points. If it weren't for Su Jixia protecting you, you would have been crushed by us long ago. Jiang Bei looked puzzled and said, "Isn't this a points-based competition? Shouldn't it be based on individual ability?" Su Jixia walked up to Jiang Bei and said, "Within the rules, the winner takes all. Are you trying to ignore the rules and engage in a private duel? Jiang Bei, your methods are too despicable. Can't you act like a man and fight us squarely?" Xiao Chen pointed at Jiang Bei and cursed, his face ashen. Jiang Bei sneered, "So, according to you, I not only have to beat you in the points battle, but I also have to beat you fair and square in a way that you approve of?" He then scoffed, "Are you here for a training camp or to listen to fairy tales? You." Xiao Chen was speechless, choked by the words. Just as tensions were about to rise, a drill instructor's voice suddenly rang out from afar, "What are you all doing? Disperse immediately." Everyone turned to look, and saw the instructor walking towards them from a distance with an unfriendly expression. Xiao Chen knew there was no point in continuing the standoff, so he and the people behind him dejectedly made way for him. As Jiang Bei walked past him, Xiao Chen suddenly whispered, "Jiang Bei, we'll see." Jiang Bei lay on his bed in the dormitory, flipping through his smart bracelet, as items kept swiping across the screen. Holy crap, no wonder these people were chasing after it like madmen, there really was something good there. Most of the prizes offered by the training camp were martial arts techniques. He carefully read through the introductions of each technique, looking for the one that suited him best, when suddenly his eyes lit up. The Tornado Sky Spear requires 5,000 points. Note, the advanced martial art of the Gale Spear technique can create a force field like a tornado when the spear stance is unleashed, which can kill enemies over a wide area. It combines offense and defense. The requirement for cultivation is to master the Gale Spear technique. Features: focuses on area control and sustained damage, suitable for dealing with group attacks. This spear technique perfectly compensates for his lack of area of effect and control skills, so Jiang Bei silently made the Tornado Sky-splitting spear a must-have martial skill. The Overlord Body-Shattering Star Fist requires 5,000 points. Note, this is an advanced martial art of the Vajra Fist, an ultimate power-based fist technique with unparalleled domineering intent. It aims to break through all techniques with a single punch, crushing all skills and defenses with absolute power, and places extremely high demands on the practitioner's chi, blood, and physique. The prerequisite for cultivation is to have mastered the Vajra Fist technique to perfection. Features: the ultimate sublimation of pure power, with immense power but also high consumption. His boxing skills needed improvement. He liked this kind of violent aesthetic. After silently memorizing the manual, he continued to peruse it. The required points for Dragon Steps to Heaven are 5,000. Note, the advanced martial skill of Swift Step is a footwork that is as agile and unpredictable as a swimming dragon. It allows for brief aerial flight, greatly enhancing three-dimensional combat capabilities and making it difficult to predict. The requirement for cultivation is to master the Swift Wind Step technique. Features: enhanced adaptability to air combat and complex terrain. This movement technique was exactly what he needed. He continued flipping through the pages, and soon his attention was drawn to a secret manual. Void Shock requires 50,000 points. Type: special power generation technique. Features: in a very short time, through a special method of circulating chi and blood, one can compress and explosively release all the power of the body into a single point, creating a shock effect and exerting terrifying destructive power far exceeding one's current level. When this skill is mastered to a high level, it can draw upon the power of the void to create resonance and tremors, killing people invisibly and making them impossible to defend against. The 3 martial arts techniques plus 1 secret manual require a total of 65,000 points, leaving 35,800 points remaining. Jiang Bei continued to look through the items at the back. The first level of Void Rift Sword technique requires 35,000 points. Note, a top-tier sword technique involving the mysteries of spatial laws. It uses a pure sword heart to sense spatial fluctuations and supreme sword intent to interfere with spatial rules. Where the heart leads, the sword follows. First level, initially distorts the sense of spatial distance, ignores the obstacles in the middle, and instantly kills distant enemies. The first level of this sword technique manual requires 35,000 points, which is truly outrageous, Jiang Bei thought to himself. Isn't this secret realm tailor-made for Su Jixia? Chapter 51: The Mysterious Dark Mine. In another dormitory in the military camp, Su Jixia was also looking through her electronic bracelet. Ha! A secret manual suddenly caught her eye. The first level of Void Rift Sword technique requires 35,000 points. Note, a top-tier sword technique involving the mysteries of spatial laws. It uses a pure sword heart to sense spatial fluctuations and supreme sword intent to interfere with spatial rules. Where the heart leads, the sword follows. First level, initially distorts the sense of spatial distance, ignores the obstacles in the middle, and instantly kills distant enemies. The first level of this sword technique manual requires 35,000 points, which is truly outrageous, Jiang Bei thought to himself. Isn't this secret realm tailor-made for Su Zhixia? Chapter 51 The Mysterious Dark Mine. In another dormitory in the military camp, Su Zhixia was also looking through her electronic bracelet. Ha! A secret manual suddenly caught her eye. The first level of Void Rift sword technique requires 35,000 points. Note, a top-tier sword technique involving the mysteries of spatial laws. It uses a pure sword heart to sense spatial fluctuations. Where the heart leads, the sword follows. What a profound sword technique. A hint of undisguised amazement flickered in her eyes. This sword technique seemed tailor-made for her, almost perfectly matching her talent. However, when she noticed the price of the manual, she was stunned for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. It seems that it is not for me. She only had a little over 10,000 points, which wasn't enough to exchange for this manual. Her finger was about to swipe across the screen to look at the next item. Just then, the smart bracelet screen suddenly received a notification. You have received 35,000 points from Jiang Bei, followed by another message. The Void Rift sword technique is perfect for you. Su Zhixia paused slightly, gently pressed the bracelet to her chest, felt her heart racing, looked up at the night sky outside the window, and a bright smile appeared on her face. The next day, Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia went to the military camp's points redemption area together. What martial arts techniques do you want to exchange? An officer asked casually upon seeing the two arrive. Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia stepped forward and showed their exchange records. Let me see what you've all redeemed? As he spoke, the instructor took the bracelet and examined it carefully. Void Shock, Void Shadow Split Sword Technique. The officer's lips twitched as he read it. Good heavens, the two most expensive manuals have been exchanged. These two kids are something else, the instructor thought to himself. After verifying that the information was correct, the instructors led the two individuals into the martial arts transmission room. Inside a closed room, a holographic projection is projected onto the room, so realistic that it feels as if a living person is standing in front of you. I am an intelligent life form, inheritance number 1. I will explain to you the detailed cultivation methods of 3 martial arts techniques and 1 secret manual. Next, following the explanations of the intelligent life form, Jiang Bei quickly learned all the martial arts techniques and secret manuals. With a casual wave of his hand, the system light screen appeared in front of him, and 3 martial arts skills and a secret manual appeared on the panel. Points, 6,600. Martial arts skill, Tornado Sky Splitting Spear Beginner. Martial arts skill, Invincible Star Shattering Fist Beginner Level. Movement technique, Soaring Dragon Steps Not Yet Mastered. Secret technique, Void Tremor Beginner. I'm running low on points. I hope to quickly complete a secret realm hunt to replenish them. Currently, only monsters can generate strong killing intent towards him. Jiang Bei silently prayed, System, give me some points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming 3,000 points to reach the entry level in the skills of Invincible Star Shattering Fist, Soaring Dragon Sky Treading Step, and Tornado Sky Splitting Spear. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have learned Void Tremor by spending 2,000 points. Jiang Bei felt a throbbing pain in his head as countless pieces of information flooded into his brain, quickly forming an instinctive memory. After completing the skill point allocation, Jiang Bei left the inheritance room. Seeing that Su Zhixia had not yet come out, he waited outside. About 2 hours later, the door of the inheritance room opened again, and Su Zhixia walked out looking exhausted. How's it going? Is your learning progressing smoothly? Jiang Bei stepped forward and asked. I've got a basic grasp of it, but this manual is still a bit difficult for me right now. Su Zhixia looked very tired, clearly a side effect of forcibly memorizing it. Just as Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia left the inheritance room and returned to the training building, a storm was brewing in another world. In a magnificent palace within a world inhabited by all races. Your Highness Jiayan, the golden stone vein in the dark mine secret realm of the 10,000 demon mountains is about to erupt, a soldier from one of the myriad races respectfully reported. Oh? Are we finally going to make a discovery after watching for so long? The speaker was none other than Wang Xiao, whose legs had been severed by Jiang Bei and who had fled back to the myriad races in a sorry state. He was also Prince Jiayan of the royal family. He was sitting on a chair in the main hall. Although he looked much better, the injuries to his legs had not yet healed. Garlo, take one of your squadrons and sneak into the Dark Mine secret realm to wait for the eruption of the Golden Stone. Be sure not to alert the human race's powerful warriors. Yes. Please rest assured, Your Highness Jiayan. A burly general from all races, covered in dark scales, knelt on one knee in response. Jiayan nodded in satisfaction and said, golden-colored stones are a very important resource for our race. If I weren't afraid of alerting the human race, I wouldn't have sent such a low-level team like yours. You must be very careful, humans are very cunning. Gara rose and walked out of the main hall, where 100 of his second-tier high-level soldiers stood in neat rows waiting. A squadron of the myriad races consists of 100 soldiers plus 2 commanders. The chief commander is Garo, a 4th-tier beginner, and the deputy commander is Moat, a 3rd-tier advanced. Gara reached out and took out a finger bone covered with strange patterns, tossing it to Moat. This is His Highness's treasure. It can be used to temporarily seal the secret realm. You are more skilled in formations, so this is for you to use. This is a treasure refined from the finger bone of a level 10 expert of my clan. You must keep it safe. Mott carefully took it in his hand and immediately felt an invisible pressure that made his body tremble slightly. It was a crushing force that transcended the level of life. He carefully raised his finger bone and gently drew a line in the air, instantly creating a crack in the void. He then turned and shouted to his 100 warriors. Set off! He then stepped into the rift first, followed by 100 warriors from all races who flew into it. When the last warrior disappeared into it, the rift closed up quickly like a healed wound and eventually disappeared completely. In the military camp within the 10,000 Demon Mountains, the instructor stood at the very front of the group, his sharp eyes scanning every young face. After these few days of various tests and training, I have a basic understanding of your individual abilities, but do you feel that something is still missing? The instructor paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The trainees looked at each other with puzzled expressions, unsure how to answer. What you lack is the experience of facing life or death crises and the courage to fight against powerful enemies. According to our investigation, there have been frequent disturbances by monsters in the Dark Mine recently. Your mission this time is to find out the reason for these disturbances. Before the instructor had even finished speaking, the students below immediately became excited. I've never been into a secret realm before, let alone killed any monsters. Great! We can finally put this into practice. Compared to the excitement of his classmates, Jiang Bei was relatively calm, still recalling the memories of the Dark Mine cave. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Wasn't that golden stone from the Dark Mine? This was a perfect opportunity to find out where it was. Chapter 52 Encounter with the Rat Demon. The next morning, several buses left the military camp and headed towards the dark, mysterious mine deep within the Wanyao Mountains. The bus bumped along the rugged mountain road, and the distant roars of unknown monsters could be heard from time to time. After driving for nearly 2 hours, the vehicle arrived at the foot of a steep cliff, which was the entrance to the dark and empty secret realm. In the last row of the bus, inside a military jeep, Qin Tian, Moyen, and the instructor in charge of the operation were all sitting. Commander Qin, thank you for making this trip, the instructor said respectfully. With so many students, if something happens, the few people you're with won't be able to take care of them. Moyen and I won't interfere with the students' actions, but we will step in to protect them if they are in danger. Then I'll lead the students into the secret realm first, the instructor said, and got out of the car. Inside the secret realm, students entered one after another, forming small teams and cautiously making their way deeper into the mine. The interior of the dark mine was much larger and deeper than it appeared at the entrance, with a strange plant emitting a faint glow scattered on the rock walls on both sides. The mine was deathly silent, with only the faint sound of dripping water in the distance, creating an unknown sense of oppression. Shortly after everyone entered the secret realm, a bat hanging upside down from the cave ceiling quietly spread its wings and flew towards the depths of the secret realm. These were spies left by all races at the entrance to monitor the movements of the human race. Soon, Gara received the message from the bat. He snorted coldly and immediately issued an order, "Attention all team members, a large number of low-level humans around the second rank have entered the secret realm. Be careful to conceal yourselves. If they get close to the Golden Stone mine, kill them, but don't make too much noise so as not to attract the attention of human experts." Just as the Myriad Races squad had set a trap and was waiting for its prey to take the bait, the unsuspecting training camp students had already encountered their first batch of monsters since entering the secret realm. In a spacious mine, dozens of students were fighting against 20 or 30 second-tier bloodthirsty rat demons. These rat demons are about the size of an adult tabby cat, with two exceptionally sharp front paws and a pair of blood-red eyes filled with savage emotions. They are naturally fast and exceptionally cunning. Facing this group of students with no combat experience, they completely gained the upper hand, and several students were injured in just a few exchanges. Don't panic, everyone. Let's pair up and stand back to prevent the rat demon from attacking. Xiao Chen calmly directed the students around him to form a defensive formation. This tactic worked, and they easily withstood the rat demon's attacks. However, because the rat demon was too fast, they could only defend and had no effective way to counterattack. We can't win like this. Brother Chen, you have to think of something. If this goes on for too long, it will be troublesome if it attracts even more rat demons. Many students were a little flustered. It was their first time entering the secret realm and fighting against monsters, and they had no confidence at all. Now that they were in a difficult situation, they could only place their hopes on Xiao Chen, who was the highest level. Don't panic, everyone. The terrain here is too open, and these monsters are too fast, which is very disadvantageous for us. After repelling an attack from an oncoming rat demon with a single strike, Xiao Chen continued speaking. Everyone, fight and retreat, get back to the entrance of the mine over there, and then use the narrow terrain to your advantage to unleash group attack skills to slow down these rat demons. Great idea. We still need Brother Chen in crucial moments. Everyone agreed with Xiao Chen's tactics, so they fought and retreated, quickly retreating into a narrow mine entrance. Sure enough, the range of movement of these rat demons was immediately restricted, and their advantage of speed was greatly reduced. All students with ice-type talents, prepare to unleash your freezing skills together to control these damned rat demons. Then, those with ranged attack abilities, take the opportunity to unleash your skills to kill the rat demons. Xiao Chen methodically directed these rookie trainees to launch a counterattack. On my command, all students immediately unleash ranged ice attacks. In an instant, 7 or 8 students unleashed ice-type control skills, and countless ice spikes suddenly appeared on the ground where the rat demons were located. A dozen rat demons were injured by the ice spikes because the terrain was too narrow and they did not have time to dodge. The injured rat demon was immediately frozen by the ice spikes and unable to move for a moment. Range attack, fire immediately. Xiao Chen gave the order, and all sorts of attacks rained down on the rat demon. Instantly, several rat demons were struck in vital areas and died on the spot because they could not dodge. Seeing that the counterattack had been effective, all the students were extremely excited. Brother Chen is awesome. Brother Chen is amazing. Many students began to genuinely praise Xiao Chen. Everyone be careful. If we repeat the same tactic, these rat demons will be almost wiped out. Everyone, listen to my commands. Ready. A quarter of an hour later, under Xiao Chen's command, all the rat demons were killed on the spot. Although some students were injured in this encounter, none of them were seriously injured, they were just minor cuts and bruises. This victory allowed these inexperienced trainees to taste the joy of victory for the first time, and it also boosted their confidence. Everyone, don't let your guard down. We'll rest here and then continue on our way. At this moment, Xiao Chen had become the commander of this group. His face, which had been filled with tension just moments before, now appeared calm and composed. In another part of the mine, Xin Yong and Lin Weiyu, along with their group of students, also encountered a swarm of rat demons. The battle was in full swing. Xin Yong charged ahead with a pair of machetes in his hands, while Lin Weiyu stood in the center of the group, constantly unleashing her skills. With a wave of her hand, Lin Weiyu unleashed dozens of energy vines shimmering with emerald light, which burst forth from the ground and instantly entangled several rat demons in the fan-shaped area in front of her. The entangled rat demons immediately lost their ability to move for a short time. The thorns on the vines paralyzed the rat demons. Although it did not cause any harm, it was enough. Xin Yong had already charged into the swarm of rats, unleashing a barrage of attacks on those targets who were temporarily restrained. With each swing of his axe, not only did blood and flesh fly everywhere, but green life-giving light continuously flowed into his body, rapidly restoring his lost strength and healing his minor wounds. He fought with increasing ferocity, seemingly tireless, and the rat demon's attacks became his supplies to maintain his peak condition. With the perfect teamwork of Qin Yong and Lin Weiyu, and the cover provided by other classmates, the group of rat demons was quickly killed. Weiyu, your skill is so awesome. Yes, having control and being able to replenish physical energy, isn't that invincible? Qin Yong is also formidable. Without the combined strength of the two of you, this group of rat demons would be truly difficult to deal with. The students praised the two of them repeatedly. A hint of pride appeared on Lin Weiyu's face. She was quite pleased with the compliments from these people. Lin Weiyu's lips curled up slightly as she glanced at everyone. Everyone, keep moving forward. With Qin Yong and me here, you can all rest assured. Chapter 53 Sneak Attack. A spacious area within the secret mine. Dozens of rat demon corpses lay on the ground in front of Jiang Bei, and around his body, 36 throwing knives of various shapes were silently floating. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the rat demon and gaining 3,200 points. Jiang Bei frowned slightly. He noticed that since the system's newbie protection period ended, the points he could earn from killing low-level monsters had become pitifully small. Let's go, these monsters are too low-level, it's not fun to kill them. Jiang Bei turned around and called to Su Zhixia to continue, but found that Su Zhixia was staring at him blankly. Just now, dozens of ferocious rat demons suddenly rushed out of the cave. She was about to draw her sword and step forward when she saw countless cold lights suddenly burst out from Jiang Bei's body. In just an instant, all the rat demons were beheaded and became corpses on the ground. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Bei walked over and gently tapped Su Zhixia on the head. Su Zhixia finally recovered from her shock after being hit by him. Are you even human? Let's go, I'll take you to kill high-level monsters. Before Jiang Bei finished speaking, a slight tremor suddenly came from the stone wall of the mine. He immediately became alert. His powerful mental strength made his senses exceptionally sharp, and at that moment, an unusual energy fluctuation was coming from the depths of the secret realm. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Bei frowning, Su Zhixia also felt a little uneasy. Something is stirring deep within the secret realm. Jiang Bei explained. Be careful, I have a bad feeling, Jiang Bei said, and headed into the depths of the secret realm, with Su Zhixia following closely behind. Just as Jiang Bei felt uneasy, Xiao Chen was leading dozens of students deeper into the secret realm. Brother Chen, did you feel it? The stone wall seemed to vibrate just now. Yes, I felt it too, it really vibrated. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had indeed felt the tremor just now, but he didn't take it seriously. Don't be nervous, everyone. This mine is underground, so it's normal for it to vibrate occasionally, he reassured everyone as they continued forward. Soon they entered a wide open area ahead. The terrain here is spacious, everyone can rest for a bit and wait for the rest of the... Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, dozens of heads covered in scales poked out from behind the protruding stone wall. Oh no, there's an ambush here. Xiao Chen shouted and turned to retreat back to the cave entrance. But it was too late. Countless energy attacks shot out from behind the stone wall. Boom! After a volley of fire, half of Xiao Chen's students were injured and fell to the ground, followed by another round of attacks. Boom! After the dust settled, fewer than 10 trainees were still standing. Kill these humans, leave no one alive. With a loud roar, Mott was the first to rush out from behind the stone wall, followed by dozens of members of the Myriad Race's mining team, who surrounded Xiao Chen and the others. Are you one of the Myriad Races? Xiao Chen stared wide-eyed at the group of humanoid monsters covered in blue scales. Without uttering a single word, Mott brought his spiked club down on Xiao Chen's head. In a panic, Xiao Chen raised his knife to block Mott's attack. Puff! Xiao Chen was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the long sword in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. How could his strength at the early stage of the third rank withstand an attack from Mot at the advanced stage of the third rank? Die! Xiao Chen's numb arm hadn't recovered when Mot's bat came crashing down on him again. He was powerless to resist and was about to die on the spot. Suddenly, a green light burst forth from the ground beneath Mot's feet, and a vine as thick as an arm, covered in barbs, burst forth from the earth, enveloping Mot's entire body. His swing of the club was abruptly halted in mid-air. Break! With a roar, Mott unleashed his full power, instantly shattering the vines into fragments that scattered across the ground. But that momentary pause saved Xiao Chen's life. Mott turned his head and saw dozens of humans rushing out of a cave on the other side. The leader was a young man wielding 2 axes, who was about to reach him. Damn it, so close! Mott spat fiercely and swung his spiked club, kill them all without leaving a trace. Yes. Dozens of second-tier warriors from various races surged forward like a tide to meet the oncoming human students. Mott went straight for Qin Yong, who was charging at the front, and swung his spiked club fiercely, aiming to slash at Qin Yong's head. Qin Yong crossed his 2 axes in a cross shape, directly meeting the attack of the spiked club. Boom! The spiked club and the double axes clashed, sending sparks flying through the air. Mott was jolted back 2 steps and almost lost his footing. Such strength! He was secretly astonished. His strength was unmatched among the myriad races of the same level, yet he had been blocked by this human youth. Although Qin Yong was only at the initial stage of the 3rd rank, he was born with superhuman strength, and his talent was also strength-based, which enabled him to block Mott's attack. However, he had already used all his strength in this attack, and Qin Yong knew from this exchange that his power was no match for his opponent's. Mott only took 2 steps back, while he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, his arm going numb from the shock. "Kid, you've got some strength, but that's where you end up." Mott suddenly trembled slightly, wisps of black energy swirling around his body, and his size began to swell. This is Mott's racial talent. Once activated, his strength and speed will increase significantly. At this moment, seeing Mott's aura surge, Qin Yong also activated his innate secret technique. In an instant, the double axes in his hands grew to more than 3 times their original size. His twin axes were a manifestation of his innate talent, and as they grew larger, so did his power. Don't fight head-on. This guy has a level advantage. Let's try to hold him off. Xiao Chen, who had recovered by now, walked to Qin Yong's side with his long sword in hand. "You two be careful, I'll seize the opportunity to strike," Lin Weiyu shouted urgently to the 2 men after repelling one of the myriad race's soldiers. Mott pointed his spiked club at Qin Yong and Xiao Chen, and said with a look of disdain, "Human trash, you two come at me together." After saying that, he unleashed a violent burst of energy, moving so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to see. He vanished from the spot and reappeared in front of the 2 of them, swinging his spiked club at them. "Die, you little human insect." Neither of them dared to take the attack head-on, and could only rely on their movement techniques to entangle with their opponent. They felt bitter, never expecting to encounter such a powerful enemy from among the myriad races here. They were now just hoping that the instructors behind them would discover the fighting soon and arrive in time, otherwise, if things dragged on, they might die here. Chapter 54: Battle Against Myriad Races. Time passed second by second, and the dozens of students were already showing signs of fatigue from fighting against the warriors of all races. People were constantly being slashed by the blades of the warriors of all races, their blood staining the ground red. Defeat seemed to be only a matter of time. Qin Yong and Xiao Chen were also at a disadvantage. The difference in strength made them hesitant to fight head-on, and they could only rely on speed to entangle with each other. However, the opponent's speed was just as impressive, and the 2 were trapped in a stalemate where neither could overcome the opponent's strength nor escape their speed. At this critical moment, a powerful spiritual pressure swept across the entire battlefield like an invisible tsunami. All the warriors of all races on the battlefield stiffened and their movements became sluggish. In that instant of hesitation, the outcome of the battle was decided. A series of sounds echoed across the battlefield, sharp blades slicing throats and piercing hearts. In just a few breaths, the dozens of warriors from all races who had just held an absolute advantage fell to the ground in unison, like harvested leeks. Only Mott, upon feeling the immense spiritual pressure, turned and fled without hesitation. It was his decisiveness that saved him from certain death. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, with only the faint buzzing sound of the flying blades remaining. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the battlefield like a god descending to earth. 36 blood-stained flying blades hovered silently around him, and he looked at everyone with a calm expression. Zhang Bei did not pursue the fleeing Mott. He turned to the still-shaken students and said, "Everyone, check your injuries and get out of here quickly." Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a warrior of all races. You have gained 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a warrior of all races and obtaining source energy. The activation of the spring aperture is 33% complete. Zhang Bei felt a surge of joy. It was so satisfying to kill all races. It had been a long time since he had replenished his source energy. At this moment, 1/3 of the second acupoint of his martial god body had been opened, which made him feel a faint power pulsating inside his body. This feeling of physical and mental pleasure made him look forward to what changes the second acupoint would bring him once it was fully opened. Zhang Bei, did you kill all these races? How could that be? Isn't he a good for nothing? Useless, my foot. Didn't you see how all the races died just now? In the silent battlefield, someone asked a question that immediately caused an uproar. Although the facts were right in front of them, many students still couldn't believe it was true. Xiao Chen was so shocked that he dropped his long sword to the ground without even realizing it. Lin Weiyu walked to Su Zhisha's side and said with a wry smile, "I knew it, why do you care so much about a good-for-nothing? Turns out we're the good-for-nothings." Seeing that his classmates were still standing there in a daze, Jiang Bei urged them urgently, "Stop standing there. Get the injured students treated quickly and get us out of here as soon as possible. It's very dangerous here right now. Does anyone have the instructor's contact information? Quickly report what happened here." Xiao Chen had already snapped out of his shock. He immediately contacted the instructor and reported the details of the situation to him before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Don't panic, everyone. The instructors are not far from us and will be here soon." Before he could finish speaking, a cold snort suddenly came from the cave ahead, followed by a violent aura sweeping over everything. "None of you will escape." A gloomy and irritable voice came from the mine. "The enemy is back." Someone shouted. Everyone watched the mine entrance across the way with tension. With a roar, a tall warrior from all races flew out of the cave and charged straight towards Jiang Bei at the front. Behind him were dozens of warriors from all races, including Moat, who had just escaped. The leader of these warriors was none other than Gara, the commander of the myriad races. Gara moved with incredible speed, arriving in front of Jiang Bei in the blink of an eye. His scaly fist slammed into Jiang Bei's head. Death to humanity. Jiang Bei didn't dare to be careless and blocked Jia Luo's fierce punch head-on. Boom! A violent shockwave sent dust flying, and Jiang Bei was forced back more than 10 steps before regaining his footing. Holy crap, a 4th-tier early-stage myriad races? Everyone was terrified by the power of this being from all races. This time, it was truly over. No one present could stop this monster. Clang! Su Zhixia drew her longsword and turned to Lin Weiyu, saying, "You deal with those soldiers of the myriad races, I'll go help Jiang Bei." Instantly, the battle erupted again, with Mott leading a group of warriors from all races in a chaotic melee against Lin Weiyu, Xiao Chen, and Qin Yong's students. Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia blocked Jia Luo. You two ants are far from being good enough. Gara didn't take Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia seriously at all. He charged forward again, his claws tearing through the air, aiming straight for Jiang Bei's throat. Jiang Bei Rift Wind Spear instantly appeared in his hand, and with a tremor, a sharp spear intent soared into the sky, directly blocking Jia Luo's attack. "Just keep him occupied for a bit," Jiang Bei hurriedly instructed, worried that Su Zhixia might get hurt. Then he let out a low shout and thrust his spear straight at Gara's chest. Gara's giant claws, covered in scales, grabbed at the tip of the spear without any hesitation, directly meeting it head-on. Su Zhixia, standing to the side, swung her long sword, unleashing an invisible sword aura towards Jia Luo. Sizzle! Gara didn't even dodge, directly raising his hand to block Su Zhixia's sword energy attack. The scales on his right arm were incredibly hard, and he withstood the sword energy attack without a single scratch. Too weak, humans. At the same time, Jiang Bei's Riftwind Spear was caught by Jia Luo with his bare hands. "Give me." With a single arm, Jia Luo tried to snatch the spear from Jiang Bei's hand, but suddenly a burst of thunderous power erupted from the spear. Jia Luo's arm went numb from the force, and he was forced to let go. Despite possessing overwhelming power, Gara was repelled by this thunderous force, and numerous tiny cracks appeared on his scales. Jiang Bei was overjoyed. It turned out this beast was afraid of lightning attacks. "Use the same method as dealing with the Joker, just control him for a moment and that will be enough," Jiang Bei said to Su Zhixia, who immediately understood. She brandished her long sword, unleashing 3 sword energies that didn't strike Jia Luo but instead targeted the areas around him. 3 sword energies swept past, causing ripples in the space around Gara. Time and space seemed to be locked, and a tremendous pressure descended upon Gara's body. Gala was only slightly stunned when the 3 sword energies suddenly turned in mid-air and flew back, directly slashing towards Gallo. The 3 sword energies disappeared into space the instant they approached Gara. At that moment, the locking force of space suddenly surged, and gravity reversed. This made Gara feel like he was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move freely. Right now, Jiang Bei's entire spirit, intertwined with 36 flying blades, is directly attacking Jia Luo's spiritual world and physical body. The flying blade crackled with lightning, traversing space to appear around Gara. Instantly, a storm of blades swept over his entire body, shattering many of Gara's scales and leaving him covered in blood. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it did distract him. Just then, a surge of spiritual energy entered Gara's sea of consciousness, and the combined forces caused him to momentarily freeze. Chapter 55 Wind and Thunder. With the combined efforts of Su Zhixia and Jiang Bei, Jia Luo finally revealed a slight flaw. A flash of lightning appeared in Jiang Bei's eyes, and the power of lightning around him instantly condensed at the tip of his spear. At the same time, a sharp wind attribute power wrapped around him, and the power of wind and lightning were perfectly integrated. This is Jiang Bei's strongest attack to date, the second form of the thunder explosion gun. In Gaara's horrified gaze, the spear pierced straight through his body, the violent force instantly tearing Gaara's massive frame to shreds. Blood splattered, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. A fourth-tier leader of all races died from a single blow from Jiang Bei, leaving no trace of his body. Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone, a powerful mental pressure enveloped the entire battlefield, and the dance of wind blades swept across the battlefield once more, instantly killing all the soldiers of all races on the spot. Just kidding, these are all points in source energy. How could Jiang Bei possibly let go of such a good opportunity to earn points? After unleashing this attack, he had almost no mental energy left. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a Tier 4 beginner level race. You have gained 5,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 50 warriors of various races. You have gained 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained source energy. The activation of the spring aperture is 100% complete. Opening the second acupoint permanently doubles all of the host's basic attributes. Activating the second acupoint grants the host unlimited regeneration abilities. At this moment, a burst of scorching energy erupted from the depths of his dantian, like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly surging to his limbs and bones. The feeling wasn't painful, rather, it was like the ultimate comfort of rain after a long drought. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering and frantically absorbing this pure and enormous energy. This comprehensive and permanent attribute enhancement brings a feeling akin to a leap in one's life level. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, their voice ringing out clearly in the silent battlefield. The fourth tier, early stage myriad races were killed by Jiang Bei? Xiao Chen muttered to himself in a daze, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground again. He had always thought Jiang Bei was just a lucky good-for-nothing, and had even mocked him many times before. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the clown was actually himself. Zhao Mingxian, you're trying to kill me. At this moment, he wished he could beat Zhao Mingxian up to vent his anger. Lin Weiyu gasped and muttered to herself, is this even human? It's a monster. Qin Yang's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg, and he was speechless for a moment, his expression blank. It turns out he had been hiding his strength all along. We actually trained with this kind of monster for so long. What kind of martial art was that? It was terrifying. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted like a volcanic eruption, and everyone's gaze toward Jiang Bei completely changed. While everyone was in shock, no one noticed Qin Tian, Mo Yan, and the instructor who had just arrived. The three of them followed not far behind the academy. Because there were no high-level demonic beasts in this secret realm, they relaxed their guard and followed at a leisurely pace. It wasn't until they received Xiao Chen's message that the three of them were shocked and quickly chased after the group of students. When they arrived at the battlefield, they witnessed Jiang Bei's domineering spear, imbued with the power of wind and thunder, shattering the arrogant fourth-tier myriad races to pieces. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying dance of wind blades that swept across the entire field and precisely reaped the kills left the three of them frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief and horror. Is that Jiang Bei? The instructor's voice became somewhat hoarse. He wondered if he was hallucinating about the student who had performed poorly on the training field and whose potential rating was even F. Mo Yan's lips twitched incessantly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Bei. Is this still the Jiang Bei I know? Qin Tian was even more shocked than the other two. The explosive power contained in that shot gave him the creeps. Mo Yan turned and stared blankly at Qin Tian for a moment. Senior, old ginger is spicier, an old man is an old man. Qin Tian gave a helpless wry smile, silently giving Principal Yuan a thumbs up. A student like Jiang Bei was qualified to enter any university in China without taking the entrance exam. Jiang Bei has once again completely shattered everyone's expectations in an incredibly brutal way. However, amidst this uproar and shock, in a corner outside the battlefield, Moat stared blankly at everything before him. The fourth-tier Gaara had actually been killed head-on by a second-tier human boy, leaving no trace of his body. Just as Gaara was killed, he escaped from the battlefield. His naturally cautious nature saved his life. Suddenly, Mott roared hysterically, humans! Don't be so happy. He suddenly pulled out a white finger bone that emitted wisps of black energy and spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the finger bone without hesitation. With my blood, I offer a sacrifice to the void. Seal! The entire secret realm trembled violently, and all exits were instantly sealed off by an invisible spatial force. Humans, I will make you pay the price. After saying that, Mott forcibly tore open a spatial rift with his finger bone and quickly disappeared into it. What's going on? The secret realm has been sealed off? Everyone looked at Qin Tian and the instructor with confusion. The instructor stepped forward and said loudly, "Don't panic, everyone listen to my instructions and immediately retreat to the entrance of the secret realm." Before the instructor finished speaking, the secret realm trembled again, and soon cracks appeared on the surrounding stone walls, from which countless golden ores gushed out. What is this? Everyone was shocked by this scene. They had no idea what the glittering golden stone was. Jiang Bei was startled. He knew this was the golden stone he had been searching for. Qin Tian bent down and picked up a piece of ore from the ground to examine it closely. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "This is a golden gemstone?" "Holy crap, a golden gemstone," the instructor and Mo Yen exclaimed in surprise. "No wonder all the races appeared here. It turns out their target is this thing." Qin Tian finally understood the reason. "Quickly collect the ore and then retreat back to the entrance of the secret realm as soon as possible," Qin Tian decisively ordered. Everyone hurriedly collected all the ore on the ground and then quickly evacuated the area. But when they retreated to the entrance of the secret realm, they found that, just as they had expected, the exit of the secret realm was blocked and they could not get out at all. Just as Qin Tian and his group were worrying about how to leave the secret realm, in another dimension, Mot stumbled into the majestic hall in a disheveled state. "Your Highness, Gara has been murdered." Mot knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. "What did you say? What exactly happened?" Jia Yan asked in disbelief. Mot knelt on the ground and recounted the whole story in detail. Jia Yan became more and more alarmed as he listened. Could it be that damned human from Jiangbei again? Chapter 56 Crisis Arrives. After listening to Mot's account, Jia Yan pondered for a moment before asking, "You said that Jia Luo was blasted into dust by a single spear? Was that spear shot using the power of lightning?" "Yes, that's right, it was the power of thunder." "That shot was terrifying. Mott still feels lingering fear when he thinks about it now." With a wave of his hand, Jia Yan quickly conjured a portrait of a human boy in the void, and then he asked urgently, "Take a look and see if this is the person who killed Jia Luo." "That's right, it's him." Mott recognized Jiang Bei at a glance. "Damn it!" Jia Yan slapped his thigh in anger, but he forgot that his leg injury had not yet healed. The pain from the slap almost made him roll off the throne. Mot noticed Jia Yan's unusual behavior and reported, "Your Highness, before I left, I used the treasures you bestowed upon me to temporarily seal that secret realm. It will take them at least a day to break the seal." He paused briefly, then cautiously probed, "Your Highness, was it this human boy who seriously injured you back then?" Jia Yan's face darkened, and he said sternly, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Although he said that, he was immediately excited because he realized that this was a good opportunity for revenge. "You all wait here, I'm going to see the Grand Elder now." Mot leaned forward slightly, respectfully confirming, "Your Highness, do you mean we should return to the secret realm and kill that human brat?" Jia Yan nodded slightly and then said, "You have witnessed his talent. If we don't take this opportunity to get rid of him, it will be a disaster for our clan once he grows up." After he finished speaking, several guards carried him out of the main hall, and soon they arrived at a valley shrouded in gray mist. Jia Yan bowed respectfully to the valley. "Greetings, Grand Elder." "What is it?" came an old voice from the valley. Jia Yan quickly explained his purpose. After a long while, a pair of deep eyes suddenly opened in the valley. "Don't underestimate the human race. Since they are already prepared, don't take any risks. Step back." After speaking, those deep eyes closed again, and the valley fell silent. Jia Yan was filled with resentment. He wanted to speak again but dared not. In the end, he could only signal his men to carry him away from the valley. Back in the main hall, Jia Yan looked dejected and said helplessly, "The Grand Elder is really senile. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Should we still go?" Mott asked cautiously. "Humph. What the hell are we going to do? Without any support, are we just going to throw our lives away?" Jia Yan was in a bad mood and retorted to Mot. Mot didn't care and stepped forward with a wicked smile, saying, "Your Highness, we can go and cooperate with the Blood Shadow King." "Oh? Why do you want to cooperate with him?" Jia Yan looked puzzled. "Blood Shadow King's younger brother died at the hands of humans not long ago, so he must hate humans to the core," Mott explained. "Besides, there are still golden-colored stones in that secret realm. Giving some to the Blood Shadow King is better than letting the human race get them all." After thinking it over carefully, Jiayan felt that what Emote said made sense, so he said, "Let's go and discuss this with the Blood Shadow King." The group got up and headed to the Blood Shadow King's residence. However, they did not know that the Blood Shadow King's younger brother had indirectly died at Zhang Bei's hands. He was the 7th-tier member of the myriad races who had been killed by Zhang Yu in the underground boxing gym. In a blood-red mountain range, Jiayan looked up at a huge, phantom high above. "You said you discovered a vein of golden-colored stone in the human race's secret realm," the Blood Shadow King asked excitedly. "His cultivation method is very special, and the golden stone is of great benefit to the improvement of his cultivation method. He must obtain it." "It's absolutely true. As long as you agree to help me kill a human genius, we'll split this or equally between our two families." With that, he waved his hand, and Zhang Bei's portrait appeared in mid-air. Blood Shadow King's gaze fell on Zhang Bei's portrait, his pupils suddenly contracted, and then he let out a cold snort. "It was him?" Jiayan asked in confusion. "What, does Blood Shadow King know him?" Blood Shadow King said angrily, "It was he who provided the information to the higher-ups of the human race that led to my brother's death in Kanglin City." Seeing Blood Shadow King's reaction, Jiayan was secretly pleased. He continued, "Now that the secret realm is sealed off by me, we must act quickly, otherwise the human race will have no chance to break the seal." Blood Shadow King immediately said, "In that case, let's set off immediately." "Good. Mott, lead the way for Lord Blood Shadow," Jiayan ordered. Mott immediately took out the white finger bone and drew a line in the void, creating a huge spatial rift. Behind Blood Shadow King, 4 warriors from all races immediately appeared, 1 advanced 6th-tier warrior and 2 advanced 5th-tier warriors. "You go first, I'll cover you from behind," Blood Shadow King said calmly. "Yes." Mott immediately led 3 warriors from various races into the spatial rift and disappeared. At the secret entrance to the dark mine, Qin Tian, Mo Yan, and others were working hard to break the seal. "No, the sealing power is too strong," Mo Yan shook his head helplessly. "At this rate, it will take at least a day to break through." Qin Tian also sighed. With his current strength at the intermediate level of the 6th rank, it was impossible for him to break through this sealing power in a short time. Just as everyone was feeling heavy-hearted, a muffled sound suddenly came from the sky above. Qin Tian, Mo Yan, the instructor, and the others looked up sharply, their eyes revealing a hint of solemnity. A dark rift suddenly appeared out of nowhere, emanating a fierce and oppressive aura. Then, several humanoid monsters covered in scales emerged from the rift. "All races have returned." The students gasped in unison and involuntarily took a few steps back, because the pressure from these people from all races was too strong. "Humans, I told you you'd pay the price," Mott said with disdain, looking down at the crowd below. "The reinforcements from all races have arrived. This is troublesome." Qin Tian's heart sank, and he quickly assessed the combat strength of both sides. The enemy consists of 1 Tier 6 high-level commander, 2 Tier 5 high-level warriors, and 1 Tier 3 elite soldier. On the other hand, although he was a 6th-level advanced level, Mo Yan and the instructor were only 5th-level intermediate level, and the other students had limited combat power. The disparity between the enemy and ourselves was huge, and the situation instantly became extremely critical. Just as Qin Tian was feeling anxious, the myriad races had already begun their attack. "Humans, prepare to die." Several warriors from various races suddenly unleashed a violent aura and swooped down from the sky. Qin Tian had no time to think and was the first to step forward and block one of the level 6 warriors. Mo Yan and the instructor followed closely behind, each blocking a 5th-tier member of one of the myriad races, and a great battle broke out instantly. 6th tier advanced? And 2 5th-tier advanced? I'm really going to die this time. Even the instructors are in danger. How could we possibly win? In a battle of this level, these students were completely out of the picture. They discussed the situation in trembling voices, and panic spread rapidly through the crowd like a plague. Chapter 57 Qi and Blood Value Soars. The battle in the secret realm was extremely fierce. Qin Tian barely managed to fight to a draw with the 6th-tier warrior of the opposing side thanks to his powerful combat strength, while Mo Yan and the instructor were constantly suppressed due to the difference in their levels and were clearly at a disadvantage. At that moment, Zhang Bei was looking at the system screen in front of him in the crowd. Name, Zhang Bei. Points, 29,800. Martial arts level, beginner, tier 2. Qi and blood value, 2,000 plus. Mental strength, 3,500 plus. Martial arts skill, shattering starfist beginner. Martial arts skill, soaring dragon steps beginner level. Martial arts skill, Tornado Sky Splitting Spear Beginner. Secret Manual of Fist Techniques, Void Tremor. He couldn't intervene in a battle between 5th-tier martial artists with his current strength, even if he activated his martial god body talent. The difference in combat power was too great. But he still had a lot of system points left unused. Now that the situation was critical, he couldn't care less about that. He couldn't just watch everyone die here. The system will add points to my health and mana. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 4,000 points to increase your health and mana to 3,000 points. Congratulations, host, your martial arts level has been upgraded to intermediate 2nd tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 4,000 points to increase your health and mana to 4,000 points. Congratulations, host, your martial arts level has been upgraded to advanced tier 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 4,000 points to increase your health to 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, your martial arts level has been upgraded to tier 3, beginner. Instantly, Jiang Bei's blood and qi surged, and this rapid surge made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Warning! The qi and blood value has reached its maximum increase limit in a short period of time. Forcibly increasing it may result in the host exploding and dying. Jiang Bei was startled and secretly fearful. He had almost blown himself up. It seemed that he could no longer increase his level. System, then upgrade my martial arts level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have spent 10,000 points to upgrade your martial arts skills, including the Shattering Star Fist, the Soaring Dragon Step, and the Tornado Sky Splitting Spear, to the perfect level. Ding! System mission, kill a 5th-tier warrior of various races to upgrade 3 martial arts skills to the extraordinary realm. Jiang Bei's blood and qi levels increased dramatically in a short period of time, and his aura became somewhat unstable. Su Zhixia keenly noticed this change. Jiang Bei, are you alright? Why is your breathing so disordered? She asked worriedly. Xin Yon, Lin Weiyu, Xiao Chen, and the others also noticed the change in Jiang Bei's aura and turned to look. I'm fine. Don't worry. Before Jiang Bei could finish speaking, the battle ahead suddenly took an unexpected turn. The instructor, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen by a claw from his 5th-tier opponent. Human, let's see how long you can hold out. The 5th-order race was overjoyed. He was about to make a great contribution this time. He turned to his companion who was fighting Mo Yen and said, "Wait a moment, I'll finish off this ant and then I'll come help you." The instructor had a hole punched in his abdomen, and blood was gushing out. Although the injury was not fatal, if things continued like this, defeat would be inevitable in no time. Everyone understood that once the instructor was defeated, the battle would essentially be over, and humanity would inevitably lose. As for the consequences of defeat, everyone was well aware of them. Snort! The warrior of all races snorted coldly and launched another attack on the instructor. He grinned maliciously and gathered all his strength to deliver a fatal blow. Careful! Jiang Bei realized that if this move succeeded, the instructor would surely die. He couldn't wait any longer. He calmed his churning blood and qi and activated the Soaring Dragon Steps without hesitation. In an instant, Jiang Bei appeared in front of the instructor, crossing his arms to shield him from the fatal blow. Boom! The terrifying force slammed solidly into Jiang Bei's body, and the claws of the myriad races pierced right through his flesh. You asked for it, human. The warrior of all races withdrew his arm and kicked Jiang Bei in the abdomen. Jiang Bei flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the rock wall and sending up a spray of gravel. Jiang Bei! Su Zhixia exclaimed in shock, tears welling up in her eyes instantly. Xin Yong, Mo Yen, and the instructor watched helplessly as Jiang Bei died trying to save them, and they were powerless to do anything about it. Overwhelming anger and endless regret instantly engulfed their hearts. Everyone in the room was stunned. They could clearly see that Jiang Bei's chest had been pierced by sharp claws, and he was already beyond saving. You overconfident piece of trash! The warrior of all races sneered and was about to continue pursuing the instructor when he suddenly felt a pang of fear. Ha! What's going on? He unconsciously turned his head to look at the trash he had just kicked away. The dust slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of a human boy. His clothes were tattered, and a gruesome wound pierced through his chest, revealing his damaged internal organs. Blood gushed out continuously, staining a large area of the ground beneath him red. The warriors of all races were relieved such an injury would have been fatal to anyone. However, in this deathly silence and despair, Jiang Bei's bloodstained finger twitched extremely slightly. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura, like a dormant volcano, suddenly erupted from Jiang Bei's shattered body. Boom! An invisible wave of air suddenly spread out from him, dispersing the surrounding smoke and dust, and even making those who were close by feel a suffocating sense of oppression. This is? The warriors of all races stopped in their tracks in shock, their expressions freezing instantly. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the hideous wound on Jiang Bei's chest began to writhe and heal wildly. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the damaged internal organs were repaired, the wounds were completely healed, and the torn skin was as smooth as ever, as if it had never been injured. The next moment, Jiang Bei slowly stood up. The powerful aura around him not only did not weaken, but rose steadily, making everyone feel apprehensive. While the warriors of all races were still in a daze, Jiang Bei's figure appeared in front of them with lightning speed, his spear thrusting directly towards the throat of the warriors. That's impossible! The warriors of all races snapped out of their shock, roared, and their scale-covered claws moved with lightning speed, catching the spear tip that was thrusting towards them. Snap! That sturdy C-grade alloy spear was actually broken in 2 by the terrifying strength of the warriors of all races. Damn it, Jiang Bei cursed under his breath, decisively threw away his spear, and swung his fist at his opponent without hesitation. Bang! With a muffled thud, the warrior of all races was swayed by the punch that contained terrifying power. A tiny crack appeared on the scales on his chest, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected this human to possess such formidable strength, but that was all. He wasn't fatally injured. Ants! You think you can kill me with such little strength? The warriors of all races sneered. The instructor had already treated his abdominal wound and rejoined the battle, brandishing his sword. Jiang Bei, I'll take the lead. You engage him in close combat. Useless. Just to death throes, 2 human insects. The warriors of all races looked at the 2 with disdain. Jiang Bei knew that even if the 2 of them joined forces, it would be difficult to defeat their opponent. His internal energy was limited, and he could not keep his acupoints open for a long time. Right now, he could only fight quickly. Jiang Bei's mind raced, hoping to find a way to break the deadlock as soon as possible. Chapter 58 Li Xianfeng. At this moment, the students watching from the sidelines were on the edge of their seats. They were extremely anxious, but powerless to intervene in a battle of this caliber. Everyone understood that the key to victory now lay with Jiang Bei. If he could help the instructor take down this 5th-tier warrior of all races, the tide of battle would turn. However, defeating an opponent is easier said than done. In the midst of the battle, Jiang Bei was caught off guard and had a wound torn in his shoulder by the claws of the myriad races. However, the wound on his shoulder healed quickly, thanks to Jiang Bei's ability to regenerate after activating his second acupoint. Human, I don't believe you can regenerate indefinitely. The warriors of all races knew very well that this ability must have limitations. Rebirth? These 2 words echoed in Jiang Bei's mind, and a bold plan instantly took shape. Taking advantage of a lull in his opponent's attack, Jiang Bei quickly retreated to the instructor's side and whispered a few words. The instructor frowned slightly upon hearing this, but before he could respond, Jiang Bei had already pounced on the warriors of all races once again. It's useless. What tricks can you pull in the face of absolute strength? The warrior of all races was completely disdainful and attacked Jiang Bei with a claw. Jiang Bei did not dodge the attack from all races, but instead took the blow head-on. While being hit, he took the opportunity to pounce on the opponent and hugged him tightly with his arms like iron clamps. Instructor, proceed. Jiang Bei roared and completely abandoned his defense, using his body to imprison the enemy. The warriors of all races struggled wildly in shock and anger, their claws constantly striking Jiang Bei's body. The instructor didn't hesitate for a moment. He knew this was the only chance Jiang Bei had earned with his life. He poured all his power into his long sword, which transformed into a streak of light that instantly pierced through the chests of Jiang Bei and the warriors of all races. The warrior of all races was filled with disbelief and astonishment. In his shock, the instructor swung his sword and severed his head. Jiang Bei also let go, staggering back a few steps, his penetrating wounds a shocking sight. Jiang Bei! Su Zhixia and the others exclaimed and rushed forward. I'm fine. Jiang Bei ignored everyone and immediately sat down cross-legged to begin healing his injuries. His wounds were visibly wriggling and healing, but his vital energy was rapidly waning. However, although his injuries had healed in a short while, he was completely listless. His energy consumption was too great to support him in using the power of his acupoints. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and defeating a 5th tier race. You have earned 10,000 points. Ding! Host has killed a 5th tier race and gained source energy replenishment. At this moment, everyone gathered around Jiang Bei, looking at him as if he were a human hero. Why are you all staring at me? I'm not going to die. The battle isn't over yet. Jiang Bei's reminder brought everyone back to their senses. At this moment, after the instructor killed all the warriors of the myriad races, he joined forces with Mo Yen to attack another warrior of the myriad races. The 5th tier warrior from one race was immediately at a disadvantage when fighting two opponents. All the students held their breath in tension, knowing that the scales of victory seemed to be tipping in their favor. However, at the very moment when the dawn of victory was just beginning to appear, buzz! An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended upon the entire secret realm without warning, freezing everyone on the battlefield, whether human or of any other race, in place. Even a 6th tier advanced expert like Qin Tian found it incredibly difficult to lift a single finger. Thump, thump. Those with weaker abilities were unable to withstand it, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed unconscious. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, a figure slowly stepped out of the spatial rift above the battlefield. An 8th order king level race? Qin Tian muttered to himself, his face pale. The figure's gaze swept lightly over the battlefield below, and Jiang Bei felt his recently healed injuries throb again, his blood and qi instantly becoming stagnant. The instructor let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the long sword in his hand almost slipped from his grasp. All the hope that had just been ignited by the prospect of victory was easily crushed into dust in the face of this absolutely invincible force. It's over, it's completely over. At this moment, everyone had the same thought, but snap! A crisp sound of jade shattering echoed clearly in the deathly silent space as Jiang Bei crushed a jade pendant in his hand. A ripple spread through the space in front of him, and a portal of light opened. To the astonishment of the crowd, an elderly man in a simple long robe with piercing eyes stepped out. Principal Li. Principal Li? Mo Yen, who was closest to him, was the first to exclaim in shock, his face filled with disbelief and astonishment. He never expected that Jiang Bei would be able to summon Li Xianfeng, the legendary president of Shanghai Martial Arts University. On the other side, Qin Tian gasped sharply, his pupils contracting abruptly. Why would Principal Li come in person? In his mind, Principal Li would never show up unless it was a matter of life and death for the academy. What kind of luck did Jiang Bei have to have Principal Li's interdimensional teleportation array? In fact, it wasn't just Mo Yen and Qin Tian who were stunned, even Jiang Bei himself was shocked. The moment Blood Shadow King appeared, the jade pendant on his body actually trembled slightly on its own. Jiang Bei then remembered that Principal Yuan had given him this jade pendant, saying it could save his life in a critical moment. The current situation can be described as an unsolvable dead end. He didn't know if the jade pendant would work, but he crushed it as a last resort. Unexpectedly, Principal Li himself was summoned. Li Xianfeng stepped out of the spatial teleportation array and calmly looked up at the Blood Shadow King, whose murderous aura was overwhelming in mid-air. Blood Shadow King narrowed his crimson eyes slightly. He did not recognize the human elder in front of him who had restrained his aura, but he could sense that the newcomer was very strong. So he pretended to be calm and said, "Humph, old man, hand over that human brat behind you, and I will let you leave." Upon hearing this, everyone below turned to look at Jiang Bei, and a question arose in their minds at the same time: why would an 8th order king-level member of the myriad races seek out Jiang Bei? Act recklessly. Principal Li slowly raised his right hand, his fingers forming a sword shape, and made a seemingly casual, light stroke in the direction of Blood Shadow King. There was no earth-shattering energy burst. An ordinary sword aura swept through the space and instantly pierced through the blood-red protective aura surrounding the Blood Shadow King. Puff! Blood Shadow King coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking down, he saw that his chest and abdomen had been cleanly severed. A fear from the depths of his soul instantly overwhelmed him. You're a 9th tier cultivator? Blood Shadow King had no more fighting spirit. He didn't care about his subordinates at all. His body was burning with bloodlight. He didn't care about consuming his life essence blood. He turned into a blood-colored meteor and disappeared into the crack. At the very moment Blood Shadow King fled, the bodies of those several stunned warriors from various races simultaneously exploded into a bloody mist. The entire secret realm fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 59: A Bright Future. Li Xuanfeng's attack startled the Blood Shadow King, and he casually killed the remaining warriors of the myriad races. blood mist filled the air, and a white finger bone fell out from it. That was the magic artifact that Mott used to set up the barrier. Oh? A magic artifact refined from the finger bone of a 10th tier race? No wonder it can seal off the entire secret realm. Li Xianfeng waved his hand casually, and with a ripple in space, the seal on the secret realm immediately disappeared. Principal Li, Qin Tian and Mo Yan quickly came over to greet him respectfully. Li Xianfeng glanced at the two men and nodded slightly. Then he turned to look at Zhang Bei, who quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Principal Li, for saving my life." Li Xianfeng looked Zhang Bei up and down, frowned slightly, and then said, "Little Zhang, I see that your qi and blood are unstable. Were you injured just now?" As he spoke, he stuffed a bottle of pills into Zhang Bei's hand and said with concern, "These are pills to consolidate your realm and stabilize your qi and blood. You should take them quickly, or you will suffer the consequences." The way he treated him was like he was his own grandson, making Qin Tian and Mo Yan incredibly jealous. They both thought to themselves, "Damn, is this kid old man Li's illegitimate son?" Zhang Bei accepted the pill, bowed and thanked him. Then he opened the medicine bottle, poured out a pill and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, a warm current slowly melted, and the powerful medicinal power quickly surged to his limbs and bones. Wherever this warm current passed, the originally disordered and restless blood and qi were gently soothed by this pure medicinal power. Before long, the body's qi and blood began to stabilize, and all the hidden dangers caused by the rapid level increase were eliminated. "Thank you very much, Principal Li," Zhang Bei said with heartfelt gratitude to the gaunt old man. He had no relation to this Principal Li, yet the man traveled a great distance to save his life and even gifted him healing pills. Zhang Bei was not a heartless person, and he remembered all of this. This operation in the secret realm had to be abruptly halted due to the appearance of the myriad races, and everyone returned to the military camp by bus. After the seal on the secret realm was broken, Qin Tian immediately wrote a report on the situation and submitted it to the military, highlighting the condition of the golden color stone mine. The military attached great importance to this and immediately dispatched personnel to control the Dark Mine Cave's secret realm. It would be extremely difficult for any race to even think about taking the golden color stone mine. After a detailed discussion with Li Xianfeng, Zhang Bei agreed to join Shanghai Martial Arts University with Su Zhixia after graduation. Li Xianfeng, beaming with joy, returned to Shanghai. In the military camp, Qin Tian held a special commendation ceremony for Zhang Bei. In recognition of his outstanding performance in this secret realm operation, the military awarded Zhang Bei a large sum of military merit as a reward. As a result, Zhang Bei used these military merits to exchange for a batch of gold-colored stones, enough for him to forge new weapons. In the barracks dormitory, Zhang Bei is on the phone with Yushan. "Yushan, what? Zhang Bei said you obtained some gold-colored stones?" "Zhang Bei, yes, I'll have to trouble director you again. When you're refining my S-grade alloy spear, please incorporate some gold-colored stones." "Yushan, brother Jiang, you've really got some big money. This golden stone is a strategic resource, how did you manage to get your hands on it?" "Zhang Bei, just a fluke." In Shanghai, at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Yushan hung up the phone with a sigh. That kid Zhang Bei has a limitless future. In another camp within the military camp, Xiao Chen was also on the phone. "Zhao Mingxian, brother Chen, how did my business go? That kid from Zhang Bei must be getting a really bad beating by now." "Xiao Chen, Zhao Mingxian, you idiot, listen to me. Don't mess with Zhang Bei again." On the other end of the phone, Zhao Mingxian was dumbfounded. He had been in a good mood today and wanted to call to ask how Zhang Bei was being dealt with, but he didn't expect to get such a reply. "Zhao Mingxian, no brother Chen, what exactly is going on?" "Xiao Chen, Zhao Mingxian, you just wait and see, Zhang Bei is not a place you can mess with, understand? If you don't want your Zhao family to disappear from this world, you'd better listen to me. Xiao Chen, that's all I have to say. You'd better take care of yourself." After saying that, Xiao Chen immediately hung up the phone. He didn't want to have any more contact with Zhao Mingxian. He had almost caused Zhao Mingxian to become an enemy of Zhang Bei. Just thinking about how he almost offended such a terrifying guy made him feel scared. Fortunately, Zhang Bei did not hold a grudge against him. In a world ruled by countless races, the sky was gloomy and the earth was a strange dark red. Jia Yan sat in his chair, waiting for news of the Blood Shadow King's triumphant return. "Zhang Bei, dying at the hands of an 8th-tier king is a fair outcome for you," he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as if he could already see Zhang Bei being killed. Suddenly, the crack in the sky that had not yet closed trembled violently, and a blood-red figure flew out of it like a meteorite, accompanied by a shrill scream, and crashed heavily onto a mountain peak 1,000 feet high in the distance. Boom! A deafening roar shook the earth, and a huge hole was smashed into the mountain peak, sending dust billowing into the sky. What is that? After a long while, a roar filled with humiliation and raging fury finally came from the billowing smoke and dust. Humans! I will annihilate your lowly race sooner or later. The figure of the Blood Shadow King slowly rose from the ruins. At this moment, he only had his upper body left. The originally solid protective aura around him was no longer there, and his aura had deteriorated to the bottom. Blood Shadow King's gaze instantly locked onto Jia Yan, and a terrifying pressure descended. Jia Yan felt a tightness all over his body, as if he were being gripped by an invisible hand and was involuntarily pulled in front of Blood Shadow King. Useless. All of you are useless. Blood Shadow King's voice was hoarse, filled with unvented rage. It's all your brilliant idea. I haven't even seen a trace of the Golden Stone, and I've already lost all my elite troops. I almost didn't make it back. He grew angrier as he spoke, and suddenly swung his palm out. Bang! Jia Yan was completely unable to resist. His body was sent flying like a broken sandbag, crashing into the hard rock wall, and spitting out blood. But he immediately struggled to his feet, pointed at the Blood Shadow King and cursed, "You audacious Blood Shadow King, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you have a death wish?" Blood Shadow King was breathing heavily. He stared intently at Jia Yan. He had been blinded by anger, but Jia Yan's scolding had calmed him down a bit. Humph. If your intelligence hadn't been flawed, and you hadn't underestimated the importance of that human brat, attracting the attention of powerful human experts, I wouldn't be in this predicament. He attributed all his failures and humiliations to Jia Yan's intelligence failures and to that human boy named Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei. It's Jiang Bei again. The humiliation I have suffered today will be repaid to you 1,000-fold sooner or later. Let's go. Jia Yan gave orders to his terrified subordinates, and several warriors from various races quickly helped him up and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 60 New Recruit Squad. In the barracks dormitory, Jiang Bei was looking at the system screen in front of him. Name, Jiang Bei. Points, 17,800. Martial arts level, beginner, tier 3. Chi and blood value, 5,000 plus. Mental strength, 3,500 plus. Martial arts skill, Shattering Star Fist Perfect Plus. Martial skill, Soaring Dragon Steps Perfect Plus. Martial skill, Tornado Sky Splitting Spear Perfect Plus. After Jiang Bei killed a 5th-tier warrior of 10,000 races, he gained 10,000 points and activated the qualification to upgrade to the Transcendent Realm of Intermediate Martial Arts. Now he plans to improve all his martial arts skills and put all the remaining points into his mental strength. Jiang Bei thought to himself, "System, give me some points." Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 12,000 points to upgrade your martial arts skills Shattering Star Fist, Soaring Dragon Sky Treading Step, and Tornado Sky Splitting Spear to the Transcendent Realm. In Jiang Bei's mind, countless scenes of cultivation flashed by like a movie. In an instant, all the memories merged into his consciousness, which allowed him to reach an incredible level of understanding of the Shattering Star Fist, the Soaring Dragon Step, and the Tornado Sky Splitting Spear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have spent 5,800 points to increase your mental strength to 4,900 points. Jiang Bei's once calm sea of consciousness suddenly exploded like a ladle of cold water being poured into a hot oil pan. After a few breaths, when the storm subsided, his sea of consciousness had doubled in size. Jiang Bei opened his eyes, moved his body a bit, and nodded in satisfaction as he felt the changes in his body. This trip to the secret realm has greatly enhanced Jiang Bei's strength, and he should be able to easily handle the upcoming graduation exam. Just as Jiang Bei was ramping up its efforts to enhance its strength, inside the headquarters of the Eastern Theater Command of the Chinese Empire, Zhang Jinyue sat behind his large desk, reading a detailed report on the incident at the Dark Mine Secret Realm. After a long while, Zhang Jinyue gently put down the report, his eyes filled with anger, and said, "It's time to teach these myriad races a lesson. Issue the order that the operation targeting the secret strongholds of the myriad races can be launched." The orderly standing nearby immediately stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Yes, Commander Jiang." Zhang Jinyue pondered for a moment and continued, "This operation will involve drawing personnel from the new recruits and students from the elite training camp to jointly carry out the outer perimeter security mission. The battlefield is the best crucible. These children need to grow up as quickly as possible and see blood to forge true sharp blades. Yes. The orderly turned and left, and the order was immediately relayed to the operations command. The next morning, 100-strong elite squad arrived at the Wanyao mountain range military camp. They were well disciplined and carried an air of fierceness in their movements. The leading officer, Wang Weigua, was Qin Tian's longtime comrade in arms. The two had been in the same platoon since basic training and had a very close relationship. But these two have been rivals since basic training, neither willing to concede to the other. Old Qin, this operation was personally ordered by the commander-in-chief. Your students mustn't hold us back. Wang Weigua tried to put Qin Tian down as soon as they met. Qin Tian frowned upon hearing this. This old Wang was always going against him, and he hadn't changed even after all these years. So he replied irritably. Hey Lao Wang, you should worry about yourself. Don't lose to a bunch of students who haven't even graduated yet, that would be a huge embarrassment. Wang Weigua didn't take it seriously. In his mind, what fighting power could a group of students who hadn't even left school have, especially since they were students led by Qin Tian? Come on, Qin. The training ground and the battlefield are two completely different things. When they actually see blood, they might wet their pants in fear. Qin Tian silently sized up the 100-man squad behind Wang Weigua and had to admit that each of them was an elite, but he had Jiang Bei as his trump card. He had been holding a grudge for a long time. No matter what Wang Weigua did, he always wanted to be the better one. This time, he was determined to make Wang Weigua admit defeat. Seeing that Qin Tian did not respond, Wang Weigua continued, we will stay in the military camp for a day, and then set off directly for the outer edge of Haofeng Canyon, the mission location, early the next morning. At this moment, the students in the training camp had also gathered on the playground. Excluding the students who were injured in the dark mine cave, there were about 100 people left. Students, the military headquarters has issued an order for us to join Commander Wang's team in carrying out the mission of clearing out the strongholds of the various tribes, the instructor announced in a loud voice from the front of the drill ground. Everyone got excited when they heard the news, their eyes shining, but they looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything. Report. A squad leader leading the elite recruit squad suddenly spoke up. What is it? Wang Weigua turned to look at the team member who had spoken. The wiry squad leader stepped forward and said, since it's a joint operation, good teamwork is essential on the battlefield. Shouldn't our two squads get to know each other a bit? Oh? So how do you want to get acquainted? Wang Weigua said deliberately with a stern face, his voice low and seemingly carrying displeasure. But if you look closely, you can see a fleeting hint of approval deep in his eyes, which is exactly the result he wanted. Why don't we have a friendly spar now and see how we're doing? The squad leader glanced at the students opposite him with a smug look. Wang Weigua smiled and turned to Qin Tian, saying, what he said makes some sense. It's good for both sides to get to know each other better. Qin Tian sneered inwardly. How could he not see through the other party's little scheme? It was probably something he had deliberately arranged. His old comrade in arms was too fond of showing off. Okay, I also think it would be better for both sides to get to know each other better, Qin Tian said with a smile. Seeing that Qin Tian agreed, Wang Weigua was secretly pleased, but deliberately put on a stern face and said, let's not have any actual combat tests, so as not to affect tomorrow's mission. Although he enjoyed showing off and seeing Qin Tian get his comeuppance, he didn't dare let this incident affect tomorrow's plans. The squad leader waved his fist and said, let's test our punching power first. Soon, the two teams arrived at the training building, and the squad leader went straight into the comprehensive training room. Weren't we supposed to be testing your punching power? Why did we go to the multi-training room? Everyone, the test I'm talking about is not a simple punching power test. Have any of you tried to see how much punching power you could achieve under 5 times gravity? The squad leader explained, seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces. What? 5 times the gravity? Are you kidding me? You can't even stand up under 5 times gravity, and you want to test your punching power? Yeah, this is way too difficult. Everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. Everyone, we can each choose a few representatives to test. Those who aren't capable can just watch the show, the squad leader said arrogantly. Alright, let me give you a demonstration first. Xiao Jun, please set the gravity in the comprehensive training room to 5 times. Okay. The intelligent operating system quickly completed the setup. The pressure inside the training room suddenly increased, and the squad leader's movements became noticeably slower than before, but this did not affect his normal actions. He walked effortlessly to the testing machine, stood still, and then, after a slight adjustment, unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a muffled thud, the testing machine was shaken violently, and the numbers on the display screen above began to jump wildly before settling on 8566. Holy crap! To achieve such high numbers even under 5 times gravity, all the students exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 61 10 times gravity. Squad leader Li Chao's punch was of very high quality. The normal range of punching power for a third-level beginner martial artist is around 10,000, but he actually achieved a value of 8,566 under 5 times the gravity, which is already incredibly powerful. Li Chao glanced smugly at his teammates, and the members of the recruit squad immediately applauded and praised him. As expected of Captain Li Chao, this punch looks easy, but only those who have experienced 5 times the force of gravity know how terrifying it is. Yes, Captain Li Chao is the king of soldiers among our new recruits. The students on the other side were probably dumbfounded. Hearing everyone's praise, Li Chao became even more smug. He turned to the student team beside him and said, "How about it? Who of you wants to try? Let's see if you can break my record." "I'll do it." Xiao Chen was the first to object, saying that 5 times the gravity was nothing to him. He stepped into the comprehensive training room. As soon as he entered the gravity zone, his movements became noticeably slower. He moved his body a little to adapt to the 5 times gravity. He turned to look at Li Chao, indicating that he was ready, then strode to the testing device and threw a punch with all his might. After the numbers on the display screen jumped wildly, they finally settled on a value of 5,674. Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. He had underestimated the effect of 5 times the gravity on him. His usual punching power test score was around 13,000. Li Chao nodded upon seeing the result and offered words of comfort. "Student, your result is already very good, but you still need to keep working hard." His tone was like a teacher encouraging a primary school student, which made Xiao Chen very unhappy, but he couldn't refute it because the difference in strength was still obvious. "This student is a promising talent, it's just a pity," Wang Weigua, who was watching the commotion from the sidelines, suddenly sighed. "Old Wang, what do you mean? Are you saying that I've delayed this child's development?" Qin Tian immediately sensed the hidden meaning in Wang Weigua's words. "Isn't that right? If such a promising talent were to train with me, I guarantee his strength would be much greater than it is now." Wang Weigua shook his head again, feigning regret, and then continued. "Old Qin, you need to admit your shortcomings. Look how well I've trained Li Chao. Hey Lao Wang, do you think he'll die if you don't show off?" Qin Tian was speechless, and in his mind, he gave Wang Weigua the title of King of Show-Offs. At this moment, Xiao Chen had already returned to the student group. Seeing that he had dampened the morale of the student team, Li Chao asked confidently, "Is there anyone else who wants to come up and test their punching power? I'll give it a try." Before he finished speaking, Qin Yong strode into the comprehensive training room, but he did not immediately conduct the test. Instead, he turned to Li Chao and said, "I want to adjust the rules." "Oh? How do I adjust it?" Li Chao asked curiously. Qin Yong suddenly spoke to the intelligent robot Xiao Jun, "Please set the gravity to 10 times. "What? Has this kid gone mad? 10 times the force of gravity. Most people would struggle to even stand, let alone throw a punch. Looks like this guy has some skill." The members of the recruit squad immediately started discussing among themselves, and even Li Chao showed a surprised expression. "You're very confident, student. Why don't you give us a demonstration first and let everyone see what results you can achieve?" Li Chao also became interested and pointed to the testing device next to him, indicating that Qin Yong could begin. To be honest, Li Chao wasn't very confident under 10 times the gravity, since this gravity would have a huge impact on him, so he wanted to see Qin Yong's strength first. "Okay, then I'll set an example for everyone." As he spoke, Qin Yong stepped toward the testing device. Everyone could see that the 10 times gravity had a significant impact on Qin Yong, and he seemed to struggle with every step he took. Qin Yong steadied himself in front of the testing device, adjusted his breathing slightly, and then threw a punch with all his might. The numbers on the screen scrolled for a while before settling at 2125. "Qin Yong is awesome. That's 10 times the force of gravity. Most people would be crushed by it. Yes, Qin Yong's potential test results are second only to Goddess Su." The students cheered Qin Yong on, though they didn't know whether the value of 2125 was high or low. But being able to punch under 10 times the gravity meant that he was already better than 99% of martial artists of the same level. Xin Yong looked at the numbers on the screen and nodded in satisfaction. This was his all-out attack. If his opponent could still overtake him, then there was nothing he could do. It's your turn. Xin Yong stepped to the side, turned around and made an inviting gesture to Li Chao. Li Chao's expression was serious. To be honest, he was also a little nervous. His best score under 10 times gravity was around 2,100 points. This student in front of him could be said to be his equal. Li Chao calmed himself down and walked to the testing device. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and silently searched for the feeling of throwing a punch in his mind. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and threw a punch. Holy crap! 2150 points. The captain is awesome. Of course, the captain is the king of recruits. The recruit squad breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this result and immediately began praising Li Chao. Sigh, it's a pity Xin Yong was only 25 points short. Yes, the two are evenly matched, and Li Chao isn't much stronger. The students all felt sorry for Xin Yong, who was so close, but was outmaneuvered by his opponent again. Li Chao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This result was his best so far, and he had performed exceptionally well this time. He turned to look at Xin Yong, and he had to admit that Xin Yong was capable. He had almost embarrassed him. Oh my, Lao Qin, you have quite a few promising students among your group. It's just a pity. Wang Legua sighed in surprise, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Although he was mocking Qin Tian in his words, he was actually quite surprised. He hadn't expected that this student named Xin Yong would be so strong, comparable to Li Chao. Fortunately, Li Chao was slightly better. What a pity. I've ruined this promising talent, haven't I? Qin Tian glared at Wang Legua, feeling a pang of regret. He was just a hair's breadth away from being discovered. At this moment, Li Chao issued another challenge, and he said smugly to the student team, "How about it, anyone else want to come up and try?" The students looked at each other and then turned their gazes to Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia, their eyes seemingly saying, "It's your turn to perform." Although Su Zhixia also wanted to try, 10 times the gravity was not a problem for her, but she was not a strength-type martial artist, and her level was far below Li Chao's, so she was willing but unable to do so. She could only silently look towards Jiang Bei along with everyone else. Chapter 62 2 Leaders, how about we try 100x? Jiang Bei, why don't you go up and have a friendly match? Seeing that everyone was looking at Jiang Bei, Qin Tian was also curious to know what kind of strength this kid could unleash under 10 times the gravity. Jiang Bei had no choice but to slowly walk into the comprehensive training room, having been personally instructed by Qin Tian. In fact, Jiang Bei himself was also very curious about how many times the gravity he could withstand without activating his acupoints. I'm not quite sure how many times the gravity I can withstand. Could I try it first? Jiang Bei said apologetically. Li Chao chuckled inwardly. It seemed that Xin Yong was the most capable among the students, and this kid in front of him was probably just someone the teacher had called up to make up the numbers. So he said nonchalantly, "Whatever, try it." Could you please go out first? I'm afraid. Jiang Bei wanted to say that he was afraid of hurting her. But before he could finish speaking, Li Chao interrupted him. "It's okay, don't worry, I won't laugh at you, I'll just watch from here." Li Chao assumed that Jiang Bei was afraid of being laughed at for having too low a gravity, so he asked him to leave temporarily. Alright then, since that's the case. I'll try it out with 20x gravity first. Jiang Bei said calmly to Xiao Jun, the intelligent operating system. How much? 2 times gravity? That's so weak. Many students thought they had misheard. Jiang Bei must have said 3 times the gravity, even Li Chao next to him thought so. But the next second, a pressure as heavy as a mountain descended upon the training room. Li Chao felt his whole body tighten and involuntarily knelt down. Holy crap, was what he just said really 20 times gravity? Li Chao's mind went blank as he tried to recall the number Jiang Bei had blurted out. 20 times the force of gravity was far beyond his limit. He was only holding on by sheer willpower, otherwise, he would have been pressed to the ground and unable to move long ago. He was shocked and turned to look at Jiang Bei in horror, only to see that the other party walked back and forth a couple of times as if nothing had happened, and even jumped a couple of times lightly, as if he had not been affected at all. The reason Jiang Bei chose 20 times gravity instead of a higher gravity was because he was afraid of injuring Li Chao. That would be bad, since there was a mission to carry out tomorrow. The people outside were completely dumbfounded by what they saw, and they were all talking at once. Jiang Bei just said twice the gravity, so why did Li Chao suddenly kneel down? He wouldn't be talking about 20 times gravity, would he? It seems they said 20 times, not 2 times. Wang Weiguo's face was grim. He couldn't believe that a mere third-level beginner student could withstand 30 times the force of gravity, and he couldn't bear to see Li Chao in such a sorry state. So he stepped into the training room, wanting to experience for himself whether it was really 20 times the normal gravity. Seeing Wang Weiguo's actions, Xin Tian roughly understood what Wang Weiguo was thinking. In fact, Xin Tian was also a little incredulous that the gravity inside was 20 times stronger than normal, so he also stepped into the comprehensive training room. For 2 level 6 advanced martial artists, 20 times the gravity was nothing. Wang Weiguo walked to Li Chao's side and released a violent aura to protect Li Chao. Li Chao immediately felt the pressure on his body ease, and he stood up gently. Instructor, I. Before Li Chao could finish his sentence, he heard Jiang Bei muttering to himself. Xiao Jun, 20x is no problem, give me a 40x speed to try. Upon hearing this, Wang Weiguo and Xin Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Then they saw Li Chao kneel down again with a thud, the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression one of extreme pain. Wang Weiguo's aura failed to protect Li Chao. Just as Li Chao was about to be crushed to the ground, Wang Weiguo kicked Li Chao out of the training room. Li Chaofei was caught by his classmates outside the door without getting hurt. Feeling the pressure disappear from his body, Li Chaofei felt as if he had been through a lifetime. He just turned on 40 times the pressure? Are there really monsters like that in the world? Li Chao muttered to himself. Everyone stared in disbelief at the situation inside the training room, not daring to even breathe. Inside the comprehensive training room, Jiang Bei turned to look at the 2 level 6 high-level martial artists, and then said apologetically, why don't you 2 leaders go out first? I'd like to try the 60x pressure. Holy crap, what the hell is this kid talking about? He wants to try 60 times the pressure? Wang Weiguo was completely baffled. As a level 6 advanced martial artist, 60 times the gravity was probably the limit for him. He really wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, but if he were scared away by a mere third-tier kid today, he would be utterly humiliated. Xin Tian was filled with regret. Why did he have to come in? It would have been so much better to just watch the show from the outside. Now he was stuck in a dilemma. If he went out now, he would lose to Wang Weiguo. Both of them had their own thoughts, but they tacitly agreed not to go out. They refused to believe that their advanced level 6 martial arts bodies were no match for a mere level 3 beginner. What they didn't know was that Jiang Bei's martial god divine body talent was a talent that directly modified the physical body. Martial artists with the martial god divine body possessed some incredible abilities in their physique. For example, its resistance to gravity is far beyond that of ordinary people. Seeing that neither of the 2 leaders intended to leave, Jiang Bei disregarded the consequences and said to the AI system Xiao Jun, activate 60 times gravity for me. Before the words were even finished, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. Wang Weiguo and Xin Tian simultaneously felt their legs begin to tremble uncontrollably, the veins on their foreheads bulged, and their heads buzzed. 60 times the force of gravity was already their limit, they were only holding on for the sake of saving face. Looking at Jiang Bei now, the 60 times pressure was already his limit. If the pressure continued to increase, he would have to activate his acupoints to resist, otherwise he would be unable to move. Kid, you are pretty good. Wang Weiguo stammered, his mouth agape from the pressure. You. Xin Tian also wanted to say something, but his strength was actually slightly inferior to Wang Weiguo's. However, this slight difference prevented him from speaking. Jiang Bei found it amusing. Seeing the 2 big shots acting so nonchalantly, he suddenly became interested in playing a prank on them. You 2 leaders are really something. How about we try 100 times gravity? Upon hearing Jiang Bei's words, everyone outside the training room gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape. Has Jiang Bei gone mad? 100 times gravity. Holy crap, this is an eye-opener. Jiang Bei is taking on 2 commanders in a one-on-one fight. Quick, turn on your phone and record the screen. This is big news. The crowd outside was in an uproar, with everyone pulling out their phones to record this exciting moment. Chapter 63 My stomach suddenly hurts. Wang Weiguo and Xin Tian turned green with fright when they heard the crowd outside saying they were going to record a video. Holy crap, if I get crushed and these little brats record it, my reputation will be ruined. Wait, classmate, I suddenly feel a bit unwell in my stomach, I need to go to the bathroom. Wang Weiguo didn't wait for Jiang Bei's reply and ran off clutching his stomach. Jiang Bei almost burst out laughing, then turned to look at Xin Tian. Qin Tian felt a chill run down his spine from his gaze, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly clutched his stomach and said, "My stomach is hurting too. It must be because the food we ate wasn't clean." After saying that, Qin Tian disappeared in a flash. The people outside were dumbfounded. They looked at Zhang Bei and then at the direction where the two leaders had disappeared, their faces blank with confusion. Zhang Bei found it amusing. He hadn't actually planned to use 100 times gravity, since he would have to waste energy to withstand it. He had only meant to joke with the two leaders on a whim, and if they still refused to leave, he would say he was just joking. But he didn't expect them to run away without hesitation. Zhang Bei ignored the two leaders and walked to the testing device, gently punching it. The monitor flickered slightly and then stopped, displaying the number 12. Although it was a double-digit punch, it completely overwhelmed Li Chao's record of 2,150. Everyone knew that Zhang Bei hadn't used his full strength, but even so, he still completely defeated Li Chao. At this moment, everyone outside, whether it was the student squad or the recruit squad, had been completely impressed by Zhang Bei, and they were all looking at Zhang Bei with eyes that looked like he was a monster. The students who had their points stolen by Zhang Bei using a loophole in the gravity chamber not long ago now realized that Zhang Bei didn't steal their points by exploiting a loophole, but by relying on their strength. All their resentment and discontent had vanished at this moment, and their assessment of Zhang Bei was simply that he was a monster. Inside the military command center, Wang Weiguo, Qin Tian, and Mo Yan stared blankly at each other. "What did you two say? That kid Zhang Bei is going to activate 100 times gravity?" Mo Yan was already numb with shock at this moment. If he hadn't heard Wang Weiguo and Qin Tian say it with his own ears, he would have thought he was hallucinating. "Hey Lao Qin, where did you find such a monster kid?" Wang Weiguo wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken, and continued. "I'm not trying to be mean, Lao Qin, but if I hadn't reacted quickly and run away first, I would have been in big trouble today. You'd still be standing there like an idiot. Old Wang, it's all thanks to your quick thinking this time. When that kid said he wanted to turn on 100 times gravity, my head went numb." Wang Weiguo gave a helpless wry smile and then said, "I've known you for so many years, and this is the first time you've praised me. I never thought we'd agree on something." After a few sighs from the three of them, Wang Weiguo's expression suddenly turned serious. He turned to Qin Tian and said, "Old Qin, we must keep such a talent in our army." Upon hearing this, Mo Yan's expression turned serious, and he quickly said, "How can this be? Zhang Bei is a student of our Magic City Martial Arts University. How can he go to your military headquarters? Hey, Wuhan University in Shanghai is good, but it's nothing compared to our military. Why waste time going to university? Don't you agree, Lao Qin?" After saying that, Wang Weiguo winked at Qin Tian. Qin Tian immediately coughed awkwardly twice. As a member of the army, he naturally hoped that Zhang Bei could join the army, but if he really did so, those two principals would definitely tear him apart. Wang Weiguo was aware of Qin Tian's connection to the Shanghai Martial Arts University, so he didn't press Qin Tian further and said, "I must report such a talent to my superiors. As for their decision, that's beyond my control." Qin Tian said with a wry smile, "You think we're waiting for you to report? I already wrote a detailed report and submitted it to the military. Otherwise, do you think our student team would be sent to participate in a mission for the military?" Afterwards, Qin Tian told Wang Weiguo about the secret realm of the Dark Mine, which shocked Wang Weiguo so much that he was speechless for a long time. "No, I have to report this to my superior, Chief Zhang, and try to get him to bring Zhang Bei into our team." Wang Weiguo felt more and more that this matter could not be delayed. He would regret it to death if such a good prospect was taken away by another unit. He quickly took out his phone and dialed his boss, Zhang Yu. "Hey! Chief Zhang." Wang Weiguo quickly recounted the events in Jiangbei. "Oh? That brat from Jiangbei is showing off again?" Zhang Yu replied with a smile after hearing the report. "No, Chief Zhang, judging from your tone, you know Zhang Bei." Wang Weiguo realized that Zhang Yu and Zhang Bei had an unusual relationship. "Zhang Bei is my younger brother, how could I not know him?" Zhang Yu replied with a smile. "What? Zhang Bei is your brother? That means he's also Commander Zhang's son?" Wang Weiguo was shocked again. "Alright, don't worry about this anymore. Zhang Bei should focus on his studies now. I think he'll make his own plans after he graduates." Zhang Yu then hung up the phone and ignored Wang Weiguo. Damn, the Zhang family's genes are truly heaven-defying. A level 10 commander-in-chief with a level 8 son is already heaven-defying enough, and now there's this monster from Jiangbei. Qin Tian and Mo Yan, who were standing nearby, overheard the conversation between Wang Weiguo and Zhang Yu. They were both shocked by the extraordinary genes of the Zheng family. Inside a magnificent palace in a world inhabited by all races. Ah, my injuries are finally healed. Jia Yan's legs have now fully recovered, and his strength has even improved. He used all his military achievements within the royal family to obtain an incomparably precious medicine that could quickly heal injuries and enhance his strength. Even though he was an important member of the royal family, it took him a great deal of effort and a high price to obtain such a gem. In order to minimize the losses, he decided to risk his life again to go to the human race to carry out a mission in exchange for battle merits. According to the information he received, there is now a secret stronghold of the myriad races stationed in the Haofeng Canyon in the Wanyao mountain range. He has already contacted the leader of the myriad races at this stronghold, intending to settle down in the Grand Wind Canyon first, and then make plans to see if he can hunt down a few human geniuses or destroy a few human secret realms. Zate, gather your 1,000 elite soldiers and come with me to the human race to earn merits, Jian said to one of his most trusted commanders. Yes, Your Highness. Zart respectfully accepted the order and went to assemble the troops. Before long, 1,000 elite warriors from all races lined up neatly. Your Highness Jian, we can depart now. Inside the main hall, the magic array suddenly activated, and Jian led 1,000 of his subordinates into it. Soon, the teleportation array trembled, and Jian and his 1,000 elites from all races disappeared. Chapter 64 Was I betrayed? Within the Haofeng Canyon in the Wanyao mountain range, the territory of the human race. As soon as Jian and his 1,000 elite warriors from all races stepped out of the teleportation array, they saw a tall commander of all races waiting respectfully before them. Welcome, Your Highness Jian. Cabo bowed respectfully. He had learned of the royal prince's impending arrival and had personally led a group to greet him outside the teleportation array. Are you the commander here? Jian asked calmly. As the light behind him flickered a few times, the teleportation array completely disappeared into the air. I am Cabo, and I am the junior commander here. He glanced at Cabo indifferently. His royal status gave him a natural sense of superiority, and he didn't even consider a mere commander a threat. Your Highness, I have made the arrangements. Cabo stepped forward and respectfully reported the arrangements, but before he could finish speaking. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly came from above the canyon. The entire stronghold shook violently, and rocks rained down. What's going on? Cabo looked around warily, and Guyan was also startled by the sudden turn of events. Just as the two were dumbfounded, countless spears rained down from the mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon like a storm, a scene that made one's scalp tingle. Oh no, it's a human. We are surrounded by humans. Immediately following was a chorus of screams. After this round of spear attacks, countless warriors from all races in the stronghold were killed or wounded, and the scene immediately descended into chaos. Damn it! These damned humans, I was ambushed as soon as I arrived? Jian was both shocked and furious, feeling extremely aggrieved. Could it be that a spy among them exposed their whereabouts? Otherwise, why would they be attacked as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array? That's too much of a coincidence. In fact, Jian had no idea that all of this was purely accidental. He was just unlucky. Protect Prince Jian. Zate reacted quickly, immediately leading his men to protect Jian behind him. Don't panic, get into formation and prepare to meet the enemy. Despite his initial shock, Cabo remained calm and roared as he attempted to organize an effective defense. The humans have arrived. Someone shouted, and countless fierce and powerful elite human warriors appeared on the mountain peaks on both sides of the canyon as if gods had descended. Swish, swish, swish. The human soldiers moved in unison, raising their crossbows and unleashing a volley of arrows that accurately turned the warriors of the myriad races who were trying to gather together into pincushions. Bastard! Bastard! Jian watched helplessly as the elite of all races were slaughtered, his eyes turning bloodshot with rage. Your Highness! The stronghold cannot be held. We must evacuate immediately. Zart, covered in blood, shouted urgently to Jian. Your Highness, please come with me. Cabo protected Jian and rushed towards an inconspicuous rock wall deep inside the stronghold. Just as they reached the rock wall, Cabo punched it. Boom! After a cloud of dust, a section of the rock wall collapsed, revealing a hole. This was an escape route that Cabo had built just in case. Your Highness, hurry! I'll lead men to hold off the humans. Cabo turned and charged back. By this time, human warriors had already stormed into the camp, and the two sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Half an hour later, Jia Yan emerged disheveled from the exit of a cave on the outskirts of Haofeng Canyon, looking around warily. After observing for a while and confirming that there was nothing unusual around him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we escaped. Damn it! A pained expression appeared on Jia Yan's face. The 1,000 elite warriors he had brought were probably all gone. He turned and glanced into the depths of the canyon, where he could still faintly hear sounds coming from. It's not safe here either, so let's leave as soon as possible. With that thought, Jia Yan quickened his pace and headed towards the outer edge of the canyon. After walking for another 10 minutes, the exit of the canyon was just ahead. He would be safe for the time being once he left the Haofeng Canyon. Thinking this, he quickened his pace to leave. Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him, causing his entire body to tense up instantly. He looked up sharply and saw 5 human soldiers staring at him coldly with mockery in the distance. Captain, we actually caught one who slipped through the net. Ha! This guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary member of any race. Look, his scales are all golden. Oh ho, maybe he's an important person. These people were members of the elite recruit squad responsible for the outer perimeter defense, and the leader was Li Chao. Don't underestimate him, this guy is very strong. Li Chao frowned as he stared at the enemy, not daring to underestimate him at all. He could clearly sense that this being from one of the myriad races was no ordinary nobody, and that it was also very powerful. Damn, I was scared to death. Seeing that there were only a few human soldiers, Jia Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You bunch of small fry, consider yourself unlucky. Jia Yan immediately decided to kill him, and appeared in front of Li Chao in a flash. So fast. Li Chao was shocked. His pupils suddenly contracted. At this critical moment, his rich combat experience came into play. Almost instinctively, he slashed his sword upwards, narrowly blocking Jia Yan's attack. Clang! The claws and the blade collided violently, and Li Chao felt a terrifying force that instantly made his entire arm go numb. He couldn't stand steadily at all, staggered back 7 or 8 steps, and spat out a mouthful of blood as his blood churned. Captain! Upon seeing this, 2 team members immediately roared and charged over from the left and right sides. You ignorant ants! A cruel glint flashed in Jia Yan's eyes. Facing the combined attack, a violent aura suddenly erupted from his body. The two were both thrown back by the force of the impact, crashing heavily to the ground with screams of pain. You bastard! I'll fight you to the death! Another team member, witnessing the tragic state of his comrade, turned bloodshot and charged forward, brandishing his battle axe without hesitation. Don't come any closer! Back off! Li Chaoqiang tried to suppress his injuries and shouted urgently to stop him, but it was too late. A hint of contempt flashed in Jia Yan's eyes. He easily dodged the attack by turning to the side and kicked the team member away with 1 foot. In the blink of an eye, 3 team members were knocked down, leaving only the injured Li Chao and another team member whose face was already pale. Send a signal. Call for help immediately. Li Chao roared hoarsely at the last remaining teammate, then fearlessly charged towards Jia Yan with his sword. The sword flashed fiercely, a desperate tactic to give his teammate a chance to survive. The team member was stunned by what he had just witnessed. It wasn't until Li Chao reminded him that he suddenly pulled out a signal flare and pulled it hard. Whoosh bang! A dazzling red flame shot into the sky with a sharp shriek and exploded with a bang. Seeing this, Jia Yan became anxious. He knew that a human support team would arrive soon, and he had to kill the 2 people immediately and leave as quickly as possible. No one can save you. Just die. Chapter 65. Why don't you just die here today? Li Chao hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable opponent on his first official mission. The sheer strength of this multi-race group filled him with despair. Just as his team of 5 was about to perish, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang out, and he quickly looked up in the direction from which the sound came. In the distance, a young man appeared out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning rapidly tearing through space in front of him, heading straight for the race member covered in golden scales. Xiangbei? Li Chao was overjoyed when he saw who it was his team should be safe from death. Xiangbei? At the same time, Jia Yan also exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect to run into his old enemy here again. At this moment, he was burning with rage, wishing he could tear Jiang Bei to pieces immediately. However, reason told him that they were still in a dangerous place and it was not advisable to fight for a long time. Jia Yan raised his hand and punched the incoming flowing cloud shuttle hard, then turned and ran. Ha! Why did all those races run away? Li Chao was shocked to see this scene. The enemy, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was actually scared away by Jiang Bei and fled in a sorry state. To be honest, this was a huge blow to him. Why was there such a huge gap between him and Jiang Bei, even though they were both at the early stage of the third rank? Are you all right? Jiang Bei rushed over to check on them when he saw that they were all injured. Never mind us, that person's identity as a member of one of the myriad races is extraordinary, we can't let him get away. Li Chao urged anxiously. I know that guy is royalty. Don't worry, he can't escape. Jiang Bei turned and chased after Jia Yan in the direction he had fled. He unleashed the dragon's soaring step to its fullest potential, his figure transforming into a streak of light, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing guy ahead. Damn it! Why is this guy so fast? Jia Yan was both shocked and furious. He had already pushed his speed to the limit, and not only had he failed to shake off Jiang Bei, the distance between them was actually closing rapidly. This can't go on. A fierce glint flashed in Jia Yan's eyes. He gritted his teeth and burned a portion of his life essence. Whoosh! With the blessing of the essence blood, Jia Yan's speed suddenly increased again, instantly widening the distance. Burning his life essence? It seems he's truly at his wit's end. The two chased and fled, and in the blink of an eye they had run for more than 10 miles, arriving at a cliff at the edge of Haofeng Canyon. Seeing that there was no road ahead, Jia Yan had no choice but to turn around. The panic on his face had disappeared, replaced by a kind of madness and ferocity driven to the brink of despair. Jiang Bei, since you're not giving me a way out, then let's fight to the death. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. With a roar, the power of his royal bloodline surged and boiled, and magma-like energy seemed to flow through the gaps in the golden scales around his body. He tore through the air with his claws and pounced towards Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei dared not be careless in the slightest. His Gale Spear had been damaged in the previous battle, so he was temporarily using a C-grade spear. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip and the claws collided dozens of times. The two fought with incredible speed, and the ground cracked and trees broke wherever they went. Jiang Bei was secretly surprised. This Jia Yan's attack contained a destructive will that could tear everything apart. His strength had improved a lot since their last encounter. As the fight progressed, Jia Yan grew increasingly alarmed. In just a short time, Jiang Bei had broken through to the early stage of the third rank. Even after burning his essence blood, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. The opponent's marksmanship was too strange. The gun seemed to be able to predict his movements and always managed to pierce the weakest point in his power circulation. Damn it! Damn it! Jia Yan was anxious. Just then, shouts and a series of whooshing sounds came from afar. Surround him, don't let him get away. Li Chao treated his injuries briefly and led the other two squads that had come to support him to catch up. More than 10 human warriors with strong auras completely surrounded Jia Yan. Damn humans! Jia Yan's heart sank to the bottom. It seemed he wouldn't be able to leave smoothly today. Since that's the case, then don't blame Jiang Bei. His eyes revealed a resolute determination, as if he had made up his mind. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and a strange dark gold rune slowly emerged from between his eyebrows. The moment the runes appeared, the surrounding air became viscous, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out. You damned humans have every right to be proud that you could force me to use this king's blood soul talisman. Jia Yan revealed a cruel smile. Oh no, retreat quickly. Li Chao and the others were so startled by this terrifying power that they involuntarily took more than 10 steps back, while Jiang Bei looked at Jia Yan with a solemn expression. He also felt the terrifying power of this rune. Jia Yan didn't even glance at Li Chao and the others. Once Jiang Bei was dealt with, they were just small insects to be crushed at will. Order it for me. With a soft shout, Jia Yan unleashed a burst of black light from the runes, and Jiang Bei on the other side suddenly felt the space around him freeze instantly. An ominous feeling suddenly washed over Jiang Bei, and his body was unable to move an inch. Boom! In that instant, the rune between Jia Yan's eyebrows suddenly burst forth with intense light, and a devastating beam of energy tore through space, striking Jiang Bei's body directly. Dust billowed up and Jiang Bei collapsed to the ground. Jiang Bei. Li Chao was stunned. He couldn't believe that such a human genius had died here. Ah, Jiang Bei, you finally died by my hand. Jia Yan roared to the sky, finally releasing the pent-up anger he had been holding back for so long. The wind in the canyon seemed to freeze at that moment, as if mourning the fall of a genius. Li Chao and the others were pale, their eyes filled with despair and disbelief. However, in the midst of this deathly silence and despair, a calm yet slightly mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Aren't you getting ahead of yourself?" A voice suddenly came from the smoke and dust. Jia Yan's laughter stopped abruptly as he stared in disbelief at the figure slowly rising from the dust. "How is this possible? With such severe injuries, how could you, a mere mortal human, still be alive?" Jia Yan roared madly, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. He watched as the hideous and terrifying wounds on Zhang Bei's body began to heal frantically, and in the blink of an eye, the injuries were completely healed. Is he even human? Such terrifying self-healing ability left Li Chao and the others dumbfounded, their mouths agape. "What kind of monster are you, that you possess physical regeneration abilities that would make all races envious?" Jia Yan's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that he had underestimated the human youth before him. Zhang Bei is the enemy he has encountered so far that terrifies him the most. You will never know what other tricks he has up his sleeve. He always manages to shatter your expectations, leaving you utterly astonished time and time again. The feeling of going from hope to despair is unbearable. Myriad races, you escaped last time, but today you'll die here. Zhang Bei's lips curled into a smile that sent chills down Jia Yan's spine. Chapter 66 The Nightmare Ends. Three figures were speeding along the outer edge of Haofeng Canyon. They were Qin Tian, Wang Weiguo, and Mo Yan. "Hurry up, hurry up." The one who escaped was a member of the royal family among all races. Li Chao sent back a message saying that Zhang Bei went to pursue him alone. "The royal family is very powerful, and Zhang Bei may be in great danger right now," Qin Tian said anxiously, urging the two of them to speed up. "That kid from Zhang Bei should be strong enough to deal with a member of the royal family, right?" Mo Yan asked, puzzled. "That's hard to say. Judging from the information Li Chao sent back, that royal family member has at least the strength of the 4th rank, Qin Tian said, still feeling uneasy. "Don't worry, Lao Qin, Zhang Bei should be just ahead." Before Wang Weiguo could finish speaking, he saw a towering aura rise from the ground ahead, covering the entire sky. "Holy crap, what's going on?" The three of them couldn't help but gasp. Could it be the aura emanating from the myriad races? The three looked shocked and accelerated, quickly approaching the source of the aura. "Look, it's that kid from Zhang Bei." From afar, the three saw a human boy standing in the very center of the storm, surrounded by howling winds that made his clothes flutter. "My God, the aura in Zhang Bei is still rising." The closer the three got to the scene, the more shocked they became, because they found that the aura in Zhang Bei was already 3 times stronger than before, but it still showed no signs of stopping. Just how many trump cards is this kid hiding? The three stopped in their tracks and watched everything that was happening from a distance. Li Chao and his dozen or so team members, who were not far away, were also staring at Zhang Bei in disbelief. They were so shocked they couldn't speak. The scene before them overturned their understanding. How could a human being unleash such a terrifying aura in such a short time? "Captain. Zhang Bei, could he be a monster?" a team member stammered, pointing at Zhang Bei not far away. "Who knows? Anyway, that guy isn't a normal human being," Li Chao muttered to himself blankly. At this moment, Zhang Bei's outburst finally reached its peak, and its combat power increased 5-fold out of thin air. This wasn't the first time Jia Yan had witnessed such a scene, but he was still shaken to the core. Faced with such a monstrous opponent, he had completely lost the will to resist. "You can die here." Zhang Bei looked up at Jia Yan and said a few words indifferently. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Bei appeared in front of Jia Yan at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and threw a punch. Jia Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. Seeing the punch containing the power to destroy the world, he instinctively wanted to dodge, but for some reason his body seemed to be imprisoned and he couldn't react at all. "No!" Jia Yan let out a desperate roar. Boom! With a muffled thud, Zhang Bei's fist slammed directly into Jia Yan's chest, a domineering force penetrating his body and violently shaking his internal organs. This is Zhang Bei's martial art, Void Tremor, and it's the first time he's used it in combat. Puff! Jia Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs had been shattered, and the intense pain caused the veins on his forehead to bulge, and his body to tremble uncontrollably. Click! Another punch landed on Jia Yan's chest. The sickening sound of bones cracking was clearly audible, and his sternum, which was as hard as an alloy, was punched and a noticeable dent was formed. Jia Yan's body became a human-shaped sandbag, constantly being blasted and deformed in the air, with absolutely no chance of landing. This could no longer be called a battle, it had become a one-sided massacre. Li Chao and the others watching from afar had gradually transformed from initial shock into a chilling and horrifying feeling that penetrated to the bone. The expressions of Qin Tian, Wang Weiguo, and Mo Yan were also extremely solemn. Wang Weiguo said in a deep voice, "Zhang Bei is like a wild beast that has been released from its cage. It is very bloodthirsty. But this is how you deal with the scum of all races." Qin Tian nodded. His strength has increased fivefold, and his temperament seems to have changed as well. In this state, he is filled with a destructive desire. They could all see that Zhang Bei's cold eyes and ruthless killing were somewhat different from his usual self. After a long while, Zhang Bei's storm of attacks finally stopped, and he kicked Jia Yan's body away. Boom! Hundreds of meters away, a small hill suddenly shook, and dust billowed up as Jia Yan's body became deeply embedded in the rock. The entire outer perimeter of the Great Wind Canyon was shrouded in deathly silence. Only the howling wind and the rustling of gravel falling from the distant hills could be heard. Plop! Someone swallowed hard and said, "A member of the royal family was just beaten to death like that?" After the battle ended, the atmosphere in Zhang Bei gradually returned to normal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 4th-tier royal member of one of the myriad races. You have gained 6,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a 4th-tier royal member of one of the myriad races and obtaining source energy. The reincarnation aperture is 5% complete. Zhang Bei, are you alright? Seeing that the battle was over, Li Chao and the others gathered around to ask what had happened. Qin Tian, Wang Weiguo, and Mo Yan, who were some distance away, quickly arrived at Zhang Bei's side and checked on his physical condition with concern. "I'm fine, I'm just a little overworked, I'll be fine after a rest," Zhang Bei waved his hand dismissively. "It's good that you're alright. Take that guy's body with you, and let's hurry back." Qin Tian gave the order to retreat. Yes. Li Chao and the others quickly collected Jia Yan's corpse, and then they swiftly left the area. When Qin Tian and the others returned to the military camp with Jia Yan's almost unrecognizable corpse, the entire camp instantly erupted in excitement. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner at an astonishing speed. In the military canteen, many veterans and students recovering from injuries were eating. "Hey! Did you hear? Something terrible has happened. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Bei single-handedly killed a member of a royal family of all races in Haofeng Canyon. Puff! A soldier who was drinking soup nearby spat it out. Royal family? Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's absolutely true. It was royalty. I heard they even dragged the bodies back. It was a gruesome sight. They were beaten so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. The entire canteen fell silent instantly. The soldier continued, "I heard that when the fighting broke out in Zhang Bei, a single punch rendered that member of the royal family unable to take care of himself." Gulp! A series of swallowing sounds rang out. These soldiers, who had fought bloody battles against all sorts of races on the border, knew all too well what royalty meant. After a long while, someone murmured, their tone filled with awe and disbelief. Chapter 67: Mysterious Bone Fragments. As soon as Li Chao and his group returned to the recruits' dormitory, they were surrounded by layers of other recruits. Brother Chao, tell me quickly, what exactly happened back then? Is Zhang Bei really that fierce? Fierce? That's beyond fierce. You guys didn't see it, he almost knocked us over that day. Holy crap, is this for real? A group of new recruits exclaimed in unison. Li Chao cleared his throat and continued, that royal family used to beat us so badly we were running for our lives, but in front of Zhang Bei, they're like little chicks. You didn't see one punch, just one punch, and that royal sternum was shattered. The scene afterward, wow, it was practically a violent aesthetic. The new recruits were stunned and filled with excitement. Zhang Bei's image instantly became incredibly lofty in their minds, almost a legend incarnate. They felt immensely honored to have fought alongside such a powerful figure. The following morning, a detailed battle report documenting the encounter at Haofeng Canyon and the subsequent pursuit was presented to Commander Jiang by his adjutant. Jiang Jinyue calmly read through the entire report. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the window, as if he could see through the distance to the figure fighting bravely on the battlefield. This kid, at least he didn't embarrass me. He looked up at his adjutant and said calmly, in the name of headquarters, issue a commendation order to all soldiers who have performed outstandingly in this battle. They shall be commended in full. Not a single merit or point shall be missed. Understood. The adjutant understood and turned to leave the office. He found it strange, however, that he seemed to have seen a hint of pride, typical of a father, flash across the commander's usually dignified face as he looked out the window. In the president's office of Shanghai Martial Arts University, President Yuan had just finished a call with Mo Yan. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and muttered to himself. This year's freshman competition is a sure thing. With Jiang Bei, this prodigy, let's see who dares to compete with our Shanghai Wuhan University. Jiang Bei, you are the hope for the resurgence of Wuhan University in Shanghai. 3 days later, all the officers and soldiers who participated in the operation were commended, with Jiang Bei reaping the greatest reward, receiving 20,000 military merits and a third-class merit. Meanwhile, the training camp came to a successful conclusion, and all the students returned to their respective places. Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia were no exception. They said goodbye to Qin Tian and Mo Yan early in the morning and left the military camp. At noon, the bus they were on entered Kanglan City and returned to the place where everyone had gathered when they set off. I haven't been home for a month, I'll go back and check on things first. I'll call Tianhao tonight, and we'll meet at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia quickly made plans for the evening, exchanged a smile, and then turned and walked in different directions. Jiang Bei returned home to an empty house. He put down his simple luggage, remembered his appointment with the martial arts school that evening, and took out his phone to contact Chen Tianhao. He dialed Chen Tianhao's number, and a long waiting tone came through the phone. Beep, beep, beep. No one answered. Huh? What's this guy busy with? He dialed Chen Tianhao's number again, but still no one answered. Jiang Bei frowned slightly. What was going on? Tianhao was almost always on his phone and rarely didn't answer calls. Never mind, I probably have something else to do. Jiang Bei shook his head, not paying much attention. He tidied himself up, got up, and went out, intending to go to the school first. Soon Jiang Bei arrived at the school. It was already time for school to let out, and students poured out of the school gate in groups of 3 or 5. Jiang Bei stood at the door for a while, searching through the crowd, but still couldn't see Chen Tianhao. He stopped a classmate and asked, "Have you seen Chen Tianhao?" Chen Tianhao? It seems he hasn't been to school for several days. Haven't been here for several days? Jiang Bei's heart sank. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen Tianhao never skipped class without a reason. Could he be hiding in the martial arts gym these past few days, training intensively? With this thought in mind, Jiang Bei turned and left the school, heading towards the Jidao Martial Arts Gym. Upon arriving at the Jidao Martial Arts Academy in Jiangbei, he immediately sought out Qin Hu and asked, "Have you seen Tianhao these past few days?" "No, that kid hasn't been here for a while." Seeing that Jiang Bei seemed very anxious, Qin Hu didn't dare to hide anything and answered immediately. "He didn't even come to the martial arts school?" "He doesn't go to school, he doesn't come to the martial arts school, and we can't reach him by phone. This is definitely not Chen Tianhao's style." He immediately realized that Tianhao was likely in trouble, so he turned around and rushed to Chen Tianhao's house without hesitation. As night fell and the city lights came on, Jiang Bei had been waiting outside Chen Tianhao's house for several hours, but the door was locked and no one had returned. Where on earth did this guy go? Jiang Bei muttered to himself, feeling even more uneasy. He sat outside Chen Tianhao's house until late at night before Chen Tianhao finally appeared, walking with difficulty. "Xiao Bei, what are you doing here?" Chen Tianhao looked at Jiang Bei, who was sitting at his doorstep, half asleep, in surprise. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you all day." Jiang Bei immediately snapped out of his daze upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words. He grabbed Chen Tianhao's shoulder and asked with concern. "And nothing. Xiao Bei, you can go back now." Chen Tianhao stammered, his eyes darting around. "Tianhao, aren't we brothers? How could you be all right in this state?" Under Jiang Bei's intense gaze and upon hearing the word brother, Chen Tianhao's stoic composure finally crumbled completely. His eyes reddened and his voice choked as he said, "Xiao Bei, something happened to my dad." "What's wrong with uncle?" Jiang Bei asked anxiously. "My dad went to the east of the city to deliver goods a few days ago and got a black bone fragment from an old hunter. It had some strange patterns on it." "Bone fragments?" Jiang Bei's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't interrupt him. "My dad didn't take it seriously at first, but somehow the Black Fiend gang from the east of the city found out. A few days ago, they came to our door, insisting that my dad had stolen something from them and forcing him to hand over the bone fragments. When my dad refused, they resorted to violence and beat him severely." Chen Tianhao's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly with anger. If it weren't for the timely arrival at the hospital by a few kind passers-by, I probably wouldn't have survived. My dad is still in the hospital, and those bastards are saying that if we don't hand over the bone fragments within 3 days, they'll wipe out my whole family. Xiao Bei, the Black Fiend gang has a lot of influence in the east of the city. I heard that the gang leader is a ruthless character who kills without blinking an eye. We can't afford to mess with them. Zhang Bei's face darkened completely after hearing this. Which hospital is your uncle in? Take me there. And where is that bone fragment now? Chapter 68 Visiting the Sick. Zhang Bei followed Chen Tianhao to a small clinic in the West District, where he met Chen Tianhao's father, Chen Jianbang, in a dimly lit ward. Dad, Xiao Bei has come to see you. Chen Tianhao called softly to Chen Jianbang, who was still unconscious. Hearing the voice, Chen Jianbang slowly opened his eyes, looked around blankly, and only when he saw that it was his son Chen Tianhao and Zhang Bei did he feel relieved and slowly said, "It's Xiao Bei, come and sit down." As he was about to struggle to get up, Zhang Bei quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Uncle, don't move, just lie down. I heard you were injured, so I came to see you." "Uncle, please tell me what happened." Zhang Bei pulled up a chair and sat down in front of the hospital bed, asking with concern. "It's nothing serious, just a little trouble I accidentally caused," Chen Jianbang said vaguely, clearly not wanting Zhang Bei to get involved in the matter. "Dad, just say it." "Xiao Bei isn't an outsider," Chen Tianhao said, trying to persuade his father when he saw him hesitate. "Yes, Uncle, Tianhao and I have been friends for so many years. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Maybe I can help." Zhang Bei also chimed in. "Well." Chen Jianbang sighed deeply, reached under his pillow and took out a package. With trembling hands, he pulled out a black bone fragment covered with runes. "It's because of this that things have turned out this way. I don't know what this thing is that makes the Black Fiend gang bite like a mad dog and won't let go," Chen Jianbang said, handing the bone fragment to Zhang Bei. The moment Zhang Bei saw the bone fragment, his pupils contracted sharply, and he was shocked. This bone fragment was very similar to the one he had obtained from Brother He. "Uncle, since you don't know what this is either, why won't you hand it over to the Black Fiend gang?" Zhang Bei asked in confusion. "Snort." Chen Jianbang snorted coldly, a hint of anger flashing across his face. He raised his voice and said, "I bought this from an old hunter in the mountains. It was a legally obtained item, not stolen or robbed. Why are they trying to take it from me? I just can't stand these thugs bullying people with their power," Chen Jianbang said, becoming more and more agitated. He coughed a few times, which aggravated his wound, and then continued after catching his breath. "I, Chen Jianbang, may not be very capable, but I do know the meaning of reason. The more unreasonable they are, the more I feel that this thing might really be a treasure." He paused, a determined look in his eyes, and continued, "Since it's a treasure, it must not fall into the hands of these evil people." He looked up at Zhang Bei, a stubborn look in his eyes. "I thought to myself, I'd rather destroy this thing than give it to these bastards. Who knew they would actually do something so ruthless?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Bei clenched his fists. "These thugs are going too far. Don't worry, Uncle, I will definitely get justice for you." Zhang Bei looked up and surveyed the simple and dimly lit ward, then frowned slightly and said, "Uncle, the medical conditions here are too poor, and it's easy for the Black Fiend gang to find us. Let me help you find a safer place." Without waiting for Chen Jianbang's reply, Zhang Bei took out his phone and dialed Jian Yu's number directly. "Zhang Bei, bro, do me a favor." Zhang Bei succinctly explained the situation and stated his own needs. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Bei turned to Chen Jianbang and Chen Tianhao and said, "Uncle, Tianhao, I have made arrangements at the military hospital in Xicheng. They will send a car over in a little while. The medical conditions and environment there are much better, and ordinary people can't get into the military hospital, so the Black Fiend gang can't cause trouble for the time being. This is too much trouble. I'll just stay here for a few days, and I'll be able to be discharged soon," Chen Jianbang said somewhat embarrassedly. "Uncle, please focus on recovering from your injury. I'll handle everything else," Zhang Bei said, pulling a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao held the heavy bank card, his throat tightened, he wanted to say something but for some reason he just couldn't speak, and his eyes instantly reddened. Late at night, the third warehouse at the Blackwater Wharf in the east of the city was brightly lit, and Man Shan, the leader of the Black Fiend gang, was drinking and chatting with several of his men. "You must get the things to me by tomorrow, otherwise if it takes too long, I won't be able to explain it to Mr. Ng." Man Shan picked up his wine glass and took a big gulp. The spicy wine burned his throat, but it did nothing to quell the anxiety in his heart. Boss, that old bastard Chen Jianbang won't listen to reason. Tomorrow I'll take a few more brothers to teach him a lesson. I don't believe he won't hand over the stuff. A 2-meter tall man took a big bite of the chicken leg in his hand and said, his breath reeking of alcohol. Manshan frowned and said impatiently, if you guys could be half as good as Hazy, I wouldn't have to worry about you so much. Stop drinking all day and use your brains more. Damn it, Hazy has been missing for so long, he's probably been killed, Manshan said irritably, taking another big gulp of wine. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, the heavy iron gate of the warehouse collapsed inward with a loud crash, slamming heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone inside the warehouse turned to look at the door. Holy crap! What's going on? Do they want to die? Aren't you looking for Hazy? I can take you to see him. A young man suddenly appeared at the warehouse door. The person who came was from Jiangbei. Damn it! You killed Hazy? Manshan immediately got angry when he heard this. He smashed the wine glass in his hand on the ground. Snap! The wine glass shattered, and he turned around, grabbed the iron bar behind him, and charged straight towards Jiangbei. You've got some nerve, daring to come right to my doorstep. Several thugs behind Manshan also stood up, grabbed sticks, and rushed out with Manshan. Without saying a word, Manshan smashed a stick directly at Jiangbei's head. Boom! The iron rod pierced through Jiangbei's body and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Manshan was stunned. He hadn't expected the boy to move so fast. He had only hit the afterimage left by the boy. Watch out, boss! A cry of surprise rang out behind him, and a gust of wind swept in from behind. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. He felt as if he had been struck by a tremendous force, and his body flew up uncontrollably, crashing directly into the wall behind him. Puff! Manshan spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced himself to get up from the ground despite the excruciating pain, his heart filled with terror. He, a third-level beginner martial artist, couldn't even see his opponent's movements clearly. The boy in front of me looks like just a high school student, how could he possibly have such strength? Brother, is there some misunderstanding? I don't think I've offended you. Manshan's tone softened upon seeing Jiangbei's strength. Chapter 69 Mr. Shadow. Misunderstanding? You certainly know how to play the game. Jiangbei glanced at Manshan disdainfully, casually pulled a black bone fragment covered in runes from his pocket, waved it at Manshan, and then said, Isn't this what you're looking for? Boss, this is Brother Hayes' bone fragment. One of the thugs behind Manshan recognized the item in Jiangbei's hand at a glance. Holy crap! You really killed Hazy? Manshan frowned, feeling that the boy in front of him was extremely dangerous. Brush! Jiangbei then pulled out Chen Jianbang's bone fragment from his pocket, looking at Manshan and his thugs with a half-smile, and said, This thing seems very important to you, doesn't it? How come you have another one? When Manshan saw that Jiangbei had actually pulled out another piece of black bone, he was so surprised that he was speechless. This piece belongs to that old bastard Chen Jianbang. I recognize the patterns on it, they're completely different from the ones on Brother Hayes. The thug behind him recognized the origin of the bone fragment once again. Upon hearing this, Manshan's face immediately lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected that the thing he had been searching for so long would suddenly appear before him like this. Kid, you've come to heaven by mistake, so don't blame me. He grinned maliciously, a ruthless glint in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, several of his henchmen surrounded Jiangbei. Brothers, let's take him down together and our mission will be complete. Let's go together and take him down. Several henchmen immediately brandished their iron bars and rushed forward, intending to bury Jiangbei on the spot. You think you can defeat a bunch of small fry? Suddenly, lightning flashed around Jiangbei, and countless blades wrapped in lightning flew through the air, instantly causing blood to splatter everywhere. Several thugs fell to the ground one after another, each with several cuts of varying lengths on their bodies. The group clutched their bleeding wounds, their eyes filled with terror. They hadn't seen what had just happened, they only felt a sharp pain and blood started flowing uncontrollably. Jiangbei did not kill them because he still had some questions he had not figured out. Can anyone tell me what this thing is used for? Jiangbei was toying with 2 black bone fragments in his hands, surrounded by 36 flying knives that kept humming. On the smooth blade of the throwing knife, large patches of dark red blood were slowly sliding down, dripping onto the cold ground and splashing into tiny blood flowers. Everyone stared at Jiangbei in horror, and no one dared to speak. Jiangbei's cold gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on the face of a thug. You go first. I don't know. Before he could finish speaking, a throwing knife pierced his throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The thug clutched his neck tightly with both hands, his eyes filled with fear. He regretted it at that moment, but it was too late. Please let us go. We were just helping others search. We really don't know what this thing is for. The remaining people all knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Oh? Who did you find it for? Jiang Bei looked at the group with a calm expression, but the indifference to life in his eyes sent chills down their spines. The group had no doubt that if their answers displeased him, they would likely die there immediately. It's Mr. Ing. The group answered in unison, each vying to answer, afraid that if they were even a little slow, their lives would be in danger. Tell me everything else you know, Jiang Bei said impatiently, glancing at the crowd. This time, none of the thugs said a word, but their eyes kept darting towards their leader, Manshan. That look seemed to say, that's all we know. Ask him for the rest. Damn it, they deserve to die for betraying their elder brother at such a crucial moment. Manshan cursed those guys' ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. I don't know Mr. Ying's true identity either. He always wears a mask when we meet, Manshan explained, seeing everyone looking at him. We just took on this job on the dark web. According to Mr. Shadow himself, there are 3 pieces of this thing. Manshan paused here, glanced at Jiang Bei, and seeing that he didn't react much, continued, we found one, and sold it to Mr. Ring for 1 million. Later, He Zi found another piece, which is one of the pieces you have. Then why wasn't this film sold to Mr. Ring? Jiang Bei pressed. He Zi is cunning. He said he wants to keep Mr. Ring from feeling too comfortable, so he can get more money, Manshan explained. A few days ago, we accidentally discovered that the last piece was in Chen Jianbong's hands, so. Manshan recounted the entire incident in detail. Jiang Bei listened to the whole story silently before speaking. If you want to live, you have to do as I say and lure Mr. Ring out. This. Manshan said with a troubled expression. Shadow is very cautious when he appears. He won't come out to meet us unless we find what he wants. That's easy, the thing is right here. Jiang Bei pointed to the bone fragment in his hand, indicating that he could use it to lure Mr. Shadow out. Take 2 photos and send them to him so he can see what it is. I don't believe he won't take the bait. How strong is Mr. Ring? Jiang Bei asked. We don't know, we haven't seen him make a move either. Manshan shook his head. Send him a message first. Jiang Bei urged, placing the 2 bone fragments on the table. Manshan quickly took out his phone, took a few pictures of the 2 black bone fragments, and then quickly edited a message and sent it out. After a long time, the phone still didn't respond at all. Huh? What's going on? Why hasn't he replied to my message? Jiang Bei looked at Manshan in confusion. Don't worry, let's wait a bit. If he still doesn't reply, I'll think of something. Another hour passed, and the phone still didn't make a sound. Manshan was also getting a little anxious. He picked up his phone and said, I'll call him. All of you keep quiet. Before he could finish speaking, his phone suddenly lit up, and a text message came through. I replied. Manshan turned to look at Jiang Bei, looking like he was asking for credit. Look at what he's saying. Jiang Bei gestured. Manshan quickly checked his phone message. Tomorrow night, at the abandoned chemical plant in the western suburbs, you come alone. He agreed to meet. Upon hearing the other party agree to the deal, a glint flashed in Jiang Bei's eyes. The fish was finally about to take the bait. Listen to me, you lot, from now on, you're not allowed to leave this place. Anyone who dares to leak information will face the consequences. As Jiang Bei spoke, he glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the corpse of the thug he had killed. His intention was clear, this was the fate of those who disobeyed. Chapter 70 Meeting. The following evening, in the abandoned chemical plant in the western suburbs, Manshan stood alone in the empty factory building, having waited for a long time. Damn it, are you kidding me? He glanced at his phone impatiently, cursing Mr. Ring for being unpunctual, but dared not actually leave. Just then, a deep voice came from the second-floor platform without warning. Did you bring the items? Manshan was startled. He looked up abruptly and saw a figure dressed in a black robe and wearing a white mask. This Mr. Shadow is not to be underestimated. I didn't even notice when he appeared. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Manshan took out a wooden box from his backpack and waved it at Mr. Ring. The stuff is here. Where's the money I asked for? Inspect the goods first. Mr. Ring spoke concisely and to the point, without any unnecessary words. What a cunning old fox, Manshan cursed inwardly. Helpless, he slowly opened the wooden box, where 2 black bone fragments lay quietly. Mr. Ying's gaze lingered on the bone fragments in the box for a moment. After confirming that it was what he wanted, he gently picked up a briefcase that was placed at his feet and casually tossed it down from upstairs. Smack! The suitcase landed in front of Manshan, popping open a crack to reveal stacks of brand new banknotes inside. Manshan immediately smiled. Mr. Ring is indeed a man of his word. The item is yours. As he spoke, he raised his hand and threw the wooden box to the second floor. The wooden box flew toward Mr. Shadow along a parabola, but in the next second, its flight path suddenly stopped, and it hovered eerily in midair, motionless. This position is awkward. If he wants to get the wooden box, he has to jump from the second floor. Mr. Ring frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong. But the object was right in front of him, and without thinking, he leaped out, reaching out to grab the floating wooden box. Just as his fingers were about to touch the box, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from behind him, moving so fast that he had no time to react. Moreover, he was in mid-air with nowhere to brace himself, making his defenses extremely vulnerable. The flowing cloud shuttle slammed solidly into Mr. Shadow's back, unleashing a burst of lightning. Jiang Bei thought this attack would pass right through him, but unexpectedly, Mr. Ring withstood it. Puff! After landing, Mr. Shadow spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the attack failed to kill him, it still seriously injured him. Jiang Bei's spear trembled slightly, and he activated the dragon step, instantly arriving in front of Mr. Ring. Without saying a word, he thrust his spear directly at Mr. Ring. Put! The spear pierced through Mr. Shadow's shoulder, pinning him directly to the concrete ground. Ah! Mr. Ring screamed, his forehead veins bulging instantly, and his body trembling violently. I'll teach you to play tricks, Jiang Bei said, bending down and pulling off Mr. Ying's cloak to reveal a protective suit with a one-time defensive array engraved on it. So that's how it blocked my attack. It's because it was wearing this thing. As he spoke, Jiang Bei reached out and removed Mr. Ying's mask. Why is it you? When Jiang Bei saw Mr. Ying's true face, he was stunned. This person was actually a commander of the Kanglan City Lord's mansion. Although Jiang Bei did not know his name, he had seen him before at the City Lord's mansion. He was also one of the people who accompanied City Lord Lin when he gave a speech at the school last time. After a moment's thought, he immediately tied the man up and, while casually touching him, pulled out a black bone fragment from his arms. Jiang Bei never expected such an unexpected gain. Now he has all 3 bone fragments. What are you doing, sneaking around looking for this fragment? Jiang Bei kicked the man in the wound on his shoulder. The man groaned in pain, sweat dripping down his forehead. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. It won't do you any good if you find out. Although Mr. Ring was already tied up, he didn't take Jiang Bei seriously at all. Let me go right now, or you'll offend someone you can't afford to mess with, and you'll have to bear the consequences. Smack! Jiang Bei slapped Mr. Ring across the face, causing half of his face to swell up instantly. Tell me who your master is? Jiang Bei gently tapped the other man's cheek with the flowing cloud shuttle in his hand, looking at him with a half smile. I'm giving you one last chance. If you still don't talk, then don't blame me. If you dare touch me, I'll make you. Before he could finish speaking, the flowing cloud shuttle in Jiang Bei's hand pierced directly into his thigh. With a soft splatter, blood splattered. Mr. Ring convulsed in pain, his eyes filled with fear. He never expected that this seemingly harmless boy would be so ruthless. I'll ask you one last time. If you still don't tell me, then you can take this secret down with you, Jiang Bei said, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. No. I'll tell you. Mr. Shadow was truly terrified this time. He had no doubt that this madman would really kill him. It was Deputy City Lord Zhao who asked me to secretly collect this bone fragment. Vice City Lord Zhao? Jiang Bei's mind popped into his head a detestable guy named Zhao Mingxian. Yes, that's right, Deputy City Lord Zhao was Zhao Mingxuan's biological father. As expected, this family is no good. What is this thing for? Is it related to the bone maze? Jiang Bei remembered that Monkey 3 had mentioned that this thing was related to the bone maze. That was a smokescreen I deliberately released. This thing has absolutely nothing to do with a low-level secret realm like the bone maze. Mr. Ring was truly frightened, and before Jiang Bei could press him for answers, he told everything without any concealment. It is said that there is a hidden level in the Guishu domain, and these 3 bone fragments are the pass to enter the hidden level. The Deputy City Lord Zhao obtained this information by chance and ordered me to collect it everywhere, hoping that young Master Zhao Mingxian would lead people to explore and find opportunities. Snort! Jiang Bei snorted coldly and glanced at Ing Xinqing with disdain. Lord Zhao is really scheming. He wants to use the resources of Kanglan City to pave the way for his son. Jiang Bei didn't take the Zhao family father and son seriously at all, they were nothing but clowns. Having gotten the answer he wanted, he didn't want to linger there, so he put away the 3 bone fragments and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he glanced at Yushan and said, "You heard it too, this guy is from Deputy City Lord Zhao's mansion. You've offended a big shot this time. Be careful of retaliation in the future." After saying that, he patted Yushan heavily on the shoulder, and then strode away from the abandoned chemical plant in the western suburbs. Yushan was startled and hesitated. After a long while, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he turned to walk towards Mr. Ing. "What are you going to do?" Mr. Ing was seriously injured and was terrified when he saw Yushan walking towards him with a fierce look in his eyes. "Don't blame me, if I don't kill you, I'll never have a good life again." "You dare." "I am." Chapter 71 Profound Nether True Water Technique. The night was desolate. Jiang Bei stood outside the gate of an abandoned chemical plant in the western suburbs, quietly watching the waning moon in the sky. After a long while, Yushan came out from inside. He walked behind Jiang Bei with a wry smile and knelt down with a thud. "I have eliminated Mr. Ing. From now on, I, Yushan, am willing to follow Brother Jiang's arrangements." Jiang Bei said without turning his head, "You're a smart man. If you don't kill him today, you'll be the one dying in 3 days. Have your men keep an eye on Lord Zhao's movements, and notify me immediately if anything unusual happens. Also, don't bother Chen Jianbong's family anymore, but the medical expenses that should be paid must not be reduced by a single penny." After saying that, Jiang Bei disappeared into the night without looking back. Jiang Bei felt that something was wrong with this Lord Zhao, so he arranged for these thugs to keep an eye on Lord Zhao's movements. These thugs killed Mr. Ing, and have now completely turned against Lord Zhao, so he is not afraid of any tricks they might play. His individual abilities are ultimately limited. Although these low-level thugs are not respectable, they are exceptionally well informed about grassroots news and local trends, making them the best informants. The next day, Jiang Bei got up early, had breakfast, and headed towards school. He had just entered the classroom when he ran into Chen Tianhao. "Xiao Bei, last night the Black Fiend gang called my dad to apologize, and they were incredibly respectful. They even paid a large sum for medical and nutritional expenses." Chen Tianhao patted Jiang Bei's shoulder forcefully, his eyes filled with sincerity as he spoke. "Brother, I know, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, how could those bastards have bowed down? My dad told me I have to thank you properly." "What are you thanking me for? You've already called me brother," Jiang Bei said nonchalantly. "However, I'll keep that bone fragment for now, it might still be of some use to me," Jiang Bei added. "My dad said I'll give that thing to you he one t need it." Chen Tianhao said generously, though he knew very well the saying, "A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Rather than keeping this thing around and bringing misfortune upon yourself, it's better to give it away early and enjoy some peace of mind." Jiang Bei remained silent, but he made up his mind that if he could gain any benefits from the secret realm, he would share some with Chen Tianhao. Soon the bell rang for class, and everyone returned to their seats. The homeroom teacher pushed open the door and walked in. "Students, the graduation exams are about to begin. Those who wish to apply to the martial arts university can fill out their application forms in advance." As she spoke, the teacher placed a stack of forms on the podium. Students who need it can pick it up themselves. Students who have filled out their application forms in advance will be given priority admission by the school if their grades are qualified. The teacher, impatient with being bullied, explained the significance of filling out the forms to the students. There are 2 types of universities. Ordinary universities are not distinguished by their quality or status. As long as you meet the minimum score, it doesn't matter which university you attend. However, martial arts universities are completely different. The top 10 martial arts universities and those without rankings are worlds apart in terms of faculty strength, student benefits, and job placement after graduation. "Xiao Bei, why didn't you fill out your college application?" Chen Tianhao asked Jiang Bei curiously. "Don't you want to apply to a martial arts university? It would be such a waste for someone with your excellent qualifications not to go to a martial arts university." Jiang Bei smiled slightly but did not explain. He couldn't very well say that he had been admitted to Shanghai Martial Arts University, as he was afraid of hurting his friend's pride. Everyone, prepare well. The graduation exam will start in 3 days. If there are no problems, you can study at home for these 3 days. After the teacher finished speaking, he took the students' college application forms and left the classroom. The classroom immediately became lively as students left to prepare for the college entrance examination 3 days later. Jiang Bei did not stay at the school but returned home. He suddenly remembered that he still had 20,000 military merit points to redeem. Upon entering the study, Jiang Bei turned on the computer, logged into the military's internal website, and began browsing. His martial god body can simultaneously cultivate martial arts techniques of all attributes, but he currently only masters martial arts techniques of the wind and thunder attributes. So he wanted to take this opportunity to learn a martial art with a different attribute. Jiang Bei entered keywords such as martial arts techniques and secret manuals into the browser's search box, and the relevant information was quickly filtered out. The first requirement is for the 9-fold Blazing Sun Force military merit requirement, 20,000 points. Introduction, a fire attribute cultivation technique. After cultivation, one can condense the ultimate fire attribute Qi and blood, integrating offense and defense. When mastered, the Qi and blood are like lava, and the punches are like volcanic eruptions, extremely fierce and powerful. It has a strong restraining effect on Yin and cold attribute energy. The description clearly states that this is an offensive martial art, but Jiang Bei is not lacking in offensive methods at the moment. Thunderstorm Spear, Flying Thunder God, and Void Tremor are all offensive martial arts techniques. He shook his head slightly, and continued scrolling down the mouse. The military merit requirement for Thick Earth Prison Attack is 18,000 points. Introduction, Earth Attribute Cultivation Technique, an ultimate defensive technique. By rooting oneself in the earth, one can gain boundless power in defensive enhancement. After cultivation, the physical body becomes as solid as a rock, and the blood and Qi as powerful as a mountain. The drawback is that the movement speed is relatively slow. Defensive techniques? Jiang Bei scratched his head. This didn't seem to suit him either. He continued scrolling down with the mouse. The military merit requirement for E-Wood longevity technique and auxiliary recovery technique is 18,000 points. Description: this is a wood attribute cultivation technique that focuses on life recovery and blood and Qi nourishment. After cultivation, practitioners possess extremely strong self-healing abilities and endurance in combat, and can communicate with plants to a certain extent. Its offensive capabilities are relatively weak. This is even less suitable to continue gliding over. Military merit requirement for Mysterious Dark Water Technique, 20,000 points. Brief introduction, Ice Attribute Technique, cultivating the power of water element that is extremely Yin and cold. It has a long and deep breath and is good at controlling the field, defense, and protracted battle. When mastered, it can freeze thousands of miles and slow down the enemy's movements. I think this martial art is pretty good. It can attack, defend, and control the field, which is exactly what he needs. That's it. Jiang Bei immediately clicked the redeem button next to the manual. Please put on your consciousness helmet and prepare to receive information. A prompt suddenly appeared in the system's pop-up window. Jiang Bei quickly turned around, grabbed the consciousness helmet, put it on, and then pressed the confirmation button. In an instant, Jiang Bei's brow swelled as a massive amount of information flooded into his brain through the consciousness helmet, instantly elevating his comprehension of ice-based techniques to an unprecedented level. You've already learned it? Jiang Bei waved and opened the system panel to check. Name, Jiang Bei. Points, 6,000. Secret Manual, Profound Dark Water Technique Beginner Level. The system will give me some points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have spent 5,000 points to learn the Secret Manual, Xianming True Water Technique. Instantly, a chill swept over Jiang Bei's entire body, and he couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 72: The College Entrance Examination begins. Jiang Bei exchanged 20,000 military points for an ice-type skill, and at this moment his body contained a chilling yet immense energy. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to absorb and transform this energy by circulating his martial god body. The temperature in the entire study dropped sharply, and fine white ice flowers formed on the glass of the windows. After a long while, Jiang Bei slowly opened his eyes. A cluster of dark blue icy flames seemed to flash and disappear deep in his eyes, and the temperature in the room gradually returned to normal. The first level of the Mysterious Dark Water Technique Cold Breath Condensation form is complete. Jiang Bei looked around and his gaze fell on the half-empty bottle of mineral water on the table. He slowly raised his hand and gently squeezed the bottle of mineral water from a distance. Mineral water condenses into countless fine ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into crystal-clear ice blocks in the blink of an eye. What a wondrous power! Now possessing the power of wind, lightning, and ice, his strength has reached a new level. He feels even more confident about the upcoming graduation exam. 3 days later, the Kanglan City Martial Arts Association gathered candidates from surrounding small cities in various schools within Kanglan City. The Martial Arts Association is an organization jointly established by various academies and martial arts schools. They are specifically responsible for selecting talents for these organizations, including the admissions work of the Martial Arts University. Kanglan City is one of the top 3 cities in Jiangnan Province, so its martial arts association is very large, covering thousands of acres, enough to accommodate candidates from Kanglan City and surrounding smaller cities. Today is the first day of the exam. Jiang Bei, Su Jixia, and Chen Tianhao arrived at the Martial Arts Association's exam venue together. Damn, so many people, are we going to have to take the exam until midnight? Chen Tianhao couldn't help but shudder as he looked at the densely packed crowd of examinees at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. I heard that there are over 100,000 test takers from Kanglan City and nearby small cities this year, Su Jixia said, her brows furrowing slightly. The exams are conducted in batches according to student ID numbers, and today is the first batch, Jiang Bei added calmly. Xiao Bei, they've started checking admission tickets. It looks like it's about to begin. The 3 of them took out their admission tickets, and after being confirmed by the guards at the entrance, they followed the flow of people into the Martial Arts Association's examination room. Following the staff's directions, the group arrived at the location of the first exam. The first exam is supposedly a talent test, with scores awarded based on each person's talent level. Chen Tianhao looked at Jiang Bei with concern, knowing that Jiang Bei's talent had been taken away. It's okay, the score doesn't matter. We're just here to keep you company, Jiang Bei said, shrugging nonchalantly as he noticed Chen Tianhao's worry. He and Su Jixia were just going through the motions. Even if they both got 0 on the exam, they would still have a place at Shanghai Martial Arts University. Chen Tianhao was unaware that the 2 of them had already been admitted to Shanghai Martial Arts University, and thought that Jiang Bei was just in a good mood. The exam officially began at 9 o'clock, and all candidates entered the examination room in order. Jiang Bei and others had relatively late exam numbers, and they waited outside for more than an hour without getting a turn. At this moment, many students who had finished the first exam had gathered together to discuss the situation. My God, did you guys just see that? Su Muxue from Kanglan No. 1 Middle School has a talent score of 85. Doesn't that mean her talent is at least S-level? Yes, I heard that only SSS-level talents can reach 90 points or above. Su Muxue is amazing. Her talent score is currently the highest among all the candidates. And that kid from the countryside named Zhang Tai, his talent score is actually 82 points. Damn it, where did all these geniuses come from? Why did I only get 60 points? Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the loudspeaker in the examination hall blared. Candidates numbered 600 to 700, please enter the examination room. It's my turn, Su Jixia said, looking at her admission ticket number 635 in her hand. Me too, Chen Tianhao said, waving the document he was preparing for the certification exam. The 2 excitedly entered the examination room, and soon a commotion arose inside. Holy crap, the girl who just went in had a talent score of 100. What? Does that mean her talent is top tier even in SSS level? Holy crap, our Kanglan Test Center is going to be famous. This score hasn't appeared in decades. Jiang Bei couldn't help but smile. Su Jixia's talent started at 95 points. She also had rare swordsmanship talent and spatial attributes. He wasn't surprised at all that she could get 100 points. Soon, amidst gasps of amazement from the crowd, Su Jixia and Chen Tianhao emerged. My God, you've been hiding your true abilities. Your talent score is 100? Chen Tianhao stared at Su Jixia in astonishment, his mouth agape. All eyes turned to Su Jixia, making her the center of attention outside the examination hall. After a while, it was finally Jiang Bei's turn to enter for the test. Wait for me a moment, I'll be out soon, then we'll go have lunch, Jiang Bei told the 2 of them before turning and walking into the examination room. Jiang Bei entered the examination hall, which was much quieter and more serious than the outside. Several examiners sat behind the instruments with expressionless faces. Name, exam number, a middle-aged examiner asked without looking up. Zhang a 735, Zhang replied calmly. Go to position 3 to test your talent level. Place your hand on the crystal ball and pour all your energy into it. After quickly taking notes, the examiner pointed to an instrument in the center of the room that was emitting a soft white light. At the top of the instrument was a fist-sized, crystal clear ball. Zhang walked to position number 3 and, under the watchful eyes of several examiners and a few candidates who had not yet left, slowly placed his right hand on the cool crystal ball. Zhang remained calm as he slowly channeled his internal energy into the crystal ball. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds passed, and the crystal ball remained unresponsive. The examiner in charge of taking notes frowned. Zhang don't be nervous, concentrate and give it your all. The examiner's tone was slightly impatient. Zhang placed his hand on the crystal ball again, silently channeling his qi and blood into it, but the crystal ball still did not react. Put. Several other test takers who had been watching Zhang Bei's test closely couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw that there was still no reaction. What's wrong? Is the instrument broken? The examiner stood up and walked over. He patted the instrument and checked the data cable connection. Strange, the equipment is fine. Could it be that this candidate lacks talent? Candidate, this is your last chance. The examiner urged urgently, noticing the long line of people waiting behind him. Zhang frowned slightly, thinking to himself that he was in a bad mood. He concentrated his energy and poured his blood and qi into the crystal ball again. Chapter 73 God-Level Talent. Urged by the examiner, Zhang once again poured his vital energy into the crystal ball. However, the crystal ball remained unresponsive. The examiners frowned. They had never seen anything like this before. Even the worst talent should at least make the crystal lacquer gleam. Next student, come and take the test. To confirm whether there was a problem with the equipment, the examiner decided to let someone else try. A boy from behind Zhang immediately stepped forward, placed his hand on the crystal ball, and soon the crystal ball emitted a blue light. The equipment is perfectly normal. Do you, student, have absolutely no talent? The examiner frowned as he looked at Zhang. What are you doing here causing trouble if you have no talent? Exactly, there are all kinds of people in this world. Several classmates watching the commotion cast disdainful glances at Zhang. Candidate Zhang, your talent test score is 0. The examiner immediately announced Zhang score. 0 points. A commotion erupted instantly, and everyone turned to look at Zhang, their eyes filled with mockery. What the hell? This kind of trash is taking the martial arts university entrance exam? What a waste. How can someone so handsome have 0 talent? Zhang shook his head indifferently, turned around and left the examination room. He already had a general idea of the reason. His martial god divine body talent required source energy to drive it, and this low-level crystal ball simply couldn't detect the existence of source energy. All his test scores were destined to be 0, but it didn't matter anyway, he was just going through the motions. As soon as Zhang stepped out of the examination hall, Su Zhixia and Chen Tianhao walked towards him. Xiao, how are you? Chen Tianhao asked with concern. I got 0 points. Zhang said nonchalantly. 0 points? Although Chen Tianhao was somewhat prepared, he still felt quite saddened when he heard the news. The once prodigy had become like this. It's okay, even without talent you're still the strongest. Chen Tianhao comforted Zhang, but he knew in his heart that a martial artist without talent couldn't go far. A martial artist without talent can only achieve a maximum of level 3 in his lifetime. Su Zhixia looked at Zhang curiously. Although she didn't know why Zhang talent test score was 0, she knew very well that Zhang was definitely not a talentless good-for-nothing. Never mind, let's go eat. He turned to leave the examination room when a sharp and sarcastic voice came from behind him. You got 0 on the talent test, and you still have the appetite to eat? Zhang Su Zhixia, and Chen Tianhao all turned to look when they heard the sound. 3 people walked over from a distance. They were Zhang Yang, Lin Shuiyue, and Xin Jiaming, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. What did you say? Are you looking for death? Chen Tianhao blared angrily at the group. Zhang did you use some kind of banned drug last time? Otherwise, how could you possibly beat me with your talent? Xin Jiaming had been holding a grudge ever since his leg was broken last time. The 3 of them had agreed to take the exam together today. Just now, they heard that someone got a 0 score, and out of curiosity, they inquired further and found out that the person was actually from Jiangbei. Shin Jiaming was overjoyed and deliberately came closer to annoy Jiangbei. Jiangbei, you're too vain. If you don't have talent, so be it. Why pretend to be a hero by taking drugs? Lin Shuiyue said with a regretful expression. Don't go too far. Su Zhixia's eyebrows furrowed, and she stepped forward to block Jiangbei's path. What, you still need a woman to protect you? Shin Jiaming sneered. Forget it, let's go. What's the point of talking to a few idiots? Jiangbei was too lazy to pay attention to these three flies and turned to leave. Just then, a tall figure walked over and called out from a distance. Jiangbei, wait a minute. Jiangbei turned around and saw Xiao Taizhan, the headmaster of the Jidao Martial Arts Academy, walking towards him from a distance. Director Xiao, what are you doing here? Jiangbei greeted him with a puzzled look on his face. Our Jidao Martial Arts Academy is a member of the Kanglan City Martial Arts Association, and we are here this time to be responsible for some of the examination work, Xiao Taizhan explained. I heard you got 0 on your talent test just now? Something must have gone wrong. Don't worry, I'll arrange for you to take the test again. Xiao Taizhan walked over and pulled Jiangbei back. Director Xiao, let's just forget about it. Jiangbei knew that the test would be the same, the low-grade crystal wouldn't be able to produce any results. It's alright, we just got a state-of-the-art testing instrument here, I'll arrange for you to give it a try, Xiao Taizhan said confidently, pulling Jiangbei along and refusing to let him leave. Just kidding, he would never believe that a peerless genius like Jiangbei would lack talent. He thought that the low-level crystal ball simply couldn't recognize Jiangbei's talent. Alright then, let's give it a try. Jiangbei agreed to give it a try after hearing that there were advanced testing instruments. TCH, you can't even produce a proper answer, so you blame the Earth for not having gravity. I'd like to see what you can actually measure. Shin Jiaming said dismissively. Soon, the news that Jiangbei would be retesting spread throughout the examination hall, and everyone was discussing it. Did you hear? That kid who got 0 points has to retake the test. Really? Is this even possible? He's probably just unwilling to give up, so he used his connections to try and get another chance. Oh dear, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if I got 0 again this time? Jiangbei ignored the gossip of the group and followed Xiao Taizhan into the examination hall. This new equipment was just introduced, and none of the examiners below had the authority to use it. Only those in charge, like Xiao Taizhan, had that authority. Jiangbei walked up to the latest testing device and placed his hand on a large crystal ball. Don't be nervous, just inject your qi and blood, Xiao Taizhan encouraged. Jiangbei smiled slightly, and he concentrated his energy and blood into the crystal. Holy crap, it's really working, several students nearby exclaimed. The crystal ball began to emit a white light, which then surged and instantly turned into a golden light. Golden light, that represents an SSS-level talent. Impossible, he just scored 0, how could he be radiating golden light? Amidst the puzzled discussions, the golden light suddenly changed again, this time turning into a jet black light. What happened? Why did it turn black? What grade is black? Jiangbei was also startled. Could this instrument detect the existence of source energy? Could source energy be black? No wonder those alien races' bodies emitted black smoke. Amidst everyone's shocked expressions, a score appeared on the testing device's monitor. This talent level has surpassed SSS-level talent. Since such talent has never appeared in human history, the system tentatively classifies this talent as God level. God level? What the hell is God level? The quiet examination room suddenly erupted into a commotion, and everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 74 Major Powers Shocked. The new test results surprised everyone, and the examination room was now in chaos. Oh my god, did I hear that right? God-level talent? Or something that has never appeared in humankind before? Isn't that incredible? The news that Jiangbei had obtained a God-level talent spread quickly throughout the examination hall, and Shin Jiaming, Zhang Yang, and Lin Shuiyue, who were waiting outside, also received the news immediately. What? That kid from Jiangbei has God-level talent? Shin Jiaming looked like he'd seen a ghost. His mind was full of questions. Impossible, this must be fake. Shin Jiaming knew very well that if all of this were true, he would probably never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. I told you not to mess with Jiangbei, but you wouldn't listen, and now look what happened. Zhang Yang looked at Shin Jiaming helplessly. After losing to Zhang Bei in the underground boxing ring, he was left with a lingering fear, always feeling that Zhang Bei was hiding his true strength. As a result, his attitude towards Zhang Bei changed from resentment to keeping his distance. But his cousin wouldn't listen to his advice and kept thinking about revenge. Now, he's not getting his revenge, and he might even lose his life. What have I been doing? I actually dumped a boyfriend with god-level talent? Lin Shuyue's head was buzzing, and her face was blank. Smack! Zhang Yang slapped Lin Shuyue hard across the face and said angrily, "You bitch, are you having another crush? Let me tell you, don't even think about it." Lin Shuyue showed no reaction to being hit, as if she had already gotten used to it. "Xiao Bei, when did you become so strong?" Chen Tianhao stared blankly at Zhang Bei, his eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and doubt. His brother is truly extraordinary. After his SSS-level talent was taken away, he actually awakened a god-level talent. What kind of luck is that? Su Zhixiao was not surprised at all. She smiled as she looked at Zhang Bei, her eyes full of admiration. In her mind, Zhang Bei should be such a talented young man. Inside the examination hall, Xiao Taizhan looked at everything before him as if in a dream. Although he had thought that Zhang Bei's talent must be very strong, he never imagined that it would be so strong that the system would give him a god-level evaluation. "Brother Jiang, what kind of talent do you have?" Xiao Taizhan didn't know what to say and blurted out subconsciously. "It's nothing much, just a natural talent for physical skills." Zhang Bei scratched his head sheepishly, unable to offer any further explanation. He can't exactly say that his talent is compatible with all attributes, that he can absorb source energy to cultivate, that his combat power immediately increases fivefold after opening his acupoints, and that his physical body is indestructible, can he? Such talent is so astonishing that Xiao Taizhan might be too shocked to tell. After everyone's initial astonishment, they realized that such a peerless genius should never be offended, and that it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with him. In no time, the news spread like wildfire. Major martial arts academies, martial arts schools, and military forces all received this shocking news immediately. Inside the headquarters of the Shanghai Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Yushan was leisurely sipping tea, while his personal secretary stood opposite him, reporting on the academy's recent operations. Suddenly, his phone received a text message. Yushan picked up his phone and glanced at it without paying any attention. The message was from Xiao Taizhan. What is Lao Xiao up to? Yushan muttered to himself, picked up the tea on the table and took a small sip. He then swiped his finger to open the text message. Zhang Bei has been found to have godlike talent in the college entrance examination talent test. Puff! Yushan spat out all the tea he was drinking, almost spraying it onto his secretary opposite him. He immediately dialed Xiao Tieshan's number, and the call was quickly answered. "Hey Lao Xiao, what are you doing? What is this god-level talent? I'm completely confused by what you're saying." Once the call was connected, Yushan bombarded the call with a series of questions. "Director, this is what happened." Xiao Taizhan recounted everything that had happened that day in detail, and Yushan became more and more excited as he listened, finally bursting into laughter. "Old Xiao, we've really struck gold. With such a genius around, how can our martial arts school not prosper?" Yushan was in a great mood. Ever since Zhang Bei won the championship for the Jidao Martial Arts School, the school's business had been getting better and better. This time, Zhang Bei has produced another god-level talent. It's truly a double celebration. Just as Yushan was jumping for joy, Principal Yuan, who was also in Shanghai, received the news. In the president's office of Wuhan University in Shanghai, President Yuan was looking through documents when his phone suddenly rang. Principal Yuan calmly answered the phone. "What? You're saying that Kid Jiang has awakened a god-level talent? What does god-level talent mean?" 5 minutes later, Principal Yuan hung up the phone. His expression became extremely complicated, sometimes showing joy, sometimes worry, and sometimes anxiety. Well. After a long while, Principal Yuan sighed deeply. He was filled with mixed emotions and couldn't help but mutter to himself. With Zhang Bei's god-level talent now revealed, all the universities will be swarming around him like flies. Wait a minute, it seems this kid only gave a verbal promise back then. The official admission notice from Magic Martial Arts University hasn't been issued yet. Could this kid have been lured away by the offers from some other old guys? Thinking of Zhang Bei's slippery yet opinionated personality, and the inevitable swarm of lobbyists, Principal Yuan felt uneasy and had no confidence whatsoever. "No, I have to go to Kanglan City right away. I can't leave any chance for others." Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the phone and called his assistant. Hey, Zhang, book me a plane ticket to Kanglan City right away. Eastern Theater Command Military Region Headquarters. Zhang Jinyue was reviewing documents in his office when his adjutant suddenly knocked on the door and entered. Commander, these are the results of the first day of the college entrance examination in Kanglan City. The adjutant respectfully handed a report to Zhang Jinyue. Zhang Jinyue put down the documents in his hand, picked up the report he had been looking forward to for a long time, and calmly began to read it. Zhang Bei's talent rating is God level. When he saw those words, his pupils contracted sharply. God level talent? Even he, a level 10 martial artist, had never heard of it. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued reading until he understood the whole story. What on earth is this kid doing? How did he come up with such a God level talent? Zhang Jinyue shook his head helplessly. Even he, as the father, was starting to not understand his son. Zhang Jinyue picked up the phone on the table and called Zhang Yu, uttering a few words concisely. Come to my office. Soon, Zhang Yu knocked on the door and entered. Commander, what brings you here? Zhang Jinyue pushed the report to Zhang Yu and said calmly, take a look at this first. Zhang Yu picked up the report out of curiosity, and after just one glance, he showed a shocked expression. What exactly is going on? Zhang Yu looked at his commander father with a bewildered expression. We haven't shown him enough care. You should go back and visit him when you have time. Chapter 75, Second Test begins. Zhang Yu was extremely shocked. His father usually devoted all his attention to the army and rarely cared about the two brothers. Unexpectedly, he had been secretly watching over his younger brother all along, and Zhang Yu suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Yes. Zhang Yu gave a respectful military salute, then turned and left the commander's office. At the same time, universities and colleges received this shocking news, and people from all walks of life set off for Kanglan City to make contact with this genius. Meanwhile, Zhang Bei, who knew nothing about all this, was having dinner and chatting with Su Zhixia and Chen Tianhao. I have to say, you two are amazing. Chen Tianhao looked at Zhang Bei and Su Zhixia with envy. One got a perfect score of 100, and the other got an unprecedented 120. How are others supposed to compete? Zhang Bei held a skewer of meat to Chen Tianhao's mouth and said with a smile, eat up, even such delicious meat skewers can't shut you up. Chen Tianhao took the meat skewer and ate it in big bites, saying as he ate. I heard the next round of martial arts tests won't be until 3 days from now. How's your martial arts training going? So. Zhang Bei replied casually after taking a bite of the meat skewer. My martial arts skills and movement techniques have only reached the advanced stage, Su Zhixia replied with a smile. Zhang Bei was shocked upon hearing this. He knew that Su Zhixia's martial arts skills were only at the minor completion level not long ago, and she had already broken through to the major completion level in such a short time. Mastering the great completion realm is already quite impressive. My movement techniques and martial arts skills are only at the minor completion realm, Chen Tianhao sighed helplessly, unable to help but complain. Being with the two of you is really humiliating. The three of them ate and chatted happily until very late before going home. 3 days later, the first talent test ended, and Su Zhixia was the only one among the more than 100,000 candidates to get a perfect score. Of course, there is also Zhang Bei, who received 20 bonus points because his talent exceeded the SSS level. He currently has a total score of 120 points and is temporarily ranked first in the Kanglan test area. Early in the morning, a long queue formed again outside the Kanglan City Martial Arts Association. Today was the second test for the college entrance examination, mainly assessing the candidates' martial arts skills. Zhang Bei, Su Zhixia, and Chen Tianhao ran into an acquaintance as soon as they arrived at the examination hall. Zhang Bei. I heard you got 120 points on your talent test, that's amazing. Xin Hu and Sun Mang walked over from a distance. Of course, Xiao Bei is a peerless genius. Chen Tianhao proudly raised his head, looking smug, as if he, not Zhang Bei, was the genius. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group entered the examination room together. The exam rules for today are being displayed on a large screen in the exam room. Today's test will be conducted in a virtual pod, and each martial artist will have 3 opportunities to challenge the monsters. In the virtual world, everyone's martial arts level and health points are all set to the advanced first tier. This is to ensure everyone participates in the test under fair conditions. The higher the level of the monster defeated and the shorter the time taken to kill it, the higher the score. Under these conditions, the competition comes down to whose martial arts skill level is higher. Of course, today's main focus is on assessing martial arts skills. Each aspect of movement in martial arts is worth 100 points. I wonder if anyone can get a perfect score today. What a joke, a perfect score means both aspects are perfect. Inside the examination room, many people were pointing and discussing the exam rules displayed on the big screen. The exam began soon, and the first batch of test takers entered the examination room. Outside, a large screen would randomly display some test takers' battle scenes in virtual pods. At this moment, a demonic wolf appeared on the big screen. It was a high-level first-tier demonic beast. The examinee opposite him was holding a long sword and was about to fight the demonic beast. The rules of this test are that candidates must use basic martial arts skills and basic movement techniques to fight against monsters. After the examinee defeats a monster of the current level, the system will continue to spawn monsters of higher levels to fight against the examinee. The system will assign a score based on the current performance until the candidate is defeated. This test is actually a comprehensive assessment of a martial artist's combat ability and skill level. If a candidate has a high skill level but no combat experience, his score will not be very high. This is indeed quite difficult for some students who lack practical experience. At this moment, the battle on the screen has ended, the first-tier monster has been killed, and soon the system has refreshed a second-tier low-level monster. The battle continued in a loop, and soon the examinee in the picture finished his test. With his Xiao Cheng's agility and swordsmanship, he killed the second-level intermediate monster and finally got a total score of 120. It's my turn to go on. Qin Hu waved his admission ticket and smiled slightly at Zhang Bei and the others before striding into the examination room. Go for it. Zhang Bei and the others cheered for Qin Hu. Soon, another candidate's battle scene was randomly displayed on the big screen. Holy crap, isn't that Tiger? Sun Mang exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the screen. At this moment, the boy fighting the demonic wolf on the big screen is Qin Hu. He is holding a long sword and moving gracefully to deal with the monster. Soon, the first-level demonic wolf is killed. The screen flashed and another monster appeared. After several cycles, Qin Hu's score was finally fixed at the second-tier advanced monster level, and his final score was 140 points. Soon, the candidates entered the examination room one after another. Among all the candidates who have been tested so far, the highest-ranked candidate is Zhao Anwen from Jiqing City, whose score reached an astonishing 190 points. Su Zhixia's score was only 170 points. Xiao Bei, it's finally your turn. You must get a good score. Encouraged by Chen Tianhao, Zhang Bei entered the examination room. Candidate Zhang Bei, please enter virtual pod number 7 for the test, an examiner said, after verifying Zhang Bei's admission ticket and guiding him to a virtual pod. The hatch opened, and Zhang Bei lay down inside. In a flash, Zhang Bei appeared on a fighting stage. Please select your weapon, a mechanical system prompt sounded. Zhang Bei glanced around at the weapon rack in front of him and casually picked up a long spear. A high-level Tier 1 monster will spawn 10 seconds after the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, a demonic wolf appeared on the arena. Zhang Bei didn't even blink. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and reappeared above the demon wolf. He thrust out his spear, and the demon wolf was hit in a vital spot before it could even react. The first test has ended, and a Tier 2 beginner monster will spawn in 10 seconds. The previous tests were too easy for Zhang Bei. With his combat experience and extraordinary martial arts skills, he could easily crush these monsters. It wasn't until a high-level third-tier demonic beast appeared that Zhang Bei began to feel the strain. Zhang Bei considered it in his mind and figured that the score given by the system should not be low, because the current top-ranked candidate, Zhao Anwen, received 190 points from the system after defeating a high-level third-tier monster. Forget it, I'm just here to go through the motions, there's no need to go to such lengths. Zhang Bei has absolutely no interest in continuing the challenge. Just as he was about to withdraw from the exam, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 76: The Martial Arts Association's Hidden Thoughts. Just as Zhang Bei was about to withdraw from the exam, the system's voice suddenly rang out. The system has determined that the candidate is qualified to challenge the strongest level. If the candidate successfully passes the level, they will receive 10,000 points as a reward from the Martial Arts Association. Are there any other rewards? Zhang Bei immediately became interested. What are the points in the Martial Arts Association used for? He asked curiously. You can use points to exchange for 2S grade alloy weapons, or martial arts techniques and cultivation resources of equal value. What? 2S grade alloy weapons? The Martial Arts Association is really generous. Jiang Bei's heart immediately started itching. S-grade alloy equipment is priceless and no martial artist can resist it. His hidden weapon, the Flowing Cloud Shuttle, was only made of a grade metal. If he won the challenge, he could upgrade the hidden weapon, and Su Zhixio's sword could also be replaced with an S-grade alloy. Just as Jiang Bei was fantasizing about acquiring the two S-grade equipment pieces, he was unaware that Zhao Anwen had faced the same choice not long ago, but Zhao Anwen suffered a crushing defeat. Actually, this little test was just a little trick played by the Martial Arts Association. Their goal was to test the inner potential of some genius candidates, so they deliberately set up an extremely difficult level and offered irresistible rewards to entice the candidates to take on the challenge with all their might. In this way, they will gain a deeper understanding of these super geniuses, collect their information, and resell it to various academies, thus making a fortune. Therefore, the difficulty of the level actually far exceeds the level of a martial artist at the perfect realm, and the seemingly generous rewards are just a mirage. They didn't believe anyone could beat this super difficult level and win 2S-level prizes. System, I want to participate in the challenge. Jiang Bei, like everyone else, also fell into this trap without exception. The challenge rules for this level have been changed. The rule that only basic martial arts skills are allowed has been removed, and challengers are free to use their skills. A system voice suddenly sounded, reminding Jiang Bei that he could use his full strength. The essence of this level was to test the hidden strength of the prodigies, so naturally there could be no restrictions. Jiang Bei's vision blurred, the arena vanished, and he appeared on a vast grassland. In the distance, a giant ape with a massive body and muscles as straight as cast iron slowly approached. While Jiang Bei was wondering about it, he was unaware that his challenge video was being played in the examination room. This guy just defeated a high-level third-tier demonic beast? Holy crap, then his score is the same as Zhao Anwen's. How do you know what level of monster Zhao Anwen defeated? Look, the scene has changed. Everyone's attention was drawn to the changes on the big screen. It was the first time they had ever seen such a scene. Everyone was bewildered by this unexpected scene, and no one knew what was going on. However, one person in the room knew perfectly well what was happening. Zhao Anwen had also experienced this scene before. As a once-in-a-century genius in Jiqing City, his basic movement techniques have reached a terrifyingly perfect level, and his basic spear techniques have also reached a state of great mastery. Like Jiang Bei, he was also drawn to the 2S-class alloy weapons and chose to take on the challenge, but the terrifying gorilla almost left him with psychological trauma. He still felt a chill when he thought about it. At this moment, he was watching Jiang Bei on the big screen with Schadenfreude, waiting to see Jiang Bei being torn apart by this terrifying giant ape. Yi Shoujin, president of the Kanglan City Martial Arts Association, was also paying close attention to the Jiang Bei competition at that moment. He sat in his office, watching the Jiang Bei challenge level on his computer screen, grinning from ear to ear. Looks like we're going to make a fortune today. This Jiang Bei is definitely a genius. We must find out everything about him during this skills test. Selling this intelligence to the admissions offices of various universities will make us a fortune. Just as Yi Shoujin was leisurely sipping his tea, the battle in Jiang Bei began. On the large screen in the examination room, a giant ape punched Jiang Bei. Holy crap! Jiang Bei was so overwhelmed by the pressure of the punch that his movement slowed down. Without thinking, he immediately used his movement technique to dodge. Whoosh! Only with the support of his extraordinary movement technique could Jiang Bei barely escape the oppressive aura. He took a few steps back, narrowly avoiding the giant ape's attack. Boom! The giant ape slammed its fist into the ground beneath Jiang Bei's feet, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Bei was shocked. He immediately realized that something was wrong with the giant ape. The beast's fist technique had far exceeded the perfect level and was faintly approaching the threshold of the transcendent realm. Damn it! It seems that getting 2S-grade alloy weapons is not so easy. But you're unlucky to have run into me today, Jiang Bei cursed inwardly. Seeing that its attack had failed, the giant ape in the distance angrily pounded its chest and charged toward Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei swiftly thrust his spear towards the giant ape's heart. The thrust was fast, accurate, and ruthless, and contained the power of wind and thunder. The giant ape's hand reached out, creating countless afterimages in the air, directly meeting Jiang Bei's spear attack. The giant ape's attack was incredibly strange, and it unknowingly neutralized Jiang Bei's attack. This giant ape didn't just rely on brute force to overwhelm, it actually used its martial arts skills to such an unpredictable degree that Jiang Bei was somewhat troubled. Just as Jiang Bei felt that this giant ape was difficult to deal with, Zhao Anwen, who was outside the arena, was already experiencing a huge uproar. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. In his fight with the giant ape, he was slow to react in the first round due to the pressure of the ape's punches and was seriously injured. His counterattack was easily neutralized by the giant ape, and he was defeated and forced to withdraw from the challenge after only 1 or 2 exchanges. But now, that guy named Jiang Bei not only withstood the attack, he's even fighting back. How could his incredible agility allow him to evade the giant ape's deadly attacks? Meanwhile, in the office, Yi Shoujing stared at the computer screen with a solemn expression. His shock far exceeded that of Zhao Anwen. Because he knew very well that the giant ape's martial arts skills were already infinitely close to the transcendent realm. As the president of the Kanglan City Martial Arts Association, he knew that there was a transcendent realm above the perfect realm. At this moment, this young man was actually able to fight the giant ape to a standstill, and even seemed to be gaining the upper hand. He knew all too well what this meant. This young man's martial arts skills have reached the extraordinary level. My God, this is a tremendous discovery. This news could definitely fetch a huge price. After the initial excitement, Yi Shoujing had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He muttered to himself, could this little guy really defeat the giant ape? If that's the case, he'll have to give up 2 S-class ally weapons, which makes him feel a pang of heartache. Chapter 77: The Battle for Talent. After fighting the giant ape for several rounds, Jiang Bei felt confident. Although the giant ape's martial arts were very strong, they were not truly extraordinary martial arts. It was just that this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent, and he was not used to it for a while. Roar! The giant ape roared and charged again, its fists forming an invisible blockade that confined Jiang Bei's movement to a very small space. However, this time Jiang Bei did not retreat but advanced. He used the dragon step to the sky with all his might, and he seized a slight flaw in the giant ape's seemingly impeccable fist intent blockade. Under the giant ape's furious gaze, Jiang Bei slammed his palms on the ground. Click! The biting cold air instantly spread rapidly along the ground, precisely freezing the area where the giant ape's feet were standing. The giant ape's charge paused slightly as it needed to divert a portion of its strength to shatter the ice and stabilize its base. Lightning flashed in Jiang Bei's eyes, his blood and chi ignited, and endless lightning power surged into the spear in his hand. Break! He let out a furious roar, his body and spear seemingly becoming one, thrusting straight into the giant ape's chest. Boom! The spear struck the giant ape's chest with perfect accuracy, and blinding lightning instantly engulfed the giant ape's upper body. The giant ape let out a roar of resentment, its massive body trembled violently a few times, and finally exploded and dissipated into the air. Challenger Jiang Bei has successfully defeated the gatekeeper, a level above him, the system announced, signaling the end of the challenge and Jiang Bei's victory. Congratulations to candidate Jiang Bei for obtaining 10,000 points in the Martial Arts Association. The system is grading this exam, please wait. Candidate Jiang Bei scored 300 points in this martial arts test. 300 points? Jiang Bei was stunned. Wasn't the maximum score 200 points? Did he get extra points again? At this moment, everyone in the examination room stared blankly at Jiang Bei's score. What? This guy's talent already exceeds the maximum score by 20 points, and he's doing it again? Holy crap, has his martial arts skill already surpassed the perfect realm? That's impossible. Isn't the perfect realm the highest realm? You don't know anything. I've heard my grandfather say that there are even higher realms beyond the perfect realm. Really? This is unbelievable. Looking at the astonished expressions of those around him, Zhao Anwen felt a complex mix of emotions, including envy, jealousy, and hatred. Of course, he didn't hate Jiang Bei, he just hated his own lack of strength, watching helplessly as 2 S-class ally weapons fell into someone else's hands. Although Zhao Anwen came from a poor family, he had defeated countless geniuses along the way, which greatly boosted his confidence, making him feel that the geniuses in this world were nothing special. But today, Jiang Bei poured a bucket of cold water on him, instantly calming him down. The saying "there are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding" is definitely not an empty phrase. Zhao Anwen looked up at the big screen and muttered to himself, Jiang Bei, I'll remember you. One day I will surpass you, and I will be the one standing at the pinnacle of this world. He chuckled softly, turned around, and left the examination room. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Martial Arts Association, Yi Shoujing sat in a large office chair, oblivious to the tea spilled on his desk. He stared blankly at the screen at the scene of Jiang Bei's earth-shattering shot that shattered the giant ape, his expression extremely complex, a mixture of shock, ecstasy, heartache, and many other emotions. Our human race has produced an unparalleled genius. I'm afraid the small pond in Kanglan City can no longer contain this true dragon. Yi Shoshan murmured to himself, his tone tinged with a sense of loss. He thought he could make a fortune from this opportunity, but Jiang Bei gave him a big surprise. This news was too explosive, he dared not conceal it and had to report it to the authorities immediately. He sat bolt upright, pulled out his phone, and swiped rapidly across the screen, dialing the military's number. In the examination room, Jiang Bei finished the exam and walked out of the virtual pod. Wow, you were hiding this well. You broke the record again, getting a high score of 300 points. Chen Tianhao excitedly rushed over and patted Jiang Bei on the shoulder. Why are you getting so excited? Jiang Bei shook his head helplessly. How did he become the focus of everyone's attention again? How could I not be excited? Do you know that your total score in the first 2 tests is already the highest in our Kanglan district? Chen Tianhao said excitedly. With your current score, you'd probably be number 1 not only in Kanglan district, but also in the entire country. Qin Hu and Sun Mang, who were standing nearby, also came over. Their admiration for Jiang Bei had now reached its peak. You're a big star now. I bet it won't be long before your phone is ringing off the hook with calls from universities, Su Zhixia said with a smile to Jiang Bei. Before she could finish speaking, a young woman with long, wavy hair and a charming figure walked over from a distance. Hello, Jiang Bei classmate. The woman smiled and extended her fair hand to shake hands with Jiang Bei. My name is Lin Jing, and I'm the admissions officer for Kyoto Martial Arts University. Jiang Bei, would you like to have a chat with me? The woman smiled at Jiang Bei, waiting for his reply. This Jiang Bei was about to answer when a burly middle-aged man walked over from a distance. Hello, Jiang Bei student, let me introduce myself. I am Li Kaishan from Shenzhen University of Technology. Can we talk? Li Kaishan, do you even know what first come, first served means? Can't you see I'm talking to Jiang Bei? Lin Jing raised her eyebrows and glared at the newcomer without any politeness. Li Kaishan laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively, and said, Teacher Lin, that's not right. Talent selection is based on ability, there's no such thing as prioritizing anyone. A prodigy like Jiang Bei is naturally the target of competition among various schools. Doesn't he have the right and the qualification to choose the best place? He turned to Jiang Bei and said in an extremely sincere tone, Jiang Bei, we at Shenzhen Wuhan University may not be able to say anything else, but when it comes to resource investment, we are definitely among the best in the country. If you come to our Shenzhen Martial Arts University, I guarantee that the school will reimburse you for all your cultivation resources during your university years. Wow, is the treatment really that good? Qin Hu, who was standing to the side, clicked his tongue in amazement. Lin Jing gracefully tossed her long, wavy hair, and said in a calm yet confident tone, Li Kaishan, you are certainly generous. However, cultivating top geniuses requires more than just piling on resources. Jiang Bei, our Kyoto Martial Arts University has stood for hundreds of years, and its heritage is something they can't compare to. I can offer the same resources, and in addition, I can grant you a chance to enter the Dragon Blood Cleansing Pool. I don't need to go into the benefits, you can find out by asking around. Holy crap, I've heard that the Dragon Blood Marrow Cleansing Pool has miraculous effects in cleansing the marrow and strengthening one's foundation. Its value is immeasurable, someone exclaimed from the side. Chapter 78, the third exam begins. Everyone's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Dragon Blood Cleansing Marrow Pool. Lin Jing nodded in satisfaction at everyone's reaction. She glanced at Li Kaishan with disdain and continued speaking. Jiang Bei, our Kyoto Martial Arts University has a deep cooperation with the military. If you can win honors for the school during your time here, I can promise to help you apply for special privileges from the military. By obtaining military privileges, you can access cutting-edge technology and classified combat techniques, participate in major research projects, and the accumulated merit points can be directly exchanged for rare resources. And the network of connections is something that Shenzhen Martial Arts University can't compare to. Joining Kyoto Martial Arts University will give you a passport to the core circle of future power and resources. With each point Lin Jing made, Li Kaishan's expression grew more serious. Kyoto University's conditions do indeed focus more on long-term potential and a top-level platform, which Shenzhen University, as a rising star, cannot currently match. Teacher Lin, what you said is not comprehensive. Practical experience is the only true measure of success. Li Kaishan retorted, our Shenzhen is adjacent to the front lines of the shattered Star Sea, offering far more opportunities for real combat than the mainland. Jiangbei, if you come, I guarantee I'll make you a truly capable and independent fighter before graduation. Li Kaishan's foundation is not solid. Getting him into extreme combat too early is like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, Lin Jing retorted calmly. Kyoto Martial Arts University aims to cultivate leaders who can guide the future, not just fierce generals. The two argued back and forth, their demands getting higher and higher, leaving everyone around them dumbfounded. Chen Tianhao pinched his thigh hard and muttered, "Am I dreaming? This isn't student recruitment, it's more like a brawl between shrewish women in a market." "Excuse me, Jiang Bei is already a student of my Shanghai Martial Arts University," an old voice came from afar just as the two were arguing heatedly. "Hello, Mr. Yuan." Lin Jing and Li Kaishan bowed respectfully upon seeing the visitors. "Principal Yuan, when did this happen?" "We didn't receive any prior notice," Li Kaishan asked anxiously. "Do I need to report to you in advance if I'm taking on students?" His tone was calm, yet it carried an air of domineering arrogance. "Principal Yuan, what brings you here?" Jiang Bei stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Principal Yuan. "You've made quite a commotion." "If I hadn't come soon, someone might have snatched you away," Principal Yuan teased, half-jokingly. Seeing this, Lin Jing and Li Kaishan opened their mouths, but ultimately let out a sigh of deep regret. With Principal Yuan personally stepping forward and the person involved not refuting it, this matter is almost certainly true. Since Jiang Bei was no longer a possibility to be won over, the two of them turned their attention to Su Zhixia as a second choice. "Excuse me, Su, can we talk?" Lin Jing was the first to speak and ask. "Su, we at Shenzhen University also have high hopes for you," Li Kaishan added from the side. Cough. "You two don't need to waste your time. This little girl is already a student at our Shanghai Martial Arts University," Principal Yuan coughed, making a startling statement. "What?" Lin Jing and Li Kaishan felt a surge of frustration, inwardly complaining that the old man had eaten all the meat and left not a drop of soup. "Since that's the case, then we won't bother you any longer," Lin Jing and Li Kaishan said helplessly as they left. As soon as the two left, a noisy discussion broke out in the examination room. "This is the president of Shanghai Martial Arts University? Holy crap, Jiang Bei is so lucky." Those two were almost fighting over something, and now another martial arts student from Shanghai has shown up. "This isn't good luck, it's skill, understand?" "That's right. If you had the same level of ability as Jiang Bei, you would be highly sought after by all the universities." "It's too noisy here, let's go," Principal Yuan said, turning around and leaving the examination room with Jiang Bei and Su Zhixia amidst the murmurs of the crowd. "Jiang Bei, your scores in the first two exams were far ahead of others. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, you will definitely be the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination," Principal Yuan said with a smile on his face as he walked. "I'll try my best to get good results," Jiang Bei said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Principal Yuan's face immediately hardened. "How can you say try your best? It should be go all out to try and get a National College Entrance Examination champion for our Shanghai Wuhan University," Principal Yuan hurriedly corrected Jiang Bei, seeing his nonchalant attitude. "Yes, I will definitely do my best tomorrow," Jiang Bei smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, this old man is so old and still can't let go of these empty titles. That's more like it. Principal Yuan was finally satisfied. The group walked out of the Martial Arts Association's examination hall, chatting and laughing. The next morning, thousands of candidates gathered on the Martial Arts Association's training ground. "Students, today is the last exam. Due to the large number of candidates, we will conduct the exam in batches." Yi Shoujin, president of the Martial Arts Association, spoke from the podium on the playground. Behind him, on an open space, a time portal more than 3 meters tall stood prominently. "Today we are conducting a survival assessment in the secret realm. I will now explain the rules of this exam, so please listen carefully," Yi Shoujin said, glancing around at everyone before pausing for a moment. Today's survival test has 2 rules. First, those who survive in the secret realm for 12 hours will be considered to have completed the assessment. Secondly, this assessment tests everyone's ability to survive in extreme environments. At this point, his expression became more serious. "So the rules for this assessment are that teams are not allowed, and helping each other is strictly prohibited. If anyone violates the rules, their score for this assessment will be 0. Alright, I've finished speaking. The assessment will now begin," Yi Shoujin said, turning around and pointing to the 3-meter-high light gate behind him. "What kind of ridiculous rule is this? We can't even team up." "Exactly, this year's assessment is really strange. Jiang Bei followed the crowd toward the entrance to the secret realm. He was also a little puzzled. This rule was really strange. Why were they not allowed to help each other? The candidates discussed the matter with puzzlement, and soon they all disappeared into the portal. Within the secret realm, figures were randomly teleported to various locations, and Zhao Anwen was one of them. He felt a wave of dizziness, but after a few seconds everything returned to normal. Looking at his surroundings, Zhao Anwen immediately became alert. This place is not the lush green mountains and clear waters one might imagine, but rather a secluded valley with jagged rocks, the air filled with the faint scent of decaying leaves and damp earth, and eerily quiet all around. What kind of lousy place is this? Zhao Anwen frowned slightly and quickly hid behind a boulder, carefully sensing the movements around him. After a long while, seeing that there was nothing unusual around him, he finally relaxed and muttered to himself, I must be more careful this time, and I absolutely cannot be eliminated. Chapter 79, A Test of Humanity? Zhao Anwen felt extremely frustrated when he recalled how Jiang Bei had outshone him in the previous 2 matches. Jiang Bei, I'm determined to beat you this time. So what if you're exceptionally talented? Wilderness survival is all about practical experience, not just talent. Zhao Anwen came from a poor family. In order to obtain resources, he often ventured into secret realms alone. Over time, his ability to survive in the wild was indeed far superior to that of his peers. He determined his direction and began to move cautiously along the edge of the valley, taking each step very carefully and trying to avoid making any noise. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. After walking only a few hundred meters, he sensed several extremely fierce auras. The strongest aura came from a wild boar covered in bone spurs with protruding tusks, whose level had reached the peak of the 4th rank. Are you kidding me? How can the monsters in this secret realm be of such a high level? This is far beyond what students like them can handle. A strong sense of foreboding enveloped him. This assessment seemed eerie from the inside out. Just then, a shrill scream and a terrified cry for help suddenly came from not far to the left. Help! Someone save me! Then came the roars of the monsters and the sounds of fierce fighting. Zhao Anwen paused, instinctively wanting to rush over to save the person, but he only took 1 step before stopping in place. No helping each other is allowed, otherwise you will get 0 points on this exam, Yi Shoujin's words kept echoing in his mind. What to do? If he breaks the rules and gets a 0, all his years of hard work will be for nothing. No, I can't be eliminated, absolutely not, he said, having already paid too high a price for this chance to turn his life around. That's the rule, it's not that I'm abandoning someone to die, he forced down his guilt and turned to leave. I must get into the best university, I must make something of myself, nothing else matters. Zhao Anwen said with a determined look on his face. Inside the Martial Arts Association president's office, Yi Shoujin stood in front of a huge screen, watching the movements of the examinees in the secret realm. His deep gaze was fixed on Zhao Anwen's retreating figure as he turned and hurriedly left. Well. Yi Shoujin let out a long sigh, his voice filled with disappointment and heartache. President, why are you sighing? Didn't he strictly follow the rules? A middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Xiao Chen, the real purpose of setting these rules has never been to make them cold-bloodedly follow dogma. What does the chairman mean? The middle-aged man looked puzzled. What we need to test is whether they can follow their conscience and make the right choice between the ruthless rules and the lives of their teammates. What we're looking for is that kind of silly kid who would risk everything for his friends even if he knew he would lose everything. So those who violate regulations to rescue people are not only without fault, but on the contrary? On the contrary, it will be a perfect score. Yi Shoujin said decisively. Only such people can be the true backbone of the future of humanity, but unfortunately, so far, no one has dared to break this deadlock. In the secret realm, Jiang Bei appeared beside a stream. He looked around warily, and along the way he had also noticed that the monsters here were all of a higher level. What on earth is going on? Jiang Bei was filled with doubt when suddenly a scream came from afar. Help! Is anyone there? What's going on? Jiang Bei didn't hesitate to use his movement technique and run towards the shout. At the bend ahead, a boy looked in horror at a mid-level 4th-tier windhound in front of him. Ah! With a roar, the wind-hunting mastiff pounced on the boy, its gaping maw aimed straight for his throat. Facing a beast far stronger than himself, the boy was utterly powerless to retaliate. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning pierced the wind-hunting mastiff's throat with perfect precision, then spun in the air before piercing the beast's back. A whoa! The wind hunter let out an agonizing howl as its massive body crashed to the ground, its limbs convulsing violently. It was clear it was beyond saving. The flowing cloud shuttle slays the demonic beast in the time it takes to do so, in just 1 or 2 breaths. The boy stared blankly at the monster's corpse until he heard a call that snapped him out of his daze. "Are you all right?" Jiang Bei asked. "Thank you for saving my life." The boy turned around and was taken aback when he saw who it was. "Are you from Jiang Bei? How do you know me?" Jiang Bei asked, puzzled. He didn't recall ever seeing this person before. The boy gave a wry smile and retorted, "Who among the examinees in Kanglan City doesn't know you now?" He then bowed respectfully to Jiang Bei and said, "I'm so sorry, you just helped me break the rules, and this will probably implicate you." Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively and said, "Just be careful yourself." After he finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave when suddenly a ferocious roar came from the distant valley. "What kind of monster is this?" Jiang Bei was startled and had a bad feeling. He quickened his pace and rushed towards the source of the roar. After seeing Jiang Bei leave in a hurry, the young man suddenly revealed a strange smile, and then he followed closely behind and rushed towards the direction of the monster's roar. Not long after the two left, Zhao Anwen peeked out furtively from behind a large rock in the distance. "Jiang Bei, you just broke the exam rules to save someone. You didn't expect me to see it, did you? With this leverage, I'm sure to win this time." Just as Zhao Anwen was secretly delighted, another roar of a demonic beast echoed from afar. Such a loud commotion? What happened? Zhao Anwen was startled, but his curiosity was immediately piqued. "I'll go see what's going on." He subconsciously took a few steps toward the source of the sound, but then suddenly stopped, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face. That commotion is terrifying. What kind of powerful monster could it be? Maybe we shouldn't go. Curiosity killed the cat. He stood there, struggling internally for a moment, but ultimately, wishful thinking prevailed. What's there to be afraid of? I'll just watch from a distance. If there's any real danger, I'll turn around and run. Maybe I can even catch Jiang Bei doing more wrong. He convinced himself of this, made up his mind, and became even more careful to conceal his presence as he crept closer. At the same time, Jiang Bei had arrived at the location of the monster, but the scene before him made his pupils suddenly contract. A colossal beast, covered in dark red scales, with a single horn on its head and exuding an aura of overwhelming ferocity, was frantically attacking more than 10 examinees. A 5th-tier monster, the bloodthirsty earth dragon? At least 5 or 6 students lay seriously injured in the open space ahead, lying in pools of blood, their fate unknown. The others were still stubbornly resisting the monster, but their attacks only sparked a few fires when they landed on the earth dragon's scales, and could not cause any effective damage. This was a one-sided massacre. Chapter 80: The Great Array of 10,000 Beasts. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Jiang Bei did not hesitate for a moment and immediately used the dragon soaring step to rush into the arena. "Everyone, step back. This monster is beyond your ability to withstand," Jiang Bei shouted, blocking a fatal attack from the bloodthirsty earth dragon with his spear. "Take the wounded and retreat quickly." Wang Jiping shouted as he saw powerful reinforcements arrive who were able to withstand the bloodthirsty earth dragon's attack. The remaining students who were not injured immediately carried the wounded student who had fallen to the ground and fled in panic. "Ha!" Jiang Bei was puzzled when he saw this scene. How could these people move so uniformly, as if they had practiced countless times? Moreover, there was not a trace of panic in their eyes. This was not normal. Moreover, he realized immediately after blocking the monster's attack that it hadn't been attacking with its full strength. A 5th-tier monster's power was definitely more than that. Boom! The bloodthirsty earth dragon attacked again, and Jiang Bei had no time to think before he quickly dodged. "You can't withstand this big guy by yourself, let me help you." After everyone had safely evacuated, Wang Jiping rushed back. He and Jiang Bei joined forces to fight the monster. On a large tree not far away, the boy who had just been rescued by Jiang Bei stood on the trunk, watching the battle unfold in the distance. The boy's name is Lin Feng. On the surface, he is an ordinary college entrance examination candidate, but in fact, he is a staff member arranged by the Martial Arts Association. All the monster attacks in this test were intentionally arranged. All the high-level monsters in this secret realm have been tamed by the Martial Arts Association. Everything the test takers saw was just an act, including the bloodthirsty earth dragon in front of them, which was also a tamed monster. What a boring trick. Immature humans love to do these kinds of nonsense. A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he quickly formed hand seals, and a black light instantly condensed in his hands. He pointed a finger into the distance, and a black light shot out like lightning, directly piercing the forehead of the bloodthirsty earth dragon in the distance. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Zhang Bei, you might as well die here. A human genius like you will never grow up." Lin Feng's true identity is actually a spy from all races who infiltrated the Martial Arts Association. His real mission in this secret realm is to eliminate Zhang Bei, the super genius of the human race. In the distance, the bloodthirsty earth dragon suddenly convulsed violently, its eyes instantly turning blood red, and a violent aura burst forth from its body. Something's not right. Wang Zhiping immediately sensed something was wrong. He had been secretly controlling this monster, so why was it suddenly going berserk? He immediately activated his beast control technique to calm the beast in front of him, but he found that the technique was ineffective. "Oh no, classmate, we need to get out of here right now. This monster is about to go berserk." Wang Zhiping panicked when he saw the monster was out of control and hurriedly reminded Zhang Bei to retreat. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. The bloodthirsty earth dragon's speed increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Wang Zhiping, its giant claws striking out instantly. Boom! Wang Zhiping had no time to dodge and was sent flying, crashing into a large tree in the distance, where he died instantly. With just one strike, Wang Zhiping was instantly killed. The bloodthirsty earth dragon stared mercilessly at Zhang Bei with its scarlet eyes, raised its giant claws high and roared to the sky, as if to declare that the next to die would be you, the lowly human. Sure enough, this monster hadn't attacked with its full strength just now. This is what a fifth-tier monster should be like. Seeing that Wang Zhiping had been instantly killed and that his classmates had already fled far away, Zhang Bei realized there was no need for him to continue fighting this bloodthirsty earth dragon. Roar! The bloodthirsty earth dragon charged fiercely towards Zhang Bei, its giant claws slamming down. Zhang Bei dodged the attack and swiftly grasped the bloodthirsty earth dragon's giant claw. The moment he made contact, a bone-chilling cold surged forth. In an instant, the bloodthirsty earth dragon was frozen into a large block of ice, temporarily losing its ability to move. Zhang Bei turned and ran without hesitation. He knew that this could only buy him some time, as he was not strong enough to control the ferocious beast. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Bei ran into the woods, the bloodthirsty earth dragon suddenly shuddered, shattering the ice on its body. "Human geniuses are really hard to kill," Lin Feng said from afar, seemingly unsurprised. He had long anticipated that this bloodthirsty earth dragon would be unable to kill Zhang Bei. "It's alright, I've prepared a big gift for you too." Lin Feng's aura suddenly surged, and he quickly threw out several array-setting magic artifacts. The great formation of 10,000 beasts is activated. This was an array that all races had set up in the secret realm long ago. The moment the array was activated, all the demonic beasts in the entire secret realm roared in unison. Because of the strict surveillance of the human race, it was impossible for a powerful warrior of all races to infiltrate silently. In order to kill Zhang Bei, they came up with the idea of using the high-level demonic beasts in the secret realm to besiege him. "Zhang Bei, it would be a waste for all my races to have spent so much to set up this great formation, only to kill you. All the candidates who entered today will be buried with you." Lin Feng revealed a cruel smile. He knew he had to hurry. The human race's higher-ups must have already noticed the anomaly, and powerful figures would arrive soon. He needed to drive all the human students into the Abyss Canyon in the center of the secret realm as soon as possible, or he had prepared a deadly move that could wipe out all the enemies in one fell swoop. Lin Feng immediately activated the Great Formation to control the demonic beasts to chase after the human examinees. Those that could be killed on the spot were killed immediately, and those that could not be killed were driven directly into the Abyss Canyon in the center of the secret realm. Inside the Martial Arts Association president's office, Yi Shoujin was deeply shocked as he watched the scene of the monster rampage on the big screen. "Something's wrong. There's a problem in the secret realm. The exam must be stopped immediately and people must be sent in to rescue them." After the order was given, Yi Shoujin personally led his men into the secret realm. The secret realm assessment instantly turned into a race against time, to see whether the human race's rescue would arrive first, or whether Lin Feng would slaughter all the examinees first. In the secret realm, Zhang Bei encountered many examinees on his retreat, and they all survived the crisis with Zhang Bei's help. "Zhang Bei, we will all follow your command. Only you can lead us out of here right now," suggested one of the students Zhang Bei had rescued. "Agreed, we'll all follow your orders." Everyone agreed to the proposal, and a team centered in Zhang Bei was quickly formed. Under Jiang Bei's command, everyone united as one and tenaciously resisted the monster's attack. As time went on, the team grew larger and larger, and Zhao Anwen and Lin Feng also joined in. Move to the high ground to the east. That area is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Jiang Bei shouted, his voice calm and resolute. Without the slightest hesitation, the group rushed directly towards the eastern highlands. Lin Feng, in the group, cursed inwardly. If they really managed to occupy the high ground in the east, it would be difficult for the monsters to attack in a short time. Lin Feng immediately activated a secret technique, driving all the demonic beasts to swarm towards the eastern highlands, attempting to repel the human race halfway there. Chapter 81 3 Bone Fragments. Jiang Bei led his troops toward the high ground to the east, unaware that a large number of demonic beasts had already gathered on the road to intercept them under Lin Feng's secret control. No, there are too many monsters gathered ahead. We can't get through them at all. Yes, the sheer number of monstrous beasts is chilling. What should we do? Let's try a different direction. Seeing that the high ground ahead was guarded by monsters, many students began to waver. Jiang Bei, quickly direct the students to retreat. We'll head south to the deep canyon for temporary refuge. Zhao Anwen shouted. He had just overheard many classmates discussing whether they should retreat to the Abyss Canyon, so he thought this was a good opportunity to win people's hearts. As long as he could lead everyone to a safe evacuation, his reputation would surely surpass that of Jiang Bei. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was information secretly spread by Lin Feng with the aim of inciting internal strife. Yes, I also think we should go to the Abyss Canyon to the south. Yes, let's get out of here quickly, it's too dangerous up ahead. Immediately, people in the crowd responded, and surprisingly, quite a few people supported Shen Anwen's proposal. Everyone, follow me. With Shen Anwen taking the lead, many people immediately followed him toward the deep canyon to the south. Jiang Bei shook his head helplessly. If everyone had concentrated their efforts earlier, they would have had a chance to reach the high ground. But now, because some people had already retreated, the remaining forces could not possibly make it. Soon the entire team followed Zhao Anwen toward the Abyss Canyon. Lin Feng, standing in the crowd, was secretly delighted. You foolish humans, once we enter the Abyss Canyon, you'll be fish on a chopping board, completely at my mercy. Several tens of minutes later, the group successfully entered the canyon. We haven't encountered a single monster along the way. This is too smooth. Yes, all those monsters gathered in the east. It's thanks to our timely change of strategy that we were able to succeed. That's right. Fortunately, we didn't charge straight for the high ground, otherwise it would have caused unnecessary casualties. Everyone discussed it and agreed that this decision was the right one. Zhao Anwen was basking in the praise of the crowd, feeling as if he were a hero who had turned the tide. Buzz! A deep hum suddenly rang out in the sky directly above the canyon, and everyone looked up in horror. The originally gray sky suddenly cracked open with a huge, pitch-black fissure. What is that? How did a crack appear in the sky? Holy crap, something's coming out? All the students' voices trembled as they watched several ghostly-like things fly out of the crack. They had no physical form, were incredibly fast, and instantly rushed into the crowd. Ah! What is that? Get out of my way! Screams erupted one after another as these souls burrowed directly into the foreheads of several students, causing them to tremble violently and display expressions of pain. Before long, the possessed students began attacking the students around them, their minds clouded. Oh no, this thing can possess people. That's terrifying. Lin Feng was hiding in the crowd, his heart filled with joy. This was part of his plan. This rift was a passage connecting the ancient battlefield of all races. Countless vengeful spirits in the battlefield would come out soon as they smelled the scent of humans. Just as everyone had subdued the students possessed by vengeful spirits, someone screamed again. Look, they're here again. How so? Countless vengeful spirits poured out of the crack, their sheer number enough to make one's scalp tingle at a glance. Looking at this nightmarish scene, Zhao Anwen's smugness was replaced by boundless fear and disbelief. Welcome to the burial ground I have carefully prepared for you. Lin Feng suddenly looked at the scene in the sky and burst into wild laughter. Was this your doing? Everyone turned to look at Lin Feng. You bunch of idiots, you're all going to die here today. In an instant, countless vengeful spirits rushed into the crowd, and hundreds of students were possessed and lost their self-awareness. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Bei not far away with a puzzled look. The scene he had imagined did not appear. Jiang Bei was standing there unharmed. Why aren't you afraid of vengeful spirits? Because your toys are too weak, Jiang Bei said with a hint of sarcasm. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Bei appeared in front of Lin Feng as if he had teleported. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, and he instinctively wanted to run away. Put! A flash of light from a spear disappeared in an instant, and all of Lin Feng's movements froze instantly, a bloody hole appearing between his eyebrows. Impossible! Lin Feng's eyes were filled with disbelief. He died before he could even transform. He never imagined that his meticulously planned assassination attempt would not only fail to kill Jiang Bei, but would instead become his own burial ground. Why, aren't you afraid of attacks from vengeful spirits? He uttered his last question, but he never received an answer before he was gone. In fact, these vengeful spirits are not completely ineffective against Jiang Bei, it's just that his powerful mental strength can instantly crush any vengeful spirits that enter his mind. However, this is not unlimited. Every time he kills a vengeful spirit, he will consume some of his spiritual power. If he waits until his spiritual power is completely exhausted, he will surely die. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the mutant of all races and gaining 3,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained source energy. Why is his third acupoint completely unresponsive after receiving the source energy? Shouldn't the source energy be automatically absorbed by the acupoints? Ding! The third acupoint, the Wheel of Life acupoint, requires energy from the soul. Source energy from within the soul? Can a soul also absorb source energy for cultivation? Then why didn't he obtain source energy from the several vengeful spirits he just killed? Jiang Bei couldn't understand it, but just as he was momentarily stunned, a large number of vengeful spirits burst out of the crack in the sky. He continuously released his mental energy to shatter the approaching vengeful spirits, but there were simply too many of them. His mental energy was rapidly depleted, like water being released from a dam, and his sea of consciousness began to feel a series of needle-like stings. In a short while, Jiang Bei had killed tens of thousands of vengeful spirits, and his spiritual power was almost depleted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the vengeful spirit and obtaining source energy. The progress of unlocking the reincarnation aperture is 0.1%. Holy crap, killing vengeful spirits really has source energy? Is it just that each vengeful spirit provides too little source energy, which is why there's no reaction? But if this continues, he will surely die from exhaustion of his mental energy. This method simply won't work. Just as Jiang Bei was caught in a dilemma, the 3 black bone fragments in his arms, which had been dormant all along, suddenly began to tremble violently without warning. The next moment, 3 bone fragments flew out of his arms and formed a strange triangle in front of him, and the mysterious runes on the surface of the bone fragments suddenly lit up. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. The vengeful spirits that frantically rushed towards Jiang Bei seemed to encounter an invisible vortex, emitting terrifying screams as they were greedily devoured and absorbed by the 3 bone fragments. Chapter 82 Ancient Battlefield Passage. The light on the bone fragments grew brighter and brighter, and the rate of absorption increased. Their absorption range is also constantly expanding. At first, it was only a few meters around Jiang Bei, but it quickly expanded to 10 meters and 20 meters. Any vengeful spirit that enters this range is absorbed without exception. Jiang Bei stared in astonishment at the scene before him. He never expected that these 3 bone fragments would save his life at such a critical moment. However, an even more surprising scene soon unfolded. Just as the bone fragments were frantically absorbing the vengeful spirits, he suddenly felt strange energies being drawn into his body. To be precise, it was sucked into his third acupoint. Buzz! Jiang Bei immediately felt as if an invisible barrier within his body had been broken. Third acupoint, the Wheel of Life acupoint activation level 10%, 15%, 20%. Jiang Bei's heart was pounding wildly, a strange sense of excitement washed over him, and the progress of activating his acupoints was skyrocketing at an unprecedented speed. Third acupoint, the Wheel of Life acupoint activation level 25%, 30%. The moment the activation level reaches 30%, the 3 floating bone fragments suddenly stopped absorbing, and the mysterious runes on their surfaces seemed to come alive as they slowly circulated. Instantly, a message appeared in Jiang Bei's mind. These 3 bone fragments could open a passage to the ancient battlefield. They were the core energy runes for constructing the teleportation array. At this moment, all the vengeful spirits in the Abyss Canyon were absorbed, and the huge crack in the sky slowly dissipated. No way! He hadn't even had enough of this great upgrade opportunity. How could the rift have disappeared? Zhang Bei cried out silently in his heart. He looked up and stared intently at the spot where the crack had disappeared, determined to find the array that would open the passage to the ancient battlefield. He currently had energy runes but no array plate. It seems he has no choice but to make a trip to the ancient battlefield, otherwise where will he find so many vengeful spirits to open the third acupoint? Pulling himself back to reality, Zhang Bei sighed helplessly. He checked the candidates lying haphazardly and found that the vengeful spirits within them had vanished without a trace, which must have been absorbed by the bone rune. Everyone was only temporarily unconscious and would wake up soon. Zhang Bei sat down cross-legged and began to recover his depleted mental energy. He hadn't had time to carefully examine the changes within his body earlier, and now he was astonished to discover that his soul and body seemed to be slowly merging together. Along with this wondrous fusion trend, he was astonished to discover that his physical strength was increasing at an incredible rate. The flesh and blood became more solid and tough, and a warm, jade-like luster faintly emanated from deep within the bones, with blood and chi surging. Could it be? A bold guess flashed through Zhang Bei's mind. Could it be that once the third acupoint is fully opened, his soul will completely merge with his body? Immunity to all laws, and retreat from all evil? If that's the case, then all illusionary and mental attacks will be ineffective against him, because his soul will be impossible to lock onto. Half an hour later, Zhang Bei's mental strength had recovered by about half, and many of the students who had fainted had slowly woken up. I'm not dead yet? My head hurts so much. After that thing crawled into my head, I don't know anything anymore. What happened? Where are those terrible vengeful spirits? How were we saved? The students, who were gradually waking up, looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment and confusion at having survived such a disaster. They only remembered the terrifying moment when their consciousness was invaded by vengeful spirits, and had no recollection of anything that happened afterward. Several students spotted Zhang Bei sitting cross-legged not far away and quickly gathered around him. Zhang Bei, do you know what happened next? How were we rescued? Zhang Bei slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue. He shook his head and said, I only woke up recently too. Zhang Bei didn't know how to explain all this, so he chose to play dumb. Everyone was still puzzled, but could only attribute it all to good luck. Just then, dozens of powerful auras rushed over from afar, and the rescue team personally led by Yi Shoujin finally arrived. When they saw that all the candidates were still alive, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly treat the wounded, take a head count, and everyone evacuate immediately, Yi Shoujin swiftly issued the order. After returning to the Martial Arts Association, and following a brief rest and initial treatment, all students were summoned to the hall. This incident was a conspiracy meticulously planned by all races, with the aim of stifling the geniuses of our human race. The association bears an unshirkable responsibility for its inadequate supervision. Yi Shoujin bowed deeply to express his apology, then changed the subject and said, but it is precisely this crisis that has allowed us to see clearly how everyone behaves in dire circumstances. Zhang Bei, during this assessment, bravely stepped forward on multiple occasions to rescue your classmates from danger. It has been decided that Zhang Bei will be given 150 points in this assessment. Whoosh! A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted in the hall, and everyone looked at Zhang Bei with admiration. This rating is well deserved. Zhang Bei got extra points again. He scored 150 out of 100. What, you're not convinced? Anyway, I am convinced. Yes, without Zhang Bei, I might have died in the secret realm long ago. Everyone agreed with the rating. However, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. I refuse to accept this. Zhao Anwen suddenly stood up from the crowd, his face filled with resentment and anger, and he pointed at Zhang Bei and shouted. President, he broke the rules, his score should be 0. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at Zhao Anwen as if he were a fool. Oh? Tell me, what rules did he break? Yi Shoujin asked seriously. President, I have nothing to say about Zhang Bei's performance after the monster riot in the secret realm, because that was no longer within the scope of the assessment. Before that, I personally witnessed him breaking the rules to save a classmate who was being attacked by monsters. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Shoujin expectantly, hoping that he would give a fair judgment, but all he got in return was a cold snort. Rules are nothing compared to the lives of one's own kind. On the battlefield, those who treat the lives of their comrades as worthless are not worthy of martial arts, much less of being human. Yi Shoujin's words struck Zhao Anwen's heart like a heavy hammer, and also struck the hearts of everyone present. Bah! Selfish and petty person. If it weren't for Zhang Bei, we would have been dead long ago. You still have the nerve to talk about rules here? Get out. Looking at the disdainful gazes around him, Zhao Anwen felt dizzy and utterly ashamed. He originally intended to use this opportunity to suppress Jiang Bei and elevate himself, but he never expected that it would ultimately ruin his reputation in future. Chapter 83: The Battle for Geniuses. The National College Entrance Examination Gokao has concluded successfully, with Jiang Bei achieving a record-breaking total score of 570. When the news was officially announced, all the candidates and universities were in an uproar. 570 points? Am I seeing things? Isn't the maximum score 400? Holy crap! Is Jiang Bei even human? What on earth did he do in that secret realm? This is a true genius. While we're still struggling to pass, they've already racked up scores that are off the charts. Who said Zhao Anwen was a genius before? Come out and show yourselves. This is a true game changer. All the test takers, regardless of whether they knew Jiang Bei before, were left with nothing but shock. The name Jiang Bei is like a towering mountain, making all its peers feel suffocated, and it has become a goal for them to look up to. At that moment, the admissions offices of various martial arts academies erupted in unprecedented frenzy upon receiving the report cards. Quickly! Immediately! Right now! Connect me to the Kanglan City Martial Arts Association's hotline. No! Prepare the space fighters, I'll go personally. Investigate! Immediately find out all of Jiang Bei's interpersonal relationships and preferences, and cater to them at all costs. Orders were issued from the headquarters of various universities, and everyone had only one goal: to recruit Jiang Bei under their command. Kyoto University of Science and Technology, President's Office. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Principal Zhou Beichen looked at Lin Jing, who was sweating profusely, with a gloomy expression. Teacher Lin, is this what you confidently claimed was a sure thing? You just watched such a genius slip through your fingers and end up in the hands of your old rival? Lin Jing said with trembling lips, Principal Zhou, this is not my fault. Jiang Bei was secretly recruited by Shanghai Martial Arts University a long time ago. That old scoundrel Yuan Tiangang had secretly plotted all along, and we were being made a fool of without even realizing it. Zhou Beichen slammed his hand on the table. Come with me to Kanglan City immediately. Even if we can't snatch the person, we can't let that old bastard Yuan Tiangang get away with it. Shenzhen University of Technology, Training Ground. Principal Lei Pujuan looked at the trembling Li Kaishan and was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. I told you to go and steal people, and you fucking messed it up? Lei Pujuan's roar shook the entire training ground. Li Kaishan lowered his head, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Principal, the Shanghai Martial Arts University made their move a long time ago. We received the news too late. Humph. What are you still standing there for? Lei Pujuan kicked a nearby alloy force gauge, sending it flying dozens of meters and rendering it unusable. Get the car ready. I'm going to meet Yuan Tiangang myself. Even if I can't win by stealing, I'll still make them suffer. I won't let them get away with this. The atmosphere was somber in the highest level meeting room of the Martial Arts Association. Zhou Beichen spoke first. Jiang Bei, if you come to my Kyoto Martial Arts University, I will personally be your mentor, and all resources will be provided to you first. Kyoto Martial Arts University will use the full strength of the university to help you reach the peak. Lei Pujuan interrupted him without any politeness, saying in a booming voice, don't listen to his nonsense. Come to my Shenzhen Martial Arts University. I'll personally lead you into battle on the otherworld battlefield and make sure you become the sharpest blade of the human race. The two principals engaged in a heated debate, each demanding an increasingly outrageous set of conditions. Yi Shoujin and the association's senior executives, who were listening nearby, were both alarmed and secretly astonished. These conditions are better than you can imagine. Faced with Zhou Beichen and Lei Pujuan's increasingly outrageous demands, Jiang Bei, at the center of the storm, felt his scalp tingle and his head spin. The conditions offered by these two principals went beyond simply allocating resources. They were practically grooming him as a future savior. Jiang Bei cursed inwardly, these two old guys are talking nonsense. Anyone who believes them is an idiot. Principal Zhou, Principal Lei, you two have come all this way to poach my students? Isn't this a bit too much of a blatant attempt to steal their talent? Principal Yuan pushed open the door and entered with a half smile on his face. He walked straight to the head seat and sat down, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. Yuan Tiangang, stop pretending. Jiang Bei is a treasure of the entire human race and should choose the platform most suitable for his development. Your so-called pre-booked students are just some tricks you've played, they don't count. Zhou Beichen looked at Principal Yuan with disdain, showing no sign of yielding in terms of imposing manner. Lei Pejuan went even further, saying, enough with the nonsense. Geniuses and strong individuals should be chosen by the capable. Ask Jiang Bei if he prefers to be pampered in a greenhouse or if he'd rather fight alongside me on the battlefield and carve out his own future. Principal Yuan was not annoyed at all. He slowly picked up the tea that had just been poured next to him, took a sip, and said indifferently, when I, Yuan Tiangang, was fighting on the battlefield, you two were still playing in the mud at the military academy. You! Lei Pejuan flew into a rage, his aura surging forth, causing the teacups on the conference table to buzz. Zhou Beichen's eyes were sinister as he replied, Principal Yuan, you have quite the big mouth. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Beichen's aura suddenly surged and swept towards Yuan Tiangang. What, do you two want to fight me? Principal Yuan's wrinkled face showed a hint of contempt. So what if we take action? Lei Pejuan has a fiery temper, and since he came here today specifically to cause trouble, he figured that since they couldn't reach an agreement through negotiation, it would be better to have a fight. He stood up abruptly, staring intently at Yuan Tiangang, exuding an aura that suggested he might overturn the table at the slightest provocation. The three of you should talk this out. Please don't fight here, Yi Shoujin said, terrified. He quickly stepped in to mediate. Zhou Beichen and Lei Pejuan's faces were ashen. They knew Yuan Tiangang was very strong, but they were still confident in a 2-on-1 situation. That's enough. An elderly man dressed in simple gray clothes appeared at the entrance of the conference room. He looked unremarkable, but when his gaze swept over them, even powerful figures like Zhou Beichen and Lei Pejuan subconsciously restrained their aura and bowed slightly. Principal Li. The two principals spoke at the same time, their tone filled with respect. The visitor was none other than Li Xianfeng, the principal of the Shanghai Martial Arts University. Genius has its own destiny. It cannot be forced, much less coerced or bribed. He turned his gaze to Jiang Bei and said calmly, this child has already agreed to join my Shanghai Martial Arts University. This is his own choice. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Beichen and Lei Pejuan and said, gentlemen, please leave. Let's leave it at that. Faced with Li Chuanxiu, Zhou Beichen and Lei Pejuan couldn't muster the slightest thought of rebutting him. Although they were unwilling, they could only glare at Yuan Tiangang, snort coldly, and leave in a huff. Chapter 80 for the finale. Li Xuanfeng's appearance brought this battle for geniuses to an end. No one had expected that this highly respected senior would appear here. Everyone was startled and terrified by Principal Li's sudden arrival. Even Zhou Beichen, the president of Kyoto Martial Arts University, and Lei Pejuan, the president of Shenzhen Martial Arts University, had to give Principal Li some face, as they had long heard of his reputation. They deeply respected this senior, but at the same time, they also feared this killing machine. Principal Li's deeds were widely known to them. He single-handedly entered one of the myriad races' worlds, slew a 9th-tier myriad race's great demon, quelled the chaos in that world, and made outstanding contributions to the human race. With such a record, let alone the few junior principals, even the bigwigs in the military would respectfully call Principal Li Old Li. Alright, since Principal Li has stepped in, let's drop this matter. Zhou Beichen shook his head helplessly, knowing that today's matter was over, and he turned and left the conference room. Farewell, everyone. Lei Pejuan knew that the moment old man Li appeared, there was no need for them to continue arguing. This old guy hasn't shown his face in a long time. I thought he was hiding away in seclusion. Who would have thought he would actually show up here today for a student? The noisy conference room immediately fell silent. Jiang Bei, would you be willing to become my apprentice? Principal Li asked with a smile. Master, please accept my bow. Jiang Bei immediately bowed deeply to Principal Li. Good, good, good. This old man hasn't taken on a disciple in decades. From now on, you will be my last disciple, Principal Li said happily, like a child. Principal Li took off a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Jiang Bei, saying, you're probably familiar with this too, it can save your life in a critical moment. Jiang Bei stepped forward and accepted Principal Li's gift. Thank you, Master. Jiang Bei was truly grateful to the master. This gift was like a life. Alright, now that things are over here, I'll head back first. I'll be waiting for you in Shanghai. With that, Principal Li waved his right hand and disappeared from the conference room. Jiang Bei, you've really hit the jackpot this time, getting to study under Principal Li, Principal Yuan said, looking at Jiang Bei with satisfaction and admiration in his eyes. Do you know that Principal Li has not been in office for decades? I have been in charge of most of the school's affairs. You must cherish this opportunity that he has taken you as his apprentice. Thank you for the reminder, Principal. I will definitely work hard to bring honor to the school and strive to win first place in the freshman competition. Ha, good, Principal Yuan said with satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. After several years, my Shanghai Wuhan University is finally about to return to its peak. Zhangbei, I'll be waiting for you at Wuhan University in Shanghai, Principal Yuan said, then turned and left the meeting room. In the evening, in a private room on the first floor of the Kanglan International Hotel. Zhangbei, congratulations on being chosen by a top-tier university like Wuhan University in Shanghai, Chen Tianhao said, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. Thank you all for coming today, Zhangbei said, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. Today is Zhangbei's last dinner party for his friends before leaving Kanglan City. Zhangbei, when we first met you in the Demon Wolf Forest, we knew you were no ordinary person, Jinhu said, standing up and raising his wine glass. We'd like to raise a toast to you, wishing you soaring success and a bright future. Sun Mang, Chen Feng, and Su Shaowan also stood up and raised their glasses. Thank you for your blessings, Zhangbei said, downing his drink in one gulp. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the private room became increasingly lively, and the sorrow of parting turned into good wishes for the future and hearty laughter. At this moment, Su Zhixia, who was sitting next to Zhangbei, also stood up gracefully. She picked up a glass of juice, her cheeks slightly flushed, and looked at Zhangbei with clear and firm eyes. Zhangbei, I also salute you. Thank you for your continued care. Let's work together. Her words were gentle, yet carried an undeniable firmness, and her phrase, let's work together, brought a knowing smile to the faces of those present. Zhangbei looked at her, his cold and stern features softening considerably under the light. He picked up the wine bottle, refilled his glass, and solemnly clinked it against Su Zhixia's glass. Okay, let's work together. Oh my, so it's settled. Shall we have another drink? Chen Tianhao, Jinhu, and the others smiled knowingly at the scene and joked around. Cheers! As night deepened, laughter and chatter filled the private room. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end, and it was finally time to say goodbye. Chen Tianhao hugged Zhangbei tightly, his voice a little hoarse. Brother Bei, take good care of yourself over there. I'll definitely come to Shanghai to find you when I have the chance. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhangbei patted him on the shoulder. Jinhu, Sun Mang, and the others also stepped forward one by one, exchanging well wishes with each other. Finally, Zhangbei's gaze swept across the faces of each of his friends, deeply remembering their blessings and affection. My friends, friendship knows no distance. Today's farewell is for us to meet again at the summit. Take care. Take care, Zhangbei. See you at the summit. As night fell, Zhangbei and Su Zhixia personally saw off each of their friends, and Zhangbei felt a warmth emanating from them. Tomorrow, we will embark on a new journey, Su Zhixia said, turning to look at Zhangbei with affection in her eyes. Yes, a wider and more exciting world awaits us, Zhangbei said silently, holding Su Zhixia's hand. The following day, Kanglan City International Airport. Zhangbei and Su Zhixia stood side by side. The girl had changed out of her school uniform and was wearing a light blue dress. She looked youthful and beautiful, and her eyes were full of longing for the future. Zhangbei, it feels like a dream. Su Zhixia said excitedly in a low voice. Yes, it's just a new beginning, Zhangbei said, turning his head and smiling. He looked up at the plane in the distance that was about to depart for the largest city in the east. Let us go, Zhangbei said naturally, taking Su Zhixia's hand. The plane is about to take off. Su Zhixia was slightly taken aback, then two blushes appeared on her face. Okay, this is my first time flying, and I'm a little nervous. Zhangbei smiled slightly, grabbed Su Zhixia's hand and squeezed it tightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. With a roar from its massive engines, the plane slowly started up, took off, broke through the clouds, and headed towards the distant east. Inside the cabin, Su Zhixia leaned against the window, curiously looking down at the city that was gradually shrinking. Zhangbei closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his body. His legend had only just begun. This time, however, he had companions to travel with him. The book is now complete. Thank you all.